Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Wangxianzong. The number 1 sect in the world. Standing atop the highest peak in the cultivation world, Mount Dengtian, this is the closest place in the cultivation world to the immortal realm, and its spiritual energy is the most abundant in the world. The 10,000 Immortals sect is incredibly powerful. It is said that even the old man sweeping the floor is at the nascent soul stage, and the elders are at least at the divine transformation stage. As for the disciples recruited by the 10,000 Immortals sect, the standard requirement is that they must be at the foundation establishment realm and their age cannot exceed 16 years old. Note that this is just the basics. Today is the annual day for the 10,000 Immortals sect to recruit disciples. This caused a sensation throughout the world, and countless outstanding talents from all over the cultivation world rushed here, hoping to be accepted as disciples by the 10,000 Immortals sect. In the cultivation world, although the 10,000 Immortals sect has never said so. However, in the eyes of all cultivators, becoming a disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect is an unparalleled event that brings glory to one's ancestors. Confident in their abilities, some talented cultivators confidently assured that they could enter the 10,000 Immortals sect. Unfortunately, although no fewer than 10 million talented cultivators set foot in the myriad Immortals sect every year, only a few dozen actually become disciples of the sect. It's safe to say that they have a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. There is a ladder on Dengtian Peak, called the Heavenly Ladder. The first test for cultivators who want to become disciples of the myriad Immortals sect is to climb the Heavenly Ladder. After climbing 9,999 steps, you can unlock the next test. Steps are steps, but gravity is applied to them. Each step you take adds a pound of pressure. Although a pound of pressure may not seem like much, what about when it accumulates to 100 or 1,000 steps? At this moment, most of the disciples were still lingering on the 6th or 7th thousand steps, and no matter how much spiritual power they used, they could not speed up their progress. Just as the disciples were lamenting how difficult the 10,000 Immortals sect's trials were. A handsome man, no more than 20 years old, was climbing the steps 100 at a time. When he reached the 6th or 7th thousand steps, Zhou Long glanced at the cultivators whose faces were flushed with anger, then took another step forward. With this one step, he skipped 500 steps. Upon seeing this, the group of disciples were completely dumbfounded. Who is this person? How could they possibly ignore the pressure? 500 steps in one step, that must be a golden core cultivator, right? Shouldn't golden core cultivators be directly admitted? Why do they need to climb the heavenly ladder? Needless to say, he's just putting on an act. By the way, who is this guy? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Just as the disciples were wondering, the disciple from the myriad Immortals sect responsible for handling unexpected events suddenly spoke up. This is the previous generation's senior disciple of the myriad Immortals sect. 3 years ago, when he left the myriad Immortals sect, his strength had already reached the nascent soul realm. Now that he's returned from his training outside, who knows what terrifying level of strength he's reached. Upon hearing the disciples' words, some cultivators exclaimed in admiration at the man's immense strength. However, some cultivators grasped the key point and asked repeatedly. Why is someone with such great strength the previous generation's senior brother? That's right. As far as I know, the senior disciple of the myriad Immortals sect has always been the strongest in the sect. Why would he resign from his position as senior disciple? That's right. Although my cultivation level is not high, I have heard of the prodigy Zhou Long. He was born with auspicious clouds and spiritual artifacts. He started cultivating at the age of 12 and reached the foundation establishment realm at the age of 13. After that, he broke through to the nascent soul realm in less than 4 years. To break through to the nascent soul realm in just 5 years, this talent can no longer be described as heaven-defying, it's monstrous. Why would someone like that resign from his position as the senior disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect? You must know that the senior disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect wields considerable power within the sect. Looking at the group of chattering disciples, this disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect wore a wry smile. It wasn't that he voluntarily resigned from his position as the senior disciple, it was simply because. At this point, a look of awe suddenly appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the summit of the Myriad Immortals sect. The disciple spoke softly. Because, a peerless prodigy has arrived at our 10,000 Immortals sect. This matter concerns the sect, so it's normal that you don't know about it. A year ago, the sect leader accepted a disciple named Qin Feng, who was only 13 years old. On the day he suddenly entered the Qi refining realm, purple Qi came from the east, and there were extraordinary phenomena in the sky. Dragons and phoenixes appeared directly above the Myriad Immortals sect, and even immortals personally delivered rare flowers and spiritual fruits. Immediately, senior brother Qin Feng was appointed as the eldest senior brother. It's probably because senior brother Zhou Long found out about this, and he was so angry that he came to confront him. Speaking of which, just what level of strength has senior brother Zhou Long reached? I only glanced at him just now, and I felt my whole body tremble. I wonder if that monstrous talent can resist him. At this moment, in a farmhouse courtyard within the Wangxian sect, a handsome young man was watering the crops he had planted himself. Watering crops once grants 1 experience point. Watering crops once grants 1 experience point. Congratulations, host, for watering your crops a total of 3,000 times. Reward, a celestial phenomenon. The crops move automatically without wind. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Feng simply smiled and continued watering the crops. Watering crops once grants 1 experience point. If an outsider saw this boy like this, they would surely scold him for not doing his proper job. This is the Myriad Immortals sect, even the mosquitoes here must be diligently cultivating. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the strength to suck the blood of the Wangxian sect disciples. Yet, in such a place, there was a man who neglected his duties and instead of cultivating himself, watered the crops. Isn't such a person wasting resources? Unfortunately, no one knew that Qin Feng wasn't unwilling to cultivate, rather, he simply lacked any talent for cultivation. Breath control techniques are completely useless. As for why Qin Feng was unable to cultivate, we have to go back to the day he transmigrated here. That's right, Qin Feng is a time traveler, and he has also awakened a system. At that time, Qin Feng was also ambitious, thinking that with the system he could make a name for himself in the world of cultivation. But, who could have imagined that this system wouldn't be responsible for cultivating such an important primary skill, but only for secondary skills? In other words, aside from cultivation, all other systems are excellent. At first, Qin Feng didn't think much of it. After all, he was the protagonist who had transmigrated. Even without a system, his talent must be amazing. Back then, a casual wave of his hand could bring forth auspicious purple clouds and dragons and phoenixes. Qin Feng thought that if such an extraordinary phenomenon appeared on him, he must be a top-notch genius, even if he wasn't a favorite of the heavens. Later, Qin Feng finally understood. This is all a setup. Chapter 2. He had absolutely no talent, those innate extraordinary phenomena were simply rewards given to him by the system. In other words, he's a useless person. As for why the system would reward itself with such a celestial phenomenon? The reason is quite simple. Auspicious purple clouds appear in the east, I'm worried Qin Feng might get too hot. The temperature in this cultivation world can sometimes reach 50 degrees Celsius. Since cultivators have strong bodies, they naturally don't feel it. But for Qin Feng, 50 degrees Celsius is enough to kill someone. Therefore, when the temperature is too high, Qin Feng can use the purple qi from the east to directly cover the sun, and Qin Feng will not feel too hot. Including the skill he just acquired, Qin Feng now has a total of 4 celestial phenomena skills. Purple clouds rise from the east, dragons and phoenixes bring good fortune, immortals descend to earth, and things move even without wind. The auspicious dragon and phoenix and the descent of immortals are actually life-saving skills. If Qin Feng encounters a cultivator who intends to kill him, he can use these two extraordinary phenomena. Even if the other party doesn't run away immediately, they'll have to stay put and won't dare to say a word. Then, Qin Feng can immediately escape. As for the windless auto-action feature I just got, it's actually quite convenient. With the auspicious purple clouds rising from the east and the windless movement, Qin Feng felt that he could finally get through this summer. However, it was precisely because of these extraordinary phenomena that Qin Feng, who could have lived a carefree life, was discovered by the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, True Man Qiang, who was out attending a banquet. As luck would have it, the weather that day was so hot that Qin Feng felt like he was about to die. Qin Feng used both the auspicious purple clouds coming from the east and the dragon and phoenix bringing good fortune. These two celestial phenomena were included when the system was bound, and Qin Feng could use them at will. At that time, the purple clouds shielded Qin Feng from the sun, the dragon coiled in the sky, and the dragon also used its huge body to shield Qin Feng from the light. The phoenix waved its huge wings to bring Qin Feng a bit of shade. Even so, Qin Feng still felt unbearably hot. Qin Feng still remembers that there was a little black dog that couldn't stand the heat and ran to his side. Qin Feng assumed that this dog, like himself, had no cultivation. When two salted fish meet, Qin Feng is naturally very friendly. He hugs the black dog tightly. At that time, a middle-aged man saw Qin Feng, who had a birth phenomenon, and was greatly astonished. Especially when he saw that both the dragon and the phoenix were serving Qin Feng, this Mahayana cultivator was completely stunned. After ascertaining that Qin Feng had no lineage or sect, True Man Qiang took Qin Feng back to his sect and personally accepted him as his disciple. Qin Feng, in a daze, transformed from a nobody with no talent for cultivation into a disciple of the sect master of the 10,000 Immortals sect. The black dog also benefited from the success of the sect leader, becoming the watchdog of the Wangxian sect's disciple. The nonsense isn't over yet. Qin Feng himself has absolutely no talent, so someone like that has no way to cultivate on his own. If you absolutely must embark on the path of cultivation, then there's only one word to it. Smash it! Only by investing massive amounts of resources can we break through to a new level. But who can blame them when Qin Feng belongs to the 10,000 Immortals sect, the #1 sect in the world? They're not short of money at all. Master Qiang originally thought Qin Feng was an exceptionally talented prodigy, so he never taught Qin Feng the basics of cultivation. This was after Qin Feng was given a martial arts technique and a vast amount of resources. Master Qiang simply let Qin Feng raise the animals freely. As expected, Qin Feng lived up to expectations. After 3 months and expending the resources that would allow an ordinary person to break through to the nascent soul realm, Qin Feng finally broke through to become a Qi refining level 1 cultivator. But then something absurd happened. When Qin Feng broke through, the system gave him a celestial phenomenon as a reward. Therefore, when Qin Feng broke through to the first level of Qi refining, 3 unusual phenomena occurred simultaneously. On that day, auspicious purple clouds appeared in the east, dragons and phoenixes brought good fortune, and immortals descended to earth. They all appeared. Although True Man Qiang was a Mahayana cultivator, he had never seen such a scene before. Of the 7 supreme elders of the 10,000 Immortals sect who were supposed to be locked in a death trap, 6 were frightened out. The third one, being blind, did not witness the scene. Later, the sect leader was amazed by Qin Feng's extraordinary talent and appointed him as the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. For a time, Qin Feng was the most talked about person. Everyone believed that Qin Feng had reached the nascent soul realm, otherwise how could there be such a strange phenomenon? However, only Qin Feng himself knew that he was still a novice at the first level of Qi refining. Qin Feng initially declined repeatedly, but everyone took it as modesty. For a time, Master Xiang and a group of elders admired Qin Feng even more. Qin Feng was also helpless, because the book said that being a senior disciple was a high-risk profession, so why should a mere Qi refining level 1 newbie like him get involved? However, considering that he would have an unlimited supply of cultivation resources after becoming the senior disciple, Qin Feng agreed. The resources he consumed that year could have nurtured 3 or 4 nascent soul cultivators, but unfortunately, his cultivation only broke through to the 6th level of Qi refining. Fortunately, although the system is not very useful in terms of cultivation, it is very powerful in other aspects. During this year, Qin Feng also learned many secondary skills, such as watering. Is this watering? This is called growing your own green plants, making them safer to eat. Seeing that the crops had been watered, Qin Feng started watering the flowers and plants. Just then, Zhou Long, led by a core disciple, arrived at Qin Feng's residence. Looking at the dilapidated thatched hut, Zhou Long's eyes were filled with disdain. Is this the residence of the new senior disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect? Why does it look so dilapidated? The core disciple answered respectfully. Reporting to senior brother Zhou Long, this residence was personally built by the current senior brother, which is why it appears rather simple. Hearing this, Zhou Long became even more furious. What a relaxed and smiling senior brother! With such good resources, why not cultivate instead of doing these distracting things? I'd like to see what's so special about this new senior brother. Senior brother Zhou Long, you absolutely mustn't. At this moment, the core disciples also sensed the tension and quickly stepped in front of Zhou Long, saying, Senior brother Qin Feng's strength is unfathomable. When he broke through to some realm, he caused a celestial phenomenon. Even the supreme elders who were on the verge of certain death came out and all said they wanted to take him as their last disciple. This is enough to prove senior brother Qin Feng's strength and talent. The disciple's face was now quite grim. He knew his former senior brother had a violent temper, but he had attacked without asking any questions. That's way too impulsive. What if I get caught in the crossfire? I'd be finished. After considering the matter for a moment, the disciple spoke again. Furthermore, Qin Feng becoming the senior disciple was permitted by the sect leader. If you rashly challenge senior brother Qin Feng like this, it will inevitably anger the sect leader. Besides, senior brother Qin Feng has only been cultivating for less than a year. Even considering his age, you can't just take the initiative. My mind is made up, so say no more. Senior brother Zhou Long. While the two were chatting away, a small black dog in front of Qin Feng's door became quite impatient. Ugh, if I'd known I'd have to guard this kid's house, I shouldn't have been so greedy. Chapter 3. Black Dog was truly helpless. He had no choice but to absorb Qin Feng's extraordinary phenomena to restore his strength because he was seriously injured. But who could have imagined that Qin Feng's celestial phenomena would be so domineering, forcibly making it acknowledge Qin Feng as its master? Black Dog was initially unwilling, but seeing that Qin Feng could summon extraordinary phenomena from time to time, he figured he must be a unique genius. So the Black Dog resigned itself to its fate. What? The world has really changed. People of all levels of cultivation dare to cause trouble. Seeing Zhou Long confronting him with accusations, the little black dog had no choice but to walk up to him and block his way out. Who told it to be a watchdog now? After glancing at the little black dog, Zhou Long didn't linger and prepared to enter the courtyard directly. Child, this road is blocked. Go back to where you came from. Demon King. Zhou Long was also stunned. Looking at the black dog that spoke to him, he didn't expect that Qin Feng had raised a demon king. Only when a demon beast reaches the nascent soul stage can it understand human speech. This dog in front of us may look ordinary, but who would have thought that it is actually a demon king? But so what? Zhou Long has killed countless demon kings. Looking arrogantly at the black dog, Zhou Long snorted coldly. It's just a demon king guarding the gate. Zhou Long, have killed many demon kings. If you know what's good for you, I advise you to get out of the way quickly, otherwise don't blame me for killing you." To this, the black dog simply shook its head and said softly, "If you get out of here now, I'll be magnanimous and pretend I didn't hear what you just said." "You damned beast!" Zhou Long muttered a curse under his breath, clearly very impatient. Suddenly, a ball of spiritual energy appeared in his hand and he hurled it directly at the black dog. He is currently in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, just one step away from becoming a divine transformation realm cultivator, and every strike he makes has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even a demon king at the nascent soul stage couldn't withstand a single blow. The spiritual energy struck the dog directly, causing it to glow all over, but otherwise it didn't cause any ripples. How is this possible? Zhou Long was genuinely shocked. His attack failed to kill the demon king. Are all demon kings this powerful now? And Zhou Long didn't know if he was seeing things or what, but he felt that the dog had grown a bit. At this moment, Go Sheng's body trembled, and he absorbed all the spiritual energy that Zhou Long had thrown at him. Go Sheng's lazy voice came again. "Your spiritual power is no good. It only made me grow this little." Zhou Long had a fiery temper, and he was naturally furious when he heard that even a dog dared to mock him. Zhou Long snorted coldly, his eyes filled with boundless rage. "You can grow by absorbing spiritual energy, right? I'll let you absorb it." Heavenly demon absorption. At this moment, with Zhou Long as the center, the spiritual energy within a radius of more than 10 kilometers was mobilized by Zhou Long. A group of disciples who were cultivating looked around with puzzled expressions. Why has the spiritual energy suddenly weakened so much? Has one of my senior brothers broken through? The direction of the flowing spiritual energy is towards senior brother Qin Feng's residence. Could it be that senior brother has broken through again? He's truly a prodigy. Senior brother's talent is earth-shattering. It's normal for him to have such a phenomenon after breaking through. Why don't we change our cultivation location and stop competing for spiritual energy? Unbeknownst to everyone, the one who unleashed such a powerful aura was their former senior brother. At this moment, Zhou Long had already gathered a spiritual energy ball larger than himself. Zhou Long compressed the spirit energy ball into a pure black object no bigger than a fist. Just as he was about to attack, the little black dog opened its blood-red mouth and lunged forward. At first, the puppy's mouth was smaller than Zhou Long's palm, but when the black dog flew to Zhou Long's side, Zhou Long suddenly realized that the black dog's mouth was now bigger than his own. In the blink of an eye, the black dog swallowed Zhou Long, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Even though it won't restore much strength, every little bit helps. Licking its lips, the little black dog returned to its previous state, lying drowsy in front of the door. Holy crap! Are all of senior brother Qin Feng's watchdogs this fierce? Etc. The core disciple, who witnessed the whole thing, was stunned. Looking at the black dog, he suddenly screamed. The black dog ate someone. And it was the previous senior brother. After saying this, the core disciple hurriedly fled, wanting to find the sect leader and beg him to save his senior brother Zhou Long. However, this disciple was very unlucky. No sooner had he headed east than the true man of the Crimson Sun appeared from the west. The two missed each other perfectly. Master Xiang is very happy today because he just heard from his disciples that Qin Feng has made another breakthrough. This made him, as the master, extremely happy. When he learned that Qin Feng had not left his thatched hut for several weeks, Master Xiang could no longer sit still. He can't control how others cultivate, but for Qin Feng, cultivating immortality should be a balance of work and rest. At this moment, even Master Xiang couldn't help but think that his disciple was good in every way, except that he was too obsessed with cultivation. His talent was already extraordinary, and now he's even secluded himself to cultivate. How are the other disciples of the myriad immortals sect supposed to survive? Therefore, Qin Feng needs to balance work and rest. It just so happens that today is the day the 10,000 Immortals sect accepts disciples. With the intention of letting those disciples witness the strength of the 10,000 Immortals sect's senior brother, True Man Xiang has already arrived at Qin Feng's thatched hut. Looking at the little black dog lying on the ground, half asleep, a rare look of awe appeared in Master Xiang's eyes. Taking out 2 fruits from his robes, True Man Xiang said with a respectful expression. Lord Gozheng. This is an ancient fruit I specially prepared for you, called the righteous qi fruit. Eating one can cleanse your soul and generate righteous qi within your body. Please let me in, I have something important to discuss with Feng. If any disciple were to see true Master Xiang so humble, they would surely be astonished. You should know that true Man Xiang's strength has reached the great ascension realm, making him a well-known powerhouse throughout the world. Yet this powerful figure spoke kindly to a dog and even gave it such a precious gift. Is this person mentally ill? Unfortunately, no one knows that Master Xiang was also swallowed by Gozheng. Upon seeing the 2 strange fruits, Gozheng's eyes flickered. This is really good stuff. Compared to this human is much harder to eat. Fine, I'll give him to you while he's still alive. Upon hearing Gozheng's words, Master Qi Yang was greatly surprised. Humans. Just as Master Xiang hesitated, Gozheng spat out Zhou Long. Meeting the questioning gaze of Master Xiang, Gozheng slowly and deliberately said. He actually tried to cause trouble for my master just now. How could I, Lord Gozheng, tolerate that? Apply a minor warning as punishment. Upon seeing the person before him, true immortal Xiang was greatly alarmed. Zhou Long. When did you get back? Chapter 4. Although it was true Man Xiang who was asking the question, Zhou Long seemed to be in a daze at this moment, and did not make any other movements except trembling on the ground. Seeing this, even true immortal Xiang couldn't help but feel a little angry. He injected a wisp of spiritual energy into Zhou Long's body and said coldly. Wake up! Ah! Feeling the domineering spiritual power within his body, Zhou Long was suddenly stunned, and only then did he regain consciousness. Seeing the somewhat angry Crimson Sun True Man before him, Zhou Long immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Master! This unworthy disciple Zhou Long greets Master. Yes, get up! At this moment, True Man Xiang looked at Zhou Long with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although I hate to say it, I have to mention that this disciple's talent is truly remarkable. In such a short time, he's already close to breaking through to the nascent soul realm. In less than 10 years, he has broken through from having no cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Such a disciple truly lives up to the title of the eldest disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect. Ahem, the previous eldest disciple. Longer. You've been away cultivating for 5 years. Why didn't you inform your master when you came to the Myriad Immortals sect this time? Could it be that they've grown too big for their britches and look down on their master? The Red Sun Immortal was an extremely intelligent person. Just by thinking about it, one could understand why Zhou Long went straight to Qin Feng's house this week, so his tone was a bit harsher at this moment. Master, please calm down. Your disciple absolutely did not have such thoughts. Upon hearing Master Xiang's words, Zhou Long felt as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. After kowtowing dozens of times to the Crimson Sun Immortal, Zhou Long finally explained. I heard that my position as the eldest disciple was bestowed upon someone else by our master, so I wanted to see what kind of young talent could be stronger than me. That's why I didn't inform my master. I just wanted to see this junior brother I'd never met before. Ha 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 ha. Your talent is decent, but your mindset is far too petty. Looking at this disciple, Master Xiang suddenly laughed. It was indeed my fault for appointing Feng as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect without informing you back then. I want to say to you. Upon hearing that Master Xiang dared to apologize, Zhou Long kowtowed dozens of times. No, 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 it's all because my apprentice is too jealous. Hey! Stop with the flattery. I know you're jealous of your junior brother. But from today onwards, you don't need to worry anymore. You will still be the senior disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect. Upon hearing what Master Xiang said, Zhou Long froze on the spot. That Qin Feng, senior brother. At this moment, a profound and unfathomable smile suddenly appeared on the face of the Crimson Sun Master. After discussions with the Supreme Elders, we have decided to appoint Feng'er as the Holy Son of the Myriad Immortals sect. In that case, Feng'er will become the Holy Son of the Myriad Immortals sect, and you will remain the senior brother of the Myriad Immortals sect. What do you think? Ah! Zhou Long froze on the spot. The Holy Son of the Myriad Immortals sect. Isn't that a disciple whose status is comparable to the sect master of the 10,000 Immortals sect? Wasn't the Holy Son of the 10,000 Immortals sect abolished long ago? If you two want to catch up, find a secluded place. I'm going to sleep, Master Goes Hung. Zhou Long wanted to say something more, but the little black dog vetoed his words. Looking at this ordinary, even somewhat clownish, black dog, Zhou Long was furious. He had already begun to mobilize his spiritual energy, and he even intended to kill the black dog. However, at that moment, Master Xiang pushed him into the courtyard with a smile on his face. As he walked, Master Xiang chuckled and said, "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Master Goes Hung. Please continue, we'll go find Feng'er first." When the two of them entered Qin Feng's courtyard, Master Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhou Long with a hint of disappointment and frustration. "You unfilial disciple! Do you even know that your master has saved your life again?" Ah! Zhou Long stood there, stunned. Seeing this, True Man Xiang didn't bother to explain. Instead, he happily looked around and exclaimed repeatedly. "As expected of my most outstanding disciple. This courtyard is indeed well built. Zhou Long? Is it really appropriate for you to praise another disciple in front of your own disciple? So, love can disappear, right? However, now is not the time for such jokes." Seeing the intrigued Crimson Sun Immortal, Zhou Long knelt down again and said repeatedly, "Master! You absolutely cannot make Qin Feng the Holy Sun. At worst, I'll give up my position as the eldest disciple and let him have it, but I cannot let him become the Holy Sun." At this moment, Master Xiang glanced at him and then corrected him. "Listen, I gave him this position as the senior disciple, you didn't give it up. Zhou Long? Is now the time to argue about these things? Master, please, under no circumstances should you appoint Qin Feng as the Holy Sun. Have you forgotten that time when you were trapped?" The predicament Zhou Long mentioned refers to a shameful chapter in the history of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Because the Holy Sun's power and status were no different from that of the sect master, a disciple with ulterior motives tried to sell the 10,000 Immortals sect to the Demon Clan after becoming the Holy Sun 100,000 years ago. As the Holy Sun, he naturally has this right. On that occasion, the sect leader happened to be absent, so it could be said that the Holy Sun was the only one who held absolute power. The 10,000 Immortals sect almost perished back then, and even if it hadn't, it wouldn't have lived up to its name. If it weren't for the fact that several powerful elders risked their lives to kill the Holy Sun and the Demon Clan, the Myriad Immortals sect would probably no longer be the #1 sect in the world. It was because of that historical event that the position of the Holy Sun of the 10,000 Immortals sect was abolished. 10,000 years have passed, and the 10,000 Immortals sect has not produced a Holy Sun in those 10,000 years. And now, for the sake of a disciple named Qin Feng who has been cultivating for less than a year, they are going to forcibly activate this position. To be honest, not only Zhou Long, but he believed that any disciple or elder who knew about that secret matter would disagree. To everyone's surprise, after hearing Zhou Long's words, True Man Xiang said with great excitement, If Feng has any designs on our myriad immortals sect after becoming a holy son, it would be an honor for our myriad immortals sect. You don't understand. You don't need to say anything. Just quietly be your senior brother. At this moment, Zhou Long looked at his master, True Man Qiang, as if he were looking at an idiot. What exactly happened to master? Why would a disciple who has been cultivating for less than a year receive such attention from the master? Love has disappeared. Master, I still disagree. Holy crap! Master, please move aside. Just as Zhou Long knelt down and gritted his teeth, saying something to Master Qiang, he seemed to see something and stared blankly at what was behind Master Qiang. Seeing that his disciple was actually telling him to get out of the way, true Master Qiang was also very displeased. His expression turned cold again, and Master Qiang spoke. You unfilial disciple, you're really getting more and more arrogant. How dare you make your master? Before Master Qiang could finish speaking, sensing the sudden increase in the other party's aura, Master Qiang murmured. They actually broke through. Chapter 5. With his hands forming a spell, astonishing spiritual power erupted from Zhou Long's body. Seeing this, True Man Qiang casually waved his hand, and a shield formed around Zhou Long, completely surrounding him. At this moment, Zhou Long, who was inside the protective barrier, no longer held back and his spiritual power erupted instantly. The entire protective barrier crackled and creaked from the impact of the spiritual energy. After exhausting all the spiritual energy in his body, Zhou Long finally exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having absorbed all the released spiritual energy, he now wore a broad smile. Ha 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 ha. I've been stuck at the late stage of the nascent soul realm for over a year, but I never expected to break through now. Pointing to the wall behind Master Qiang, Zhou Long asked respectfully. Master, who left these sword marks on the wall? There is even unparalleled sword energy within them. Just now, I was fortunate enough to witness a sword aura, which is why I was able to break through my cultivation level. Although his cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm, he was still very respectful when facing true person Qiang. However, Zhou Long's eyes had already turned fiery at this moment. He secretly vowed that if he ever encountered this senior who wielded sword energy, he would be extremely grateful for it. Seeing the faint sword energy on the wall behind him, Master Qiang's expression became quite interesting. For a moment, he didn't even know how to answer Zhou Long. Disciple, would you believe me if I said this was sword energy unleashed by your senior brother Qin Feng? Ah! Zhou Long was stunned, as if struck by a violent blow. After a long while, he finally said with an embarrassed smile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if master can keep it from others, he can never keep it from his disciple. I have been learning swordsmanship since I was a child, but it took me 5 years to develop even a trace of sword energy. As he said this, a hint of pride suddenly appeared on Zhou Long's face. It's not that I look down on Qin Feng, senior brother. It's just that he's only been in the 10,000 Immortals sect for a year. Even if he has extraordinary talent and his abilities are stronger than mine, there's absolutely no way he could comprehend sword energy. Moreover, the sword energy engraved on this wall has reached an extremely profound level. Unless it is an old man who has cultivated sword energy for hundreds of years, it is absolutely impossible for him to unleash this sword strike. If it were master and those sword training elders, then this disciple would believe it. Zhou Long thought that his words would change Qi Yang Zhenren's mind and prevent him from giving the credit to Qin Feng. But to everyone's surprise, after hearing Zhou Long's words, Master Qiang laughed even more heartily. That's why I say your senior brother is a prodigy. I personally witnessed him unleash his sword intent, there's absolutely no faking it. And Master Qiang didn't want to discourage Zhou Long, but seeing Zhou Long's unconvinced attitude, he knew he had to continue speaking. Back then, your senior brother Qin Feng left behind these sword energies using only a tree branch. This. Zhou Long shouted 3 times in a row, his emotions beyond words at this moment. Zhou Long knew that his master, True Man Qiang, had never joked with him. Zhou Long was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, True Man Qiang simply said in a soft voice. You must remember the principle that there are always people stronger than you and mountains beyond mountains. This cultivation world is vast, and there are many cultivators stronger than you. Yes, disciple will remember. Inside the cabin, Qin Feng was enjoying tea. With each sip of tea, a system voice would sound in your ear. Host is lying down, experience gained. Host is lying down, experience gained. Host. System, am I destined to spend my whole life like this? At my current cultivation speed, I'm afraid I'll die of old age before I even break through to the foundation establishment realm. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Feng asked a sad question, but his tone was completely indifferent. There's no way around it, once you drink a lot of tea, you lose your irritability. As the saying goes, tea nourishes the mind. What's meant to come will come, what's not meant to come shouldn't be forced. The host should learn to enjoy life. The system's voice came through at that moment, although it was a cold, mechanical voice, it carried a hint of languor. Seeing this, Qin Feng stopped talking and instead lay lazily on the armchair, sipped his tea, and then suddenly smiled. It's been a long time since I played the zither, today is the time to play a piece. As he spoke, Qin Feng took out the guhan that the system had rewarded him with. Let me think, what should I play today? That one, please. With both hands touching the zither, Qin Feng's demeanor suddenly changed. At this moment, he no longer looked like someone lying down, but a musician. A musician whose skill has reached perfection. He plucked the strings on the zither with both hands, and instantly a sense of desolation echoed throughout the courtyard. This is... Zhou Long, who was initially somewhat unconvinced, suddenly froze and stared blankly at the main house. Although the doors were closed, this could not stop the music from spreading. Master Xiang was also taken aback, but then he laughed. I've heard that my disciples' skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting have reached a high level. Longer, you've really struck gold this time. Zhou Long did not hear his master's words, for he had already entered a profound and mysterious state. Zhou Long only closed his eyes once, but when he opened them again, the scene in front of him was different from before. What was originally a small courtyard has now turned into a battlefield. Here it is. Just as Zhou Long hesitated, even considering using his spiritual power to break through the scene, he was astonished to discover that my spiritual power has vanished. Zhou Long's expression changed instantly, he was no longer as composed as before. Looking around with a grim expression, Zhou Long muttered to himself. Is this an illusion? Unfortunately, no one could answer Zhou Long's question. Rub. Suddenly, chilling music began to play, echoing around them. Seeing this, Zhou Long's expression turned even uglier. Where exactly is this place? Just then, the previously empty space in front of them suddenly changed. Countless soldiers with spears rushed towards him, and at this moment, the entire area was filled with only one word. Kill. For a moment, even Zhou Long seemed somewhat stunned. Because he too was stunned by this astonishing aura. Looking around in a panic, Zhou Long realized that he only had an iron sword by his side. Although he was still a little flustered, he still gripped the iron sword. At this moment, a group of soldiers was less than 100 meters away from him, and seeing this, Zhou Long became even more terrified. For a fleeting moment, he even considered surrendering and fleeing. After all, he's just an ordinary person now. But Zhou Long's pride prevented him from doing so. Looking coldly at what was in front of him, Zhou Long roared. I am a nascent soul realm cultivator, how could I fear a bunch of mortals like you? Since you want war, then let's fight. I have a sword called Fearless. Just as Zhou Long's sword was about to touch the soldiers, they suddenly turned into a black mist and disappeared. Standing beside Zhou Long, True Man Qiang looked completely bewildered and said, "Holy crap, another breakthrough." Chapter 6. Master Qiang was also surprised that his disciple Zhou Long had not only broken through his cultivation level today, but also made a breakthrough in the way of the sword. For a moment, all he felt was joy, and he looked at Qin Feng's house. Master Qiang was no fool. He naturally understood that the reason his disciple Zhou Long was able to break through one after another was all related to his disciple Qin Feng. The sword marks on the wall and the music just now were both created by Qin Feng. At this moment, True Man Qiang became increasingly joyful. It's one thing to have such great strength and talent, but I never expected to be able to help my junior brother break through. It seems that making Feng the holy son of the 10,000 immortals sect was indeed a good choice. Realizing his own brilliance, Master Qiang became even more delighted. At this moment, Zhou Long had just managed to maintain his cultivation level. After exhaling another breath of turbid air, Zhou Long's face showed disbelief. "Did my sword energy break through just now?" As he spoke, Zhou Long even reached out to try it out, and suddenly a small sword made of spiritual energy appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, Zhou Long's breathing became rapid. "By transforming my spirit into a sword, my swordsmanship has truly broken through." Zhou Long was truly stunned. He only came to cause trouble because he was angry that the 10,000 Immortals sect had abolished his position as the senior disciple. But who would have thought that he, who came to cause trouble, would be able to break through 2 realms in succession? For a moment, Zhou Long really didn't know what to say. Although he was extremely proud and aloof, it was precisely because of this that he valued gratitude more than ordinary people. Zhou Long understood that his breakthrough of 2 realms was entirely due to his senior brother Qin Feng, whom he had not yet met. "Although I'm very grateful to Qin Feng, but..." Zhou Long's purpose this time is to cause trouble for Qin Feng. Zhou Long fell silent. Seeing this, Master Qiang chuckled inwardly but outwardly spoke. "Zhou Long, your new senior brother Qin Feng has only been cultivating for less than a year, so his cultivation level may not be as high as yours, but you must not bully him." After glancing at the house, Zhou Long felt extremely conflicted. At that moment, he no longer had any intention of causing trouble. But Master Qiang changed the subject and then spoke again. "Your senior brother's talent far surpasses yours. I believe that in just a few years, he will truly become a pillar of the myriad immortals sect." Forward. Zhou Long glanced at Master Qiang and saw that his partner was still excitedly praising Qin Feng. Zhou Long didn't know what to say. "Master, is it really appropriate for you to praise another disciple in front of your own disciple?" Just as Zhou Long was wondering how to face his senior brother, the voice of True Man Qiang, filled with surprise, suddenly came from beside him. "Longer, come quickly and pay your respects to your senior brother." "Ah!" Zhou Long looked up and saw an incredibly handsome young man standing in front of him. This young man had striking eyebrows and bright eyes, with red lips and white teeth. He was incredibly handsome, and although he looked only 15 or 16 years old, he gave off a very calm and composed feeling. But what intrigues people most is his temperament. His demeanor is so free and easy. Just standing still gives people the feeling of being a celestial being. In the south dwells a celestial being, standing alone and carefree. I'm talking about the person right in front of me. Although Zhou Long had only been cultivating for a few years, he boasted that he had seen many grand occasions and countless geniuses. However, Zhou Long froze on the spot when he saw Qin Feng for the first time. So handsome. Upon seeing this, Master Qiang was even more impressed with his own ability to judge people. "Zhou Long, pay your respects to your senior brother." Hearing this, Zhou Long, though filled with extremely complex emotions, still spoke. "Greetings, senior brother Qin Feng." "Hello, hello." Looking at the man in front of him who was even older than himself, Qin Feng scratched his head, looking somewhat at a loss. Looking at the ever-smiling Master Xiang beside him, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. "Old man, who is this person?" "He was a disciple I took in before, and also the previous senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect, but you can just call him junior brother from now on." Seeing this, Qin Feng remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he began to curse. "Damn it, wasn't the previous senior brother a nascent soul cultivator? I stole his senior brother's position. If he dared to attack me, wouldn't I be dead on the spot?" However, with the old man from the Crimson Sun still around, Zhou Long probably wouldn't be so arrogant. Holding on to the fine qualities of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, Qin Feng smiled sheepishly and said, "Hello, junior brother Zhou Long." Upon hearing this, Zhou Long's face darkened. Although he had already made up his mind to accept Qin Feng, he still felt resentful when he heard Qin Feng call him junior brother. A wisp of spiritual energy involuntarily surged from his body and rushed towards Qin Feng. Even True Man Xiang didn't react immediately. "You unfilial disciple, what are you doing?" When he realized it, True Man Xiang was also shocked and tried to use his own spiritual power to block Zhou Long's spiritual power. Unfortunately, it was too late. The spiritual energy has entered Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng froze on the spot, his face turning deathly pale. Zhou Long finally realized what was happening, but he looked completely innocent. This is the spiritual power erupting from his body, he has no control over it at all. "Master, I really didn't mean to just now." Just as Zhou Long was about to explain, the scene in front of him made him freeze in place. Suddenly, a harmonious cry of dragon and phoenix echoed from the sky, and a dragon and phoenix, larger than a small mountain, appeared above the Wangxian sect. As the dragon and phoenix appeared, the entire sky above the myriad immortal sect turned purple. But the purple clouds carried a murderous aura. At this moment, a huge human face appeared faintly in the sky, like a celestial being. However, the immortal was no longer as serene as before. At this moment, he opened his eyes, exuding an imposing aura without anger. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was standing frozen in place, moved without any wind, causing his robes to rustle faintly. Extraordinary phenomena appeared in the heavens and earth, with dragons and phoenixes bringing good fortune, purple clouds rising from the east, and immortals descending to earth, moving without wind. Because of a trace of spiritual power from Zhou Long, all of Qin Feng's strange phenomena were activated at this moment. Zhou Long froze on the spot, a sense of fear rising in his heart. It should be noted that while his strength may not be invincible, he is certainly among the best of his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the #1 sect in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that, given time to grow, Zhou Long will definitely be able to withstand the tribulation and become an immortal. Yet even such a genius felt fear at this moment. Only now does Zhou Long truly understand Qin Feng's terrifying talent. Which of these extraordinary celestial phenomena wasn't something he had been observing from afar? Seeing this, although True Man Xiang was also surprised that Qin Feng's celestial phenomena had increased again, he still said coldly to Zhou Long, "Wake up!" At this moment, Zhou Long, who had been terrified, suddenly woke up, touching his face covered in cold sweat. Zhou Long said in surprise, "What just happened to me? If it weren't for me just now, you would have already fallen into demonic possession." Chapter 7. A true man should stand tall between heaven and earth. How could he possibly be afraid because of the terrifying talent of others? Even if your junior brother has unparalleled talent, you should not be afraid of him. If he has unparalleled talent, then you should cultivate diligently. Master Xiang was truly exasperated. He had just praised Zhou Long for breaking through 2 realms in succession, but now he had been proven wrong. Zhou Long really has a bad mindset. We still need to practice. Upon hearing his master's words, Zhou Long also knelt on the ground, his face filled with remorse. "Thank you for reminding me, Master. If it weren't for you, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. It was all because I was jealous of my senior brother just now. I will go to the cliff of repentance to repent. Once my senior brother wakes up, I will definitely apologize to him in person." As he spoke, Zhou Long even took off his storage ring to erase his mental imprint. "Master, this is my apology gift to my eldest brother. Please make sure he accepts it when he wakes up." After saying that, Zhou Long chose to leave. Although Zhou Long was arrogant, he was also a reasonable person. He finally understood why Qin Feng became the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and even the Holy Sun. Looking across the world, let alone the 4 extraordinary phenomena, how many cultivators can even release one extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth? I believe that under Qin Feng's leadership, the myriad Immortals sect will definitely become even stronger. Only then did Zhou Long truly admire Qin Feng. He was initially just upset that a newcomer had taken the position of senior brother, but now that he's convinced, there's no need for him to make unreasonable demands. Watching Zhou Long leave, True Man Jiang simply sighed, then continued to use his spiritual power to repair Qin Feng's body. At this moment, Master Xiang's expression turned strange. Why can't I sense Feng'er's cultivation level? Could it be that Feng'er's strength has reached a level that even I can't detect? This shouldn't be. My current strength has reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm. Looking around the world, apart from the pseudo-immortal realm, what is there that I can't detect? But why can't I sense Feng'er's strength? For a moment, even the Crimson Sun Immortal didn't know what to say. From beginning to end, he never underestimated Qin Feng's strength. Because Master Xiang had already taken it for granted that Qin Feng was extremely strong. Cough cough. At this moment, Qin Feng slowly woke up, but as soon as he woke up, he jumped up. Seeing that only true immortal Xiang was around, Qin Feng didn't hold back and roared. "Damn it, that damned old man Xiang! I told you I wouldn't be the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, but you forced me to be. Now look what happened, that guy almost killed me. I've never had any deep-seated grudge against you, so why did you try to harm me?" As he said this, Qin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his face. Being the senior disciple is far too dangerous. Qin Feng is just a minor qi refining cultivator, how could he possibly shoulder such a great responsibility? Since I've already gotten the salty fish system, I might as well just be a salty fish and be a salty fish. Seeing Qin Feng's unwavering resolve, Master Xiang chuckled softly. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng also became wary. "Let me tell you, old man Xiang, don't try any tricks on me. When you took me as your disciple, we agreed that you wouldn't interfere with my life, and I could do whatever I wanted in the 10,000 Immortals sect. I'll be honest with you today. My cultivation level is only the 6th level of qi refining, don't you believe me? And I'm also telling you, from today onwards, even if you kill me, I will never become the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect." In order to survive, Qin Feng even revealed his true strength. "There's no other way. If I don't reveal my identity, I won't be able to bring myself to do it when I die." To everyone's surprise, Master Xiang still smiled and nodded, saying, "Fine, fine, I won't make you the senior brother anymore." "Hey? Really?" Seeing that Master Xiang was being so agreeable, Qin Feng was skeptical. At this moment, True Man Xiang, like a cunning fox, smiled and said, "That's right. You're no longer the senior brother, you'll be the holy son of my 10,000 Immortals sect from now on." Qin Feng. What the hell is this holy son thing? After true immortal Xiang honestly explained the story of the holy son of the myriad Immortals sect to Qin Feng's expression gradually changed from hesitation to horror. He was still standing there, stunned. Because Qin Feng's little brain simply can't process that much information in such a short time. Seeing this, Master Xiang stopped talking and instead went into Qin Feng's room, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped it. Sipping the tea, Master Xiang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but become engrossed. As expected of the top-grade Tianlong Kui, which is produced in only 100 catties a year, it is indeed delicious. It's a pity I don't know why there's so much top-grade heavenly dragon jade in this wind. Looking at the cup, even though Master Xiang had seen it many times before, he still drank it as if it were tea, and couldn't help but sigh. And this cup is actually made of celestial silkworm gold. Tea left in this cup will never get cold, even after thousands of years. It's a pity that what was once a treasured artifact for refining weapons is now just something Fenger uses for drinking tea. Qin Feng. How dare you call yourself a qi refining cultivator? You're kidding me. At this moment, True Man Xiang was drinking Qin Feng's tea one sip after another. This top-grade heavenly dragon jade was unlike any other, even though he was a Mahayana cultivator, it could improve his physique. Such a precious thing, Master Xiang naturally had to drink his fill. Just as he was about to finish his pot of tea, Qin Feng walked in from outside with a worried look on his face and said, "Isn't it enough that I'm the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect? I don't want to be the Holy Sun." Unexpectedly, at this moment, True Man Xiang seized the initiative, gently shaking his head and laughing. "No. Why? Because Zhou Long has now become the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and there is no longer a position for the senior disciple, so you must become the Holy Sun." Hearing such a flawed reason, Qin Feng was also somewhat angry and said loudly, "On what grounds?" "Because I am the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect. And because I am also your master." Qin Feng was extremely frustrated and roared again. "Do you believe I'll go and report you to those grandfathers? You're bullying a child." At this moment, Master Xiang indeed spread his hands, feigning innocence, and said, "Go ahead, and I've also told you that this matter was decided by the several grand elders. If it weren't for them, I really wouldn't dare to appoint you as the Holy Sun on my own. I'd rather not become the Holy Sun, and I don't believe you can do anything to me." Qin Feng was genuinely angry. A dignified Mahayana realm cultivator and the sect leader of the number one sect in the world was actually cheating. This is... To everyone's surprise, Master Xiang simply waved his hands and then spoke. "My dear disciple, the purpose of my visit is to tell you something, not to discuss it with you. From this day forward, you are the Holy Son of the Myriad Immortals sect." Chapter 8. Seeing the shameless and scoundrel-like Xiang Zhenren, Qin Feng was truly angry. His body moved without wind again, and the other three strange phenomena were also stirring. After such a long period of exploration and discovery, Qin Feng realized that although his celestial phenomena did not cause any substantial harm, they were enough to intimidate his opponents. Etc. Feeling Qin Feng's clothes begin to rustle, Master Xiang was overjoyed. "I didn't sense any spiritual power emanating from him." This proves that Qin Feng was using the power of heaven and earth to manipulate the clothes on his body. This proves nothing now, and is even somewhat of a double-edged sword. But when Qin Feng becomes powerful in the future, wouldn't he be able to kill the opponent without them even realizing it? After all, cultivators rely on spiritual power to fight. It's not that there are no cultivators who rely on the power of heaven and earth to fight, but they are extremely rare. For a time, Master Xiang valued Qin Feng's talent even more. "Qin Feng, you still dare to call yourself a qi refining cultivator? Nobody believes that now." Unfortunately, even until his death, Master Xiang would never realize that Qin Feng's celestial phenomena, which moved without wind, truly only affected him. "What are you going to do now?" Qin Feng was truly speechless. What was this Xiang Zhenren up to now? How can he not be scared? If he doesn't get scared or give in soon, he'll be exposed. After all, dragons, phoenixes, and immortals are only visually impressive and intimidating, they don't actually cause any real harm. At this moment, True Man Qiang chuckled and then slowly took out a shield from his storage ring. He activated the incantation, and the barrier suddenly enveloped him. At this moment, True Man Qiang finally spoke. Bring it on. His shield is a heaven-level defensive weapon, even a strike from an immortal cannot break it. Master Qiang simply didn't believe that Qin Feng's strength was greater than that of an immortal. Qin Feng. At this moment, Master Qiang still seemed uneasy, so he took out a heaven-level defensive weapon from his storage ring and covered himself with it. Qin Feng. It's not that bad. Oh, right, let's put this matter of the Holy Sun aside for now. There's something else I forgot to tell you. At this moment, Master Qiang seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. In addition, when I visited a friend a few months ago, I arranged a marriage for you. The other party is the Holy Maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land. Although her strength is not high, she has reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. She is a well-known genius in the world. As far as I know, she will come to the Myriad Immortals sect to find you in 3 days. Your fiancé enjoys fighting, so she'll inevitably challenge you eventually. But don't worry, Fenger, I've already told her about your training schedule. Once you reach the nascent soul realm, she won't challenge you. So, Fenger, have you reached the nascent soul realm? Since Qin Feng has already been offended, Master Qiang doesn't mind offending him a little more. Seeing Qin Feng standing there dumbfounded, true immortal Qiang remained silent. Instead, he took out another heaven-level defensive weapon from his storage ring. At this moment, Qin Feng was stunned. Did she find herself a marriage partner? The Holy Maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land has already reached the nascent soul realm. And he even likes fighting. As long as my strength reaches the nascent soul realm, I'll be fine. But damn it, my current cultivation level is only at the 6th level of Qi refining. The key information automatically extracted from his mind caused Qin Feng to break down. The strange phenomena surrounding him suddenly vanished. Qin Feng, filled with grief and indignation, looked at the rather dashing old man, Master Qiang, before him. Qin Feng suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and said, Master! I'm kneeling before you. We have no past grudges. I admit I didn't respect you much before and often called you old man, but that doesn't give you a reason to kill me, does it? My strength is only at the Qi refining stage. And you've found me a fiancé at the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing Qin Feng suddenly kneel on the ground and call him master, even Qi Yang Zhenren was moved to tears. After putting away the 3 heavenly grade defensive weapons, true immortal Qiang dragged Qin Feng up, tears streaming down his face, and said, My disciple, can you please stop hiding your talents? You can hide it from others, but you can never hide it from your master. Today it's just the 2 of us, so you should honestly tell your master. Just how high has your cultivation level reached? I feel that even if you're not at the nascent soul stage, you're at least at the late nascent soul stage. Qin Feng. I might as well just die. I just wanted to be a carefree person, why should I have to go through all the things that strong people should go through? Seeing that Qin Feng was still hiding his strength, Master Qiang suddenly spoke up. Anyway, I've already arranged the marriage for you. It's your business if you don't agree. She will come to see you in 3 days. If you still don't agree to the marriage when you see her then you can go and tell her yourself. You. Looking at the Qiang Zhenren who resembled a thug, Qin Feng really wanted to spit a mouthful of salt water at him. After saying all this, Master Qiang seemed worried that Qin Feng would lose his temper, so he quickly made an excuse, threw the apology gift Zhou Long had given him on the table, and made a hasty escape. Seeing this, Qin Feng silently marked the storage ring Zhou Long had given him. Looking at the massive amount of cultivation resources inside, Qin Feng gasped in astonishment. This Zhou Long, he's really got some big money to spare. Originally, they thought Zhou Long was just offering a casual apology and a small gift, but who would have thought the other party would go to such lengths? For a time, Qin Feng's opinion of Zhou Long changed. However, Qin Feng was unaware that Zhou Long's resources were actually intended for the myriad immortal sect, but he ended up acquiring them. However, his expression changed, and Qin Feng murmured again. But what's the use of having so many resources? At most, it'll only be enough for me to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Just as Qin Feng was feeling melancholy, the system, not one to shy away from stirring things up, spoke up. Mission initiated. The world of cultivation is fraught with danger. A fiancé at the nascent soul stage? That would surely mean she'd kill me. He personally rejected the marriage proposal from Zhu Yeyu, the holy maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land. Reward, unlocks 10% increase in the host's cultivation speed. Mission initiated. The holy son of the number one sect in the world? Isn't that a sitting duck? No way. Reject the title of holy son of the 10,000 immortal sect by appealing to emotions and reasoning with them. Reward, unlocks 50% of the host's cultivation speed. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly froze on the spot. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the two missions that suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 9. Open the Properties panel. With Qin Feng's command, a string of numbers suddenly appeared in front of them. Host, Qin Feng. Age, 16 years old. Talent, absolutely no talent. Special skills, mastery of all 4 skills, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Alchemy skill, max level. Refining skill, max level. Formation technique, max level. Talisman technique, max level. Fishing skills, maxed out. Weapon, none available. Martial arts skills, none available. Looking at his long list of special skills, even Qin Feng was speechless. The embarrassing thing is that he learned all these skills on his own. Qin Feng had no choice. He was just a nobody, lacking talent and only able to rely on miraculous elixirs. Moreover, Qin Feng discovered that even when he took drugs, he could only do so for 1 or 2 hours a day. If I keep taking drugs, no matter how much I take, I won't be able to improve my cultivation level. Even the heavens wouldn't allow him to cultivate. That's why he chose to lie down. As for these special skills, they were just little tricks that Qin Feng tinkered with when he was tired of lying down and had nothing else to do. However, they all ended up reaching the maximum level by some twist of fate. However, after hearing the system's words, Qin Feng felt the joy of being able to cultivate. Looking at his talent, which he had absolutely no talent for, Qin Feng said softly. System, does unlocking the talent mean I can train for more time in the future? Yes. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Since the system had already told him to refuse the positions of Holy Maiden's fiancé and Holy Son, then it was no longer his business. In high spirits, Qin Feng walked out of the room. He quickly calculated that today was the grand day for the myriad immortal sect to recruit disciples. Qin Feng smiled and said, Today is a big day for the 10,000 immortal sect, let's go out and have a look around. Since those cultivators want to become disciples of the myriad immortal sect, let them experience the difficulty of the selection process beforehand. There was one more thing Qin Feng didn't say. Since the sect leader of the 10,000 immortal sect dared to make things difficult for him, what was wrong with him making things difficult for future disciples of the 10,000 immortal sect? Looking at the little black dog lying at the door, Qin Feng said softly. Gozheng, let's go out and find some fun. Although Go Sheng was feeling a bit bloated from absorbing Qin Feng's extraordinary phenomena, it still followed behind Qin Feng with a joyful expression upon hearing his words. Where should we go for fun? Go and see the selection of disciples by the 10,000 immortal sect. Qin Feng wasn't surprised that Gozheng could talk. This is the world of cultivation, where anything is possible. A person and a dog walked briskly toward the Wangxian sect's selection hall. This trip will last for 2 days. It's not that Qin Feng and Go Sheng are slow, it's just that the Wangxian sect is really too big. Even though Qin Feng's strength had reached the 6th level of Qi refining, which could be described as covering 10 meters per second, it still took him 2 days to reach the selection hall. This was the result of one person and one dog traveling non-stop. After walking for 2 days, Go Sheng was getting a little impatient. I want to fly with Qin Feng, so that we can reach our destination in less than half an hour. However, Qin Feng declined, arguing that cultivators should be grounded in reality. Qin Feng didn't want to be looked down upon by a dog. For this reason, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Goes hung. Your understanding is still insufficient. Why do humans and demons have legs? It's because the great Dao of heaven doesn't want us to be too arrogant. Sometimes, being down to earth can help you understand profound truths. Qin Feng only said that to avoid being looked down upon by Go Sheng, but Go Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Only by being down to earth can one achieve great things. Sensing the sudden change in Go Sheng's demeanor, Qin Feng's expression also became very complicated. He asked cautiously. You broke through. Go Sheng did indeed bow to himself at this moment, but his tone remained as usual. It's just that I've recovered some of my strength. Qin Feng. Damn it, it actually tricked me. Looking at Go Sheng, whose expression remained unchanged, Qin Feng felt even more emotional. I'm the one who made the argument, so why don't I get any benefit from it? That's not fair. At this moment, Go Sheng snapped his fingers, and the scene of the man and the dog suddenly changed. Looking around, Qin Feng suddenly murmured. This is the selection hall of the Myriad Immortals sect. Right. Go Sheng nodded, then said calmly. Master, I have understood all the principles you were meant to teach me, so we don't need to walk. Qin Feng. What the hell am I supposed to say? I really didn't mean to make you understand some profound truth. I was just saying it casually. Although it's quite frustrating, Qin Feng is also a carefree person. Now that we've arrived at the selection hall, let's see what the announcement is. Although 3 days have passed, the number of cultivators who have come to the Myriad Immortals sect to participate in the selection is still as large as ever. The selection of disciples by the Wangxian sect is a grand event, so each selection process lasts for about 10 days. The daily foot traffic is basically over 100,000. Unfortunately, it's rare enough for even one cultivator to be truly selected as a disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect in a single day. Seeing some of the cultivators who hadn't been selected lying dejectedly in the audience seats, Qin Feng sat down next to them with a cheerful smile. At this moment, a group of disciples who had not been selected were chatting idly. My God! Why is the selection process of the Myriad Immortals sect so rigorous? Each of the 3 tests is so difficult, testing perseverance, talent, and Dao heart. Is it really possible for anyone to pass all of these tests? No wonder the Myriad Immortals sect is the #1 sect in the world. With such rigorous tests to keep us in check and to recruit all the genius cultivators in the world, how could the Myriad Immortals sect not be powerful? Sigh, even becoming a mere outer disciple is this difficult. Imagine how difficult it would be to become an inner disciple, a core disciple, or even the legendary #1 disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, senior brother. Cultivators of that level are beyond our discussion, their talent must be unparalleled geniuses. Breaking through more than 10 realms a year is quite common. Listening to the group of cultivators complaining, Qin Feng was beaming with joy. Oh dear, please stop praising me. It'll just make me arrogant. Actually, becoming the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect isn't that difficult. You don't need to be a prodigy, nor do you need to break through more than 10 realms in a year. All you need is to be handsome and have the talent to reach the Qi refining realm. Yes, of course, being handsome is the key. Seeing Qin Feng's joyful face, some disciples asked curiously. Could this young man also be one of those who failed to be selected? That can't be. This young man is so handsome, he must be exceptionally talented too, how could he have been eliminated? Actually, it's normal to be eliminated, after all, the test of the 10,000 Immortals sect is not something that humans can pass. Chapter 10. Hearing a group of people turn around and praise him, Qin Feng quickly declined. Not at all, I'm just a qi refining cultivator. Young man, you jest. Seeing Qin Feng's humility, the other cultivators clearly didn't believe him and went on to praise him. Although Qin Feng declined, he still looked delighted. Who doesn't like to hear others praise them? Especially considering that Qin Feng's strength was only at the qi refining stage, being praised by a group of foundation establishment stage cultivators made Qin Feng a little arrogant. While everyone was praising each other and boasting, several cultivators who had already passed 2 tests of the 10,000 Immortals sect and were only missing the Dao heart test looked at them with disdain. A cultivator who can't even pass the test of the 10,000 Immortals sect, I'm just wondering, what right do you have to laugh? How dare someone like that stay in the myriad Immortals sect? If I can't even pass one test, I'd probably just hang myself. Sigh, don't even mention it. They don't even qualify to become disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. They're incomparable to us. 100 years from now, they'll probably all be nothing but bones, while we'll still be pursuing a carefree life. Although their strength was roughly at the foundation establishment stage, those who were eliminated couldn't even pass one test, while they were able to pass 2 tests, which was enough to prove their strength. Indeed, barring any special circumstances, their strength is indeed somewhat greater than that of the eliminated cultivators. This gap will become more and more obvious in the future, it just isn't apparent now. However, this is not a reason for them to provoke and insult these cultivators. Upon hearing these words, hundreds of cultivators glared at them angrily. If you have the guts, say what you just said again. Damn it, don't think you can be proud just because you passed 2 tests. The most difficult test for the myriad Immortals sect is the 3rd test, the Dao heart test. Whether you pass it or not is another matter, but don't talk about us here. That's right. If you also fail to pass the 3rd stage, then you'll be just like us, eliminated. You want to insult us? Fine, but you'd better consider your current status. The cultivators who were not selected were not without illustrious backgrounds, some even came from renowned and powerful cultivation families. So even if they lose the election, they have nothing to fear. If these people in front of us had truly become disciples of the myriad Immortals sect, then insulting them would be one thing. But they haven't become disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect yet, they still need to pass one more test. What are they so arrogant about? Qin Feng was stunned to see the cultivators about to start fighting. How did they start arguing? The cultivators these days, their mental state is still lacking. However, precisely because of this, Qin Feng also got to watch a rare good show. Let everyone argue however they want, wouldn't it be wonderful for him to just watch the show from the sidelines? To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng wasn't enjoying the show either. At that moment, a cultivator who wasn't ugly but certainly not good-looking mocked him. You still have the nerve to laugh. Qin Feng froze on the spot. Me? Why can't I laugh? Look at you, you've already lost the election and you still have the nerve to laugh? Where's your face? Did we cultivators come to the myriad Immortals sect to play around? Everyone is nervously preparing for this test, and you actually brought a dog. And it's just an ordinary dog with no spiritual power at all. So what if you're handsome? Let me tell you, the myriad Immortals sect doesn't need handsome guys, it needs strong people. This young man is so handsome, he should be a young master in a brothel, not standing here. Perhaps it was because Qin Feng was too handsome, but as soon as one of them spoke, the other cultivators also began to insult Qin Feng. There's no way around it, women are jealous of beautiful women, and men are naturally jealous of men who are more handsome than themselves. Qin Feng was envied simply because he was too handsome. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded by the group's sarcastic remarks. I'm just watching the show, how come you're all focusing your attention on me? And another thing, I'm already the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and you guys are saying I failed to be selected. Is this really a good idea? Actually, I wasn't even selected. And there are also younger brothers. Do you realize that saying this could lead to your immediate disqualification? Qin Feng is, after all, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Eliminating a few disciples is as easy as playing around with him. Seeing that these cultivators dared to speak ill of Qin Feng, whether out of a desire for fairness or to vent their resentment, a group of rejected cultivators coldly said. They're just jealous of our little brother's good looks. What's wrong with having a dog? Let me tell you, you're not even as pleasing to the eye as this dog. Ha, you envy others for being handsome? Then go get plastic surgery. Swallow a youth-preserving pill and everything will be solved. What are you so sour about? You probably can't afford a youth-preserving pill, can you? Let me tell you, you bunch of people who came down from the heavens and now face the earth. You might never find a deist partner in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, the cultivators became indignant again. The two immediately started arguing. At this point, the vast area was clearly divided into two groups. One group consisted of those who had already been eliminated, and the other group consisted of those who had not yet been eliminated. Qin Feng is still unsure which group he belongs to. Before he could even speak, the two groups were about to start fighting. Qin Feng worried that if he spoke up, the two groups would probably end up fighting each other. More importantly, these people have all reached the foundation establishment stage, while he is only a Qi refining stage cultivator. Well, I wouldn't say I'm afraid to fight, it's just that I can't win and I'm worried about getting accidentally injured. At this point, the two groups were truly at loggerheads, and what's even more bizarre is that, because of Qin Feng, they've forgotten the reason they were arguing in the first place. Now they're just arguing about Qin Feng's looks. At this moment, it was still the same cultivator who had initially insulted Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng smiling to the side, this disciple suddenly raised his sword at Qin Feng and let out a cold roar. Damn it, you're still laughing? Let me tell you, you'll never be able to enter the Myriad Immortals sect in this lifetime. You'll only ever be an ordinary cultivator in your entire life. Qin Feng? I just smiled and thought, how did this become my problem again? This has happened twice already, and both times it was you. That's too much. Does being handsome mean you should be criticized? And ordinary cultivators, those are also beings I greatly look forward to. I can't even cultivate on my own. The last time he insulted Qin Feng was already excessive. This time, not only did he insult Qin Feng, he actually attacked him. The other cultivators were clearly caught off guard and could only watch as this cultivator attacked Qin Feng. Feeling the astonishing aura of the Foundation Establishment realm, Qin Feng was stunned on the spot. Chapter 11. Seeing Qin Feng standing there in a daze, the cultivator was also very excited. Sure enough, he made the right bet. As the saying goes, you should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze, and Li Wu chose Qin Feng, the softest persimmon. Qin Feng is so young, he's betting that when it comes to fighting, Qin Feng's strength is also the weakest. Although I don't know why we started fighting, but right now, none of that matters. Li Wu believed that as long as he attacked Qin Feng, the other cultivators would definitely start fighting as well, and then there would be no need to investigate who was right and who was wrong. Of course, Li Wu did not intend to kill Qin Feng. He only wanted to defeat Qin Feng with one sword so that other cultivators would not dare to attack him. With this in mind, he unleashed his full power without reservation. However, just as the sword was about to pierce Qin Feng, Li Wu froze on the spot. It wasn't that he was holding back, it was just that the scene before him forced him to stop. Dragon, a giant dragon. Phoenix, a phoenix. As he stammered out a few words, Li Wu was suddenly covered in sweat, which poured down his face like rain. Because at this moment, behind Qin Feng, a dragon several thousand meters long or even longer, and a phoenix large enough to blot out the sky appeared in front of him. Both divine beasts looked at Li Wu with murderous intent. Upon seeing that Li Wu was still holding a sword, the dragon let out a deep roar. At this moment, the entire selection hall of the myriad immortals sect could feel the intense dragon's might. A dragon-type demon beast dares to cause trouble at the myriad immortals sect. A group of elders who had been smiling suddenly turned serious and rushed out of the selection hall. But when they saw a familiar figure while holding weapons, the elders all smiled. After putting away their weapons, all the elders looked at one of them with satisfaction and said, "I never expected these cultivators to be so lucky as to witness the extraordinary celestial phenomenon of the 10,000 Immortals sect's senior brother. Speaking of which, Feng'er's strength is becoming more and more terrifying. Even I, who am at the integration realm, can't tell what level of cultivation he has reached. It is a blessing for my Wangxian sect to have such a powerful genius. Have you heard? The previous senior brother, Zhou Long, went to cause trouble for Feng'er today without the sect leader's permission. And what happened? Now she's repenting at the cliff of repentance. This is enough to prove Feng'er's position in the sect leader's heart. Sigh, they actually managed to see the celestial phenomenon of the wind, they really hit the jackpot. Give the order to stop those cultivators from taking the test, call them all over, and let them see the power of my 10,000 Immortals sect's senior brother. Also, call all the outer disciples over here. It seems they haven't seen my 10,000 Immortals sect's senior brother before. Yes. Although the elders all smiled, the scene wasn't actually very funny. The reason is simply that the dragon's might from Qin Feng's celestial phenomenon was too strong. These cultivators were all renowned geniuses, but they had never seen anything like this before. Li Wu, in particular, who had been scolded by the dragon, couldn't help but throw down his weapon. With a ding-dong sound, he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, everyone smelled a foul, sour odor. Without a doubt, Li Wu must have wet himself in fear. But at this moment, no one dared to laugh at Li Wu. They were kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with fear. If a single dragon can instill such fear in everyone, imagine what it would be like to have a phoenix also eyeing them menacingly. Seeing the two enormous divine beasts, everyone suppressed their fear, and then knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly to Qin Feng. We were wrong. We know we were wrong, please, Your Excellency, take back the divine beast. In the world of cultivation, lower-level cultivators usually address higher-level cultivators as venerable ones. Unfortunately, Qin Feng showed no reaction at all. He was staring into the distance, as if he was pondering something. Qin Feng may be right in what he's thinking, but the group of cultivators are having a hard time. The auspicious dragon and phoenix symbolize good fortune, but this has turned into a dragon and phoenix in a rage, which is something that ordinary people cannot tolerate. Although Qin Feng's cultivation level is only at the qi refining stage, his celestial phenomena can ignore cultivation level. Even true Man Qiang was tricked by Qin Feng back then. Everyone was gripped by fear, but Go Sheng was overjoyed. Seeing the enraged dragon and phoenix phenomena, Go Sheng opened his blood-red maw and devoured a large number of these phenomena. Although Go Sheng devoured things very quickly, it was nothing compared to the dragons and phoenixes that could easily stretch for thousands of meters. At this moment, the outer disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect and a group of cultivators who participated in the test also came out of the room and looked at the dragon and phoenix phenomenon in disbelief. Are these the legendary dragons and phoenixes? The myriad Immortals sect truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 sect in the world. They actually keep such terrifying exotic beasts. No, these two strange beasts aren't real. They're celestial phenomena. How is this possible? Whose talent is so terrifying that they can summon dragons and phoenixes as a phenomenon? The disciples were also very hesitant at this moment, but their eyes were all fixed on the only man standing under the dragon and phoenix. Could this be the celestial phenomenon summoned by this person? With such a terrifying celestial phenomenon, this fellow deist must be extremely powerful. I feel he's at least at the nascent soul realm. Who is he? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? He seems so familiar. Our 10,000 Immortals sect's senior brother has changed. The current senior brother is a handsome and dashing young man. I heard that he has great talent and can summon celestial phenomena. Could this person be our senior brother? That shouldn't be the case. Why is our senior brother here in the outer sect instead of cultivating in the core disciple area? Seeing the group of disciples and cultivators discussing amongst themselves, one of the law enforcement elders snorted coldly. A bunch of good-for-nothings, why don't you pay your respects to your senior brother? As he spoke, the aura of this enforcement elder, who was at the nascent soul stage, was unleashed without reservation. The disciples, who hadn't reacted at first, only felt a sudden weight on their bodies and involuntarily knelt down. Although they were kneeling on the ground, the disciples' faces showed shock. Elder, you're saying this person is our 10,000 Immortals sect's senior brother? Although I have never met the senior brother, I feel that the senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect should be like this. His strength and talent are unparalleled in the world, and even his appearance is that of a first-class immortal. Now that you mention it, I also feel that this person must be our senior brother. Upon hearing these disciples' words, the group of disciples who had not yet become members of the 10,000 Immortals sect were stunned. They all knelt on the ground, looking at Qin Feng with respect. He's actually the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. I actually insulted my senior brother. I deserve to die. Everyone looked respectful, especially the group of cultivators who had previously cursed Qin Feng. Now, they did nothing but kowtow. Especially Li Wu, who had already wet his pants, felt as if his mind was in complete chaos. Sweat poured out of his body instantly. Looking at the handsome Qin Feng, the disciple suddenly smiled, then his face went blank. Abba Abba. Chapter 12. The pressure from Qin Feng's status as the senior disciple was simply too great. For a moment, he even suffered a mental breakdown. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to this little incident. At this moment, the only woman present who was not an elder but did not kneel looked at Qin Feng, who was in a daze, and suddenly chuckled. Then, she walked step by step through the crowd toward Qin Feng. Although the elders saw this, they said nothing. It seems that it's because the elders know her identity. The elders' imposing aura did not ignore anyone. Everyone, including Qin Feng, felt the pressure. At this moment, everyone knelt down. Aside from those who were kowtowing, the rest of the people looked at Qin Feng with respect. Although they knelt down, Qin Feng didn't want to kneel down. The elder's aura wasn't particularly strong. His purpose was simply to make these cultivators and outer disciples of the myriad Immortals sect kneel down. The elder's goal was to have everyone pay homage to the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Therefore, any cultivator whose strength reaches the nascent soul realm can withstand the elder's pressure. However, Qin Feng's strength is only at the qi refining stage. In truth, this was all because the elder mistakenly believed that Qin Feng was too strong and that Qin Feng could withstand his pressure. In their eyes, Qin Feng's strength must be at least at the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, Qin Feng is not. But as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Qin Feng naturally didn't want to lose face. The elder's intention was to instill a sense of awe in his disciples, if he were to kneel again. The scene was so beautiful that Qin Feng couldn't even imagine it. So even though it was very frustrating, Qin Feng still had to resist the elder's pressure. The only skill Qin Feng can currently use is creating natural phenomena that don't cost him any money. Get involved in some extraordinary celestial phenomenon that costs nothing. Purple clouds rise from the east, dragons and phoenixes bring good fortune, immortals descend to earth, and things move without wind. The four strange phenomena on his body erupted again, directly protecting Qin Feng. Qin Feng finally felt that the annoying pressure was gone. His expression relaxed, but was that enough? Just as everyone was looking at Qin Feng with awe, both the dragon and the phoenix let out a roar that soared into the sky at this law enforcement elder. The harmonious sound of dragons and phoenixes is not just beautiful music, it can also be a deadly weapon. For example, right now, looking at the invisible but incredibly powerful waves of energy, the elder's expression suddenly changed drastically. He forcibly abandoned his aura, leaving behind a phantom image, while his true body broke through the void and left the original spot. When everyone saw the elder, his clothes had been turned into strips of cloth, and there were some bloodstains on his face. Even so, the elder in charge of law enforcement still looked delighted. Ha 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 ha, I never imagined that Feng'er's celestial phenomena had reached such a terrifying level, that others don't even have the right to infringe upon them. No wonder this phenomenon attacked me. At this moment, several elders teleported to his side and asked in confusion. Elder Wang, may I ask what level of strength Feng'er has reached? Even you were almost injured. Among everyone, only Elder Wang's strength had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, so he naturally had the most authority to speak. Without glancing at the elders around him, the enforcement elder still stared intently at Qin Feng. After a long while, he finally spoke. Unfathomable. Just watch, everyone. We're no longer needed. Feng'er can make countless disciples submit on her own. Seeing this, the elders fell silent, all looking with satisfaction at Qin Feng, who stood alone in the crowd, radiating brilliance. Unlike everyone else, there was a little black dog named Sheng, who was absorbing the strange phenomena of heaven and earth with his blood-red basin open. Go Sheng was practically laughing his head off. Good heavens! We really need to let Master go out more often. He's only been out for 2 days and he's already unleashed 2 complete celestial phenomena. Looks like I can recover a minor realm today. Is this move that makes the robes flutter even without wind also a celestial phenomenon? Although it's not very useful, it's perfect for showing off. After muttering to himself, Go Sheng continued to absorb the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. At this rate, he will be able to recover his peak strength in less than 3 years. Perhaps no one expected that Gozheng would be the ultimate winner. This is my senior brother from the Myriad Immortals sect. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he was able to injure an elder with just a celestial phenomenon. Senior brother, I love you. Damn it, I've finally found my purpose in life. From now on, I'm going to follow in the footsteps of this senior brother. I'm determined to take over the 10,000 Immortals sect. Damn it! Just for this senior brother, I'll be back for next year's disciple selection. I'm sticking with the Myriad Immortals sect for the rest of my life. Senior brother is awesome. Senior brother. At this moment, all the cultivators on the scene were looking at Qin Feng with burning eyes. What was originally a bit complicated language had now turned into Senior brother is mighty. The sight of hundreds of thousands of people chanting in unison was truly spectacular. Please be quiet. Just as everyone was shouting Senior brother Qin Feng put on an act. Qin Feng felt that if he didn't say something at this moment, he would be letting himself down and the wonderful atmosphere down. Upon hearing Qin Feng speak, everyone fell silent, their faces burning with anticipation as they looked at him. Seeing this, Qin Feng cleared his throat and then said softly. Apart from a small number of disciples of my Myriad Immortals sect, most of the cultivators present are probably not yet disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect. This is a regret, but also an encouragement, to encourage everyone to cultivate diligently. Since the Myriad Immortals sect is the #1 sect in the world, its selection test for disciples is naturally extremely rigorous. Without such rigorous testing, no geniuses could emerge, so please do not have any complaints about the Myriad Immortals sect. At the same time, don't think that entering the Myriad Immortals sect is something to be proud of. The disciples of the myriad immortals sect are divided into 3 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Even if you enter the myriad immortals sect, you will only be outer disciples at best. There are countless cultivators stronger than you who are working hard to cultivate. Arrogance will only harm you in the end. The reason why the myriad immortals sect has been able to stand firm is not only because of its overall strength, but most importantly because it knows what it's doing. We pursue the great Dao, not pointless battles. Finally, the path to immortality is long and arduous. I wish you all great success on your path to immortality. As the saying goes, in this life, there's always a time to show off. Although Qin Feng's strength is only at the minor Qi refining stage, he can remain calm and composed in front of countless foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. That is a skill. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the group of cultivators were energized and applauded enthusiastically. Some cultivators also lowered their heads, looking ashamed. However, without a doubt, even if they felt ashamed, they all took Qin Feng's words to heart. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and nodded. It's good that everyone can understand him. Being able to show off in front of hundreds of thousands of foundation establishment and golden core cultivators is not bad. Just then, a silvery voice suddenly came from all around. Well said. Qin Feng, I'm starting to get interested in you. Chapter 13. Who? Hearing the woman's voice, Qin Feng was also puzzled, but his puzzlement didn't last long before a pretty woman suddenly appeared in front of him. This woman was stunningly beautiful, with a face as smooth as swan's cream, lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, and a gaze as clear as autumn water. But what was most striking about her was not her looks, but the subtle yet powerful aura she exuded. Dressed in a black outfit, he not only showed off his figure to the fullest, but also revealed a hint of fighting spirit. Just one glance at the woman in front of him, and Qin Feng felt his body begin to tremble slightly. This made Qin Feng feel utterly ashamed of his body. He swore that he wouldn't have been afraid at all if his body hadn't been trembling. Just one glance at her and Qin Feng thought of Hua Mulan, a heroic figure from his past life. However, compared to Mulan, this valiant woman in front of her can fly and uses methods that can cause the heavens and earth to collapse. Just as Qin Feng was sizing her up, the woman began to walk towards him. Seeing this, Qin Feng cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Qin Feng was certain he had never seen this woman before, yet she was still walking towards him. Looking at such a beautiful woman, Qin Feng suddenly had a worst-case scenario flash through his mind. Could it be? In an instant, Qin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. The woman did not answer Qin Feng's question, she simply walked forward quietly. With each step she took, the woman's strength increased. Qi Refining Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Out-of-Body Realm. When the woman was only 10 steps away from Qin Feng, her full strength was revealed. Early stage of the Out-of-Body Realm. The woman was still looking at Qin Feng, but this time she finally said her name. My name is Zhu Yeyu. Sensing the power of the Nascent Soul Realm, the group of elders exclaimed in surprise. Early stage of the Nascent Soul Realm. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land is actually this powerful. In that case, she would be a good match for our Wangxian sect's senior brother. Well, although our Feng'er's strength has reached an unfathomable level, for a girl under 18 to reach that level must be exceptionally talented. This marriage is a good one. The group of elders clearly knew about the marriage arranged for Qin Feng by the sect leader, which is why they acted this way. That is why they will remain on the sidelines no matter what Zhu Yeyu does to Qin Feng. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators kneeling on the ground also looked at Zhu Yeyu with great confusion. Who is this girl? Why do I feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from her? As expected of the myriad immortals sect. It's full of powerful experts, even a pretty girl is a powerful venerable. Zhu Yeyu? Isn't that the holy maiden of the Yeyu Holy Land? My god! Why is she here? Although the Yeyu Holy Land can't compare to the myriad immortals sect, it's still a powerful cultivation holy land. My father said that the sect leader of the 10,000 immortals sect, true person Jiang, has some connection with the palace master of the Demon Moon Holy Land. Could it be that the grudges and feuds of the previous generation were not completely resolved, and thus continued into this generation? Hearing his disciple's words, Qin Feng's face instantly darkened. Damn it, my cheap master has this kind of relationship with the palace master of the Demon Moon Holy Land? Why didn't that old man tell me? His romantic escapades are actually going to make me take over. Damn it, it was all a setup. But now is not the time to care about so much. Looking at the dashing woman in front of him, Qin Feng's face darkened again. It really was her. Juyeyu, the sacred land of the Demon Moon. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Qin Feng did not sense her fragility at all. Qin Feng felt only boundless fighting spirit. This made Qin Feng's expression even more unpleasant. Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Feng asked softly. May I ask what brings Miss Yeyu here? It's for our wedding, and also to meet you, my fiancé. I've said it before, if I'm going to marry, I'll marry a peerless hero. Otherwise, what's wrong with remaining single for life? Zhu Yeyu licked her lips lightly and murmured. I heard from Master Xiang that your talent is unparalleled, truly exceptional. And today, it seems you are indeed very strong. With 4 kinds of strange phenomena occurring simultaneously, even I was unable to take another step forward and could only stand here. Qin Feng, in this respect, I am not as good as you. Oh, not at all, I just happened to summon some unusual celestial phenomena, that's all, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt much more at ease. So she couldn't move forward. In that case, as long as I keep the illusion active, wouldn't I be invincible? No, let's just keep this celestial phenomenon running, it doesn't cost anything anyway. Go Sheng was overjoyed. But, so what? However, just as Qin Feng and Go Sheng were overjoyed, Zhu Yeyu pulled another surprise. Suddenly, a bead appeared in his hand. He used his spiritual power to activate the bead, and it flew directly onto Zhu Yeyu's head. Looking at the bead, Qin Feng suddenly swallowed. I don't know why, but this bead just feels a bit strange. Zhu Yeyu said softly. This item is called the Heavenly Demon Pearl. It is the natal spirit pearl of the 9th level demon beast, the Heavenly Demon Sable. It can temporarily block the oppressive force of the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Qin Feng, you must have heard about me from Master Xiang. I love fighting. Since you are my fiancé, you must be stronger than me. Of course, I know you've only been cultivating for a year. Even if your talent is comparable to a prodigy, you're definitely not as strong as me. So I won't force you to defeat me. As long as you can withstand 3 of my punches, I'll agree to become your fiancé. As she spoke, Zhu Yeyu raised her fist and walked directly in front of Qin Feng. Holy crap, they're serious. Seeing that Zhu Yeyu could actually pass through his celestial phenomena, Qin Feng's face turned green. Taking out a talisman from his storage ring, Qin Feng shouted sternly. Secret technique, flash. Just as Zhu Yeyu was about to hit Qin Feng suddenly disappeared. The speed was so fast that even the strange phenomena of heaven and earth remained in place. Qin Feng, do you think you can escape? Seeing this, Zhu Yeyu became even more interested. A flute appeared in her hand, and Zhu Yeyu lightly touched her lips and began to play. At that moment, tens of thousands of people felt the wonderful music reverberating around them, and the cultivators listened with utter rapt attention. Zhu Yeyu suddenly laughed after playing the flute for less than 10 seconds. I've found you! After putting the flute back into her storage ring, Zhu Yeyu disappeared. As the holy maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land, she naturally possesses many strange and unusual magical treasures. Just as Zhu Yeyu disappeared, Qin Feng had already flown into the sky. Thinking that he had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and therefore could not fly. Taking out another hovering talisman and an acceleration talisman from his storage ring, Qin Feng spoke again. Secret technique hold, accelerate. At this moment, Qin Feng was finally able to stay in the air for a while. Looking at the dozen or so elders around him who were still watching the show, Qin Feng asked with a helpless expression. This holy maiden attacked our 10,000 immortal sect so brazenly, why didn't you stop her? At this moment, the usually dignified elder said with a cheerful smile. Isn't it normal for you young couples to fight? Why are we, a bunch of old men, getting involved? Chapter 14. I'll FK your mother. Seeing the elders all with such expressions, Qin Feng burst into tears. Where is your usual seriousness? A bunch of shady old men. They're really bad. Although Qin Feng really wanted to curse, the current situation prevented him from doing so. At this moment, Zhu Yeyu had already arrived beside him and said looking down at him. Qin Feng. You run pretty fast. Seeing this, Qin Feng took out another talisman from his storage ring and spoke again. Secret technique, secrecy. After saying that, Qin Feng disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing that Qin Feng possessed so many mysterious talismans, Zhu Yeyu became even more curious about him. But what intrigued Zhu Yeyu even more was why this guy didn't fight her head-on. Since it possesses such a powerful celestial phenomenon, its strength must have reached the nascent soul realm even after a year of cultivation. Although she could crush a nascent soul cultivator with a single punch, Zhu Yeyu would never do that. Because Qin Feng is the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and also her nominal fiancé. Zhu Yeyu challenged Qin Feng simply to test his strength. She, Zhu Yeyu, absolutely cannot marry a good-for-nothing. Escape? Is escape even possible? This time, although Qin Feng escaped, catching him will be much easier. The flute reappeared in his hand, floating in mid-air before suddenly hurtling off in one direction. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yeyu also disappeared in the direction of the flute. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was hiding in the void, saw that Dizzy Eye and Zhu Yeyu had arrived, and Qin Feng's face became even more gloomy. This guy just won't leave me alone. Am I, Qin Feng, going to die here today? I refuse to accept this. Seeing Go Sheng still devouring his own celestial phenomenon on the ground, Qin Feng ignored it all, took out a speed-enhancing talisman, and said sternly. Secret technique, extreme speed. After saying that, Qin Feng rushed to Go Sheng's side at an incredible speed. Seeing the flute change direction, Zhu Yeyu also smiled and changed direction. At this moment, Qin Feng had already arrived behind Go Sheng and instantly withdrew his extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Holy crap! How did the celestial phenomenon disappear? Go Sheng, who was absorbing the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, suddenly felt that the strange phenomena of heaven and earth were starting to decrease. Go Sheng hurriedly scratched his paws, trying to absorb all the remaining strange phenomena in the world. This is a crucial moment for his breakthrough. If he suffers any loss at this time, he will have to start all over again. At this moment, Zhu Yeyu also rushed towards Go Sheng and said coldly. A mere dog demon dares to stop me. Seeing the incredibly imposing aura of Zhu Yeyu, Qin Feng's face was grim, and he almost couldn't suppress his own strange phenomena. But Qin Feng remained calm and said softly. This is my spirit pet. If you can't even beat it, then you don't need to challenge me. Qin Feng knew that his spirit pet was very powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the myriad immortal sect, nor would he have been valued by those supreme elders. Qin Feng had seen his cheap master greet Go Sheng with a smile. If that's the case, is it possible that Gushen's strength is weak? They're definitely better than me. Since no one is helping me, I might as well take a gamble. If you bet right, you'll become famous and renowned. If you bet wrong, you'll die today, along with your dog. Go Sheng. It's just a dog demon. Letting it fight me is just suicide. Qin Feng. You can change your spirit pet now. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yayu smiled slightly. His speed also increased considerably. Go Sheng was now engrossed in devouring the remaining strange phenomena of heaven and earth, so he naturally had no time to care about Zhu Yaoyu. When Zhu Yayu arrived in front of it, Go Sheng acted as if he didn't see her, and then transformed into air to devour the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. Just as Go Sheng was pawing at her, Zhu Yayu thought it was going to attack her, so she punched it back. The clash of fists stirred up a cloud of dust. Before the dust had even settled, a dark figure was instantly sent flying. Everyone stared at it closely and was immediately astonished. Because it was Zhu Yayu who was flung away. This dog demon's strength is terrifying. It sent a saintess at the nascent soul stage flying. How is this possible? My God! To be able to send an early stage nascent soul cultivator flying with a single punch, this dog demon must be at least at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. That's incredible. You only noticed the dog demon's strength, but I'm eyeing its master, Qin Feng. If even a spirit pet is this powerful, this senior brother must have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. According to the traditional rules of the cultivation world, the strength of ordinary demonic beasts will not exceed that of cultivators, because only in this way can cultivators successfully tame demonic beasts as their spirit pets. If the demon beast is stronger than the cultivator, then the cultivator is very likely to suffer the backlash of the contract. Therefore, since everyone believed that Go Sheng's strength had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, they naturally assumed that Qin Feng's strength had also reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This is a universal rule, and not only cultivators but even elders believe it. At this moment, their gazes toward Qin Feng had become unfathomable. I never imagined that Feng'er's spirit pet would reach such a powerful level. Feng'er's strength. His strength has broken through from zero cultivation to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm or even higher in just 1 year. Hiss! How is this possible? I'll go report to the sect leader. Qin Feng must be made our holy son. He's just too monstrous. Even elders at the nascent soul realm are like this, and Zhu Yayu is no exception. Go Sheng's punch was just powerful, it didn't cause her any real harm. Standing up from the ground and brushing the dust off her body, Zhu Yayu looked at Qin Feng with apprehension in her eyes. Could Qin Feng's strength really be extraordinary? Zhu Yayu has even started to imagine it now. He couldn't even beat his spirit pet. It seems I really underestimated him. To reach such a level of cultivation in just 1 year, Qin Feng's strength is indeed higher than mine. In that case, being his fiancé isn't so bad, in fact, I'm the one who benefits. Thinking about it this way, Zhu Yayu's gaze towards Qin Feng was also very complicated. At this moment, a hint of shyness even appeared on her face. Qin Feng was already quite good looking, and she found it even easier to accept him now that she knew he was very powerful. There's no way around it, it's not that Zhu Yayu is suspicious by nature, but rather that this is simply the general rule in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there were exceptions. Qin Feng is an exception. Qin Feng didn't know why he was able to accept Go Sheng as his spirit pet, and why he wasn't negatively affected by Go Sheng's breakthrough. However, Qin Feng knew one thing, Go Sheng simply wouldn't listen to him. He couldn't control Go Sheng either. Perhaps their contract was somewhat special, allowing them a lot of freedom. However, Qin Feng couldn't care less about that now. Looking at Zhu Yayu, who was starting to get a little shy, Qin Feng was overjoyed. So they've finally stopped attacking me? Chapter 15. However, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned helpless. Because it was only then that he realized his mission wasn't to get Zhu Yayu to accept him. My task is to reject her in front of Zhu Yayu. This. Looking at Zhu Yayu, Qin Feng was actually a little scared. But when he thought about the 10% increase in cultivation speed, Qin Feng was determined to give it his all. Gritting his teeth, he held Go Sheng in one arm and a talisman in the other. After making thorough preparations, Qin Feng finally spoke. Holy Maiden, I. Unfortunately, before Qin Feng could say more than a few words, Zhu Ye walked directly up to him and chuckled softly. Say no more, let's go find the sect leader and set the wedding date first. I came here to test you and then agree to the marriage. As she spoke, Zhu Ye tried to pull Qin Feng away. She has always been outgoing and straightforward, and now that she has accepted Qin Feng, there is naturally no more gender barriers between them. But at this moment, Qin Feng took a step back, meeting Zhu Ye's puzzled gaze, and gritted his teeth, saying, I think our marriage needs to be discussed further. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Zhu Ye frowned, somewhat puzzled. Since he had already started, Qin Feng had no choice but to keep talking, even if it hurt him. Although we are still in a feudal era, I feel that two people need to have a foundation of affection before they can get married or engaged. We've never met before, and if we rush into an engagement, I feel it will only end in a failed wedding. So let's not rush into this marriage. I feel that this engagement doesn't even need to be formalized. Wouldn't it be better if we got to know each other better and had a free choice relationship? Qin Feng carefully uttered everything he wanted to say, and he was extremely nervous. He had to watch Zhu Ye's expression before saying anything else. Zhu Ye was also quietly watching Qin Feng, which made Qin Feng very uncomfortable. Just as Qin Feng was about to make the talisman, Zhu Ye suddenly smiled. You mean you don't accept this marriage proposal? Although he was smiling, his smile concealed a dagger, but Qin Feng did not notice. That's basically the idea, but... Qin Feng nodded, and just as he was about to say something more, an overwhelming anger pressed down on him. Qin Feng nearly knelt down. Oh no, the talks have fallen apart. At this moment, Zhu Ye's gaze towards her was also ambiguous, a half-smile. You, Qin Feng, do you think you can look down on others just because you have great talent? Did all the words you just said to those cultivators go to waste? A marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. If you say that, doesn't that mean you don't want to marry me? I didn't look down on you. You're very strong, incredibly talented, and stunningly beautiful. But feelings really can't be forced. Looking helplessly at Zhu Ye, Qin Feng quickly offered an explanation. Does that mean you still don't like me? An overwhelming pressure surged directly towards Qin Feng, and Zhu Ye said coldly. Since you look down on my strength, then today we shall fight to the death. If you can't beat me, then we'll go through with the wedding. If you defeat me, then this engagement is off. Although Qin Feng kept explaining, the words great talent sounded sarcastic coming from his mouth. That's why Zhu Ye was so furious. Holy crap! Why did they start fighting right off the bat? Qin Feng's body sank again, and his face instantly turned black. If it weren't for his hasty activation of the extraordinary phenomenon of no wind, automatic movement, he would probably be kneeling down by now. Seeing Zhu Ye about to reach him, Qin Feng quickly said. Big sister, can we calm down? Calm down? Ha, let's fight first and then talk about calm down. With her early-stage nascent soul realm power erupting once more, Zhu Ye arrived beside Qin Feng, raising her fist to smash it into his face. However, after thinking about it, she set her sights on Qin Feng's shoulder. He's her man after all, she can't embarrass him. Feeling the oppressive aura, Qin Feng felt he almost lost control again. The four extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth on his body were released without reservation once again, directly repelling Zhu Ye. Although I hate to say it, this is indeed Qin Feng's only way to save his life. Seeing this, Zhu Ye filled the heavenly demon pearl with spiritual power and floated it above her head. Zhu Ye charged at Qin Feng once again, and this time Qin Feng truly had no other options. In his panic, he completely forgot how to activate the talisman. Qin Feng can only do his best to make his celestial phenomena even stronger. However, it was of no use to Zhu Yeyu. Seeing that Zhu Yeyu was getting serious, the elders smiled and waved their robes, using their spiritual power to embrace the more than 100,000 cultivators. Although most of these cultivators cannot enter the 10,000 immortal sect, their lives still need to be protected. At this moment, a group of disciples from the 10,000 immortal sect shouted loudly at Qin Feng. "Go, senior brother! Senior brother, you can't possibly lose to a woman. Senior brother, teach her a lesson and show her who's in charge." Listening to these people's words, Qin Feng just thought they were looking for trouble. "If you guys are so great, then come on over. How could a chi refining cultivator like me fight against a nascent soul cultivator?" Feeling overwhelmed by the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth, Go Sheng was ecstatic. With a single, gaping mouth, it swallowed countless extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Just then, Zhu Yeyu arrived beside Qin Feng. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Zhu Yeyu threw a punch with hatred in her heart. With a slight crackling sound of porcelain breaking, Go Sheng was overjoyed. "We've made a breakthrough." Just when Qin Feng thought he was about to die, he still didn't manage to throw the punch, and Zhu Yeyu was sent flying as usual. After breaking through, Go Sheng, in a great mood, naturally didn't want to see anyone attack his owner. Zhu Yeyu, who had landed on the ground, looked wary. "The integration realm? No, even stronger." Suddenly, Zhu Yeyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but looked at Qin Feng behind Go Sheng with a bewildered expression. If even the spirit pet is this powerful, how strong must this person be? But why doesn't he attack me? Does he look down on me, or is he too ashamed to lay a hand on me? The cultivation world is divided into the following levels: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit division, body integration, tribulation transcending, and Mahayana. Seeing how powerful Qin Feng's spirit pet, Go Sheng, is now, Zhu Yeyu is truly bewildered. At this point, she had already started to fill in the blanks in her mind. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Go Sheng da cough cough, Feng spirit pet has broken through to the fusion realm, so how strong is Feng?" Just then, a boisterous old man emerged from the void, laughing heartily. Upon seeing the old man, the elders, cultivators, disciples, and Zhu Yeyu all knelt on the ground, saying respectfully, "Greetings, sect master. Greetings, true man Jiang." At this moment, Qin Feng and Go Sheng, who were the only two standing, became special. Chapter 16. Meeting the intense gaze of true immortal Jiang, even Qin Feng felt somewhat awkward. He slightly bowed and whispered, "Greetings, master." All right, get up." Master Xiang laughed repeatedly. Although his original intention was to find Qin Feng and Zhu Yeyu, he still had some things to do. Looking at the more than 100,000 bewildered cultivators, true immortal Xiang chuckled and said, "You can continue with the assessment. As long as you pass the 3 assessments, you can join the 10,000 immortal sect." Yes. More than 100,000 cultivators were all staring intently at true person Xiang. This is a peak Mahayana realm cultivator. Unexpectedly, today I not only met the monstrous senior brother of the 10,000 immortal sect and the holy maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land, but also the sect master of the 10,000 immortal sect. Even if I don't join the 10,000 immortal sect today, it's still worth it. At this moment, Master Xiang turned his gaze to Li Wu, the only one present who had wet his pants, and said softly, "Please ask this disciple to leave. Our myriad immortal sect does not welcome people like him. And those who started this trouble, please leave now. You can come back next year. I, the true man of the Crimson Sunday." As soon as Master Xiang finished speaking, Li Wu, who was about to explain, vanished instantly. Seeing this, the dozen or so cultivators who had already reached the third level looked at True Person Xiang with deathly pale faces, and then slunk away. Master Xiang's strength has reached its peak, and they simply cannot lie to him. At this moment, true immortal Xiang walked up to Qin Feng and Zhu Yeyu. Let's go, this isn't the place to talk. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng felt the scene before him begin to change. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that they had arrived at the main hall. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and immediately found a seat to sit down. Go Sheng sat at Qin Feng's feet. Seeing this, True Man Xiang had no choice but to say repeatedly. My disciple is naturally unruly, please forgive him, Yeyu. Although Zhu Yeyu said she was fine, her eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but say. Is it cold? You should put on more clothes. Seeing this, True Man Xiang used his spiritual power to move Qin Feng and the other two chairs over, and said softly. Yeyu, there's no need to be so polite, please sit down. Sect Master, please. At this moment, a pot of tea is burning in the air. After the tea boils, it is poured into 3 teacups. 3 cups of tea, each about 7/10 full, were served to the 3 of them. After thinking for a moment, another cup of tea was brought to Go Sheng. I like that old guy who follows the rules. The sound of Go Sheng's voice made Master Qi Yang somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, both of them remained silent, as if nothing had happened. After taking a sip of tea, Master Xiang gazed at Zhu Yeyu and Qin Feng for a long time, and sighed repeatedly. They're a perfect match. What does Yeyu think of my Fenger? At this moment, Zhu Yeyu did something that surprised Qin Feng. Walking behind Master Xiang, Zhu Yeyu massaged his shoulders with a coquettish expression. Senior brother Qin Feng is a good person, but he looks down on Yao Yu. Senior brother Qin Feng even said that such a marriage agreement does not need to be carried out. He dares. Upon hearing Zhu Yeyu's words, True Man Xiang glared angrily at Qin Feng. You brat, get out here right now. Seeing this, Qin Feng shrugged indifferently and followed Master Xiang out. Stepping out of the main hall, the previously furious Master Xiang suddenly chuckled and said. My good disciple. What's wrong with Zhu Yeyu? Anywhere is fine. Then why don't you agree? When I first met Zhu Yeyu, I already calculated with my fingers. She will definitely give you a son. Forward. After giving the old man a long, thoughtful look, Qin Feng said softly. Old man, do you even realize you've lowered my standards for you again? Since Master Xiang was not a time traveler, he naturally couldn't understand Qin Feng's words. Looking helplessly at Qin Feng, Master Xiang asked softly. So what exactly is it about her that you don't like? It's not that I look down on her, it's just that my cultivation level is too weak. Qin Feng suddenly gave a wry smile. How many times have I told you? I'm just a lowly Qi refining cultivator, an ordinary cultivator as common as can be. Why won't you listen? Tell the sect leader your ordinary identity 100 times, and congratulations, host, you have earned the title of self-awareness. A celestial phenomenon has occurred, and a Qilin has entered the world. Qin Feng. Good grief, now my heaven-defying talent is completely indelible. A Qi refining cultivator? Ha 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 disciple, you can only fool others, you can't fool your master. Despite Qin Feng's incredibly sincere words, Master Xiang wore a distrustful smile. Can an ordinary cultivator possess 4 kinds of celestial phenomena? Can an ordinary cultivator be skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, formations, and alchemy? And those unfathomable talismans? Can an ordinary cultivator possess so many good things? Are the spirit pets of an ordinary cultivator all at the integration realm? Ordinary cultivators. If Master Xiang could still believe Qin Feng's nonsense before, after Gushen's breakthrough this time, Master Xiang can only say. I don't believe you for a second. That kid is wicked. Qin Feng. That's it, there's absolutely no way to explain this now. Let this world just end. I don't care. I've already told her that this engagement doesn't count. You can handle the rest. After saying that, Qin Feng left in a haughty manner. Only the utterly helpless Red Sun Immortal was left behind. Master Xiang originally wanted to stop Qin Feng, but at this moment Gozheng actually glared at him. Feeling the terrifying gaze from Go Sheng, Master Qi Yang froze on the spot. After a long while, he murmured. Good heavens, this might not be a demon immortal. Just as Qin Feng returned to his ordinary little courtyard, the system's voice suddenly came. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have personally rejected Zhu Yeyu. The host will be rewarded with a 10% increase in cultivation speed. Qin Feng said loudly. Open the properties panel. Host, Qin Feng. Age, 16 years old. Talent, 10%, the talent of an ordinary cultivator. Special skills, mastery of all 4 skills, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Alchemy skill, max level. Refining skill, max level. Formation technique, max level. Talisman technique, max level. Fishing skills, maxed out. Weapon, none available. Martial arts skills, none available. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng almost burst into tears. Damn it, after a year in this world, I can finally cultivate. It wasn't easy. Although his cultivation speed was only 10% of that of an ordinary person, it was still enough to bring tears to Qin Feng's eyes. With a massive amount of resources suddenly appearing in his hands, Qin Feng's eyes became even more determined. No, for my own safety and the happiness of being able to choose a partner in the future, I must start cultivating diligently from now on. Chapter 17. After saying that, Qin Feng went straight into his room, intending to go into seclusion. This time, Qin Feng was determined not to come out until he had become a foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, I also want to hide from Zhu Yeyu while I'm at it. Qin Feng had a premonition that the woman would not let the matter rest. With this in mind, Qin Feng began to devour massive amounts of resources. A day later, Zhu Yeyu began to appear in front of Qin Feng's courtyard. I don't know what kind of potion Master Xiang gave her, but this woman not only doesn't give up on Qin Feng, she even wants to take the initiative. The real person, it has nothing to do with me. I was just introducing Feng that's all. A core disciple led Zhu Yeyu to Qin Feng's residence. Looking at this courtyard, which was neither luxurious nor even particularly shabby, even Zhu Yeyu couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Does your 10,000 immortal sect's senior brother live in a place like this? Reporting to Saintess Yeyu, this house was built by my senior brother himself, so it looks rather simple. Why do I feel like I said that before? Indeed, the core disciple was still the same core disciple. While introducing Qin Feng's residence to Zhu Yeyu, this core disciple suddenly said warily. Saintess of the Demon Moon, please be careful of that little black dog. Okay. Zhu Yeyu thought to herself, I'm not stupid. I know this dog demon is a nascent soul realm beast. Why would I provoke it for no reason? Besides, it's knocked me flying twice already, so I have experience. At this moment, the core disciple still cautiously said. If I may ask, what brings the holy maiden of the demon moon to see my sect's senior brother? Zhu Yeyu looked at the disciple with some astonishment. Does your 10,000 immortal sect conduct background checks on every person from another sect? No, that's not it. The core disciple quickly explained. It's just because there's a precedent for this, please don't take it to heart, holy maiden Yeyu. Seeing this, Zhu Yeyu was also somewhat confused, but as the holy maiden of the Yeyu Holy Land, she naturally wouldn't ask such unnecessary questions. Okay, you can leave now. I'll go find Qin Feng myself. Yes. The core disciple said with a respectful expression. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around, looking at the extremely beautiful demon moon saintess, and the disciple spoke up again to remind her. If you're here to cause trouble for my senior brother, then you'd better save your breath. Even the holy maiden of the demon moon might not be able to defeat our senior brother's spirit pet. And let me tell you something else, our senior brother's spirit pet can swallow a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator whole. Thank you for reminding me. Looking at the eccentric core disciple, Zhu Yeyu remained silent for a long time before finally saying, somewhat speechlessly. Are all the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect confused and delusional? Sigh, since Qin Feng is their senior brother, his personality must be even more eccentric. I did offend him before, so I guess I'll have to be nice to him today. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yeyu smiled and wanted to enter the courtyard. However, at that moment, a dog blocked her way. My master is currently in seclusion for cultivation, so little girl, you'd better not come in for the next few days. Ah! Zhu Yeyu was stunned. If it were anyone else, or a beast, Zhu Yeyu wouldn't have said anything. But if this person, this monster is a dog demon, then she'll have to think twice. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yeyu suddenly asked. Excuse me, senior dog, what level of strength has Qin Feng reached? Go Sheng glanced at her again and said indifferently. No comment, because I don't know either. Ah! Zhu Yeyu froze on the spot. Qin Feng is going into seclusion to break through his cultivation barrier. The news spread like wildfire through the entire Wangxian sect in just 3 days. However, this was just the beginning. Gradually, countless sects and dynasties around the Myriad Immortals sect came to know that the Myriad Immortals sect had an unparalleled genius breaking through. The news spread more and more outrageously, eventually evolving into the claim that the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect was an unparalleled prodigy who had reached the level of transcending tribulation and ascending to immortality in just 1 year. It is said that the reason he went into seclusion to cultivate this time was to break through that final barrier and then transcend the tribulation to become an unparalleled immortal. Despite the absurdity of the news, surprisingly, the Wangxian sect did not issue a denial. This is enough to make many cultivators fantasize. This caused a sensation throughout the world. In an instant, countless geniuses emerged from seclusion, all eager to spar with this top-tier genius who had not yet ascended. In the far north, the temperature has reached as low as -10,000 degrees Celsius. A pale-skinned boy sat quietly on an ice stone, cultivating with his eyes closed. A violent ice bear, about 10 meters tall and with a cultivation level at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, set its sights on him. Seeing the human with his eyes closed, the irritable ice bear roared and charged at him. The entire area began to tremble. However, the man still did not open his eyes, just as the irritable ice bear had run up to him and was about to swallow him whole. In this far north, where it's usually so cold that even snow doesn't fall, it's actually snowing lightly. At this moment, a few snowflakes fell on the irritable ice bear, which slowed down its speed. Just as its mouth was about to touch the man, the bear was frozen by the snowflakes. The man still didn't open his eyes, he simply blew a breath. The 10-meter-tall, ferocious ice bear, comparable to a small mountain, was instantly turned into ice shards. At this moment, the man still had a letter in his hand. Touching the still warm letter, the man's voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. A prodigy born with extraordinary phenomena, how interesting! On a volcano that stretches for 10,000 meters, a strong man is resting in the lava. Suddenly, a secret message reached his ear. The man instantly stood up, licking his lips excitedly as he muttered. A prodigy who can cultivate to ascension in just 1 year, born with countless extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. I wonder how exhilarating it would be to kill someone like that. Just then, seeing the man in a daze, a fire dragon seized the opportunity and suddenly rushed towards him. Although this dragon is not the most powerful golden dragon, it still possesses a formidable dragon bloodline. Its body, which is 100 meters long and covered in flames, is enough to terrify any enemy. But looking at the fire dragon, a smile appeared on the man's face. Standing still, he actually chose to face the fire dragon head-on. He grabbed the dragon's mouth with both hands and swung it away with force, sending the 100-meter-long dragon flying. But that's not all. Suddenly, the man dodged under the dragon's neck, grabbed the dragon's neck with both hands, and twisted it forcefully. With a mournful cry, the 100-meter-long volcano king came to its end. Chapter 18. In the world of cultivation, there is a city called Primordial City. Although the city is not large, it has a population of 10 million, with cultivators making up half of it. Even if such a city isn't the strongest in the cultivation world, it can still be considered prosperous and peaceful. The city lord is a powerful cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and he would not dare to let any cultivators invade him easily. Just as people were living their normal lives, a dark cloud suddenly drifted in from afar. What is that? Is it going to rain? The sun is still out, how could it possibly rain? These dark clouds are so strange. Even dark clouds can't move this fast. But if this isn't a dark cloud, then what is it? People looked into the distance with puzzled expressions, and even many cultivators were looking into the distance with confusion. At this moment, the city lord suddenly appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this, everyone respectfully knelt on the ground and said in a loud voice, "Greetings, city lord." In the past, this kind-hearted man would have smiled and asked everyone to stand up, but today, looking helplessly at the dark clouds, the manly city lord sighed in resignation. How far can everyone escape now? Never mind, it's too late. Ah! By this time, dark clouds had already floated over the entire city of the Primordial City, and only then did people realize with horror that these were not dark clouds at all. What looks like a dark cloud is actually hundreds of millions of iron locusts. These locusts aren't very strong, at most, they're foundation establishment level demonic beasts. But there are just too many of them. Hundreds of millions, overwhelming. Cultivators still have the ability to resist, while mortals can only wait to die. Of course, a cultivator's resistance would only prolong the time before death. In less than a moment, the prosperous city of the Primordial was turned into a dead city. At this point, only one city lord was still resisting. With his strength reaching a certain level, he naturally wouldn't be hunted down by a group of Foundation Establishment realm demonic beasts. The iron locusts that died at his feet had piled up into a small mountain. Of course, most of the iron locusts vanished into nothingness. He. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the city lord. Before the city lord could react, the old man reached out and grabbed him. A healthy heart was thus placed in his hands. You. Looking at the heart in the old man's hand, and then at his own bloodied chest, the city lord closed his eyes helplessly. A nascent soul realm cultivator died such a tragic death. The old man placed the heart in his mouth and chewed it carefully. Turning my gaze eastward, I could vaguely see the tallest mountain. The old man's eyes were filled with hatred, but he muttered to himself. I've heard that the Myriad Immortals sect has produced a genius. Should we eat his heart? The heart of a top-tier monster must taste incredibly delicious. By the way, the city lord of this primordial city was once a disciple of the Myriad Immortals sect. There are many other powerful figures like this, and they are all eager to make their move, their target being the legendary senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect. In an instant, Qin Feng became the target of public criticism. Qin Feng himself probably didn't realize that his initial simple thought was just to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. The enemies he's now provoked, or those who are interested in him, are all at least at the nascent soul stage. Time passed day by day, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. Needless to say, Zhu Yayu came once a day during this month. showing no sign of stopping until she saw Qin Feng. True Master Xiang, on the other hand, comes once every 5 days. After all, he is the head of a sect and has many things to deal with. Many other elders and core disciples who had come because of his reputation also arrived. Even the supreme elders who had been in seclusion came out of their coffins when they learned that Qin Feng was about to break through. However, without exception, all of them were turned away by Go Sheng. Although it was a powerful creature, after a year as a watchdog, it had gotten used to it. With Go Sheng guarding the gate, no one can get in. The group of cultivators left disappointed. The most tragic of them all is Zhou Long, who is still repenting on the cliff of repentance. The cliff of contemplation is one of the most terrifying punishments in the 10,000 Immortals sect. Entering the cliff of contemplation will subject you to 2 different kinds of torture. It will start with high-temperature flames, and then it will be extreme ice and snow. The most terrifying thing is that these 2 punishments will switch every half hour. This kind of opposing torment is the ultimate torture for both the cultivator's body and soul. If an ordinary disciple makes a mistake, he or she will only be sent to the cliff of repentance for a few hours. Even so, the disciple will need to rest and recuperate for a long time to recover. And what about Zhou Long? He has been staying on the cliff of contemplation for a month now. It can be said that even if his strength reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm, he could not withstand such torment. Zhou Long had tried to come out more than once, and Master Xiang had sent people to persuade him to come out more than once. But upon learning that Qin Feng hadn't left the courtyard, he gritted his teeth and continued to stay on the cliff of contemplation. He had sworn that he would only come out of the cliff of contemplation and apologize to Qin Feng in person when Qin Feng woke up. The information provided by the disciples sent might not have been accurate enough, which is why this situation occurred. Zhou Long still believes that Qin Feng fainted in the room because of him. Master Xiang naturally felt sorry for his disciple, and he became anxious when he learned that the disciple had not yet come out of the cliff of contemplation. What? That guy still hasn't come out? Did you tell him that Feng woke up a long time ago, but is just in seclusion? The bewildered disciple remained silent for a long time before finally saying with an innocent expression. You didn't say that either. True man Jiang. Good grief, it turns out I had to blame myself for this. Rushing to the cliff of repentance, Master Xiang immediately shut down the cliff. There was only one person on the cliff of contemplation, and that was Zhou Long. Seeing Zhou Long collapsed on the ground, barely recognizable as human, Master Xiang felt extremely distressed. They quickly gave Zhou Long a great rejuvenation pill, and only then did Zhou Long's breathing slowly return to normal. But his first words were, Qin Feng, how is senior brother? Upon hearing this, even the true man Jiang couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. How can you be so silly, child? If Feng doesn't come out for a day, are you going to stay on the cliff of contemplation forever? It was my fault after all, and I have to take responsibility. Despite being physically weak, Zhou Long answered resolutely. Seeing this, true man Jiang sighed helplessly. Do you know that Feng woke up a long time ago and is still in the courtyard, but he is in seclusion cultivating and trying to break through his cultivation level. It's good that you're awake, you're awake. Hearing what Master Xiang said, Qin Feng was also very pleased. But the look of satisfaction on his face didn't last long before his expression suddenly froze. Zhou Long mustered all his strength and roared. Secluded cultivation? Holy crap! After saying that, Zhou Long coughed up a mouthful of blood from his chest and lost consciousness. My disciple! Master Xiang really cried. Chapter 19. Sensing the life force that was already waning in Zhou Long's body, True Man Xiang took out another great rejuvenation pill. For a cultivator on the verge of collapse like this, the great rejuvenation pill is absolutely a supreme tonic. However, this time the great rejuvenation pill seemed to have no effect. Zhou Long still kept his eyes closed and his breathing was very weak. Upon seeing this, Master Xiang's face turned ashen. He enveloped Zhou Long with his spiritual power and then tried to find the few medical saint elders who cultivated wood-type techniques. As he walked rapidly, Master Xiang burst into tears. "My disciple, you can't die. If you die, the resources I prepared for you will have to go to Feng. Cough cough." At this moment, Zhou Long suddenly coughed twice, but still kept his eyes tightly closed. Seeing this, Master Xiang said nothing more and suggested that Zhou Long be taken to the medical room first. Just as True Man Xiang was looking anxious, purple energy came from the east, and countless energies rushed directly to one place. Upon seeing this, True Man Xiang was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Auspicious purple clouds are rising from the east, bringing great fortune. Could it be that another immortal ancestor has ascended to the mortal realm of my 10,000 immortals sect? Looking eastward with a mixture of confusion and excitement, when he discovered that all the purple clouds of fortune were flying towards and gathering in a small courtyard, Master Xiang's eyes, which had been filled with tears, suddenly curved into a smile. My God! Feng has actually broken through. At this moment, all four of Qin Feng's unique phenomena appeared, and even more unusually, other celestial phenomena also appeared. A Qilin descended to earth alongside an immortal, and actually charged straight into Qin Feng's courtyard. Seeing this, the Crimson Sun immortal standing in the sky was not worried at all. On the contrary, he was even more excited at this moment. Ha 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 ha! Heaven has not forsaken my 10,000 immortals sect. The Qilin is the king of beasts. If it enters Feng's room, doesn't that mean Feng is the Qilin child? No, no, no. Now that all three divine beasts have bestowed blessings upon Feng, a mere Qilin child is certainly not worthy of him. Feng's future is limitless. I heard from those cultivators outside that Feng is about to undergo tribulation and ascend to immortality. Now it seems that even if he doesn't undergo tribulation and ascend, with such good fortune, he will definitely reach the tribulation realm. My 10,000 immortals sect can continue to dominate for at least another 100,000 years. At this moment, Master Xiang was so excited that he completely forgot about Zhou Long. Having consumed 2 great rejuvenation pills, Zhou Long was naturally not going to die immediately. In addition, his strength and talent were already quite strong, so during the time that true person Xiang stayed in the sky, Zhou Long had already woken up. Here it is. When Zhou Long woke up, he looked around in confusion. When he saw his master, he instinctively wanted to kneel down and kowtow to pay his respects, but the pain in his body made him suddenly groan. Longer is awake. Upon hearing the commotion, True Man Xiang immediately turned around and looked at Zhou Long, who had already woken up. A hint of embarrassment naturally appeared on his face. However, keeping this slight embarrassment to himself, Master Xiang immediately went to Zhou Long's side and asked with concern. How are you feeling physically? Reporting to Master, the condition has improved. In that case, you should go and have your body checked by those medical sages yourself. Your master has important matters to attend to. As he spoke, True Man Xiang vanished instantly, leaving behind only a bewildered Zhou Long. What is going on? At this moment, Qin Feng's courtyard was already surrounded by disciples. Countless core disciples stood in the very center with a group of elders, while the inner disciples chose other better spots. Although it wasn't them who broke through to a higher realm, they were surprisingly excited at this moment. I wonder what realm senior brother Qin Feng has broken through to this time during his seclusion? Is it like the rumors outside, that he directly transcended tribulation and ascended to immortality? I don't know. Anyway, I know that senior brother Qin Feng is definitely very strong. Maybe he's even stronger than the elders right now. Our Wangxian sect's elders are only at the nascent soul realm. I've heard that several core senior brothers have already broken through to the nascent soul realm, so senior brother Qin Feng is naturally stronger than them. I guess senior brother Qin Feng should have broken through to the body integration realm. The integration realm is too weak. At least the tribulation transcending realm is needed. As the saying goes, the bolder you are, the greater your cultivation will be. I'm guessing you'll reach the peak of the Mahayana realm, just like the sect leader. Hearing what the disciples said, the elders didn't seem particularly embarrassed. On the contrary, they also hoped that Qin Feng's strength would be greater than theirs. Some elders may have spent their entire lives in the 10,000 Immortals sect, so they naturally have a deep affection for it. The Wangxian sect was naturally even happier that a peerless genius had emerged. The myriad Immortals sect doesn't have that much intrigue and backstabbing, which is perhaps the foundation for its status as the #1 sect in the world. At this moment, a group of core disciples couldn't wait to rush into the courtyard and see for themselves what level Qin Feng's strength had reached. Unfortunately, they were all stopped in their tracks by a black dog. Gou Sheng had already drawn a circle around the campus, then said in a cold voice. "Before the master leaves the yard, I'll devour anyone who dares to come." The elders knew how powerful Gou Sheng was. Although the core disciples had never seen Gou Sheng make a move, they had heard rumors about him. Furthermore, since Gou Sheng can speak, its strength must be at least at the nascent soul realm. So for a time, no one really dared to cross that line. However, some core disciples who did not believe in the superstition still tried to lure Gou Sheng with pills and magic treasures so that they could see their senior brother's unparalleled immortal talent. "My Lord Demon King, I have a top-quality 9 tiger pill here. If you consume it, it will increase your strength by at least 30,000 jin. Could you please grant me this favor?" With a disdainful glance at the pills, Gou Sheng suddenly took out a pill and put it into his mouth in full view of everyone. At this moment, an elder suddenly screamed. "My God, could that pill just now be the legendary Dragon Tiger pill? Eating just one could give you a strength of over 300,000 jin. Yes, there are faint sounds of dragons and tigers fighting in the air. That pill must be the Dragon Tiger pill." Upon hearing this, the group of elders and disciples all gasped in shock. That elder was a 7th level alchemy master. Although he was not the strongest among the alchemy masters of the 10,000 Immortals sect, his insights into pills were absolutely mature and unique. No one doubted his words. Damn it, who was so wasteful as to feed a dog the Dragon Tiger pill, a top-grade body-refining pill? At this moment, some disciples still refused to believe it, gritted their teeth, took out a bright red fruit, and said with a smirk. "My Lord Demon King, I have a fruit here called the Crimson Blood Fruit. Eating it can purify one's bloodline. What do you think?" Unfortunately, before the disciple could finish speaking, Gou Sheng started gnawing on a fruit that resembled a heart. It's actually the legendary Demon Emperor's heart fruit. This fruit is a top-grade product that can only be refined after a Demon Emperor at the integration realm dies, under various stringent conditions. I've heard that if a demon beast eats it, its bloodline can be upgraded by 1 level. This item is incredibly precious, even my myriad Immortals sect doesn't possess it. Upon seeing this, some of the elders who knew their stuff gasped in astonishment once more. As the elder gasped, the other elders and disciples also gasped. At this moment, those around them actually felt a bit short of breath. However, even after experiencing humiliation twice, there were still disciples who refused to believe it. He took out his self-defense weapon, disconnected it, and said, his face pale. "This item is called the Netherworld Claw, and its power is boundless." The disciple's words were even shorter this time, because he had already heard the elders gasp in shock. "It's the legendary sea-stabilizing needle. Isn't this a sacred object?" Hearing the elder's words, the disciple also looked at the long needle that Gou Sheng was using to pick his teeth. "Is this the legendary sacred object?" Although he didn't know if the elders were trying to trick him, he silently dripped a drop of blood onto the nether claw. The disciple has begun refining the netherworld claw again. Chapter 20. Seeing Gou Sheng picking his teeth with the sacred object, the disciples were also very angry and spoke up directly. "Demon King, bring out whatever amazing treasures you have left. We can handle it. Originally, they planned to use treasures to lure Gozheng, but who would have thought that Gozheng actually had so many treasures? At this moment, the disciples even forgot their original purpose, they just wanted to see how many treasures Gozheng could bring out. However, when they saw Gozheng's anthropomorphic smile, everyone suddenly felt something was wrong. Hee, you guys said it. Gozheng shook his paw, and countless elixirs and some weapons appeared directly in front of him. Top-grade spiritual artifacts, supreme magical artifacts, ancient sacred objects, supreme demonic artifacts. Demon King, have you perhaps robbed an ancient artifact refining sect? Not only that. 99 returning to origin pill, supreme forgetfulness pill, blood dragon pill, integration tribulation crossing pill. My goodness, the Demon King has plundered the ancient alchemy sects too. Look at those miraculous herbs and fruits. Serpent God fruit, forgetfulness fruit, enlightenment fruit. Righteous chi fruit? Who put such trashy fruits among these precious medicinal herbs? The approaching Master Xiang was furious. Looking at this treasure, any one of which could easily cause a bloodbath in the cultivation world, the elders felt their breaths begin to heat up. For a moment, they even had the idea of killing and robbing, killing dogs and robbing them. As for the group of disciples, they were already stunned and speechless. They were completely stunned. However, self-discipline ultimately triumphed over desire, and the elders' eyes became clear when they looked at these elixirs and ancient weapons again. Seeing this, Gozheng simply smiled and nodded. These elders seem all right. They can resist temptation. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, one of the core disciples gritted his teeth and stared intently at Gozheng. Gozheng was startled by the core disciple's gaze, thinking he had some kind of peculiar fetish. What are you going to do? Bowing to Gozheng, the core disciple asked with fervent eyes. May I ask, Your Majesty, are these all treasures bestowed upon you by senior brother Qin Feng? Gozheng nodded. That's true, the things were indeed things the master didn't need, so he gave them to me. Wait, what are you trying to do? At this moment, the core disciple, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm, suddenly knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor. Brother Dog, I wish to become Master Qin Feng's disciple. Please put in a good word for me. From now on, the resources that my senior brother/master bestows upon me, we'll split them equally. No. How about I get 4 and you get 6? Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Gozheng. The elders. The core disciples. Inner disciples. Everyone stared at this core disciple in disbelief. What kind of thought process does he have to say something like that? When it comes to being a dog, you're the best. Gozheng, goodness, even the doormen are starting to compete in this competitive environment? I'm about to lose my job. Having just arrived, the Crimson Sun Immortal, who had chosen to observe from the sky, nearly slipped and fell. Looking intently at his disciple named Li Ping, Master Xiang sighed helplessly. I never expected young people these days to have so much fun. I guess I'm getting old. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Qin Feng, who had already opened the door, slammed it shut again with a dark expression. Good heavens, today is not a good day to go through the front door. However, after circling the yard, Qin Feng still couldn't find the back door, which made his face even darker. Damn! When this yard was built, since there was only one guard dog left, they only built one gate. There is no second door at all. Qin Feng originally wanted to hide in his room, but when he thought about the countless disciples surrounding his courtyard and the strange phenomena that had appeared, he realized that they must all know that he had broken through. So hiding in the room doesn't look good either. Left with no other choice, Qin Feng had to push open the only door and go outside. Looking at everyone, Qin Feng chuckled sheepishly and muttered. Hi everyone, good morning. At this moment, countless disciples and elders were all looking at Qin Feng with burning desire. All core disciples, greetings, senior brother. Elders, Feng'er has broken through. He looks even more handsome now. Li Ping, senior brother, do you need another spirit pet? I can have one. Forward. The beginning was fine, but Qin Feng was slightly speechless at the end when Li Ping said something. Wow, so you weren't just talking. Ignoring Li Ping and feeling the intense gazes of everyone, even though Qin Feng was prepared, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Everyone. Just then, a slightly angry voice suddenly came from the surroundings. You still have the nerve to show your face. Zhu Yeyu stared coldly at Qin Feng, her entire aura rushing towards him. Do you know how I've gotten through this past month? The elders around them were secretly amazed by the cultivation level of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. As expected of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land. She actually broke through her cultivation level in just 1 month. However, at this moment, the elders looked at Qin Feng with confidence. She's just a mere mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. My own Qin Feng is definitely stronger than her. Feeling the pressure from the nascent soul realm cultivator, how could Qin Feng, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly withstand it? The strange phenomena surrounding him reappeared, and Qin Feng surprisingly let out a cold snort. Break. As soon as he finished speaking, faint golden, mysterious symbols began to flow around Qin Feng. This is a celestial phenomenon that the system rewarded Qin Feng for breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. It is called the true words of the Great Dao. The moment the Great Dao mantra appeared, the aura emanating from Zhu Yeyu collapsed with a crash. Zhu Yeyu froze on the spot, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. Upon seeing these ancient and mysterious symbols, even the well-informed Master Xiang was stunned. After a long while, Master Xiang finally spoke with slight hesitation. Are these the 3,000 true words of the Great Dao? That shouldn't be. Aren't the Great Dao mantras the exclusive domain of immortals? How strong is Feng'er at most? How could he possibly be qualified to use the Great Dao? Could it be that Feng'er has really ascended to immortality as rumored? That can't be. His master is still 1 step away from that goal. However, this is not the end of the story. To everyone's astonishment, purple clouds enveloped the entire sky above the myriad immortals. Sect A Qilin appeared before them along with an immortal, while dragons and phoenixes, of course, served Qin Feng on either side. In this place, which was not scorching hot but absolutely without a breath of wind, Qin Feng's robes moved without any wind. Wow, an all-star lineup! Chapter 21. What surprised everyone even more than Qin Feng was the appearance of 2 more unusual celestial phenomena. Instead, unlike the dragons and phoenixes soaring in the sky, the Qilin descended directly from the sky and flew to Qin Feng's side, bowing its head respectfully. Upon seeing this, everyone consciously stepped back several dozen paces, making way for the Qilin, before gasping in astonishment. What does this Qilin want to do? Why is it bowing its head to senior brother? It looks like it's going to let the eldest brother sit on it. But that shouldn't be the case. Isn't this Qilin a celestial phenomenon? Good heavens! Could it be that senior brother summoned a real Qilin? If anyone else had said this, I would never have believed it. But if it's senior brother, well, I believe it. Amidst the incredulous gazes of a group of cultivators, Qin Feng simply smiled slightly, and then surprisingly stepped onto the head of the Qilin. At this moment, the Qilin roared angrily at the countless disciples. At this moment, not only the surrounding disciples, but almost all the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect could hear the roar of the Qilin. However, the disciples outside only heard a commotion, while the ones who truly suffered were the disciples surrounding them. The airwaves were directly trapped in the air, forming a series of irresistible air attacks. Not good. Suddenly, Master Xiang roared, his voice no less powerful than that of a Qilin. At this moment, his body erupted with immense spiritual power, directly surrounding countless disciples. Then an awkward thing happened. The disciples were surrounded, so they were not in any serious danger. The elders leading the group were so stunned that they made no attempt to resist and were blasted away by the beast's roar. Holy crap, this is so embarrassing! Upon seeing this, even the true man of the Crimson Sun couldn't help but utter a curse. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, otherwise, even if the Myriad Immortals sect was the #1 sect in the world, it would have become a laughing stock for a while. He teleported directly in front of Qin Feng, and the previously grim-faced true man Qiang suddenly smiled sheepishly and said, "Wind, that's enough. Put away all your strange phenomena. The Myriad Immortals sect can't afford any more trouble." Okay. Qin Feng also knew that today's performance, cough cough, today was indeed a bit reckless. Wouldn't it be enviable for someone as lowly as him, a foundation establishment cultivator, to dress so flamboyantly? All the strange phenomena were brought back, and the Myriad Immortals sect finally returned to normal. However, this extraordinary phenomenon will surely be noticed by countless people with ulterior motives, and the Myriad Immortals sect will certainly never be at peace again. Things are relatively calm for now. Seeing that things were finally settled, Master Qiang's smile widened even more. After dispersing the disciples and elders who had come to watch the spectacle, true immortal Qiang patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said, "What level have you broken through to now, kid? Why is there such a powerful celestial phenomenon? Honestly, don't try to trick Master. Master has eyes that see through everything, you can't fool me. The extraordinary phenomena that have just been revealed today, whether it be the Great Dao Mantra or the Qilin phenomenon, have given true man Qiang a great surprise. But it's precisely because Qin Feng's cultivation level is unseen that true immortal Qiang is even more curious. Master Qiang is Qin Feng's master, so Qin Feng naturally wouldn't hide it from him." Looking at the Crimson Sun immortal who couldn't stop smiling from beginning to end, Qin Feng said softly, "I'm only telling you this, so please don't tell anyone else." All right, I promise I won't tell." Master Qiang's beard almost flew into the sky. Chikukakyo, early days. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Master Qiang burst into laughter. "My God! As expected, heaven has rewarded my Myriad Immortals sect. Early Foundation Establishment Realm. Early Foundation Establishment Realm." Unfortunately, after a couple of dry laughs, Master Qiang realized something was wrong. Foundation Establishment Realm, early stage? You're kidding me again. As he spoke, Master Qiang prepared to pick up Qin Feng, wanting to teach this guy what it meant to respect his teacher. But seeing Qin Feng summoning celestial phenomena again, with Go Sheng standing by to support him, Qi Yang Zhenren's original blood energy suddenly calmed down. "Forget it, it seems I can't afford to mess with this apprentice anymore. I'm really getting old." Just as Master Qiang was repeatedly lamenting that this was an era for the young, a weak woman's voice came from behind them. "Are you two finished talking? Demon Moon! What are you still doing here?" Looking at Zhu Yayu, who must have been waiting for a long time behind him, Master Qiang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "How could I have forgotten about this little guy? Qin Feng is my fiancé. Where else would I go if I didn't come here from the 10,000 Immortals sect?" Hearing Zhu Yayu's aggrieved words, true man Qiang's expression became even more awkward. "Well, I have some important things to take care of. You two chat." Having found an excuse, Master Qiang made his escape. At this point, only two very embarrassed young people remained. Looking at the even more handsome senior brother in front of her, even Zhu Yayu couldn't help but blush. When Zhu Yayu saw the countless strange phenomena of heaven and earth in Qin Feng just now, she already knew that Qin Feng must have broken through to an extremely profound realm this time. This is the husband she had always imagined. He is incredibly strong, possesses extraordinary talent, and is even top tier in appearance. For a moment, Zhu Yeyu's face became even more dazed, staring straight at Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng then turned his head and asked with a hint of confusion. Excuse me, who are you? Zhu Yeyu froze on the spot. Is this even human language? Looking at Qin Feng's innocent face, Zhu Yeyu almost gritted her teeth and said. I am your fiancé, Zhu Yeyu. Oh. Qin Feng then composed himself and spoke. Didn't I say the engagement was invalid? You don't need to fulfill it. Qin Feng had a clear understanding of everything from the beginning. It's best to avoid women if possible. If she were weaker than me, that would be one thing, but if she could crush me with a flick of her finger, it's best to avoid her. If things go too far, a single blow from the other side could be enough to kill me 8 times over. Observing Zhu Yeyu's increasingly pale face, Qin Feng also sensed that something was wrong. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. There's still food waiting for me to water the plants at home. As he spoke, Qin Feng quickly returned to the courtyard. Just as he was about to close the door to refuse guests, a hand suddenly appeared inside the door. Qin Feng's door was made of a special material, although it looked like wood, it was actually extremely sturdy. Hearing the sound of the 2 doors colliding, Qin Feng felt a pang of pain. You silly child! What's wrong? He hurriedly opened the door, and Qin Feng, disregarding everything else, pulled Zhu Yeyu into the room. Chapter 22. After helping Zhu Yeyu sit down, Qin Feng hurriedly searched for medicine to treat her external injuries. Where's the stuff? Damn it, I can't let anything happen to her. Otherwise, she'll be stuck with me for the rest of her life. Qin Feng was genuinely panicked. What if Zhu Yeyu suffered some kind of disability or hidden injury as a result? Wouldn't that mean? At this moment, Zhu Yeyu's laughter suddenly rang out, and Qin Feng's face also suddenly darkened. Damn it, how could I forget that Zhu Yeyu is in the nascent soul realm? Even if my gate were 10 times stronger than hers, it wouldn't cause her any harm. Sigh, is this what they call letting the wolf into the house? Looking at Zhu Yeyu sitting in the chair, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. She's already come to my house, I can't just kick her out. Since you're already here, let's have a cup of tea and have a good talk. Once things are discussed openly, everything will be resolved. Taking out an ordinary-looking top-grade heavenly dragon jade from his storage ring, and brewing a pot of plain, rootless water, Qin Feng carried the teapot back to the main house. Looking at Zhu Yeyu's beaming face, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said. Even though we're a man and a woman alone together, you can't have any ideas about me. Our relationship is completely aboveboard. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhu Yeyu's smile instantly froze. It's clearly a case of a lone man and woman being at a disadvantage, so why would he say something like that? However, for the sake of the plan ahead, she gritted her teeth and said. Okay. Swear it. Upon hearing this, the latter suppressed his anger even more and said coldly. I swear. After receiving the oath, Qin Feng was no longer so wary of Zhu Yeyu. Placing the teapot on the small green clay stove, Qin Feng said softly. Wait 10 minutes for the water to boil, then you can have your tea. Wouldn't it be better to just use spiritual power to boil the tea? That would save a lot of time. Looking at the teapot, Zhu Yeyu was puzzled. Once you reach the golden core stage, you can use the power of the 5 elements, and boiling a pot of tea is just a matter of moments. Why is it so troublesome when it comes to Qin Feng? Qin Feng shook his head and said repeatedly. Haste makes waste, sometimes, following the rules of nature is the only way to bring out the true essence of things. Take tea for example, I prefer to wait for the tea to boil so that the aroma of the tea can be gradually revealed. The key to drinking tea is to be calm and peaceful. If you can't even wait this long, then drinking tea loses its original meaning. Listening to Qin Feng's very philosophical words, Zhu Yeyu suddenly fell into deep thought. Qin Feng felt extremely ashamed. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I have no way to use the power of the 5 elements to boil water, would I be sitting here waiting? However, Qin Feng would never tell Zhu Yeyu these things. At this moment, Zhu Yeyu stood up and said solemnly. Thank you, Qin Feng, I understand now. It's good that you've figured it out, it's good that you've figured it out. Qin Feng responded with a smile on his face, but inwardly he was cursing. Damn it, why is it that when I talk to you guys, you always seem to have a sudden epiphany, while I get nothing? That's not fair. Unfortunately, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't tell Zhu Yeyu these things. Zhu Yeyu had indeed attained enlightenment, her previously somewhat cloudy eyes had now become incredibly bright. With her eyes fixed on Qin Feng, Zhu Yeyu suddenly seemed to understand why Qin Feng had rejected her. Qin Feng's realm has indeed reached an extremely profound level, perhaps I am truly unworthy of him. Thinking of this, Zhu Yeyu suddenly became anxious and uncertain. Looking at this holy woman, Qin Feng cursed inwardly. What on earth has gotten into this girl? Why is she fixated on me? Doesn't he know that he's just an ordinary person? She should have known when I didn't fight back. At this moment, both of them harbored wicked thoughts. After waiting for 10 minutes, the water boiled. As the tea is poured, an exquisite aroma wafts from the teacup. This is... At this moment, Zhu Yeyu couldn't care less about anything else and hurriedly looked at the tea in the teacup. Qin Feng, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good. It's just some wild tea leaves from the countryside, nothing special. Qin Feng didn't have any particular fondness for this top-grade Tianlong jade, he was just used to drinking it. These tea leaves were given to him by the system, with the sole purpose of letting Qin Feng lie down comfortably. Qin Feng actually had quite a few good teas in his storage ring, but he felt that as an ordinary person, he could just drink whatever he wanted. Why bother with all that fuss over trash? Meeting Zhu Yeyu's surprised gaze, Qin Feng felt helpless but also began to think. It seems to be called something like Supreme Heavenly Dragon Jade, which sounds impressive, but it's probably not a very good tea. What? Zhu Yeyu seemed to be in great shock at this moment, and quickly pointed her finger at Qin Feng. The legendary top-grade Tianlong Kui tea, and you're saying it's not even a good tea. You, even if you are the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, you shouldn't be so wasteful. As the holy maiden of the Demon Moon Holy Land, Zhu Yeyu naturally knew that there were only 100 caddies of this top-grade heavenly dragon jade in the world, and she heard that the price of this thing had reached 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Note that these are top-grade spirit stones. She had drunk it before, but it was just ordinary Tianlong Kui. However, even an ordinary heavenly dragon jade is worth millions of top-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. These tea leaves are all my personal property and have nothing to do with the Myriad Immortals sect. I actually have a lot more here. If you like, you can take some. This. For a moment, Zhu Yeyu didn't know how to refute Qin Feng. At the same time, Zhu Yeyu felt an even stronger liking for Qin Feng. Zhu Yeyu naturally knew that this top-grade heavenly dragon jadeite could only be produced in 100 caddies every 1,000 years. Since the Yeyu Holy Land didn't have much, the Wangxian sect must be the same. Even so, Qin Feng still said he would give himself some. Although she knew Qin Feng might be bragging, Zhu Yeyu couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, she couldn't help but murmur. Qin Feng. Seeing this girl like this, Qin Feng thought she was in heat, cough cough. Hurry up and drink your tea, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Zhu Yeyu nodded heavily, then prepared to sip her tea. However, she was stunned again. This teacup is made of celestial silkworm gold. Well, it seems I'm not going to enjoy this tea properly today. If Zhu Yeyu was only moved by Qin Feng just now, she was now shocked by Qin Feng's wealth and power. Maybe so, old man. Master mentioned it once before. Qin Feng gave a vague answer. He assumed these things were all given to him by the system and weren't anything good. Looking at Zhu Yeyu's expression now, Qin Feng is even more certain. These things are definitely not of very good quality. Otherwise, why would she show such a disgusted expression? At this moment, Zhu Yeyu's expression was indeed not good, because she was completely stunned. Heavenly Silkworm Gold Sand. This is a divine artifact that can upgrade weapon levels. Why did Qin Feng end up with just a teacup? After placing the tea on the table, Zhu Yeyu suddenly said solemnly. Qin Feng, I'd like to see your room, is that all right? Qin Feng was somewhat troubled by this. My room isn't actually that tidy, so maybe I should just leave it. Unfortunately, Zhu Yeyu couldn't hold back any longer and began to tour Qin Feng's room without her consent. Seeing this, Qin Feng also drank the hot tea in one gulp, and then led Zhu Yeyu on a tour. Although Qin Feng's room wasn't big, there were only 4 rooms in total. Zhu Yeyu felt that her entire worldview had been washed away along the way. This is a heaven-level weapon? Another heaven-level weapon? There's another heaven-level weapon. Wait, this is actually a saint-level magic treasure. Wait, could that weapon radiating spiritual energy be a divine weapon? On the walls of Qin Feng's room, Zhu Yeyu saw countless powerful weapons, but to Qin Feng, these weapons were merely objects for display. However, this was just the beginning. When Zhu Yeyu saw the room full of pills and spiritual fruits, she suddenly fell silent. After staring at Qin Feng for a long time, until Qin Feng got really annoyed, Zhu Yeyu finally said through gritted teeth, her eyes red. Qin Feng, I was wrong. I'm not good enough for you. With that, Zhu Yeyu chose to leave. Be careful, there's a formation in my courtyard that prohibits flying. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhu Yeyu, who had already flown several meters high, suddenly felt her spiritual power spiral out of control and fell to the ground. Snort! Helplessly rubbing her bottom, Zhu Yeyu returned indignantly. Looking at the fiery girl who had already left, Qin Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Is this considered the end of the engagement? Now all I need to do is tell the old man that I'm not going to be the Holy Son, and I can complete another task. Chapter 23. Early the next morning, Qin Feng arrived at the main hall of the sect leader, True Man Xiang. At this moment, Master Xiang looked at the 6 letters in his hand and was extremely conflicted. Upon seeing Qin Feng arrive, the conflicted look on Qi Yang Zhenren's face suddenly lessened, replaced by a look of joy. The wind is coming. Good morning, Master. Qin Feng, however, knelt properly on the ground, kowtowed, and gave True Man Xiang a solemn master's salute. Fenger, what's wrong with you today? Seeing this, even Master Xiang was somewhat astonished. He immediately pulled Qin Feng up, touched Qin Feng's forehead, and said, You haven't had a fever today. How could you say such nonsense? Forehead. Old man, I was just being serious for once, do you really have to be like this? Seeing the utterly shocked Crimson Sun Master, Qin Feng decided it was best to refrain from performing the traditional teacher-student ritual in the future. It wouldn't be good if I scared the old man again. Getting back to the main point, Qin Feng, looking at Master Xiang, also spoke frankly and directly. Master, regarding the position of Holy Sun, I still. That's not urgent, there are more important things to do right now. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Master Xiang grabbed him and said with a sheepish grin. Fenger, I heard that little girl Yeyu went back looking depressed. What happened? It's nothing, I just offered her a cup of tea and then showed her around my room. She suddenly said she wasn't good enough for me, and then she left. Qin Feng answered truthfully. At this moment, Master Xiang's face twitched slightly. Was the tea you served her the finest Tianlong jade? Yes, it's just ordinary tea. Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. At this moment, the twitching on Master Xiang's face became even more pronounced. He stared at Qin Feng for a long time before muttering. What an ordinary tea! Although he didn't know where his apprentice had gotten the top-grade heavenly dragon jade, it didn't matter anymore. Changing the subject, Master Xiang spoke again. Forget it, it's just a demon moon saintess, we don't need her. You don't need it anymore? To be honest, Qin Feng didn't quite understand what Master Xiang meant. Master Xiang made no attempt to hide his feelings, directly taking out the 6 letters that had just caused him so much distress from his robes. Master Xiang chuckled and said, "My dear disciple, didn't I say I'd found you a marriage partner?" Qin Feng nodded, and suddenly it seemed as if he understood something. Qin Feng looked at Master Xiang warily, his face filled with distrust. "What do you mean by that, old man?" At this moment, Master Xiang laughed even harder, throwing all 6 letters to Qin Feng. Master Xiang quickly retreated, activating several top-tier defensive weapons before cautiously saying, "Actually, I arranged 7 marriages for you on a whim. You actually have 7 fiancés. Even without the Holy Maiden of the Demon Moon, you still have 6 fiancés." Seeing Qin Feng's increasingly grim expression, Master Xiang quickly tried to evade the question. "Haha, although it's a lot, don't worry, my disciple, the fiancés I find for you will definitely be world-renowned beauties. Saintess, goddess, witch, at the very least, are daughters of reclusive sects. Although their strength and status are inferior to yours, their talent and identity are definitely not bad. Disciple, don't worry, our 10,000 Immortals sect can find you not only 7 wives, but even 700 or 7,000. Disciple, could you please take back the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth first? The main hall is the face of our myriad Immortals sect. If it's damaged, we'll inevitably be ridiculed by outsiders." Seeing the extraordinary phenomenon that had taken over the entire hall, even true man Xiang couldn't help but shudder. Purple clouds rise from the east, dragons and phoenixes bring good fortune, unicorns enter the world, immortals descend, things move without wind, the true words of the great Dao are spoken. Goodness! These strange phenomena are truly terrifying. What Master Xiang fears most is the great Dao mantra. Everything else is fine, but this great Dao mantra is a technique that only immortals are said to know. Looking at the mysterious symbols that were faintly appearing around Qin Feng, even Master Xiang could feel the fear from the bottom of his heart. But precisely because of this, the smile on his face grew even wider. Qin Feng is naturally better the stronger he is. The stronger Qin Feng becomes, the stronger the 10,000 Immortals sect becomes. Qin Feng is now the face of the 10,000 Immortals sect. After a month, even Master Xiang felt that Qin Feng's reputation was stronger than his own. In just 1 month, he has killed dozens of assassins who wanted to kill Qin Feng. The Qilin automatically came to the ground and respectfully bowed its head to Qin Feng. Qin Feng jumped directly onto the Qilin's head, and said to True Man Xiang with a cold smile, "My dear master, please explain what's going on with these other 6 marriages." Looking at Qin Feng, whose imposing aura was unparalleled above the Qilin head, True Man Xiang silently added several more layers of defensive weapons. After doing all this, Master Xiang shamelessly said, "My disciple is the most monstrous genius in the world. What's wrong with him marrying a few beautiful wives? Marry several beautiful wives? Heh." Sensing that Qin Feng's tone was off, Qilin roared angrily at True Man Xiang. It wasn't a true spirit beast to begin with, so naturally it couldn't sense the Mahayana realm aura emanating from True Man Xiang. It only obeys Qin Feng's orders. Qin Feng then asked with a cold smile, "Master, I've heard that the palace master of the Demon Moon Holy Land has some ambiguous relationship with you. How do you explain this?" This. Cold sweat poured down Master Xiang's face. Carefully observing Qin Feng's expression, Master Xiang muttered under his breath, "You knew all along." "Heh, May I ask what your relationship is with the forces behind these saintesses, goddesses, and witches? With a cold laugh, Qin Feng said in a sarcastic tone. I imagine you had a group of beautiful women back then, and you lived a very carefree life. It's wonderful that this love can still be passed on to your disciple. No matter what, True Man Qiang was the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, a dignified cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana realm. How could he tolerate Qin Feng's sarcastic remarks? Seeing Qin Feng looking down at him from above, even Master Qiang couldn't take it anymore. He immediately withdrew all his defensive weapons and roared. So what if they're my confidants? Couldn't I have had a few passionate love affairs back in the day? I did have my own selfish motives. I arranged so many marriages for you so that we could rekindle our past relationship. So what? With a beastly roar, Qin Feng also shouted loudly. Is this your reason for arranging 7 marriages for me? Damn it, why do you have to extend your love to me? Chapter 24. At this moment, the Qilin had arrived in front of Master Qiang, looking down at him. Judging from Qin Feng's words at this moment, it seems that if Master Qiang dares to say another word, Qilin will immediately stomp on him. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Master Qiang just chuckled twice. He was still a little angry, but suddenly he showed more than a dozen white teeth. After taking out 5 or 6 top-quality defensive weapons and completely enveloping himself, Master Qiang finally felt more confident. But what he said was, well, Master was just trying to lighten the mood a bit. Seeing that Qin Feng still looked distrustful, Master Qiang chose a different tone and earnestly said, Master is also a human being. He was young once and paid the price for love. Although Master is old now, his relationships with those palace masters and family heads are still intact. As long as you can accept these girls and take them in, the forces behind them will protect you. Isn't that a good thing? Although our 10,000 Immortals sect is the #1 sect in the world, do you know how many people are eyeing you? Do you know how many assassins your master has eliminated for you this past month? How many? At this moment, Master Qiang stopped laughing and instead said solemnly. 91 people, 40 of whom are at the nascent soul stage, and the rest are all at the spirit transformation stage. Suddenly, True Man Qiang snorted coldly and said indifferently. If they dare to attack my 10,000 Immortals sect, the forces behind them must be prepared to die. Why did they attack me? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face suddenly showed a hint of doubt. He was even slightly scared at that moment. I'm just an ordinary nobody, so why do so many people want to take me down? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that I am actually a reclusive powerhouse, only unaware of it? Looking at Qin Feng, who was still riding a Qilin, Master Qiang said speechlessly. I don't know who spread the news that your breakthrough was for the purpose of transcending tribulation and becoming an immortal, which is why so many cultivators dared to attack you at the cost of their lives. The Myriad Immortals sect is simply too powerful, they don't want to see it become even stronger. Looking at Qin Feng's deathly pale face, Master Qiang confidently said. Although there are tens of millions, or even more, cultivators who want to harm you, Fenger, don't worry. I can protect you from all the older generation of cultivators, so you don't need to worry about these renowned elders attacking you. But if it's a young talent of your age who challenges you, then I can't handle that. I believe your strength is definitely greater than those cultivators. They're just some nascent soul realm and soul transformation realm cultivators, right? They're no problem for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned white, then green, and finally black. Tens of millions, or even more, cultivators. Nascent soul realm? Soul out realm cultivators. Damn it! They've been stripped of their titles and have no more games to play, so they're just bored and that's why they're challenging me. After a long silence, Qin Feng suddenly swore. And who else said that I transcended tribulation and became an immortal? My cultivation level is only at the foundation establishment stage. Isn't this a huge misunderstanding? Seeing the extraordinary phenomena manifesting in the heavens and earth, True Man Qiang nodded slightly. Well, you're just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Your foundation establishment cultivator can summon celestial phenomena. It can even make a peak Mahayana cultivator tremble. Your families. However, on the other hand, it was precisely because Master Qiang appreciated Qin Feng's humility that he made him the senior disciple and even recommended him as the holy son of the 10,000 Immortals sect. In fact, Master Qiang didn't finish his sentence. When the rumors circulated that Qin Feng was undergoing tribulation to become an immortal, he not only didn't stop him, but even subtly supported him. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't be so famous. Master Qiang couldn't discern Qin Feng's strength, which made him extremely curious, but he also couldn't easily attack Qin Feng. So we'll have to rely on others for this. Cough cough. None of this matters. None of this matters. Qin Feng's face remained grim for a long time. Looking at the smiling Qi Yang Zhenren, he suddenly spoke. Good master. If you were to spread the word now that I am a foundation establishment cultivator, what would you say? Absolutely not. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, he was refuted by Master Qiang. Master Qiang said with absolute certainty. If word got out that you're a foundation establishment cultivator now, those cultivators would absolutely not believe it. On the contrary, they will definitely be more curious about your strength, which will lead to more cultivators challenging you. This. Qin Feng's expression grew even more grim, sorrow was now etched on his face. Speaking out means certain death, not speaking out also means certain death. Qin Feng is now so eager to kill himself that he'd rather be slapped to death later. What should we do? Looking at Qin Feng's melancholy face, even Master Qiang felt that he was overacting. This person keeps pretending to be a fool, being too humble isn't good either. There are no tigers for him to eat here. Unfortunately, Master Qiang will never know that Qin Feng was just pretending to be weak while actually being strong. He's always been the pig pretending to be the tiger. Just as Master Qiang was about to say something, his expression suddenly became quite interesting. Looking at his disciple's worried face, Master Qiang spoke with the irresistible allure of a queen selling apples. My disciple! You don't need to be too distressed. You've agreed to all 7 marriage proposals, and I guarantee that no one in the world will dare to lay a hand on you. Your fiancés are incredibly powerful, they could each form an all-female army for you. The forces behind them are even more formidable, spread throughout the cultivation world. With them around, no one dares to lay a hand on you. Yao, you shouldn't have gone far yet. If you chase after her now, you can definitely catch up. This. At this time, Qin Feng was no longer as arrogant as before, and all the strange phenomena in the world had disappeared. Qin Feng was actually starting to feel something. This is actually one possible solution. 7 marriages? This is outrageous. Are they really treating the host like a stud? This would be like being completely drained. No way. I absolutely refuse. Mission requirements: reject 7 marriage proposals. Mission completion reward: unlock 100% talent. Tip: please complete the previous task before completing this one. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came through. Qin Feng's face, which had initially shown some interest, instantly turned righteous and indignant. Once again, 6 extraordinary celestial phenomena materialized, and it roared loudly. I absolutely will not agree to these marriages. Let me tell you, I will never submit to you because of the danger to my life. Long live freedom! Long live love! Unlocking 100% talent. That's more important than anything else. Although it's just 100% of the talent of an ordinary cultivator, it's still worth Qin Feng risking his life for. Maybe it's better to risk everything. Anyway, it's worth Qin Feng's all-out effort. Seeing Qin Feng's drastic change in attitude, Master Xiang was completely stunned. Why are you yelling so loudly? Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a hearty laugh came from behind them. Speak of which, only a disciple like this is worthy of being the holy son of my 10,000 immortals sect. When will the holy son of my 10,000 immortals sect submit to others? Chapter 25. Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the master and disciple were completely different. Master Xiang was overjoyed. Finally, someone had come to his rescue. Master Xiang had no doubt that if Qin Feng were given something more, he could even come up with the idea of building socialism. By the way, what does building socialism mean? At this moment, Qin Feng looked puzzled. Who came again? And what did he mean by what he said? Gifting yourself talent? Even though their moods and expressions were different, both of them still turned around. A lean old man came into their view. Upon seeing this, both Qin Feng and Master Xiang knelt on the ground, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Supreme Elder." "Greetings, Grandpa Chen." Ignoring Master Xiang, Chen Bufan walked cheerfully to Qin Feng, his voice no longer carrying the same boldness as before. Okay, be good and get up quickly, the ground is so cold." "You'll get cold. True man Jiang. Can't I feel the cold?" "In the end, I was just not good enough for him." "Grandpa Chen, is there something you need in the main hall?" Qin Feng completely changed his tone at this moment, which made Master Xiang even more uncomfortable. "Xiang Zhenren, why don't I get such good treatment? That's not fair. I am clearly your master." At this moment, Chen Baiun also said with a smile. "It's nothing, I only came because I was looking for you." "Goodness, let's talk as we walk." Before leaving, Chen Baiun seemed to finally see the Crimson Sun immortal. "Hey, what are you doing here? True man Jiang." Shaking his head, Chen Baiun continued. "Never mind, it's not important. Xiang, if you don't have anything else to do, don't just wait here. The Myriad Immortals sect has many matters waiting for you to attend to." "True man Jiang, I still kneeling here? Get to work." Unfortunately, before Master Xiang could finish speaking, Chen Baiun rebuked him. "Does the 10,000 Immortals sect really think it's supporting idle people?" After saying that, Chen Baiun left gracefully with Qin Feng. Watching the two leave, Master Xiang's expression, which had been both amused and exasperated, suddenly turned serious. With a slight turn of his hand, he actually pulled out a human-shaped black shadow from the shadow of the hall pillar. This is a powerful expert whose strength has reached the nascent soul realm. His purpose in coming to the Myriad Immortals sect is self-evident. What left Master Xiang speechless was why he thought he wouldn't be noticed if he hid in the shadows of the main hall. "Do you really think that Mahayana cultivators are just for show? Are you looking down on me?" Master Xiang snorted coldly, and before the shadowy figure could even beg for mercy, he had crushed it into pieces. His eyes held undisguised killing intent as true immortal Xiang murmured softly. "The Myriad Immortals sect has not made a move for over 1,000 years. Has the world forgotten how powerful the Myriad Immortals sect was? In that case, I don't mind helping you recall the fear of being dominated by the 10,000 Immortals sect." After saying this, True Man Jiang disappeared. At this moment, Qin Feng had already followed Chen Baiun to the ancestral tombs of the 10,000 Immortals sect. The Wangxian sect has an ancestral tomb called Wangqian Tomb. The ancestors in the ancestral graves were almost all cultivators at the Mahayana realm. Of course, it's called the ancestral graveyard, but it contains more than just tombs. Many of our ancestors' graves are indeed buried here, but all the nearly deceased Mahayana cultivators and supreme elders of the 10,000 Immortals sect are in this ancestral tomb. Firstly, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to overcome the final hurdle, so that I would have a grave when I died, and that my descendants would be able to take care of me in the future. Secondly, the Wangtian tomb contains the aura of death, which can prolong the life of those whose lives are nearing their end. Of course, the aura of death is extremely precious, so the living people who can enter the Wangtian tomb must be of extremely distinguished status. If you haven't made a certain contribution to the 10,000 Immortals sect, you're not qualified to enter the sky-gazing tomb. Of course, Wangtian Fen is also one of the forbidden areas of the Wangxian sect. Although the living ancestors inside are all nearing the end of their lives, no one dares to underestimate their strength. Because their strength is usually just one step away from ascending to the realm of immortality. Such strength far surpasses that of a Mahayana cultivator. They can even use a portion of the power of immortals. However, the consequences of using immortal power are also severe. Most of our ancestors used the power of immortals with the determination to die. The 10,000 Immortals sect has a total of 7 supreme elders, and Chen Baiun is one of them. His strength has reached its peak. If time were to go back 7,000 years, he would definitely be one of the most unparalleled powerhouses. Because 7,000 years ago today, Chen Baiun was one of the world's overlords. However, the overlord was smiling as he looked at Qin Feng, and each time he walked to a tomb, he would tell Qin Feng about the life and deeds of the ancestor in that tomb. Although Qin Feng had visited Wangtian Fen several times, this was the first time he had heard stories about the ancestors buried there. Under Chen Baiun's gradual explanation, Qin Feng was completely captivated. At the same time, his gaze gradually became serious. As Qin Feng followed Chen Baiun's story, he discovered that a significant portion of these ancestors had not died of natural causes. They all died for the 10,000 Immortals sect. This is an ancestor from 100,000 years ago. Back then, his strength was already at the pinnacle of his abilities. It is said that if he wished, he could transcend tribulation and ascend to immortality. However, the myriad Immortals sect was in crisis at that time, besieged by dozens of peak cultivators. In order to protect the myriad Immortals sect, this ancestor actually gave up the opportunity to become an immortal and unleashed supreme divine lightning to eliminate dozens of enemies. At the same time, this ancestor was completely wiped out, leaving not even ashes. His name was Qin Daoren. This ancestor was even more amazing. He was not only a cultivator whose strength had reached its peak, but also whose array formations had reached their peak. The reason he died was because a golden dragon came from the myriad Immortals sect. The dragon's strength had reached the level of a beast god, making it an invincible force throughout the world. The giant dragon had long coveted the beautiful scenery of the myriad Immortals sect, intending to kill all its cultivators and use it as its lair. Upon learning this, the ancestor launched a fierce attack, using supreme formations and sacrificing his own life force to wear down the invincible dragon to death. This ancestor's name was Chuanan Daoren. And this is... At this moment, Chen Baiun's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it carried a hint of sorrow. Listening to Chen Baiun's story, Qin Feng actually felt his body start to heat up. You should know this is a graveyard. Why could he feel warmth in this grave? Looking at the countless graves, Qin Feng suddenly realized something. So all these ancestors were protecting him. I believe that not only Qin Feng, but all other disciples and elders who are cultivators in the myriad Immortals sect will feel this warmth. Because they were protected by countless ancestors of the 10,000 Immortals sect. To live and protect the 10,000 Immortals sect. Even in death, his soul will protect the 10,000 Immortals sect. Chapter 26. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a lump in his throat. Suppressing his tears, Qin Feng bowed to the grave of an ancestor with each step he took. Upon seeing this, Chen Baiun nodded with a look of satisfaction. This Qin Feng is indeed the person he's been looking for. Just as Qin Feng was bowing to several deceased ancestors, he suddenly felt something new in his mind. As for what exactly it is, Qin Feng really didn't know. Because all those things turned into white light and existed in Qin Feng's mind, but Qin Feng had no way to actively explore them. Although he didn't know what it was, Qin Feng believed that his ancestor would never betray him. He did not tell Chen Baiun about this. At this moment, Qin Feng had already followed Chen Baiun to Chen Baiun's grave. Looking at his own grave, Chen Baiun said with a smile. "Go in." Qin Feng, who was initially moved, looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's inappropriate for a child in the prime of their life to go to the grave, isn't that a bit much? Qin Feng said with a wry smile. "Grandpa Chen. You can say whatever you need to say here. There's no need to go into the grave. What are you thinking? This is where I live. It looks like a tomb, but it's definitely not now." At this moment, Chen Baiun was somewhat displeased. He clapped his hands, and the tomb began to change. In an instant, the house, which had originally resembled a tomb, was transformed into a luxurious mansion. "This is still a small villa." Upon seeing this, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Baiun, however, put on an act. "It's just a smokescreen, not worth mentioning. Also, what is a small villa? Cough cough, it's nothing." After coughing twice, Qin Feng followed Chen Baiun into his tomb, villa. After entering the cemetery villa, Qin Feng finally understood what a hidden paradise meant. This cemetery villa is so luxurious. For a moment, Qin Feng even thought he had entered a paradise. Ultimately, Chen Baiun is still a top-tier expert with extraordinary abilities. They actually moved a mountain and a long river into the tomb, using their power to defy fate to transform the tomb into a unique and extraordinary mansion. This made Qin Feng think of his house with a bitter expression. The courtyard, which took a year to build and countless efforts, is barely habitable now. Qin Feng had wondered more than once if his house had been built better. Would people who have visited their own houses not show that kind of pity? Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't know that the expressions on the audience's faces were expressions of shock. "Sweetie, sit down quickly. I'll call the other grandpas and grandmas over, and then we can discuss the important matters." With a smile, Chen Baiun settled Qin Feng in a small house and then disappeared. Qin Feng wasn't in a very good mood right now. Countless stories of his ancestors were still echoing in his mind. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Needless to say, Qin Feng knew why this supreme elder of the 10,000 Immortals sect had summoned him. He declared himself the son of God. Although true Man Qiang is the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, he holds a prestigious position, second only to the leader. However, he really had no authority to decide on the matter of the supreme holy son of the myriad Immortals sect. So Qin Feng really blamed the wrong person back then. The reason why Master Xiang was able to establish Qin Feng as the Holy Son was ultimately because all 7 supreme elders of extraordinary status agreed. Qin Feng has now figured this out. Although he doesn't want to refuse the kindness of these elders, he has a mission to complete. Forgive Qin Feng for being so heartless. Besides, it would be a joke if a foundation establishment cultivator like him actually became the Holy Son of the myriad Immortals sect. Everyone else's opinions are rubbish, only Qin Feng knows how worthless he is. I wonder how big this will get. I hope everything goes smoothly. Muttering to himself with a worried expression, Qin Feng took out a teapot, teacups, and tea leaves from his storage ring and began to brew tea. Because he had no way to cultivate, Qin Feng actually fell in love with drinking tea. Drinking tea can cultivate one's character and slow down one's life. Although this wasn't Qin Feng's original intention, what can he do when he's stuck with a system that lets him just lie back and relax? Chen Baiun was also an old man who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. There was a small stove in his room, which was perfect for making tea. After placing the tea on the stove, Qin Feng began to plan his future. That old fellow, Master Xiang, actually found himself 7 fiancés. Although Qin Feng was unwilling, the engagements were already in hand, and the system had also issued a task, so he had to refuse all the engagements himself. I've already turned down one, and there are still 6 more to turn down. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. Sigh, it seems like the future is also uncertain. I hope none of my fiancés will end up like Zhu Yeyu, otherwise I'm in big trouble. A Chu who's talking about me? Could it be that he misses me? A young woman dressed in a tight-fitting outfit sneezed, and immediately contradicted herself after mentioning a certain man. Impossible. It absolutely couldn't be him. Suddenly, the girl named Zhu Yeyu looked in the direction of the Wangxian sect with a melancholy expression. Why is his talent so great? I've cultivated for 7 or 8 years and I still can't compare to him after just 1 year of cultivation. And he has so many precious things, it's infuriating to compare yourself to others. But just because I'm not good enough for you now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Looking at the 2 characters Qin Feng that she had carefully carved in her hand, Zhu Yeyu gritted her teeth and said, I will not come out again until I break through to the integration realm cultivator this time. At worst, we'll just go into that place. Looking in the direction of the myriad immortals sect, Zhu Yeyu suddenly gritted her teeth. Qin Feng, don't get cocky. I'll crush you one day. Then you can do whatever you want with me. At this moment, an old woman suddenly appeared beside Zhu Yeyu, bowed respectfully, and said, Greetings, holy maiden. Upon seeing this person, Zhu Yeyu suddenly looked aggrieved and quickly ran into the old woman's arms, her face full of grievance. Grandma Witch, I want to enter the forbidden land of the ghostly moon. Ah! Granny Wu never expected that her holy maiden would say she would voluntarily enter the forbidden land of the ghost moon. That place is a place where you have a very low chance of survival. It seems our little saintess has been hurt. She remembered that the saintess's fiancé was named Qin Feng, and he was the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. I heard that he has only been in the world of cultivation for less than a year. To be able to inflict such a blow on one's own holy maiden in less than a year of cultivation, such a person is truly an extraordinary genius. Looking at the myriad immortals sect with a face full of apprehension, Granny Wu murmured. It seems the myriad immortals sect has produced a true dragon this time. Chapter 27. In less than 5 minutes, all 7 elders entered the room with smiles on their faces. Looking at the handsome and extraordinary Qin Feng, the smiles on the faces of the several elders widened even further. The wind is coming. The wind has become even more handsome. I feel that Feng'er's strength has increased again. She really is the most talented disciple in the history of our myriad immortals sect. Hearing the several elders praising him, Qin Feng humbly replied. Not at all, not at all. In front of these grandpas and grandmas, the wind is still like an ant. Grandpa Long is becoming more and more ethereal and otherworldly, like an immortal. His cultivation must have improved again. And Grandma Zhao, her temperament is getting better every day. And Grandma Lu. Since the other party praised him, Qin Feng naturally had to return the compliment. Anyway, these elderly people won't get angry when they hear praise, they'll just be happy. As expected, the smiles of the elders widened even more after hearing Qin Feng's words. In an instant, the wrinkles on their faces seemed to smooth out considerably. After boasting for a while, under Qin Feng's respect, all the elders sat down in their seats with smiles on their faces. Although the elders were old enough to be Qin Feng's ancestors, they didn't hold back because they genuinely loved Qin Feng and let him call them grandpa and grandma. With so many powerful figures backing him, Qin Feng naturally agreed without hesitation. After a year, I've gotten used to being called that. It would feel strange if I didn't. Looking at the 7 elderly men who, apart from appearing elegant and graceful, were no different from ordinary old men, Qin Feng's respect deepened. You should know that these elders represent the pinnacle of the 10,000 Immortals sect's combat power. Although some of them were nearing the end of their lives, none dared to underestimate an aging lion. Though the lion is old, its power remains. It can be said that, aside from those ancestors who were unable to leave their graves, these 7 supreme elders were the pinnacle of the myriad immortal sect. It's the best in every aspect. Even if true immortal Xiang were here, he would have to kowtow to the 7 supreme elders 21 times with utmost respect. Therefore, Qin Feng truly respected these elders. Putting aside the fact that they could kill him with just a few words, what Qin Feng admires most about them is their past great achievements. It can be said that the current status of the 10,000 Immortals sect is inextricably linked to these supreme elders who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Qin Feng would naturally listen to what these elders said. Who could blame him for respecting these elders the most in his heart? After a few words of idle chatter, accompanied by 2 dry coughs from an old woman, the youngest member, Chen Baiun, suddenly smiled and said, "I guess I'm getting old. I can go on and on about trivial things. Let's get back to the main topic now. Fenger, the reason we all escaped from this near-death experience is because of your appointment as the Holy Sun." After giving all the elders a smiling look, Chen Baiun continued in a loud voice. Although the 10,000 Immortals sect has not established a Holy Sun for hundreds of thousands of years, this position is dispensable. However, given that your talent is truly exceptional, Fenger, the position of senior brother of the myriad Immortals sect is no longer suitable for you. It would indeed be beneath you to take on the role of senior brother. So, after a long discussion among us, we made this decision. You, Qin Feng. From today onwards, you will serve as the Holy Son of our myriad Immortals sect. And the only Holy Son. I'm sure Qi Yang has already told you about this special position of Holy Son of the myriad Immortals sect, right? This is the greatest honor of the myriad Immortals sect. As long as you agree, countless resources of the myriad Immortals sect will be directed towards you. Whatever you want, the myriad Immortals sect will use all its strength to find it for you. Speaking solemnly, Chen Baiun looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. Qin Feng, are you willing to become the Holy Son of the myriad Immortals sect? To serve the myriad Immortals sect for life. At this moment, the other supreme elders all looked at Qin Feng with expectant expressions, hoping to hear Qin Feng's voice of agreement. Although they unanimously decided to appoint Qin Feng as the Holy Son of the 10,000 Immortals sect, whether it will succeed depends entirely on Qin Feng. Everyone felt that there was no reason why Qin Feng wouldn't agree. Under the watchful eyes of Wan Qi, Qin Feng stood up. With a blank expression, Qin Feng bowed to each of the supreme elders. After finishing this task, Qin Feng finally spoke. First of all, I would like to thank all the grandpas and grandmas for giving me this opportunity, which is an unparalleled honor that the Wangxian sect has not experienced in hundreds of thousands of years. The conditions for becoming a Holy Son are indeed very tempting, but I refuse. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng refused outright. Qin Feng's face was slapped in the face at lightning speed. He was just now showing great respect to all the senior elders. With Qin Feng's refusal, everyone in the cabin fell silent. The smiles on their faces hadn't even faded before they froze on. Staring at Qin Feng in disbelief, after a long while, the leading elder Zhao Xiener still had an incredulous smile on her face, and murmured, "Fenger, are you kidding me?" Qin Feng shook his head and said solemnly, "No, I'm very serious. I can't accept the title of Holy Son of the 10,000 Immortals sect." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd, who had initially held some hope, turned completely gloomy. Chen Baiun said with an incredulous look, "Fenger, are you confused? Becoming the Holy Son of the myriad Immortals sect is such a great opportunity, why won't you agree?" "Because..." Qin Feng turned to look into the distance, and a peculiar fluctuation suddenly appeared on his body, and a man's face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing this man, the expressions of the several elders became even more solemn. "This is the wicked immortal who sacrificed his own life to kill the rebellious Holy Son." Turning around again, Qin Feng murmured, "My master has already told me about the power of the Holy Son. He can even rival the sect leader. You must know that the 10,000 Immortals sect is the #1 sect in the world. To become the holy son of the 10,000 Immortals sect is probably the most prestigious position in the world. But please forgive me, I still do not wish to become the holy son. This position is not only an honor, but also a desire. How can the position that our ancestor, whose strength was only one step away from ascending to immortality, sealed with his life, be broken by a mere cultivator like myself? The Wangxian sect is best off having only a sect master. Since the Wangxian sect, which hasn't had a holy son for hundreds of thousands of years, is still operating normally and even thriving, why bother reviving this position? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the faces of the several elders also showed a bit more contemplation. At the time, they really only wanted to establish Qin Feng as their holy son, they didn't think much beyond that. Now it seems that we, a bunch of million-year-old rotten wood, are not as open-minded as a little child. 10 minutes had passed. Looking at the boiling tea, Qin Feng smiled and took out 7 teacups. After personally pouring a cup of tea for each of the supreme elders, Qin Feng fell silent. After bowing to the assembled elders, Qin Feng departed. Chapter 28. Long after Qin Feng left, a senior elder finally raised his teacup, his expression complex. Are we really getting old? Not a single child has thought of everything. Only in this way can we prove that Fenger is indeed the person we are looking for. It's just that we didn't think things through properly this time regarding the establishment of the Holy Sun. Then what about the position of Holy Sun? Let's not set it up. Anyway, with us here now, what can't the myriad Immortals sect find for Fenger whatever he wants? That's right. As long as he is Qin Feng, the 10,000 Immortals sect will serve him. Several elders raised their teacups and took a small sip of tea. Suddenly, their eyes lit up, as if they had figured everything out. The supreme elders were all easygoing people. Although they felt a little regretful that Qin Feng had not accepted the position of Holy Sun, they did not discuss the matter further. Moreover, compared to this past event, the elders were more curious about something else. Speaking of which, what was that thing on Fenger just now? That shouldn't be possible. Isn't that something only immortals can master? Even if Fenger is exceptionally talented, she can't become an immortal in just 1 year. That's absolutely impossible. Senior Sister Lu, which one are you most familiar with? Please tell me, Senior Sister Lu. Before one of the elders could finish speaking, a mysterious power, not spiritual power, suddenly erupted from Lu Yun's body, who, although not the leader, was sitting in the very center. Upon seeing this, the other 6 supreme elders disregarded everything else and exclaimed with delight. Congratulations, Senior Sister Lu, on your significant progress in your understanding. If anyone should thank someone, it should be Fenger. He's really surprising me more and more. The oldest among them, Lu Yun, also had a smile on her face, feeling her body regaining its vitality. Lu Yun murmured. This enlightenment will at least add 300 years to my lifespan, and I'll also get to witness Fenger's growth. She was already a person nearing the end of her life, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would die of old age in less than 10 years. Now that I have gained new insights and have gained an extra 300 years of lifespan for nothing, that is naturally something to be happy about. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the other elders also quickly asked. Then, Senior Sister, what did Fenger just use? Meeting everyone's gaze, Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is the origin of the Great Dao. Although Fenger's Dao origin is still very weak, I believe that as he grows, this Dao origin will definitely become his powerful weapon. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to leave, at this moment, he was kneeling and bowing towards each of the graves. One grave, kneel down, kowtow, bow, then the next one. This is Qin Feng's current action. The system's voice slowly came through at this moment. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have now unlocked 50% of your talent. Please keep up the good work, host, and strive to complete the next mission. Although it was encouraging news, Qin Feng couldn't bring himself to laugh when he saw the countless graves. His words just now came from the bottom of his heart, they were definitely not words he had thought of beforehand. Qin Feng's original idea was that if the Supreme Elders insisted on making him the Holy Sun, then he would directly unleash all the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth and turn the tomb upside down. For 50% of his talent, Qin Feng wouldn't mind digging up his ancestral graves. However, after hearing Chen Baiun's stories about the ancestors of the 10,000 Immortals sect one by one, Qin Feng changed his mind. In retrospect, the results are indeed good. Qin Feng did nothing, he simply said a few words and completed the task. But why can't Qin Feng be happy? He clearly has 50% talent right now. With half the cultivation talent of an ordinary cultivator, plus the massive resources of the myriad Immortals sect, if Qin Feng were given a few more months, he could at least break through to the Golden Core realm. This was something Qin Feng wouldn't have dared to imagine before. But right now he's just unhappy. Kneeling before countless graves, kowtowing and bowing, this was the only thing Qin Feng could do now. Several elders also emerged from the tomb and, upon witnessing Qin Feng's actions, silently vanished. However, when they disappeared, the elders all had smiles on their faces. The 10,000 Immortals sect has been established for countless years, and the number of ancestors who have entered the Wangtian tomb is also countless. 2 days had passed by the time Qin Feng finished kowtowing and bowing for the last time. After doing this, Qin Feng lay down on the ground. His current strength is only at the foundation establishment stage. He can go hungry for 2 days without any problems, but he can't endure kowtowing and bowing like this. In the end, Qin Feng's body even performed the movements mechanically. Even so, Qin Feng still memorized all the ancestors' graves. After resting for a while, Qin Feng suddenly laughed and pinched his leg to help himself stand up. Qin Feng murmured, "There are a total of 54,120 tombs of heroes. May our ancestors rest in peace." After saying this, Qin Feng bowed one last time to all the graves. Rest in peace. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to sense Qin Feng's conviction. A gentle breeze caressed Qin Feng, bringing a touch of coolness to his exhausted body. Qin Feng closed his eyes, trying to capture this tenderness. When I closed my eyes, the mysterious white light in my mind suddenly stopped shining, as if it was acknowledging Qin Feng. This white light was something that suddenly entered Qin Feng's mind when he came to Wangtian tomb, and it must have been something mysterious. But Qin Feng had no interest in finding out what was inside that white light. Although he was surrounded by countless graves, he did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Qin Feng opened his eyes, only to find countless blue figures standing before him. No, not countless, but 54,120 Sighing souls. They are the loyal souls who protect the 10,000 Immortals sect. But now they've chosen to protect Qin Feng. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and all things trembled. The spiritual energy of the entire cultivation world was being directed eastward, and the very center of that place was called the 10,000 Immortals sect. The 10,000 Immortals sect has a heavenly tomb, where 50,000 souls are currently watching Qin Feng faithfully. Congratulations, host, on obtaining this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Fearless against loyal souls. Note, these souls can unleash their strongest aura before birth, but it's merely an aura. Their strength is roughly equivalent to the nascent soul realm, but they are immortal. They are inexhaustible, capable of wearing down their opponents to death. The system's voice came from beside his ear. Qin Feng, who should have been happy about this extraordinary celestial phenomenon, didn't laugh. Instead, he murmured, "Then we thank our ancestors for protecting the younger generation." But only one person responded to Qin Feng. War. Looking at the vast and mighty 50,000 loyal souls, even the seasoned and knowledgeable elders remained silent for several days. At that moment, someone suddenly uttered a sigh. I suddenly regret not making him the Holy Son. Do you think Feng would refuse if he were made sect leader? Master Xiang is panicking. Chapter 29. Qin Feng returned to his small courtyard, lay down on the bed, and stayed there for 3 days. 3 days later, touching his belly, Qin Feng chuckled softly. I'm hungry. After washing the pot and dishes and kneading the dough, Qin Feng decided to treat himself to a bowl of noodles. Although these trivial matters were originally the work of the Wangxian sect's menial disciples, Qin Feng always preferred to do them personally. Besides, in his previous life as an ordinary person, he truly couldn't accept the feeling of being served. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng ate the noodles he had made and the pickled vegetables he had made before, a big smile on his face. Homemade food always tastes the best. Go inside. I'll tell you to bring something valuable next time. These things are of no use to me. You call yourself the sect leader of the Myriad Immortals sect? Bringing these things here is just embarrassing for you. Really? Just then, Go Sheng's lazy voice suddenly came from the doorway, leaving Qin Feng speechless. That dog, Go Sheng. He was supposed to be a watchdog, yet he accepted bribes. And he never got a share of the bribes. Looks like I should probably get a new dog. This dog is a real dog, it really is a dog. In short, this dog is almost unusable. At this moment, an old man who looked like a sage, but whose actions were slightly lewd, was peeking out from behind the wall. Without even guessing, Qin Feng knew who this person was. In the entire world, there's probably no one else besides his cheap master who possesses both a lewd and otherworldly aura. Qin Feng ignored this cheap master, sighed inwardly, and then began to eat his noodles. It smells so good. At this moment, Master Xiang, who had been peeking out, was looking at the noodles in Qin Feng's hand with a greedy expression. I have to say, my apprentice is quite good at cooking. This bowl of scallion noodles is even better than that of a top chef at the integration realm. Looking at the noodles in Qin Feng's hand, even though Master Xiang had long since abstained from grains and no longer needed to eat, he couldn't help but lick his lips. At this moment, he no longer concealed himself and swaggered up to Qin Feng. Looking at this handsome young disciple, Master Xiang chuckled and said, My disciple! I heard that those grand elders have stopped recognizing you as their holy son. Qin Feng ate his noodles and could only give a vague answer. This can hardly be considered a fortunate event. Being the holy son of the 10,000 Immortals sect is such a wonderful thing. My disciple! You have no idea the expressions on the faces of those supreme elders when they felt wronged. When they mentioned you again, their faces were filled with a mixture of love and hate. And for some reason, I've felt that the way they've been looking at me these past few days is strange, as if they want to kill me and seize power. In any case, it's truly a pity that you, my disciple, are not the Holy Son. Although they were talking about the Holy Son, Master Xiang's gaze remained fixed on Qin Feng's noodles and pickled vegetables. Damn it, this bowl of scallion noodles looks so ordinary, why does the smell of it make me feel so uneasy? And these pickled vegetables? It looks incredibly delicious. Why didn't my disciple mention his pickling vegetables? He really treats his master like an outsider. Wait a minute. Looking at the bowl of thick, dark soy sauce-soaked pickled vegetables, Master Xiang's eyes suddenly narrowed. This pickled vegetable? It's actually pickled with the sacred rainbow root. Master Xiang stared at the bowl of pickled vegetables in utter shock. The rainbow root looks ordinary, even like a radish, but it is definitely a sacred object. This creature is of little use for cultivation, but it can enhance the power of the soul. If you swallow a whole rainbow root, breaking through a realm will be as easy as playing around. It should be known that the soul has only 4 realms: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The realm of the soul is far more difficult than the realm of immortal cultivation. It can truly be said that each realm is a different world. While ordinary people can cultivate to the nascent soul realm, their soul realm will only hover at the yellow level, and they may never be able to advance any further. Countless geniuses may only have 1 in 10 or fewer who can break through to the yellow level and reach the profound level. Even the exceptionally talented Xiang Zhenren, hailed as the most likely person in the Wangxian sect's 3,000 years to break through and become an immortal, has only just reached the earth level in his current soul realm. Taking another step forward is virtually impossible. But at this moment, True Man Xiang saw hope of breaking through to the soul realm. With trembling fingers pointing at the bowl of pickled vegetables, Master Xiang instantly felt his mouth go dry and asked incredulously. Wind. This bowl of pickled vegetables is... It's just a bowl of ordinary pickled vegetables. Look at your pathetic attitude. After showing his contempt for Master Xiang, Qin Feng picked up a small piece of pickled vegetable and put it in his mouth. Qin Feng's expression was indeed not good. He quickly shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of noodles, then pushed the pickled vegetables aside with a look of disgust. Qin Feng muttered to himself. It's a bit too salty. Looks like my pickling skills have gotten worse. Ordinary pickled vegetables. At this moment, Master Xiang seemed to have been insulted, jumping up and looking at Qin Feng in disbelief. Do you know what you're eating right now? It's just pickled vegetables, what's the big deal? Pickled vegetables? This is the supreme creature, rainbow root, which can elevate the soul. Even the myriad immortals sect doesn't have something this precious, and now you've turned it into pickled vegetables. You. Master Xiang truly doesn't know what to say anymore. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Qin Feng was so intense that he wanted to skin Qin Feng alive. What a spendthrift! The sacred relic he had sought for hundreds of years had now been turned into pickled vegetables by this incompetent disciple. Pickled vegetables! Master Xiang was truly angry. He had even forgotten why he had come here to find Qin Feng. Now, Master Xiang's gaze was focused on this bowl of pickled vegetables. A sacred artifact that will allow me to break through to the heavenly level. Although he was really drooling over this pickled vegetable, ugh! A supreme sacred object, it belonged to Qin Feng after all, so he couldn't just eat it directly. Seeing Master Xiang's reaction, Qin Feng said helplessly. Since you say this is some kind of sacred radish, then you can eat it. Anyway, my pickling wasn't very good. Before he could finish speaking, Master Xiang picked up a plate of pickled vegetables and, without even using chopsticks, poured it directly into his mouth. A plate of pickled vegetables, along with their juices, ended up in his stomach. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng felt as if his worldview had been thoroughly challenged once again. Good heavens, isn't this salty? Seeing that Master Xiang's face was rosy, Qin Feng thought he had choked. He quickly brought over a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Master Xiang. Qin Feng hurriedly said. Eat some noodles quickly to neutralize it. Damn, this Crimson Sun immortal is really too powerful. Qin Feng was so scared he even started speaking in his hometown dialect. At this moment, Master Xiang shoveled down 2 mouthfuls of noodles, then exclaimed with unparalleled delight. How wonderful! After eating this rainbow root, I feel my soul has been strengthened considerably. The effects of the rainbow root are indeed very obvious. True Man Xiang now even feels that he has touched the final level of the soul realm. Heavenly realm. That's why he was so agitated. But to Qin Feng, this excited expression made him look like a country bumpkin. Qin Feng said, somewhat speechless. It's just a bowl of pickled vegetables, why make such a fuss? I still have a whole jar of it there. Chapter 30. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Master Xiang, who was eating noodles, almost spat them out. But because the noodles were so delicious, he managed not to spit them out. Master Xiang controlled his mouth. He swallowed the noodles in his mouth hastily, then thought for a moment and finished the soup in the bowl. After a satisfied look, Master Xiang looked at Qin Feng incredulously. Fenger, you just said you still have a jar of pickled vegetables, colorful root vegetables. Yes. A whole vat, but they put in too much salt when pickling it, so it looks inedible now. Too much salt is bad for your health. Qin Feng also looked regretful. Did he know how much time it took him to pickle these vegetables? That's a whole half day. To be honest, Qin Feng also feels very sorry that these pickled vegetables are now inedible because they are too salty. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Master Xiang widened his eyes and asked cautiously. It's inedible, so what are you going to do with it? Of course we threw them all away. Qin Feng answered matter-of-factly that it wasn't that he didn't cherish food. These pickled vegetables are just way too salty. Eating too much of them is really bad for your health. Throw them all away. Upon hearing this, Master Xiang's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest, saying, My disciple! You have been weak since childhood, unable to carry heavy loads, so I feel it's best to leave this jar of pickled vegetables to me. I guarantee I'll handle this perfectly for you. Oh well. He led Master Xiang to a small pit, then lifted it up, revealing a lot of straw inside. Then, they took out the straw, and a jar of pickled vegetables appeared in front of them. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Master. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than True Man Xiang, not minding the dirt, grabbed the pole and ran. While running, Master Xiang spoke up. You're welcome, you're welcome. Helping your disciple is a master's duty. Seeing how much his master cared for him, Qin Feng was deeply moved. Qin Feng was deeply moved as he watched Master Xiang depart. As expected, we still have to rely on Master in crucial moments. After reaching a secluded spot, Master Xiang carefully placed the large vat on the ground. Carefully opening the lid of the large vat, even the most powerful cultivator in the world, True Man Xiang, gasped upon seeing the vat filled with the rich and vibrant roots of the rainbow vine. After a long while, Master Xiang murmured. Good heavens! Has the wind raided that forbidden area? That shouldn't be. How come we haven't heard anything about that forbidden area being looted? His expression suddenly turned cold, and only then did true immortal Xiang reveal the aura of a supreme expert of the myriad immortals sect, saying in a cold voice. So what if Feng'er plundered that place? As long as they dare to lay a hand on Feng'er, I won't hesitate to destroy it. Just as he became erect, Master Xiang immediately went limp, and said with an embarrassed smile. Sigh, my disciple really is a waste of food. So what if this pickled vegetable is a little salty? It's not a big deal. It's not like you can't eat it. Do you know how many people in this world are starving? In order to save food, it is absolutely necessary for me to help Feng'er, so I will take care of these pickled vegetables. Having reverted to his sleazy demeanor, Master Xiang once again carried away a jar of pickled vegetables. As for why he didn't put the pickled vegetables into his storage ring, it's all because Master Xiang doesn't want to be separated from these pickled vegetables. As he was leaving, Master Xiang suddenly muttered to himself in confusion. I feel like there's something I forgot to say. Oh well, let's leave it at that. Qin Feng had no idea that because of his jar of pickled vegetables, he had avoided something incredibly difficult for him. At this moment, Qin Feng was eating the tomato in his bowl. After a good meal, it's time to have some fruit. Although these tomatoes aren't exactly fruit, perhaps because this is a cultivation world, the tomatoes grown here are incredibly sweet. It squirts out water with just a gentle squeeze, and the juice is sweeter than honey. If Master Xiang saw Qin Feng's tomatoes, he might be so scared that his eyes would pop out. These tomatoes are no ordinary things, it's just that Qin Feng himself doesn't know it. In Qin Feng's opinion, it was just an ordinary tomato, except that it was very sweet. Even though the sun was scorching hot, Qin Feng was no longer troubled by his usual worries. Because his strength has reached the Foundation Establishment realm, and Foundation Establishment realm cultivators are immune to the scorching sun. Bathed in the warm sunshine, Qin Feng sat in the armchair he had woven and crafted himself, eating tomatoes with a contented expression. In short, it can be summed up in one word: comfortable. Young man, it's you again. You're so poor I don't even want to eat you, you'd better leave. Can you let me in? I need to see Qin Feng. Senior brother really needs something. If you call me Master Gozheng, I might consider letting you in. Although I can't beat you, you can't make me submit. What did I do to make you disrespect me like this? You won't even call me Master Gozheng. Don't push your luck. Just as Qin Feng was dozing off, he suddenly heard the sound of Gozheng arguing with someone. Damn it, why is everyone coming to see me today? Do they really think I'm just a nobody? Very leisurely Qin Feng sighed helplessly, just as he was about to go see who had arrived. Gozheng's words suddenly made Qin Feng's face turn dark. This mountain is mine, these trees are mine, if you want to pass, leave your toll. This guy, when did I ever teach him to say things like that? Helplessly covering his eyes, Qin Feng quickened his pace. At this moment, Gozheng was still looking at Zhou Long with a mocking expression. Looking at the helpless young man, Gozheng smiled and said, "Let me tell you, little brat, if you don't call me Master Gozheng today, I absolutely won't let you pass. Don't push your luck. My cultivation level is now at the nascent soul stage, and I'm not the same person I was a little over a month ago." Looking at the grinning Gozheng, Zhou Long just wanted to kill it. But that wasn't his purpose in coming here. Besides, Zhou Long had come to apologize, so he couldn't afford to cause any trouble. So he chose to endure from beginning to end. Even so, Zhou Long still wanted to kill this despicable dog demon. Gozheng seemed quite pleased to see Zhou Long's helpless expression. Just as it was about to say something again, it suddenly felt someone slap it from behind. This thing is big and hard. In just a moment, it flew away. After kicking Gozheng away, Qin Feng walked up to Zhou Long with a sheepish grin and quickly said, "I'm sorry, this dog is a little mentally unstable. As its owner, please forgive me." Chapter 31. As he spoke, Qin Feng bowed deeply to Zhou Long. The reason why Gozheng is so arrogant and domineering is indeed related to him. Furthermore, Gozheng was indeed his spirit pet, so Qin Feng felt it was only right for him to bow and apologize. However, what he considered self-evident surprised Zhou Long. Looking at Qin Feng with disbelief, Zhou Long realized the gap between himself and Qin Feng. "I am indeed inferior to Qin Feng. Judging from the current situation, neither in talent nor character is as good as. How could senior brother Qin Feng do something so humiliating?" They quickly pulled up the bowing Qin Feng, and Zhou Long also looked terrified. He was genuinely terrified. Qin Feng was now the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, a figure second only to the leader and above all others. At best, Zhou Long is just a core disciple. Asking his senior brother to apologize to him, a core disciple, would only make everyone in the 10,000 Immortals sect spit on him. Although Zhou Long was powerful, he genuinely considered the myriad Immortals sect his home. His current status in the family is at best that of a younger brother, while Qin Feng's status is at least that of the eldest son, like an older brother. How can a younger brother make an older brother apologize? Because he was so worried about Qin Feng, Zhou Long used a tiny bit more force when he helped him up. Zhou Long noticed something was wrong when he gripped Qin Feng's shoulders with both hands. Looking at Qin Feng, who was gritting his teeth, Zhou Long asked in confusion. "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" It's nothing, it's all right." Feeling his shoulders almost shattered, Qin Feng naturally endured the pain and gritted his teeth to say those words. How could the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect possibly utter the word pain? However, the moment Zhou Long pulled him up, the excruciating pain caused Qin Feng to break down completely. Ah! Sensing its master's pain, a strange phenomenon instantly appeared in Qin Feng's courtyard. However, there weren't many unusual phenomena this time, only one. But this extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth can instill fear in the disciples and elders of the number one sect in the world. Fearless loyal souls. The loyal souls of more than 50,000 ancestors of the 10,000 Immortals sect occupied the entire courtyard. There was definitely no room to put them inside. So these loyal souls of our ancestors occupy the sky, each of them looking solemnly at Zhou Long, who is still gripping Qin Feng's shoulder in the very center. Seeing the sudden appearance of countless souls, Zhou Long immediately put down Qin Feng and said with a serious expression, "How could there be so many souls here? Could it be that senior brother's courtyard was built on a mass grave? This shouldn't be. Why couldn't I sense the dark aura of these souls before? Wait, why don't they have that foul smell on them?" Looking around with a puzzled expression, Zhou Long was also somewhat confused. If a person dies and doesn't want to be reincarnated, they will become a vengeful ghost, and they will have a foul smell on their body. But these people in front of me didn't smell of filth at all. Not to mention smell, they didn't even have any dark aura on them. This amazed Zhou Long. But that's all there is to it. Just based on the sheer number of souls here, Zhou Long was certain they harbored ill intentions. Perhaps their target is Qin Feng. Although Zhou Long had been repenting at the cliff of contemplation, he had also heard various legends about Qin Feng. That is why Zhou Long can conclude that someone will definitely commit a crime against Qin Feng in the near future. A genius is indeed a genius, but a genius who hasn't yet reached their full potential can still be targeted, and the probability of success is quite high. There have been many extraordinary geniuses in the past, and while many survived to become powerful figures or even ascended to immortality, many others died young. Zhou Long didn't want the myriad Immortals sect to lose a genius. He took out his magic weapon from his storage ring and looked at the other party with a wary expression. Zhou Long had already realized that these souls were not very strong, at most around the nascent soul realm, but what could they do when there were so many of them? And who could possibly know what a powerful mastermind is hiding behind them? Zhou Long was naturally nervous. However, just as Zhou Long was about to make a move against these souls, he saw a familiar soul figure in front of him, and Zhou Long, who had been on guard, froze on the spot. "You are, the Deist potion." The souls before him were all strange phenomena of Qin Feng's heaven and earth, not living people at all, so they naturally paid no attention to Zhou Long. They were now just staring intently at Zhou Long, ready to strike if he dared to attack Qin Feng again. Impossible! Isn't the heaven-breaking Deist our 10,000 Immortals sect's ancestor? How could someone who has been dead for thousands of years possibly appear? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This soul's appearance should be similar to that of ancestor Potion Daoran, but it can't possibly be the same person. Muttering to himself, just as Zhou Long was doubting himself, he saw another familiar figure before him. Zhou Long immediately threw away the magical artifact that had been with him for so long, knelt on the ground, and said with a look of reverence. Zhou Long, a disciple of the current sect leader, True Man Xiang, a core disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and the former senior disciple, pays respects to the former sect leader. That's right, the person in front of me is the previous sect master of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and also the senior uncle of True Man Xiang. His cultivation has reached its peak. To be honest, Zhou Long has even decided whether to lose an arm or ruin his future to beg for his forgiveness. Although Zhou Long only unintentionally pointed his sword at the sect leader just now, he did indeed do it. If an apology can be enough to seek forgiveness for what has been done, then what is the point of laws? Therefore, Zhou Long's current consideration is not actually extreme. As long as this ancestor gives the order, what harm is there in him hanging himself on the spot? No one knows what Qin Feng is up to, but Zhou Long has made the 10,000 Immortals sect his home. In his view, the collective interest is above all else. Even if the sect leader has no reason to ask him to die, he will do it willingly. This is why he was so apprehensive when Qin Feng bowed to him. However, at this moment, the former sect leader of the Wangxian sect, who had been famous for a long time, just stared at him intently without saying a word. Zhou Long was surprised. He glanced at some more familiar figures around him. Even though he had reached the nascent soul realm and was a famous genius in the world, Zhou Long still gasped in surprise. Good heavens, who invited all the patriarchs of the 10,000 Immortals sect? Zhou Long had already recognized that these souls were all ancestors of Wang Tian tomb, but Zhou Long just couldn't understand who had such great ability to invite them all out. At this moment, Zhou Long had completely lost the will to fight, all he had left was fear. Now, he doesn't even dare to raise his head, let alone make a move. All the ancestors are here, this is. Just as Zhou Long lay on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to these ancestors, Qin Feng, clutching his shoulder, walked up to him and spoke sternly. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Chapter 32. Zhou Long. Zhou Long glanced at Qin Feng nervously, his tone changing completely. What are you saying, senior brother? I, Zhou Long, have always acted with integrity and honesty. How could I possibly be an assassin? Although he is not as high-ranking as Qin Feng now, he is not one to be trifled with if Qin Feng dares to insult him. Are you Zhou Long? Zhou Long. Good grief, you didn't even recognize me. I just risked my life to protect you, you son of a bch. The reason I've become the way I am now is most likely because of you. Only then did Qin Feng recognize the man in front of him as Zhou Long, the previous senior disciple. Qin Feng didn't recognize Zhou Long at first, simply because Zhou Long was no longer the dashing figure he used to be. After entering the cliff of contemplation and experiencing the pleasure of both ice and fire, he felt as if he had been reborn. They don't even look human anymore. Yes, you heard right, they're FG inhuman. At this time, Zhou Long was dark-skinned and ugly, and for some reason, even his arrogant temperament was somewhat concealed. Even if you were to say that Zhou Long is a beggar now, Qin Feng would nod in agreement without hesitation. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had only met Zhou Long once, when Zhou Long came to provoke him last time. After that, Qin Feng never saw him again. Given Zhou Long's current appearance, even his family, let alone Qin Feng who had only met him once, would probably have a hard time recognizing him. Seeing Zhou Long's grief-stricken expression, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Damn, I can't believe it. The Zhou Long I met before was a handsome man, but this guy is short, skinny, and dark-skinned. Is this really the same person? However, one thing must be admitted, this guy is also very strong. Ahem. Senior brother. If you want to talk about me, you can keep your voice down or stay away from me. Hearing Zhou Long's complaint, Qin Feng blushed. The supreme soul in the courtyard vanished instantly, and Qin Feng pulled Zhou Long into the house. Since you're not an assassin, then have a cup of tea. Zhou Long. You really did mistake me for an assassin before. Damn it. I'm in this state because of you. Despite the many jokes that ensued, Zhou Long was eventually invited into Qin Feng's house. Before the two could even exchange a few pleasantries upon entering the house, Zhou Long directly apologized to Qin Feng for his previous impolite behavior and for his childish actions. Zhou Long is straightforward, and speaking his mind directly is in line with his personality. After learning the whole story, Qin Feng was initially indignant and even had the idea of challenging Zhou Long to a fight on the spot. He's now a Foundation establishment cultivator, a remarkable existence. However, after learning that Zhou Long's strength was at the nascent soul stage, Qin Feng suddenly felt that he could choose to let bygones be bygones. Damn it, the world is so big, so many people are dying, what's so good about fighting and killing? It would be better if we all got together to have some tea and chat. These days, a simple and peaceful life is the best. Even with these thoughts, Qin Feng's body still trembled slightly upon learning that Zhou Long was at the nascent soul realm. At this moment, he was even somewhat relieved that Zhou Long hadn't used his strength. Otherwise, wouldn't my arms have split open? Perhaps chatting with men isn't as fun as chatting with women, or maybe they're both extremely straight men. After exchanging a few words and expressing their apologies, Zhou Long and Qin Feng had nothing more to say. The tea water hadn't even boiled yet. At this moment, both of them wore professional smiles and glared at each other. The two of them are like playing statues, whoever moves is the loser. In love, the one who falls in love first often loses miserably. The one who falls in love second is the winner. Things seem to be taking a very bad turn. Having nothing more to say, Zhou Long decided to take his leave. Before leaving, Zhou Long thought for a moment and then said, "If you have nothing to do these next few days, senior brother, you can go down the mountain for a stroll. It's too dangerous for you to stay in the Myriad Immortals sect right now." "Why is that?" Qin Feng looked puzzled. As the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, he was second only to the sect leader and above all the disciples. "What gives you the right to tell me to leave? Could it be that they're eyeing my identity and have planted people outside in ambush? The moment I appear, I'll slice me into pieces. Then the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect will be your big shot again. Oh my god! Why do my words sound so rap-like and electrifying? Ahem, anyway, what do we want Qin Feng to do to leave the 10,000 Immortals sect? Absolutely impossible. Qin Feng is the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. If he really wants to leave the 10,000 Immortals sect, what else will he have besides his foundation establishment realm strength? With this foundation establishment stage strength, he'd probably be killed as soon as he left the section. Meeting Qin Feng's suspicious gaze, Zhou Long, for some reason, suddenly blushed. Seriously, senior brother Qin Feng is so handsome. Ahem. Enough of the small talk. He's a nascent soul realm cultivator, after all. He can handle it. After adjusting his mindset, Zhou Long quietly told Qin Feng the reason. "Senior brother, your reputation spread as soon as you broke through. There are countless monstrous geniuses in the cultivation world who want to challenge you now." "Oh, this." Before Zhou Long could finish speaking, cold sweat instantly poured down Qin Feng's face. Countless prodigies and geniuses want to challenge themselves? Wouldn't that mean I'm completely finished? Although I don't know how strong those geniuses are, they are definitely stronger than him, who is only at the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Qin Feng was furious. Were these people just bored and had nothing better to do than challenge him? Doesn't this round trip cost travel expenses? Seeing Qin Feng's somewhat unpleasant expression, Zhou Long was a little surprised, but still spoke up. "If it's just those monstrous geniuses, I believe they are all insignificant to senior brother." At this moment, Zhou Long muttered to himself disdainfully. "Aren't they just a bunch of useless nascent soul realm cultivators? Senior brother's strength is unfathomable, he must be much stronger than them." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng broke out in another cold sweat. "Good heavens, a soul-splitting realm, useless. What is the foundation establishment realm of myself? It probably doesn't even count as anything." At this moment, Zhou Long still spoke up. "Although those geniuses are not a problem, as far as I know, the Wangxian sect's old enemies also want to take advantage of this opportunity of the monstrous geniuses challenging senior brother to assassinate him. The cultivators who can oppose the Myriad Immortals sect are naturally all quite powerful. As far as I know, 3 transcending tribulation realm cultivators and 1 great ascension realm cultivator have already been dispatched, their target being you at the Myriad Immortals sect." After saying this, Zhou Long fell silent and instead looked at Qin Feng respectfully. At this moment, a layer of white substance even appeared on Qin Feng's face. It was the salt from the sweat he had produced out of fear. "Aha! Suddenly, I feel like going down the mountain isn't so bad. After staying at the top for so long, it's time to experience life a bit." Chapter 33. If it were an opponent at the nascent soul stage, that would be one thing. Damn it, that's not fair. He's just a foundation establishment cultivator, barely able to fly on a sword. How could he possibly defeat a nascent soul cultivator? He could be killed 80 times over with just a flick of his wrist. If they can't even defeat a nascent soul realm cultivator, then what about a tribulation transcending realm or Mahayana realm cultivator? Isn't this blatantly trying to kill Qin Feng? If he really encountered such an opponent, even if he ran for 9 days and 9 nights in advance, the opponent could still kill him in a second. This kind of gap can no longer be bridged by talismans and formations. They just wave their hands and I'm dead. What am I supposed to fight them with? After a moment of silence, Qin Feng wiped the salt off his face with a wet wipe, then muttered with a grim expression. They've come to challenge me, old man, will Master agree to it? My 10,000 Immortals sect is the #1 sect in the world. No matter what, I am the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, a figure second only to the sect leader. What are their identities? How dare they challenge me? When it came to his own safety, Qin Feng finally remembered his identity as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. After a wry smile, Qin Feng suddenly spoke with an elegant yet domineering air. I, Qin Feng, am the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. It's no exaggeration to say that I am the sect's most prestigious member. How could any sect casually send its most prestigious member to fight? Logically speaking, it is indeed as he said, ordinary people are simply not qualified to challenge Qin Feng. That's why Qin Feng was able to barely maintain his composure. But at this moment, Zhou Long had a bitter smile on his face and said softly. Logically speaking, that is indeed the case, but this battle was tacitly approved by the sect master, and I even heard that it was organized by the master himself. So now any famous genius in the cultivation world can challenge you. If it were someone of equal talent, that would be fine, but I'm afraid that a strong person might be disguising themselves and then attack you. That's why I said that if you don't have anything to do lately, senior brother, you should go out. Hey, senior brother, what are you doing? While packing his luggage, Qin Feng suddenly gave Zhou Long a reassuring smile, then confidently replied. Of course I'll go out and explore. The world is so big, I have to go out and see it. How could Qin Feng possibly tell Zhou Long that he was going to escape from the 10,000 Immortals sect? How could Qin Feng possibly tell Zhou Long that he had already cursed Master Xiang countless times in his heart? That damned Red Sun Immortal! All I did was insult him before, saying he had several female confidants. Does he really have to kill me? If it weren't for the fear that Master Xiang wouldn't let him leave, Qin Feng would have stormed the main hall by now. Let this renowned #1 sect in the world experience what it's like to be besieged by countless ancestors. Even Zhou Long was somewhat puzzled as he watched Qin Feng actually start packing. Senior brother, you don't need to walk so fast. The people who come to challenge you are at most at the nascent soul stage. You can definitely beat them. Those at the integration realm or above will have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the Myriad Immortals sect. I personally think you should go into seclusion to cultivate and become stronger, and then kill all those powerful people. After listening to Zhou Long's words, Qin Feng suddenly gave a wry smile, patted Zhou Long on the shoulder, and said with a wry smile. You're still young, but not so young anymore, you don't understand. What I'm most worried about right now isn't those who come to challenge me, but the sect master himself. After what happened last time, I always felt like he wanted to kill me. Seeing Zhou Long's bewildered expression, Qin Feng told him about all the evil deeds of the Crimson Sun Immortal, especially the matter of finding him 7 fiancés. Zhou Long's initial disbelief turned into shock, and after hearing Qin Feng's words, he let out a cold snort. I never imagined that my master would be this kind of person. Having lived for so long, does he only know shame? At this point, Zhou Long's goodwill towards Master Xiang had reached its lowest point. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's tense face suddenly broke into a smile. Damn you, Master Xiang! Since you won't let me have an easy time, then I won't let you have an easy time either. At this moment, Master Xiang was sitting in his secluded cultivation place, looking at a jar of pickled vegetables in front of him with a pained expression. At this moment, there were more than a dozen large bowls in front of him, and Master Xiang muttered to himself with a troubled expression. If this rainbow root is distributed among all the elders, it definitely won't be enough. In that case, I might not be able to break through, so I can't distribute too much. But if we only distribute it to a few people, people will inevitably gossip. Achoo! Damn it, people are starting to talk about me now? You don't even recognize this treasure. After much deliberation, Master Xiang suddenly decided to stop thinking about it. He buried his head directly in the pickled vegetable jar and wolfed down these large, colorful roots. At this moment, he was nothing like the leader of the number one sect in the world, he was more like a beggar who hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. There's no other way, true immortal Xiang will stop at nothing to break through to the heavenly realm. After stuffing a mouthful of pickled vegetables into his mouth, Master Xiang murmured. It is a bit salty. But I like it, hee hee. The voice suddenly changed, and Master Xiang murmured again. Speaking of which, what exactly did I want to tell Fenger? I've really forgotten. Zhou Long is truly a man of strong emotions. After hearing Qin Feng's embellished account of the Crimson Sun Immortal, if Qin Feng hadn't stopped him, Zhou Long would have even drawn his sword and charged towards the main hall of the Myriad Immortals sect. Knowing that Qin Feng possessed the means to summon the patriarch of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Zhou Long's respect for Qin Feng reached its peak. At this moment, he would believe anything Qin Feng said. In Zhou Long's current view, whatever Qin Feng says is right. Senior brother, don't stop me. Even if you manage to stop me this time, if I see Master again, I'll definitely call him a womanizer, and that other playboy too. It's a sea king, not a sea turtle. Qin Feng corrected him with a smile. Yes. It's Aquaman. At this moment, Zhou Long was filled with grief and indignation. He couldn't believe that someone he respected so much could do such a thing. Damn it, someone who's thousands of years old is still thinking about that person. And when they're thinking about it, there are 7 of them. It's one thing to still be thinking about it now, but to actually pass on this, 7 ill-fated relationships to the next generation, this is just. Zhou Long, who has never liked to swear, was now swearing non-stop. Just as the two were filled with grief and indignation, Zhou Long's expression suddenly changed, and he picked up his sword and thrust it into the ground. Who dares to eavesdrop on our conversation? Seeing Zhou Long's unusual behavior, Qin Feng immediately took out a talisman from his storage ring and tried to escape. But then he thought again, Zhou Long was still here, and it would be impolite for him, as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, to abandon his junior brother and run away. It wouldn't be good for my reputation if word got out. So after a mere 0.001 seconds of deep thought, Qin Feng made a decision, he would wait until Zhou Long collapsed before he ran away. Chapter 34. If Zhou Long can defeat his opponent, then everyone will be happy. By not taking action, he can maintain a composed image. But if Zhou Long can't beat the opponent, then it's best to say goodbye. His strength is only at the foundation establishment stage, so even if he were to make a move, it would be absolutely certain that he would be feeding the enemy. Therefore, watching Zhou Long fight was already an act of utmost mercy. He's just a minor foundation establishment cultivator, what can he do to him? Zhou Long was, after all, a nascent soul realm cultivator, and his strength had reached the peak of the early nascent soul realm. Before Qin Feng could even see it with his naked eye, his sword had already pierced the ground. The things underground seemed to sense the danger and tried to jump out of the soil. However, an awkward situation arose. After the sound of metal clashing reached everyone's ears, Zhou Long was sent flying, much to Qin Feng's slightly alarmed gaze. As he flew away, Zhou Long's face was filled with disbelief. But something deep inside the earth made a metallic clanging sound, and then a man's scream came from the earth's core. Qin Feng has already seized the talisman, and if anything unexpected happens, he will escape immediately. Escape and find help. That's the only way to help Zhou Long. Yes, that's right. The reason Qin Feng wanted to escape wasn't to save his own life, but simply to find rescue and save people. However, just as Qin Feng was about to make a talisman and leave, Zhou Long suddenly turned his long sword, flipped over on the ground, and then stopped with a clatter. Staring at the ground in disbelief, Zhou Long murmured. Such hard ground! My sword couldn't even pierce it. But that guy doesn't seem to be doing too well, he can't even get out of the soil. Judging from the crisp sound just now, it seems to have come from the head. After touching the soil with his hand and finding nothing wrong, Zhou Long stabbed the ground with his sword again. At that moment, the soft earth felt as solid as the hardest iron in the world, and the sword actually bent. Then the force from the ground rebounded back onto his arm. Feeling his hand go numb, even Zhou Long was surprised and quickly asked Qin Feng. Senior brother, is there some unique substance on this ground? Why is it so soft to the touch, yet so hard when a weapon pierces it? There's nothing wrong with the ground. Wait, I think I cast a spell on the ground earlier. At this point, Qin Feng seemed a little embarrassed. I was so nervous just now, how could I have forgotten about that? The story goes like this. When Qin Feng built this courtyard, many of his disciples came to help. Qin Feng naturally didn't object to them coming to help, but the disciples ended up fighting over who got credit for their help. There was no other way. Back then, Qin Feng was a hot commodity, and everyone wanted to leave a good impression on this new senior apprentice. However, their actions at the time brought Qin Feng no benefit whatsoever. Let them fight then, anyway. Back then his yard had nothing but land. Looking at the marks of swords and knives scattered on the ground, Qin Feng suddenly fell into deep thought. Isn't this just getting in the way of growing vegetables? So when he had nothing else to do, Qin Feng created an endless life-giving formation. If the other party is not hostile, then this land is just an ordinary piece of land. But if someone tries to destroy this land by brute force, then this land will become the most solid thing in the world, used to defend against the opponent. The same applies deep underground. Qin Feng's original intention was to prevent anyone from ruining the ground he had painstakingly prepared, leaving it covered in sword and knife marks. But now it seems that it has become a powerful tool for defending against attacks from underground. For a moment, Qin Feng felt extremely fortunate. Senior brother, you know formations. I know a little bit, just a tiny bit. Qin Feng appeared extremely modest. Looking at Qin Feng in disbelief, Zhou Long felt as if he had entered a completely new world. This senior disciple, whose cultivation talent is monstrous, actually knows formations. This is insane. It's true that I'm not afraid of comparing goods, but I'm afraid of comparing people. Looking at Qin Feng, who was still grinning foolishly, Zhou Long suddenly felt a pang of shame. Not only is their talent monstrous, but they also know formations. If you are nothing in front of others, what right do you have to compete with them in the future? Suddenly sensing an unfamiliar presence outside, Zhou Long's ashamed expression changed abruptly. He immediately wanted to leap over and fly directly to the unidentified person. However, he jumped incredibly high, a full 3 or 4 meters. But jumping high doesn't mean Zhou Long can fly now. At this moment, Newton's law suddenly entered Zhou Long's body, and Zhou Long felt the existence of free fall for the first time. With a thud, Zhou Long looked at himself sprawled on the ground, utterly incredulous. What's going on? How come I, a nascent soul realm cultivator, can't fly anymore? This. Qin Feng looked at him awkwardly, and after meeting Zhou Long's questioning gaze, Qin Feng murmured. Well, to prevent anyone from scaring my vegetables, I set up a no-fly formation in the yard. Zhou Long. Brother, this is the world of cultivation. Isn't it perfectly normal for cultivators to be able to fly? The reason I'm afraid of scaring your food is truly the most outrageous one I've ever given. Is your dish made of raw gold or raw spirit stones? Or perhaps a supreme sacred object? Despite his helplessness, Zhou Long jumped up, grabbed his sword, and charged toward the gate. At this moment, in a secluded corner outside the courtyard, a man covering his head was looking at Qin Feng's courtyard with a pained expression. Is this senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect an idiot? Why would anyone use an array on the ground? Could it be that the people of the 10,000 Immortals sect have become so idle? Feeling the large bump on his head that was within reach, the man's gaze toward Qin Feng's courtyard grew increasingly resentful. Damn senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect, just wait until I defeat you. Although the process was somewhat shady, it was said by the sect master of the 10,000 Immortals sect, true person Qiang, that any means are permissible, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as the man was making a fierce oath, a sword suddenly appeared at his neck. The man immediately knelt down, ignoring whether there was anyone in front of him, and began kowtowing and wailing. "Grandpa, spare me! Grandpa, spare me! I'll never dare to do it again. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and start anew." Seeing the man's previously menacing attitude change so drastically and so quickly, Zhou Long and Qin Feng were completely stunned. Are these assassins here to kill me? Probably, yes, or maybe he was just a passerby. I feel the same way. What assassin would be so cowardly? Chapter 35. Seeing this good-for-nothing still kneeling on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Even though Zhou Long had initially harbored some resentment and wanted to vent it all on him, he no longer had the desire to do so. He sheathed his sword and said with a disdainful expression. "Stop kowtowing, turn around and talk." "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing Zhou Long's words, Zhao Buzhu suddenly took out a piece of black cloth from his pocket. Under the wary and suspicious gazes of Zhou Long and Qin Feng, he covered his eyes with the black cloth before cautiously turning his head away. Seeing this, Zhou Long and Qin Feng were even more bewildered and asked repeatedly. "What are you doing?" He. "I'm just worried that if I see your faces, you two might kill me to keep me quiet. I know all the rules of the underworld. You don't need to lift a finger. I'll cooperate with anything, as long as you guys spare my life." As Zhao said this, he even seemed quite proud, as if he were a seasoned, fat sheep. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng burst out laughing. Even Zhou Long couldn't help but pull off the black cloth, and Zhou Long said very seriously. "This is the Myriad Immortal sect, not a bandit's den. So you don't need to do this. And you're making a really funny face." At this moment, a smile of care for the mentally challenged appeared on Zhou Long's face. Seeing this, Zhao Buzhu stood there stunned for a long time, unable to react. After staring at the two for a while, Zhao Buzhu finally asked the other extremely handsome young man. "Do I look ridiculous? It's not just funny, it's also incredibly cringeworthy." Qin Feng also had a smile on his face at this moment, and couldn't help but mutter. "I didn't do such childish things when I was 3 years old. Is this the first time you've challenged someone?" "Ah." After the truth was revealed, Zhao's face turned bright red instantly, too embarrassed to look at Qin Feng and Zhou Long anymore. Zhou Long rarely encountered such an idiot, and for a moment, he did not make a move. Zhou Long wanted to see what this somewhat dim-witted guy would do next. Just 1 minute later, Zhao suddenly bowed to the two of them, his voice filled with an inexplicable apology. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. I thought it was cool, but now that I think about it, it's really childish. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Next time I'll definitely find a cooler way." As he spoke, Zhao bowed to the two of them once again. "I'm so sorry to have caused you all so much trouble." Seeing this, Qin Feng waved his hand and said softly. "Okay, goodbye, Take care on your journey. Thank you, thank you. Zhao continued talking as he prepared to leave. Zhou Long watched the two of them with a smile, everything understood without a word. The scene was very warm and harmonious. However, just as Zhao was about to leave, Qin Feng wiped away his tears and involuntarily spoke to Zhou Long beside him. Have we forgotten something? Zhou Long's smiling face froze instantly, and he charged directly at Zhao Buzu with his sword in hand. 3 seconds later, looking at the stunned Zhao Buzu, Zhou Long said coldly. Speak. Who sent you to assassinate our senior brother? Ah! Zhao stood there, completely stunned. When did I assassinate my senior brother? Wait, what is my purpose in coming here? A hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Zhao's face. He knelt on the ground again, wailing incessantly. Grandpa, spare me. I was just passing by, I absolutely had no intention of assassinating senior brother. Yet. Upon seeing this, Zhou Long also wore a cold smile. Suddenly, an iron rod appeared in his hand. This rod was called the God-slaying rod. With one strike, all things would submit. Looking at the man in front of him, whose body was fairly robust and whose cultivation was also quite good, Zhou Long suddenly had a hint of madness on his face. Seeing this, Qin Feng, whose cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage and who had never killed anyone before, silently chose to close his eyes. His safety is at stake, this is not the time for mercy. 3 minutes later, Zhao, who was no longer recognizable as a human, covered his face and cried out. I'll talk, I'll talk. Grandpa, please don't hit me. I'll tell you everything. Now they've finally behaved themselves. Seeing this, Zhou Long put away the shaking god staff, a cold smile still on his face. Just tell me everything you know. My name is Zhao Buzu, the holy son of the Taiwa sect. I am 45 years old this year, and my cultivation is at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. I am proficient in the earth element law among the 5 elements. My purpose in coming here is to defeat Qin Feng, the senior brother of the Wangxian sect. Seeing that neither of them looked well, Zhao quickly added. This time, it's not just me challenging senior brother Qin Feng. As far as I know, many holy sons and daughters from various sects have left their sects, braving hardships to travel thousands of miles, all to defeat senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect. This was also tacitly approved by the old man, true person Jiang. I know my strength is weak, which is why I plan to launch a sneak attack. Hearing Zhao Buzu's words, Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat again, and strange phenomena in the sky behind him began to appear faintly. If a nascent soul cultivator dared to launch a sneak attack, how powerful must a cultivator be to openly challenge me? Zhao Buzu had obviously also noticed the strange phenomenon and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Is this Qin Feng, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect? He's truly terrifying. But why does he have so many strange phenomena in the heavens and earth? This must be fake. At this moment, Zhao Buzu also couldn't believe the strange phenomenon behind Qin Feng. Usually, if a prodigy could have one of the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, he would be able to break through and become an immortal. But how many strange phenomena of heaven and earth had appeared behind this man? He's defying the heavens. Moreover, seeing Qin Feng's body showing no spiritual energy fluctuations, Zhao Buzu's face showed even more surprise. Why can't I see the senior brother's strength? Upon further reflection, Zhao's smile turned bitter again. Could it be because this senior brother's strength is simply too great, and I am not qualified to check his cultivation level? Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but feel a burning sensation on his face. Half of it was out of shame, and the other half was because his face hadn't recovered from being slapped by Zhou Long earlier, it was still burning with pain. Looking at the man in front of him whose face was swollen like a pig's head, Qin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his face and asked in confusion. Where does your strength rank among all those who challenge me? When this question was raised, Zhao suddenly blushed. However, because his face was red and swollen from being hit by Zhou Long, the other two did not notice the embarrassment on his face. Zhao said with a face full of shame. It can only be considered the lowest grade. To be a nascent soul realm cultivator at over 40 years old, that kind of strength is considered trash even among geniuses. Zhou Long nodded, then glanced at Qin Feng, who was preparing to return to the courtyard, and quickly asked. Senior brother, where are you going? Qin Feng gave Zhou Long a look that made him both laugh and cry. The world is so big, I want to go out and see it. I also need to take care of some things with that old man. At this moment, strange phenomena of heaven and earth suddenly appeared on Qin Feng's body. Looking at the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, three ancient divine beasts, Zhao Buzu was stunned on the spot. Ward Fa. Chapter 36. Half an hour later, after putting everything into his storage ring and activating a small array in his courtyard, Qin Feng led Go Sheng to the main hall. Since Master Xiang is determined to kill him, Qin Feng has no intention of giving Master Xiang any face this time. Looking at the menacing Qin Feng, Zhou Long suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Although true immortal Xiang has a very good temper, due to his special status, the last cultivator in the world who challenged him is probably already dead, with weeds growing on his grave. In Zhou Long's eyes, the Crimson Sun True Man was an invincible being. And now, judging from Qin Feng's appearance, he actually intends to attack Master Xiang. For a moment, Zhou Long was filled with anticipation. He wanted to see what kind of miracle this senior brother would create. Looking at the man whose face he had beaten into a pig's head, Zhou Long said softly. I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll never come again. At this moment, Zhao Buzu was moved to tears, kowtowing to Zhou Long with a face full of gratitude. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Long spoke again. Well, when you go back this time, tell those cultivators who want to challenge senior brother one thing, those who are not strong enough to reach the nascent soul stage should not come here to humiliate themselves. My senior brother's strength is unfathomable. As someone who is only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, I have absolutely no chance of defeating him. As he spoke, Zhou Long seemed worried that Zhao might not believe him, and directly unleashed the aura of the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Zhao nodded, trembling. At this moment, Zhou Long withdrew his imposing manner and first sought to catch up with Qin Feng, who had been gone for a long time. Seeing Zhou Long about to disappear, Zhao Buzu, who was almost about to wet his pants, suddenly shouted. May I ask who you are, Venerable One? Zhou Long. Upon hearing those two words, Zhao Buzu, who was originally planning to escape using earth magic, froze on the spot. The previous senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, nicknamed the Cold-Faced God of Slaughter, Zhou Long. Holy crap, I actually survived the clutches of that cold-blooded killer. If this happens back at the sect, I'll have so much to brag about. No, I'd better go tell the other geniuses about the God of Slaughter first. Zhou Long had no idea that his casual remark would bring Qin Feng all the trouble he would face in the future, but it also had its advantages. That means there won't be many people who will challenge Qin Feng in the future. Zhou Long is, after all, the previous senior brother of the Wangxian sect. His strength has reached the peak of his peers, and his talent far surpasses that of his peers. If someone truly reaches the nascent soul realm, then their age must be at least in the hundreds. If he were any older, it would exceed what Master Xiang originally intended. When the time comes, Master Xiang will take the initiative to make a move, so there's no need to worry about any ancient monsters openly attacking Qin Feng. At worst, they'll just do it covertly. The downside is also obvious. Qin Feng's future opponents will be elevated to a whole new level. From the out-of-body realm to the spirit division realm. If Qin Feng knew about this, he would definitely say with a tearful face. I'm actually grateful to you. Fortunately, Qin Feng is unaware of this matter at the moment, as he is currently searching for true man Jiang in the main hall. Unfortunately, no matter how Qin Feng searched for Master Xiang seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, and could not be found at all. This infuriated Qin Feng, who even suspected that the Crimson Sun immortal was avoiding him. Therefore, Qin Feng chose an extreme path, which was swearing. In this context, it should be cursing the emperor. Old man! UFG, come out here! What are you doing hiding in the shadows? You call yourself the sect master of the myriad immortals sect? Don't you know any shame? You want all the cultivators in the world to challenge me? Why don't you just kill me outright? Damn it, I'm speechless. If you don't like me, just say so. Why are you beating around the bush and trying to kill me? Qin Feng got angrier and angrier as he talked. At first, he didn't think much of it, but as he talked, he started to get really angry. In the end, Qin Feng's body began to move on its own without any wind. At this moment, the strange phenomena of heaven and earth around him reappeared, and this time they directly covered the main hall. At this moment, the purple aura from the east actually rose directly above the main hall, which made people tremble with fear. A dragon and a phoenix appeared faintly in the purple clouds, but each appearance was accompanied by an astonishing aura. The Qilin then leaped down from the sky, bowing respectfully to Qin Feng. Only when Qin Feng landed on its head did it roar loudly towards the center of the hall. A faint, indistinct sound, and even heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, mysterious symbols began to appear around Qin Feng. Qin Feng said softly, "Old man Jiang, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear down your main hall." With each word Qin Feng utters, a mysterious symbol appears. After Qin Feng finished speaking, countless symbols mixed with the symbols he uttered began to merge together. Finally, a large kill character appeared in the sky above the main hall. At this moment, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin all roared, and all the cultivators in the Wangxian sect could feel the anger of these divine beasts. Although it was a beast's roar, because Qin Feng controlled them, the anger of these divine beasts also represented Qin Feng's anger. Those cultivators below the nascent soul realm were now lying on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Although they were not demonic beasts, they could still feel the overwhelming power emanating from their bloodline. Humans are animals too. We all retain some animal blood within us, to varying degrees. This is a crushing defeat that comes from the soul and bloodline. Although the three divine beasts are all illusions, they are able to exude some of the power of real divine beasts because of the blessing of the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, as Qin Feng's strength continues to increase, it is believed that their strength will also become even greater. Although the cultivators with higher cultivation levels did not fall to the ground in a disheveled state, they still looked into the distance with unease. What happened there? Why do I feel a dull ache deep inside my body? The elders, whose cultivation level was at least at the nascent soul stage, clearly understood something when they saw the character kill above the main hall in the distance and heard the roars of the divine beasts. At this moment, they all wore bitter smiles. Although we knew Feng was powerful, who would have thought that he would reach this level in just 1 year? Has Feng already reached the integration realm? Or is she undergoing tribulation as the outside world says? At this point, some elders suddenly fell silent and stopped speaking. This matter concerns transcending tribulation and ascending to immortality, and is far from something that a group of nascent soul realm cultivators can casually chat about. At this moment, in Wangtian Tomb, the 7 supreme elders all looked in the direction of the main hall with smiles on their faces. I never imagined Feng was so powerful. Now I'm increasingly inclined to make him the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Feng is carefree by nature. It's fine if he doesn't want to accept these powers. Let him cultivate quietly for a few decades and then transcend tribulation and ascend to immortality. Guess what level Feng's cultivation has reached? Wait, why do I sense Master's aura? Chapter 37. Along with Chen Baiun's astonished expression, the other Supreme Elders also carefully sensed the aura within the main hall. What's going on? Why do I sense so many familiar presences? This is impossible. Our ancestors should have passed away by now. How could they be summoned by the wind? Could it be that Feng Er's strength is truly so terrifying? That he could actually get the help of his deceased ancestor? How can the dead be brought back to life? It's not that I don't want our ancestors to be resurrected, but this is absolutely not true. This is not scientific. Good heavens, because of the sudden appearance of the ancestral aura, a group of cultivators whose strength had already reached the peak were actually able to say something so unscientific. What right do they, a bunch of cultivators, have to talk about science? Just as the group of elders, whose combined lifespan was estimated to be 100,000 years, were stunned, one of the elders suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Your unfilial disciple, Long Boi, pays his respects to the sect leader." The words of this supreme elder acted as a fuse, and the other supreme elders also knelt on the ground, their faces full of respect. Disciple Liu Qing greets Master. Disciple Chen. They were incredibly excited to feel the presence of their ancestors, which they hadn't experienced for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. At this moment, the doubts on the faces of the group of elders had vanished, their faces were now filled with fervor. Qin Feng was unaware that his full power had shocked all the cultivators, elders, and supreme elders of the myriad immortal sect outside the main hall, and the sect was now paralyzed. Fortunately, because everyone was so stunned, no one could tell that he was paralyzed. Countless powerful figures who had grudges against the myriad immortal sect were unaware that they had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, Qin Feng, riding a Qilin in the main hall and accompanied by dragons and phoenixes on both sides, was also impatient. He coldly stared at the seat in front of him, which was over 10 meters high. This was the seat of the Crimson Sun Immortal. Qin Feng said coldly, "If you don't come out and give me an explanation, I'll tear down your throne. If you don't come out now, I'll tear down this entire hall. If you still don't come out even after all this, then don't blame me for tearing down the entire 10,000 Immortals sect." Qin Feng, as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, may not have much cultivation, but he has an extremely fiery temper. Especially when facing the Crimson Sun true man who doesn't dare to lay a hand on him, he's a natural human punching bag. Qin Feng can vent however he wants, since he wasn't the one who started this whole thing. Even the Crimson Sun Immortal desperately wanted to kill him, so why should he show mercy? At this moment, Qin Feng didn't seem like Qi Yang Zhenren's closed-door disciple, but rather like his enemy. It's no exaggeration to say that if Master Xiang were in front of him right now, Qin Feng would attack immediately. If he's not good enough, then there's still Go Sheng. The fact that Master Xiang usually seduces Gozheng Qin Feng is enough to prove something. Qin Feng waited and waited, but the Crimson Sun Immortal still did not appear, which made him even more furious. With a powerful roar from his unicorn, Qin Feng said coldly, "You old geezer, I'll give you 10 more counts. If you don't show up by then, I'm really going to make my move. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. After he finished speaking, no one answered Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face, which had initially shown some pity, suddenly turned cold. Good, very good. What a heartless Master Xiang. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Qin Feng directly commanded the Qilin to sit on the seat of True Man Xiang, looking down over the entire hall. Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly cold. "Since you won't listen to your disciple, then just wait for the myriad immortal sect to be reduced to ruins. Let's start with this main hall." As he spoke, Qin Feng prepared to have the Qilin destroy the throne, which was over 10 meters tall. However, at that moment, Qin Feng seemed to see something, suddenly stopping Qilin in its tracks, staring incredulously at a spot, or perhaps a person. That is. Qin Feng stared incredulously at a certain spot, his face filled with astonishment. Is this that guy, Master Xiang? Let's go take a look at the Qilin. Qilin jumped down from the throne and walked in the direction Qin Feng pointed. Upon reaching a creature, Qin Feng disregarded everything else and jumped off the Qilin. As Qin Feng helped the pale-faced sect leader to his feet, the coldness on his face vanished, and all the strange phenomena around him disappeared as well. Looking at the person in front of him in disbelief, to be honest, if Qin Feng hadn't confirmed it repeatedly, he really wouldn't have recognized that the person in front of him was the sect master of the 10,000 Immortals sect, True Man Xiang. At this moment, the sect leader's original otherworldly demeanor had completely disappeared, and his skin was deathly pale. This is not an enviable white. In medicine, this color has a rather dramatic name, pathological white. Although his entire body was white, Qin Feng noticed very carefully that Qi Yang Zhenren's fingers had all turned black. As for his eyes, they had long since lost their luster. At this moment, Master Xiang was as if he had been soaking in water for dozens of days, but instead of the giants who had died, his body had shrunk considerably. The flesh on his cheeks and fingers had sunken in. Looking at the sect leader before him, who was no longer recognizable as human, Qin Feng was also anxious and asked repeatedly. Old man, who dares to lay a hand on you? Who hurt you to this extent? Who exactly are they? Tell me, and I'll avenge you. Well, I can't help you, but I'll have those grand elders avenge you. Although he had indeed hated Master Xiang before, seeing Master Xiang in such a miserable state, Qin Feng's hatred had long since disappeared. No matter what, Master Xiang was his master, so naturally he couldn't possibly hate him. The reason I said those things before was simply because Qin Feng was angry. Looking at the expressionless Xiang Zhenren, Qin Feng felt as if he had learned of the most tragic situation. Although it hasn't been tested yet, it seems there's really no need for testing now. Silently, Qin Feng placed Master Xiang on the ground, looking into Master Xiang's lifeless eyes. He forced back tears and reached out to cover Master Xiang's eyes. Even though a person is dead, they should close their eyes in peace. This was Qin Feng's final act of filial piety towards Master Xiang. However, at that moment, Master Xiang suddenly gave Qin Feng a bite. Goodness, can it still bite after it's dead? While Qin Feng looked bewildered, Master Xiang suddenly said softly. Salty. What's salty? Is it an organization? Or some kind of special code? Or is it just a person's name? Upon learning that Master Xiang was not dead, Qin Feng immediately began recording Master Xiang's words. These are all important pieces of evidence. It might be used as evidence to find the murderer. Chapter 38. Just as Qin Feng looked puzzled, Master Xiang spoke with difficulty. Qin. Xian, Qin. Could the murderer's name be Xian Qin? It's a bit strange, but we can't rule out that possibility. Old man, is there anything else you want to say? Qin Feng meticulously recorded every word spoken by the true man of Xiang. Although I hated that old geezer before, what can I do? He's about to kick the bucket. So Qin Feng is now really serious about finding the murderer. Seeing this, a rare hint of satisfaction appeared in Master Xiang's eyes. Watching this man diligently investigating who had harmed his disciple, Master Xiang slowly extended his numb hand, intending to touch Qin Feng's head. However, at that moment, a man rushed in from outside the hall and kicked Master Xiang away. Not only did he kick the man away, but he also muttered incantations and said loudly, "What kind of monster dares to attack my sect's senior brother?" At that moment, Qin Feng only felt something draw a graceful arc above his head. Looking around, there was no trace of Master Xiang. Forehead. Cold sweat instantly poured down his face, and Qin Feng cried out in a mournful voice. Old man, you can't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, who will I ask to rescind my order to let the world challenge me? As he spoke, Qin Feng began to run wildly, attempting to save Master Xiang before he hit the ground. An old man? Where did this old man come from? At this moment, Zhou Long still looked around warily. After searching for a while without finding the so-called old man, Zhou Long then made a boast with a serious expression. Don't worry, senior brother. As long as I'm here, no one in the myriad immortal sect will dare to lay a hand on you. Where have you been, senior brother? Seeing Qin Feng already walking away, Zhou Long immediately followed. No wonder Zhou Long is a nascent soul realm cultivator. That kick sent true immortal Xiang flying over 1,000 meters. Moreover, it's unclear how Zhou Long managed to kick him, but true immortal Xiang's acceleration while flying was extremely fast. Even though Qin Feng had become a foundation establishment cultivator, he still couldn't catch up with true immortal Xiang flying in the sky. Given the current situation, the probability that Master Xiang landed on the ground, and face down at that, is extremely high. Oh no! Although I really wanted to kill this old man before, he's about to kick the bucket now, how can I desecrate his corpse? Just as Qin Feng was looking embarrassed and unsure of what to do, Zhou Long suddenly walked up to him and asked with concern. Senior brother, how are you feeling? There was something strange trying to attack you just now, but luckily I kicked it away. Glancing sideways at Zhou Long, who was trying to curry favor with him, Qin Feng disregarded the fact that he was the one who had kicked Qi Yang Zhenren away and quickly said. Master is just ahead, hurry and save him. Is that Master flying? After receiving Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Zhou Long saw an old man flying in the sky, leaped up, flew to the old man's side, and hugged him tightly. Upon landing, Zhou Long looked at the deathly pale and barely conscious Qi Yang Zhenren, his face filled with anxiety. Master, who has harmed you like this? Tell your disciple, and your disciple will surely avenge you. And who attacked you just now, kicking you away? How dare they attack the sect master of the myriad immortals sect? Does the murderer have a death wish? Looking at Master Xiang with concern, Zhou Long was also extremely angry. Although he did say that Master Xiang was a scumbag before, Master Xiang was still his master no matter what. He had also gone through the apprenticeship ceremony, and was one of the people Zhou Long respected the most. Now that Master Xiang has suffered such great harm, as Master Xiang's second disciple, he naturally has to avenge him. At the same time, Zhou Long began to worry. He knew that true man Xiang's strength had reached the peak of the Mahayana realm, making him one of the top experts in the world. He was just one step away from transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality. Yet this powerful figure is now being beaten to the point of near death. Zhou Long is just a minor nascent soul realm cultivator, how could he possibly defeat his opponent? For a moment, Zhou Long also became very worried. Looking at the elder and true man Xiang, Qin Feng hesitated whether to tell Zhou Long that he was the so-called murderer. After thinking it over for a moment, Qin Feng decided to keep this beautiful misunderstanding. Years later, if this story gets out, it will be quite an interesting tale. Zhou Long. I think it would be better if we took our master to the Supreme Elder's place now. There's no point in just sitting here in the main hall. Yes, yes, let's go quickly. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhou Long carried Master Xiang and ran towards Wangtian tomb. Seeing Zhou Long in a great hurry, Qin Feng once again displayed a celestial phenomenon, with the Qilin entering the world. Sitting on the Qilin, Qin Feng began to fly towards Wangtianfen. This is Qin Feng's latest discovery regarding the use of unusual phenomena. Although he was a foundation establishment cultivator and could fly, his flying speed was far slower than that of a Qilin. Therefore, all things considered, the Qilin became Qin Feng's means of transportation. Wangtian tomb is also a forbidden area, and ordinary disciples are not even qualified to enter. However, Zhou Long was the previous senior disciple, so no one stopped him along the way, and he arrived at his destination in just a short while. After learning of Zhou Long's purpose, the 7 Supreme Elders, after careful consideration, also stepped forward, 2 of them. Although the number was far less than when Qin Feng came, even the 2 Supreme Elders were giving Qi Yang Zhenren enough face. Because even if an ordinary true immortal of the Crimson Sun were to beg and plead, he could probably only manage to obtain 1 Supreme Elder. Upon seeing the 2 Supreme Elders, Zhou Long immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Zhou Long, the second disciple of the true man Jiang and the former senior disciple, pays respects to the 2 patriarchs." Without Zhou Long's support, true man Jiang staggered and collapsed to the ground. The 2 Supreme Elders did not look directly at the fallen true man Jiang, but instead looked at Zhou Long with gentle expressions. "So you're Zhou Long, the previous senior disciple. I know you. To break through to the nascent soul realm at the age of 23, your sword intent has also reached the 3rd level. Zhou Long, you're quite impressive. If it weren't for Feng, you would have been qualified to be the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect for decades. Feng's talent is simply too strong. You don't even need to compare yourself to him, because judging from his talent alone, he can no longer be considered human. Thank you for your praise, esteemed ancestors. I will remember everything you have said." Zhou Long was honored to receive praise from the 2 Supreme Elders, although in the end Qin Feng was mostly praised. This is the true pinnacle of power within the 10,000 Immortals sect. To receive their affirmation would naturally make Zhou Long feel immensely honored. What's wrong with the sect leader? After praising Zhou Long, the 2 Supreme Elders looked at true person Jiang without any worry. They're all in seclusion, so busy. Just being able to spare a moment to see Master Xiang is already a great favor. Chapter 39. After respectfully informing the 2 Supreme Elders of the current situation of true man Xiang and his own speculations, Zhou Long remained silent. From the moment he entered Wangtian tomb, this place was no longer the territory of the 10,000 Immortals sect, but the territory of the ancestor. Now all he has to do is wait. So, it turns out that my myriad Immortals sect actually has enemies. If it weren't for Zhou Long speaking up, my myriad Immortals sect would really be in danger. What if Feng were harmed by an assassin? As the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, how exactly does true immortal Xiang manage the sect? Doesn't he even know that assassins are coming? This true man Xiang is becoming less and less suitable to be the sect leader. I'm seriously thinking about that issue now. After hearing Zhou Long's words, the 2 elders also had a cold look on their faces. The 2 elders became even more furious when the mention of true man Xiang came up. As the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, why is true man Xiang so incompetent? Just as the 2 were filled with anger, Zhou Long muttered to himself. The sect leader seems to have been injured as well. We can't say he didn't try his best, can we? It can only be said that the enemy's strength is unprecedented. At this moment, both Supreme Elders glanced at the Crimson Sun Immortal on the ground, and their expressions became even more unpleasant. Damn it, as the sect leader of the Myriad Immortals sect, whose strength has reached the profound realm and who is only one step away from transcending the tribulation and ascending to immortality, he has actually been beaten to this state. If I were him, I wouldn't even show up now. I would have already found a place to hide and come out hundreds of years later. If it were me, I would have moved to another cultivation world long ago. Ancestors, Master. The sect master is in this state now, aren't you going to do anything to help him? Seeing the 2 elders who had already begun to insult the sect leader, Zhou Long was speechless. Now that things have come to this point, why are they arguing instead of saving Master Xiang? Zhou Long may never know that the feud between him and the several Supreme Elders was already formed when true immortal Xiang accepted Qin Feng as his last disciple. As long as they can think of Qin Feng, the Supreme Elders will feel disgusted with true man Xiang. As expected, after hearing Zhou Long's words, the two supreme elders merely smiled at him before saying indifferently, "What are you afraid of? You won't die, it'll be fine." As the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, to be ambushed and reduced to this state is shameful enough to make me ashamed. Let's not publicize this. So what if this true man Qiang kicks the bucket? As long as Feng is here, nothing else matters. Speaking of which, assassins have come to the 10,000 Immortals sect. This is something we can't ignore. Should we send a few assassins to take care of Feng? Although it might be a bit too much to spoil Feng, his talent certainly deserves it. Seeing the two supreme elders repeating themselves without any connection to true immortal Qiang, Zhou Long finally understood how unpopular his master, true immortal Qiang, was within the 10,000 Immortals sect. Silently reciting "It's all up to fate," Zhou Long said nothing more, instead looking at the two supreme elders with a respectful expression. Now that things have come to this, it has nothing to do with him anymore. He has done everything he could. True man Qiang. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Just as the two elders were discussing whether to send 100 assassins to Qin Feng or have one of the elders personally protect him, Qin Feng suddenly flew in from outside. Moreover, he flew here riding a Qilin. The moment they entered Wang Tian tomb, the Qilin vanished, and Qin Feng said respectfully, "Hello, both of you grandfathers." Okay, ha ha ha. The two grand elders' attitude towards Qin Feng was completely different from that of true man Qiang. Upon seeing Qin Feng for the first time, both elders smiled and said, as expected of the most talented disciple in the history of the myriad Immortals sect, "He's actually riding a Qilin. Not just anyone can ride an ancient divine beast. Feng's future is definitely limitless." "Feng. Wait a moment, I'll go and call those people out, they've been missing you for so long." As they spoke, one of the grand elders grabbed Qin Feng's arm, while another grand elder tried to turn back to call for the other grand elder. Seeing this, it would be a lie for Zhou Long, who was standing to the side, not to say that he was not envious. They're both disciples, but Qin Feng calls him grandpa, while he can only call him ancestor. However, what made Zhou Long feel even more complicated was the way the two supreme elders treated Qiang Zhenren and Qin Feng. The Crimson Sun Immortal is almost dead, and only two supreme elders have arrived, and now, Qin Feng has only shown his face once, yet the supreme elders are already trying to summon the others. The difference between the two can be seen from this. Seeing the elders' enthusiasm, Qin Feng quickly declined. No need, no need. I've only come to see how my master is doing. Is there any hope for him? To see the red sun. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, one of the elders finally turned his gaze to true person Qiang. After giving true person Qiang a serious look, the elder confidently stated, "Don't worry, you won't die." Qin Feng. Zhou Long. Seeing that the two looked rather grim, the Supreme Elder took out a pill from his storage ring and casually tossed it into the mouth of true immortal Qiang. "Hey, let's go." The elixir went directly into the mouth of true man Qiang, and his face visibly turned rosy. The Supreme Elder then smiled and said, "Now there's no problem at all." Upon seeing this, Zhou Long and Qin Feng bowed to the Supreme Elder and said respectfully, "Thank you, Grand Elder, Grandpa, for saving my master." All right, we're all family, there's no need for so much formality." "Yes." Zhou Long answered respectfully, but Qin Feng noticed the faint figures of several other Supreme Elders behind the Supreme Elder, and said repeatedly, "Grandpa Long, I still have some important matters to attend to, you see." "This, never mind, Feng you may leave now." After receiving permission, Qin Feng made a quick getaway. After watching Qin Feng leave, Zhou Long felt several astonishing auras emanating from the east. Looking up, Zhou Long immediately knelt on the spot and then said respectfully, "Zhou Long pays his respects to all the ancestral masters." Without Qin Feng, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on the faces of the elders. After dismissing Zhou Long, the other 6 grand elders spoke up. Why did you let Feng leave? I did a divination beforehand, this time Feng would be gone for at least half a year, and the future was unpredictable. Crazy dragon, are you really willing to let Feng suffer outside? How can you be so heartless? Looking at the several grand elders, the grand elder surnamed Long smiled helplessly and said softly. Do you think we can make Feng stay? The group fell silent, staring in the direction of the 10,000 Immortal Sect's mountain gate. Suddenly, they murmured. What's meant to be will be, and what's meant to be will be. After a long period of reflection, everyone finally looked at the Crimson Sun Immortal who was still lying on the ground, unconscious. Is this guy all right? Dead end? No way. Chapter 40. Walking along the path, looking at the Wangxian sect that had nurtured him for over a year, even Qin Feng felt a surge of emotions. Although I said I was leaving, I was still a little reluctant when the time actually came to leave. No matter what, this is the home that raised me for over a year. Why don't you just stay? Before leaving, Qin Feng hesitated again. Should we go back and take another look at the courtyard? If no one is lying in ambush there, then we won't leave. There was no way around it. It wasn't that Qin Feng was cowardly, nor was it that Qin Feng was afraid he would be killed by cultivators who didn't recognize his identity if he went out, nor was it because Qin Feng was worried that his talent was too poor, and he couldn't cultivate quickly even in the myriad immortal sect, so his cultivation speed would definitely be slow after he went out, and it certainly wasn't because many core female disciples in the myriad immortal sect were sending him resources. Qin Feng simply misses his home. No matter how bad the myriad immortal sect is, no matter how dilapidated his courtyard is, it is still his home. Even if his home is dilapidated, Qin Feng misses it very much. With this thought in mind, just as Qin Feng was hesitating whether to go back and take another look at the courtyard, a cheerful man's voice suddenly came from beside him. Excuse me, where does senior brother Qin Feng of the 10,000 Immortal Sect live? Looking at the completely unfamiliar figure beside him, Qin Feng asked in confusion. May I ask who you are? I am Long Ao, the holy son of the 9 dragons' holy land. I heard that the senior brother of the 10,000 Immortal Sect can summon celestial phenomena related to dragons, so I came here specifically to observe. Hearing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. If you're just here to observe, it's not too bad. Long Ao's next words made Qin Feng swallow the word cake that he had just uttered. Enjoy the breathtaking sight of the dragon and phoenix in perfect harmony, and then kill this senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortal Sect. Speaking of which, young man, you're quite handsome. May I ask your name? Cough cough cough. Qin Feng nearly choked, even though there was nothing in his mouth. Ask him his name? Isn't that just asking for his life? Even if someone compliments you on your looks, you can't just say your name. After clearing his throat twice, Qin Feng said cautiously. What deep-seated hatred did you have for Qin Feng? Why did you want to kill him? At this moment, the man said something that didn't make any sense. Are you a disciple of the myriad immortal sect? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Damn it, I'm not only a disciple of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, but also the senior brother of the 10,000 Immortal Sect that you've been longing for. Do you think I am a disciple of the 10,000 Immortal Sect? At this moment, the tall and imposing Long Ao looked at Qin Feng with an even stranger gaze. Since you are a disciple of the myriad immortal sect, don't you know the orders issued by the sect master, true person Qiang? What order? Qin Feng looked puzzled. At this moment, he didn't seem like a disciple of the myriad immortal sect, but rather an outsider, while the other party seemed to be a disciple of the myriad immortal sect. Seeing that he wouldn't answer and that the other party probably wouldn't give him directions either, Long Ao patiently began to explain to Qin Feng. Your sect leader has issued a decree regarding challenging Qin Feng, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Any cultivator under the age of 100 is welcome to challenge Qin Feng. That's why no disciple has asked about my identity along the way, and during this time, disciples from any other sect have been able to enter the myriad Immortals sect. At this point, Long Ao also looked with great interest at the highest point of the 10,000 Immortals sect. I've heard that Qin Feng, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, was born with extraordinary talent, a truly heaven-defying existence. He's already reached an extremely high level in just 1 year of cultivation. Killing such a genius must be incredibly satisfying. As he spoke, Long Ao licked his lips, which made Qin Feng tremble with fear. Killing him is no fun at all. He's just a foundation establishment cultivator, killing him is less satisfying than crushing an ant. Unfortunately, Qin Feng couldn't say any of this directly to Long Ao, otherwise, he probably would have kicked the bucket on the spot. Qin Feng inwardly cursed the person before him, his resentment towards Master Xiang reaching a new level. If he had just hoped that Master Xiang could live, now he wanted Master Xiang to die forever. What a cunning Master Xiang! All I did back then was call him a womanizer, and now he's toying with me like this. No, this isn't playing around, this is FG trying to kill myself. For a moment, Qin Feng even had suicidal thoughts. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Long Ao reminded him. Young man, do you know where Qin Feng lives? Qin Feng then looked at Long Ao, pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked. I know, but I have one last question for you, and then I'll tell you. Go ahead and ask. Although I don't know why this young man has so many questions, well, he's handsome. Long Ao didn't mind giving this handsome young man some time. May I ask what level of strength you have reached? Mentioning his strength, a hint of pride suddenly appeared on Long Ao's face, and he said loudly. I am not very talented, I am only 30 years old this year and have just broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Although the content was somewhat humble, Long Ao's tone was anything but modest. Being able to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm at the age of 30 is enough to make Long Ao so proud. Putting aside Qin Feng, who is an oddball, Zhou Long was the previous senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, and he also broke through to the nascent soul realm at the age of 20-something. You must know that the 10,000 Immortals sect is the #1 sect in the world. Although there is still a gap between Long Ao and Zhou Long, it is enough to prove that Long Ao has good talent. Qin Feng's actions at this moment also confirmed Long Ao's talent. So you're a nascent soul realm cultivator? Ah! Haha! He chuckled twice. At this moment Qin Feng had completely given up on the idea of staying in the 10,000 Immortals sect. Anyone who challenges me is at the nascent soul stage, which is incredibly frustrating for someone whose cultivation has only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Seeing Long Ao's somewhat puzzled expression, Qin Feng immediately said loudly. The eldest brother's residence? It's easy to find. Go straight ahead for 3.5 kilometers, then turn right, and continue straight for 5 kilometers. Then turn left, and there's a small pond there. There's no bridge in the middle of the pond, but because several elders are cultivating there, you'll have to go around it. Then turn right again. Qin Feng talked on and on for several minutes without stopping before finally looking at the somewhat dazed Long Ao. What, didn't you hear me? Shall I say it again? No need, I understand. Farewell, young man. With that, Long Ao turned and left without looking back. Watching Long Ao leave, Qin Feng also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily I managed to get away with it, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to repeat it a second time. Suddenly, a Qilin appeared in front of Qin Feng. He jumped onto the Qilin's head, and Qin Feng left without looking back. The myriad Immortals sect is now a place of trouble. Although it is still the #1 sect in the world, it is definitely not a place for him to stay. Leaving early might have some advantages. After following the route set by Qin Feng for an hour, Long Ao looked at the desolate mountains in front of him, scratched his head, and muttered to himself with a sense of enlightenment. Did I just miss someone very important? Ask your target where their home is. He, Long Ao, is undoubtedly number one. Chapter 41. Even so, Long Ao doesn't need to feel too inferior, because the second contestant is even more outrageous. Whether it was because the sect leader, True Man Chiang, had given instructions beforehand or for some other reason, no one had hindered Qin Feng along the way. Qin Feng returned to the foot of the mountain without any problems and slept in an inn in a major city at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. On the third day, Qin Feng suddenly stood up. It wasn't for any important reason, it was simply because Qin Feng was hungry. On the second floor, Qin Feng ordered 7 dishes and a soup, and began to wolf them down. Because he was already a foundation establishment cultivator, Qin Feng had a particularly large appetite. He finished all 7 dishes and a soup, and then patted his belly with a satisfied smile. I'm barely 7/10 full, the food here is still a bit salty. Foundation establishment cultivators cannot abstain from grains, and because they have the strength of several thousand jin, the absorption of spiritual energy cannot keep up with the consumption of their physical strength, so their bodies will consume very quickly. Qin Feng also needs to devour food to restore his strength. When he breaks through to become a golden core cultivator, a golden core Dao will form within his body, continuously providing spiritual energy. At that time, Qin Feng will no longer need to consume so much food, and he can go without food for more than 10 days without any problem. As for nascent soul cultivators, they can completely abstain from grains. However, for Qin Feng, whose talent is currently only half that of an ordinary person, even reaching the golden core realm is an incredibly difficult task, let alone the nascent soul realm. That's wishful thinking. Qin Feng, who was staring at a plate full of bones on the table and considering whether to order another serving, suddenly froze in place, looking around for a figure. Dog leftovers. Where did my big dog leftovers go? Damn it, I was in such a hurry when I left that I completely forgot about Go Sheng. Moreover, because he had to be wary of the cultivators who came to challenge him along the way, and because the food in this main city was just too delicious, Qin Feng completely forgot about Go Sheng's existence. But when Qin Feng saw a table full of bones, he suddenly remembered Go Sheng. Where is Go Sheng? Ah! Go's Hung, how have you been lately? Are you thinking about it, still hoping to have a home with it? Just as Qin Feng was coming up with some lyrics, Go Sheng's lazy voice suddenly came from beside him. Young man, don't think that just because you named me Go Sheng, meaning dog's leftovers, you really treat me like a dog. I don't eat bones. As he spoke, a black dog suddenly jumped out of Qin Feng's storage ring. I thought you'd lost me. You scared me to death. Goose, tell me what you want to eat? It's the master's treat today. Qin Feng was overjoyed to see Go Sheng. But Go Sheng wasn't so happy. He glanced at Qin Feng slowly, then crawled back into Qin Feng's storage ring. His lazy voice came again. I might be about to break through again soon. If you don't summon any celestial phenomena, try not to call me out. I'm busy too. Hearing Gushen's words, Qin Feng was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He had worked hard to cultivate but hadn't broken through many realms, while Go Sheng, who only watched the gate every day, was about to break through again. For a moment, Qin Feng even considered kicking Go Sheng out and becoming the doorman himself. Now that Qin Feng knows Go Sheng is also here, he doesn't need to stay in this main city anymore. There are just too many powerful individuals in this main city. Because it is backed by the 10,000 Immortals sect, the main city called Kobai City is quite powerful. Although the city is called the City of Worship, which originally meant worshipping the 10,000 Immortals sect, the city lord of this main city is also a Mahayana realm cultivator. The guardians of the city lord's mansion are all at the nascent soul realm, which is basically the same as the elders of the myriad immortals sect. It can be said that the layout of the city of worship was modeled after the Wangxian sect, and it was almost hailed as the #1 city in the world. The myriad immortals sect truly deserves its reputation as the #1 sect in the world, but there are some reservations about its claim to the city of worship. Besides the city lord, the city of Kobai also has several transcendent forces and 5 extremely powerful families. They are Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and Wang. The patriarchs of these 5 families have also reached the Great Ascension realm, and their families are filled with countless powerful individuals. Even if such a city isn't the best in the world, it's definitely in the top 3. It can be said that the city of worship is a place where hidden talents abound. You might throw a brick from the 3rd floor and hit a nascent soul cultivator. Putting aside the possibility of being killed, this is enough to prove how many cultivators there are in the city of worship and how strong they are. Especially during this period, due to the orders issued by True Man Xiang, the city of Kobai suddenly saw an influx of countless talented young people. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he has also captured the hearts of many female cultivators. This caused the original cultivators of the city of worship to have a very bad attitude towards these young talents. You've already slept with all the girls, what are we supposed to seduce? With the grand goal of promoting the city's population development, the city's cultivators have argued with these outsiders many times, and on several occasions even had physical contact. It's true that the cultivators outside are talented young people, disciples of powerful sects, and descendants of reclusive families, but the cultivators in the pilgrimage city are no joke either. In terms of status, apart from the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect, they really have never been afraid of anyone. Thus, the young talents who held extraordinary status outside became nothing more than playful juniors in this place. It was precisely because the cultivators inside the city and those outside didn't get along well that Qin Feng wanted to leave. In the past few days, more than just 1 or 2 cultivators have been eyeing him. That's why Qin Feng hasn't gone out much these past few days and has been staying in his room. But now that he knows Gozheng is with him, there's no point in staying here any longer. Qin Feng's plan was to leave the city and find those fiancés to annul the engagements, which would be ideal. Even if it wasn't possible, he couldn't force it. After all, their strength and talent far surpass his own, and he couldn't beat them. What if he were to be forced into a situation? Haha, then he'd be completely finished. Anyway, the final plan is to find a small town, preferably one where there are at most foundation establishment cultivators, and go all out, preferably a town with no cultivators at all. Hide in such a place for a few years, and then decide whether to go home after things have calmed down. The myriad immortals sect is, after all, Qin Feng's home. He can't stay away from home forever. Unless true immortal Xiang really wants to kill him, that's a different story. Even so, Qin Feng didn't plan to stay at the inn any longer, because the group of young people at the next table seemed to have been staring at him for quite some time. Although he didn't know why they could tell he wasn't from this city, Qin Feng knew this was definitely not a place of trouble. After hurriedly settling the bill, Qin Feng left. After Qin Feng left, the young men exchanged glances, their faces full of playful smiles, and then they too chose to leave. Come on, let's have some fun. Chapter 42. Damn it, why are those guys always haunting us? Could it be that they really intend to attack a weak and helpless foundation establishment cultivator like me? As he walked, Qin Feng noticed several familiar figures following him, and his face grew increasingly anxious. If it weren't for the fact that this was still an urban area with many people watching him, he would have already used a talisman to leave. However, because of the last battle with Zhu Yeyu, and no one knows who spread the word, Qin Feng has heard many people say that the senior brother of the Wangxian sect is skilled in using talismans in the past few days. Therefore, using talismans now would not only expose one's identity, but might also attract foreign cultivators who want to challenge one. When that time really comes, it's like when it rains, it pours. Therefore, Qin Feng cannot use either talismans or unusual celestial phenomena. Therefore, the only defensive method he has left is an array. That's right, Qin Feng also knows a little bit about formations. However, the formation is too time-consuming, and it cannot be used when someone is watching. So now Qin Feng can only run. But looking at those persistent, haunting cultivators, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. I have little chance of escaping this time. I should have brought Zhou along with me. It's a pity I don't have the ability to predict the future. There's no other way, since I've been targeted, I have to run. Moreover, because he needed to use talismans, Qin Feng had to leave the city. For a moment, Qin Feng used all the energy he had just used to eat. Demon Moon Holy Land. Looking at the resolute saintess before her, the Demon Moon Palace Master asked with a touch of heartache. Moon, are you really planning to enter the forbidden land of the mysterious moon? Although there are many extraordinary encounters there, if you really go in, even I won't be able to stop you. It's not worth it to do this for a man who doesn't like you. Looking at the palace master who was both her teacher and her mother, Zhu Yeyu suddenly smiled. I've heard many rumors about Master and true man Qiang. If Master can live such a carefree life in this life, why can't I? Besides, didn't Master also enter the Ghost Moon Holy Land back then? It's all right. You unfilial disciple, how dare you speak of your Master's past outrageous deeds? Fine, since you've made up your mind, then your Master can't control you anymore. Her tone suddenly turned stern as she looked at her disciple, who still had a smile on his face. The Demon Moon Palace Master felt helpless. He took out a belt from his storage ring and personally fastened it around Zhu Yeyu's waist. Then he took out a jade pendant from his robes and solemnly placed it in Zhu Yeyu's hand. The Palace Master of Yeyu Palace said softly. This is a treasure that I took out in the forbidden land of the mysterious moon. It is a saint-level defensive weapon, but it is not permanent. Master has used it 3 times, and now there are only 2 uses left. Be extremely careful when you enter the forbidden land of the mysterious moon. If you really can't bear it, then activate this jade pendant. There is an ancient ancestor in the forbidden land of the mysterious moon who has lived for countless years. Once she senses someone activating the jade pendant, she will definitely come out to save you. Looking at these 2 priceless treasures, Zhu Yeyu was also deeply moved. However, thinking of the dozen or so defensive weapons belonging to the Demon Moon Palace Master in her storage ring, Zhu Yeyu frowned her beautiful brows and said with dissatisfaction. Master, are you really that worried about me? I remember you once said that I was the most talented holy maiden in the Demon Moon Holy Land. Don't worry, I will definitely break through a major realm this time when I enter the forbidden land of the mysterious moon. Looking at her confident disciple, the Demon Moon Palace Master couldn't feel happy. She simply said softly. I hope so. After speaking, a talisman appeared in her hand, and she gently chanted mysterious symbols. Suddenly, Zhu Yeyu's body floated up. Then it disappeared in an instant. Looking at the talismans that had also vanished, the Demon Moon Palace Master gazed eastward and said helplessly. Qiang, Qin Feng, what a tragic fate. Wang Xianzong. At this time, Master Qiang had been cured, but his body, which was originally withered, was now swollen. This is because he ate far too much pickled vegetables, and at that time, Master Qiang only ate pickled vegetables and didn't eat any staple food. That's right, the reason why Master Qiang died so fast was because he ate too much pickled vegetables, he almost died from the saltiness. Even so, Master Qiang was still grateful, because at least he was still alive. And for some reason, without saying a word, Qin Feng actually left the 10,000 Immortals sect according to the original plan. Although he's still completely baffled as to how things have turned out this way, none of that matters now. As long as Qin Feng could leave the 10,000 Immortals sect, things would be much easier. Looking at the stack of jade pendants in his hand, true person Qiang's face also flushed slightly. This is my past youth. After sending the message about Qin Feng's departure through the jade pendant, Master Xiang sat down in his seat with a smirk. Good disciple, don't say that your master is doing this for your own sake. Every single one of the fiancés I've chosen for you is of the highest quality. An ordinary person would be overjoyed to get even one, but I got you 7. Shouldn't you thank me? With a smile on his face, Master Xiang looked into the distance without saying a word. Anyway, Qin Feng has already left the sect. Who can mess with this little white pig? We'll have to see how well the cabbage they've raised fares. As for these young talents who have already entered the 10,000 Immortals sect, then let Zhou Long defeat them. No matter how strong they can't beat the previous senior brother, Zhou Long. Moreover, it seems that Qin Feng's outings were intentionally concealed. Every time Zhou Long made a move, he covered his face and defeated his opponent without saying a word. Because Zhou Long was at the nascent soul realm, he didn't need to throw a second punch when defeating these nascent soul realm cultivators. For cultivators at the nascent soul stage, cultivators at the spirit division stage are simply a matter of being out of their element. Gradually, the image of a cold and ruthless senior disciple who liked to wear a mask began to circulate in the 10,000 Immortals sect. Countless talented young people accepted their defeat wholeheartedly and publicly declared that the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect had reached the pinnacle of strength, making him unchallengeable by his peers. Qin Feng's reputation is growing, and he is even being hailed as the #1 young cultivator. Keep in mind, he has only been cultivating immortality for a year. So, Qin Feng, who was running away, had no idea that he had defeated so many opponents. Now, looking at the people getting closer and closer behind him, Qin Feng was very panicked. Damn it, do these people really want to kill me? Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A round bead appeared in his hand. This item was called the Sky Bombing Bead, a heaven level one-time use weapon. With just a small amount of spiritual power inputted, it can unleash damage that would be threatening even to cultivators at the Mahayana realm. Used to deal with cultivators at the nascent soul or out-of-body stages, it can blast them into dust in no time. This is Qin Feng's secret weapon, he will never use it unless it's absolutely necessary. For Qin Feng, this is a critical moment. Several cultivators, what merit or favor do we have? Just as Qin Feng was hesitating whether to use 1 or 2 sky-exploding beads, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A kind, honest voice came from behind. Young man, can you tell me where this place is? Chapter 43. Ah! The sudden appearance of human voices startled Qin Feng, who nearly poured spiritual energy into the heavenly pearl and slammed it backward. Fortunately, Qin Feng was still sharp enough to remember that the other person had come to ask for directions. Turning around to look behind him, and seeing that he could only see the other person's chest, even Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Damn it, why doesn't this guy have a head? Looking up, Qin Feng finally saw his head, and he was even more shocked. My goodness, how tall is that? Qin Feng is not short. Although he is only 16 years old, he has already reached a height of 1.8 meters. However, this is not the end for Qin Feng. However, despite being 1.8 meters tall, he could only look at the other person's chest at eye level. Just how tall was the other person? 2.2 meters? Or 2.5 meters? Height? Probably 2.35 meters, I haven't measured it carefully. Hearing Qin Feng's question, Li Shi honestly told him. Looking at Li Shi's muscular physique, Qin Feng asked with slight doubt. A body-refining cultivator. Yes, yes, I come from the body-tempering divine sect. I wonder if you've heard of me, young man. Upon hearing the name body-tempering divine sect, Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. I'd heard the old man mention this sect before, it's a renowned sect throughout the entire cultivation world. Because, all the cultivators in this sect are lunatics. When Qin Feng first heard about this sect's cultivation methods, he was also taken aback. Qin Feng was utterly baffled back then. Why would anyone in this world use their physical body to resist weapons? Doesn't this make me a sitting duck? But that's the reality. All the cultivators in the body-tempering divine sect use weapons to train their bodies. It's said that there are even strong individuals in the body-tempering divine sect who can directly devour divine weapons to enhance their own strength. For them, their own bodies are their most powerful weapon. Although such an outcome would make their physique incredibly strong, even invincible among those of the same realm. But Qin Feng remembered that the old man had said that the body-tempering divine sect had been established for 1,000,000 years, but not a single cultivator had been able to ascend to immortality. As for the reason, no one knows. Looking at the shocked but handsome young man in front of him, Li Shi patiently waited for him. Unlike Long Ao, Li Shi had a very good temper and never cared about speed because of his long-term body-tempering training, which often lasted for several months. This explains why, despite being among the first to choose to challenge Qin Feng, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, he hasn't yet joined the sect after learning that Qin Feng had accepted challenges from all over the world. Although Li Shi's terrible sense of direction was a major factor, and he did indeed take many wrong turns along the way, he still maintained a leisurely pace and chose to walk the entire time. In Master's words, challenging the senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect is secondary, the most important thing is to comprehend one's own great Dao. Although body-refining cultivators share the same cultivation system as other cultivators, they also differ slightly. Just like the philosophy of life that is opened but not fully opened, body cultivators also need to comprehend their own great Dao while cultivating their physique. The Great Way can be described as stone, soil, or it can be described as high mountain, diamond. The Great Dao is everything, and everything can be the Great Dao. But there is one prerequisite for comprehending the Great Dao, which is that the Great Dao must be solid. Body refinement cultivators also need to rely on the Great Dao to improve their strength, and they can also fight using their own Great Dao. Take Master Li Shi, the fearless hermit, for example, his Dao is diamond. When it fights, it is as strong as a diamond. Most cultivators who fight against the fearless wanderer will suffer broken bones all over their bodies. Tens of thousands of books are not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Li Shi has lived in the sect for more than 40 years, and he really needs to go out and travel. Even now, he still hasn't figured out what his own path is, but Li Shi believes that one day he will comprehend it. Just as the two fell silent, an arrogant male voice came from behind them. So that's why this guy ran so fast. He had backup outside the city. Ha ha ha, you think having helpers will make you useful? There are 5 of us, and you only have 2. Actually, we can ignore it as one person. The guy in front didn't even reveal a trace of his aura, so he's probably just a piece of trash, at most at the foundation establishment stage. But the big man behind him looks pretty strong. Maybe he's a body refinement cultivator. Ha, so what if he's a body refinement cultivator? There are 5 of us, 3 of whom are at the nascent soul stage. Are we afraid of a mere body refinement cultivator at the nascent soul stage? Hearing what the men said, Qin Feng disregarded everything else and turned to look at the 5 men with disdainful smiles on their faces. At this moment, Li Shi was also looking at the 5 men, but a hint of boredom appeared in his eyes. Seeing that the 2 were looking at him, the young man who was probably the strongest among the 5 suddenly stepped forward, his expression full of mockery. Where are you 2 brothers from? And you, young man in front, why are you in such a hurry? As a local, I was just about to extend my hospitality. Seeing the group of cultivators who all seemed to have ill intentions, Qin Feng quickly said. We have some things to attend to, so we'll have to leave now. We can talk about hospitality another time, another time. Although these people all had ill intentions written all over their faces, Qin Feng was unwilling to use violence because he could leave if he could communicate with them. After all, he didn't bring many heavenly pearls with him, so he had to use them sparingly. A group of monks were unaware that they had escaped death, though they were not far from another kind of death. Qin Feng was interrupted by Li Shi before he could finish speaking. Looking at the group of local cultivators, Li Shi took a step forward and asked directly. Are you planning to attack us? Damn it, we still have to fight now. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's face suddenly darkened, and two heaven-exploding pearls appeared in his hand. He would act immediately if anything seemed even slightly amiss. Seeing that his lie had been exposed, the leader sighed inwardly, then a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Want to attack you? So what if I do? So what if I don't? After thinking for a while, Li Shi honestly replied. If it is, I will attack you. If not, get out of my way. I don't want to hurt you. Don't want to hurt us? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the men seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and they burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces, doubled over, and laughed. Before he could wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, the leading man rushed directly at Li Shi, a long sword appearing in his hand out of nowhere. You don't want to hurt us? But we want to hurt you. Seeing that their eldest brother had made a move, the other young men also grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Qin Feng and Li Shi. But then a surprised voice suddenly came from the surroundings. How is this possible? Everyone looked up and saw that their elder brother's weapon had been reduced to fragments. Li Shi, who originally had a kind and honest smile, grinned, his eyes filled with madness. Since you attacked me first, don't blame me for being impolite. Grabbing the person in front of him, Li Shi tore him apart. Big brother, ah! I'm splitting open. Chapter 44. Because a lot of talented young people from other places suddenly came, it just goes to show that foreign monks chant better sutras. Therefore, many women in the city of worship were attracted by these young talents. Based on the principle that it was their duty to contribute to the city's population, a group of cultivators from the city of worship and cultivators from outside the city had already clashed and fought quite a few times. Since they were all cultivators, and cultivators were supposed to fight, no one stopped them. Some powerful figures, including the city lord, even encouraged cultivators to fight, claiming it would enhance their combat experience. So a battle was inevitable, but Qin Feng had never seen anything like it before, where a single blow could kill the opponent, and with such a cruel method as tearing them apart with bare hands. The scene was so shocking that Qin Feng was stunned and didn't vomit immediately. Not only him, but the other four cultivators were also stunned in place. At this moment, their gazes toward Li Shi were filled with fear. Li Shi responded with a simple, honest smile. However, this seemingly innocent smile might be seen as a devil's smile by them. Staring at Li Shi in disbelief, the four remained silent for a moment before fleeing. Ah! There's a great demon king here. Mommy, save me. I'm scared. Although they fled in panic, was it even useful? The answer is obviously no. Seeing the four clever kids running away in the same direction, Li Shi revealed a cruel smile. His body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already next to a cultivator. He reached out and grabbed the other person's neck, and with a casual twist, the cultivator's head was twisted at an unbelievable angle. Then he charged at the cultivator in front of him and threw a punch, smashing the cultivator's head like soft tofu. Seeing their companion die so tragically, the other two exchanged a glance and fled in opposite directions. Moreover, in order to survive, they even used the method of burning their life force to increase their speed to the maximum. Although their idea was good, unfortunately, it was all for naught. Li Shi didn't even bother to chase after the two. He simply stood still, spread his arms, and pulled the two cultivators, who had already fled dozens of kilometers away, back to their original spot. Even so, the two of them still twisted and turned frantically, trying to escape Li Shi's control. Upon seeing this, Li Shi's face broke into a disdainful smile. The moment their hands collided, the two of them exploded instantly. The exploding blood clots splattered all over Li Shi's face. Li Shi didn't wipe the blood away, and walked straight to Qin Feng's side, still with that same silly grin. "Young brother, you still haven't told me where the Myriad Immortals sect is." Although he still had that same simple-minded look, Li Shi was like a demon from the deepest part of hell to Qin Feng at this moment. "Madman!" After gritting his teeth and uttering those two words, Qin Feng found a secluded spot and vomited. He finally understood why sect master Xiang Zhenren had named these guys madmen. They're really crazy. Even if ordinary people accidentally kill someone in a fight, they wouldn't be this cruel. Seeing Qin Feng vomit, Li Shi actually took out a handkerchief with great care. Looking at his hands, which were covered in blood, he put the first handkerchief in his hand and then took out another handkerchief and handed it to Qin Feng. "Is this your first time witnessing murder? It definitely takes some getting used to. This handkerchief is clean, there is no blood." Looking at the handkerchief Li Shi offered him, Qin Feng accepted it despite his mixed feelings. Looking at Li Shi in disbelief, Qin Feng wiped his mouth and asked softly. "When was the first time you killed someone? 7 years old, or 6 years old? I don't remember. I only know that we massacred a small mountain village at the time. My master told me that if I want to become a strong person, I must kill people. The body of a body cultivator is the most powerful weapon, and a weapon must be nourished by blood. They really are madmen. This entire sect is full of madmen." Qin Feng's gaze towards Li Shi at this moment was no different from that of the other cultivators back then, filled with panic. If it weren't for Li Shi handing him a handkerchief, Qin Feng would have already blown him up with the heaven-exploding pearl. "Is he crazy? That's certainly how outsiders describe us." The simple smile on Li Shi's face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. Just as Qin Feng was trembling with fear, Li Shi suddenly spoke up. "But the people in the mountain village I massacred were all bandits. They slaughtered the original villagers, then occupied the village and committed all sorts of evil deeds. If I hadn't killed them, they would have killed many more people in the future. And those people from earlier, I could feel the killing intent emanating from them. Even if we don't attack them, they'll still kill others when they come." At this moment, Li Shi's tone was extremely calm, but Qin Feng's feelings were complicated. "It seems I've wronged a good person." Looking at Li Shi somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng continued. "Then why did you go to the 10,000 Immortals sect?" Upon hearing the name of the Myriad Immortals sect, a rare glint of bloodlust appeared in Li Shi's eyes. He licked his lips and said with extreme excitement. "I've heard that Qin Feng, the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, is an exceptionally talented genius, born with extraordinary celestial phenomena accompanying him. Killing a cultivator like that must be incredibly satisfying. My master said that as long as I kill Qin Feng and sever his celestial phenomena, I might be able to find my own path to enlightenment. As a reward, I will make sure that senior brother Qin Feng dies without any pain." Hearing the familiar words, Qin Feng silently took back what he had just said. "This guy isn't a good person either. He actually wanted to kill me for some damn grand path. Am I some kind of experience buff in this world? Damn it! That damned Red Sun Immortal! Xiang Zhenren? Alright, after all that, I still don't know your name." With a change of tone, Li Shi asked in return. Qin Feng fell silent at this moment. Looking at Li Shi, who was much taller than him and whose punch could probably kill dozens of him, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying. "My name is Xiang Shagwa, you can call me Chigwa." "Oh, Chigwa, that's a nice name. Now you should tell me where the 10,000 Immortals sect is." Although Qin Feng's name was strange, Li Shi actually believed it. Qin Feng also really wanted to get away from Li Shi, so he quickly said. "First, enter the city of worship, then head east. When you reach the city center, there will be several main streets. Be careful not to go the wrong way. Just as Qin Feng was about to use the same excuse he had used to trick Long Ao, the sorrowful voice of an old man suddenly entered his ears. You dare to lay a hand on my descendants? You deserve to die. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Speechless, Qin Feng cursed under his breath as he looked at the sorrowful old man flying in the sky. He was truly speechless. After beating the younger ones, it's the older ones' turn? Should I apply the content of fantasy novels to my own life? But I'm just a useless foundation establishment cultivator, I can't even lift a finger, so what right do I have to beat the old man? With his gaze fixed on Li Shi, Qin Feng was already preparing to make a talisman and escape. Li Shi, you'd better step up your game. The moment you make a move, I'll run away without even looking back. Chapter 45. With this in mind, Qin Feng looked at Li Shi with anticipation. However, the moment Qin Feng saw Li Shi went straight to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng was terrified, thinking that Li Shi was going to kill him so he could commit suicide instead, to avoid being mercilessly tormented by the old man. But Qin Feng's vision was still too narrow. When Qin Feng crushed the talisman and teleported to another area, Li Shi seemed to have anticipated Qin Feng's prediction and ran directly to where Qin Feng had teleported. With his arms outstretched, Li Shi began to flee frantically the moment he grabbed Qin Feng. In just a few seconds, the two had already escaped more than 10 kilometers. Qin Feng can no longer see the old man. Qin Feng? What's going on? Aren't all the cultivators of your body-tempering divine sect crazy? Why aren't you making a move? Although Qin Feng was very touched by Li Shi's act of carrying him away, he was still very puzzled. Where's your body-tempering divine sect's mad behavior? Why aren't you acting crazy anymore? At this moment, Li Shi, who was frantically running away, gave Qin Feng a simple, honest smile and then said softly. We're crazy, but crazy people aren't stupid. That damned old man must be at least at the tribulation transcending realm. How am I supposed to fight him? I only killed a few of his descendants. At most, he'd chase me around and beat me up. There was no need for a fight. Of course, if we really had to fight, I probably wouldn't have won anyway. Seeing Li Shi's logical and insightful analysis, Qin Feng was once again bewildered. Who the hell said that all cultivators in the body-tempering divine sect are idiots? Holding this cultivator is actually quite intelligent. Since he couldn't trick Li Shi, Qin Feng could only pin his hopes on him. There was nothing she could do, he was the one holding her now. If I don't place my hopes on him, who else can I place them on? Should we send it to that nobody, the sect leader of the 10,000 Immortals sect, who's just trying to screw over himself? Xiang Sandgord? Oh shit! True man Jiang. I'm tired. Let this world end. Watching the two figures escape from his sight, the old man wore a cruel, enigmatic smile that was both unsettling and eerie. Run, run. No matter where you run, you'll still be killed by me. Looking at the several juniors who had been torn into bloody pieces by Li Shi and were now completely cold, the old man's voice became even more hoarse. Suddenly, a small blood-red ball appeared in his hand, absorbing all the corpses. After the small red ball had absorbed all the corpses, the old man disappeared with a solemn expression. 3 hours later, Li Shi, who had been fleeing without stopping, suddenly stopped, startling Qin Feng, who immediately looked around warily. Did we escape that old man's control? No, he's already got his eye on us, there's probably no way we can escape. Li Shi shook his head and put down Qin Feng, whose face was ashen. Then why did you put me down? Prepare for battle. Damn it, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage, what kind of fight am I supposed to do? If you ask me, you might as well just keep running. The two of us fighting against a tribulation transcending stage cultivator, it's practically suicide. Qin Feng was also filled with despair at this moment. To be honest, he had really fallen in love with this humanoid mount. Although the way he was holding himself was a bit unseemly, he was damn fast. The journey of 100 kilometers only requires a little spiritual energy. Li Shi, who is already at the nascent soul stage, does not need any food at all. This is the perfect transportation artifact. They've only traveled for a few hours, but it's equivalent to several days' worth of travel for me. This made Qin Feng think to himself, if he could trick Li Shi into going with him to annul the engagement, wouldn't the journey take much less time? Moreover, given Li Shi's nascent soul realm strength and his domineering body training and combat style, having him around would be no less than having a super bodyguard. However, when Qin Feng thought about how Li Shi's original intention was to kill him, he gave up the idea. Keeping this bomb by your side will eventually blow you up. Looking at the endless plain, Qin Feng suddenly slapped himself. Damn it, I'm about to die, how can I still be thinking about so many things? With several talismans and 3 exploding beads appearing in his hand, Qin Feng vowed that if that old man dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely kill him with thunderous means. 1 heavenly explosion pearl is enough to pose a threat to a cultivator in the Mahayana realm. 3 heavenly explosion pearls, even an immortal would temporarily avoid their sharp edge, right? Then I'll throw the beads first, then make the talisman, and blow the opponent up while running far away. If Li Shi recognizes us again, we'll have no choice but to use our secret weapon to escape. Qin Feng's plan was ready, all he needed was for the old man to appear. However, when the old man actually appeared in front of Qin Feng still panicked. He he he. Accompanied by an unpleasant, hoarse laugh, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng and Li Shi. Oh no, Chigwa, get out of the way. Li Shi was the first to react, immediately activating his sex secret technique to rush towards the old man. Suddenly his skin turned golden, shimmering in the sunlight, and looked incredibly powerful. No wonder the body-tempering divine sect members are all crazy. Knowing that the other party was a tribulation-transcending realm cultivator, he, a mere nascent soul realm cultivator, still dared to attack. What else could this futile act of throwing an egg against a rock be but madness? The body-tempering divine sex method of smelting copper? This guy is actually from the body-tempering divine sect. Looking at Li Shi, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted, but that was all. So what if it's the body-tempering divine sect? Murderers should pay with their lives. With a cold laugh, the withered tree looked at Li Shi and said softly. Little kid, you've learned the copper smelting technique quite well, and you've even reached the 3rd level, copper skin. It's a pity, your strength is still too weak. Suddenly, a whip appeared in his hand, and with a cold laugh, he lashed out at Li Shi with it. At this moment, Li Shi was like a spinning top, and he was sent flying by the whip. Li Shi is only a nascent soul realm cultivator, how could he possibly defeat a transcendent realm cultivator? It's not impossible to challenge someone of a higher level, but since the withered tree can stay in the city of worship, wasn't he also a genius if we go back thousands of years? When the previous generation of geniuses faces off against this generation's geniuses, talent becomes less important. It still depends on one's level of understanding. After easily dealing with the madman, Kushal looked at the man before him, whose presence he couldn't detect at all, and hesitated slightly. Are you a cultivator or immortal? Qin Feng, however, revealed an innocent smile and asked softly. Senior, may I reveal my identity to avoid death? Whichever one you name, that's who I am. Even if you say I'm not human, I'll still, cough cough, you know what I mean. Haha, you've got a really strong survival instinct. Looking at Qin Feng, Ku Shu suddenly laughed. Just when Qin Feng thought he might be out of danger, Ku Shu said in a serious tone. You'll die no matter which one you choose. FK your mother, then you let me choose. Feeling like he'd been tricked, Qin Feng immediately activated the talisman and the heaven-exploding pearl, smashing them against the withered tree. At this point, Qin Feng had already planned his escape route. But as the saying goes, people tend to get confused when they're in a hurry. Qin Feng was in that situation at that moment. Looking at the talisman in his hand, the withered tree was slightly bewildered. This is Chapter 46. Looking at the several talismans that originally belonged to him in the withered tree's hand, and the 3 exploding heavenly pearls in his own hand, Qin Feng was also dumbfounded. Holy crap, it's backwards. Seeing the exploding heavenly pearl in his hand, Qin Feng disregarded everything else and rushed straight towards the withered tree. If this thing explodes, it's no joke. Qin Feng didn't want to be blown to bits. At this moment, Qin Feng unleashed the fastest speed he had ever experienced in his life, even using his ability to summon celestial phenomena for speed. If there were other people around, and Qin Feng still claimed to be a Foundation establishment cultivator, someone would definitely slap him twice across the face. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng arrived in front of the withered tree. Meeting the slightly bewildered look in the withered tree's eyes, Qin Feng placed all 3 heavenly pearls in his hand and suddenly shouted, "Get out of here!" With the withered tree looking even more bewildered, the talismans suddenly disappeared, along with the withered tree itself. In an instant, although the withered tree was still in Qin Feng's field of vision, even with Qin Feng's excellent eyesight, he could only see a small black dot. It's about several kilometers away. However, in an instant, the black spot, which was the dead tree, disappeared. Because at this point, the dead tree was completely out of Qin Feng's sight. Then, unexpectedly, a dazzling white light shone directly on the entire plain. The sound, like dynamite blasting a mountain, came from all around, deafening everyone. Qin Feng suddenly felt as if his eyes had gone blind and his ears had gone deaf. At this moment, he was lying face down on the ground, wailing incessantly. Although Li Shi was unable to move after being whipped by the withered tree, he knew to close his eyes and slightly open his mouth. The deafening sound didn't just happen once. Before either of them were ready, another earth-shattering roar came from all around. Damn it! Qin Feng was completely stunned. Suddenly, a celestial phenomenon appeared on his body, as if an immortal had descended to earth. The immortal's figure suddenly appeared, and this time he did not stay in the sky, but instead descended directly from the sky. The immortal's wide sleeves enveloped Qin Feng, protecting him from harm. Li Shi's mouth gaped even wider at this moment, and he chose to use his spiritual power to protect his body. At that moment, a third deafening roar came from all around. The sound was particularly loud. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, and all things lay prostrate on the ground, shivering. Even Li Shi couldn't take it this time, and opened his mouth as wide as possible, letting out a wail. Ah! Even if he was a disciple of the body-tempering divine sect, he couldn't withstand such torment. Besides, Master never said that sound can hurt people. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was now completely unaffected. The extraordinary celestial phenomena enveloped him, and at that moment, Qin Feng felt as if he had arrived in heaven. Qin Feng swore he had never felt so comfortable before. After waiting for a long time without hearing the next sound, Qin Feng remembered that he had only given the withered tree 3 sky-exploding pearls. After the smoke dissipated and the strange phenomena around him disappeared, Qin Feng was stunned to see a huge pit in front of him with a diameter of 10,000 meters and an unpredictable depth. After a long while, Qin Feng murmured, "Holy crap, this was caused by the destruction of the heavenly pearl. That old man must be dead as cold as can be." Although the system had said that the heavenly pearl could pose a threat to even Mahayana cultivators, Qin Feng had never seen a Mahayana cultivator make a move. The strongest cultivators he had ever seen in battle were roughly at the nascent soul stage, so he could only infer the Mahayana stage cultivators from the battles of nascent soul stage cultivators. But now, seeing the enormous pit in front of him, a bottomless abyss, Qin Feng had a direct impression of the exploding heavenly pearl. If you use this thing to blast mountains, wouldn't you be able to create the world's deepest inland lake? It's best to avoid using this thing in the future, its power is just too great. If it weren't for the unusual celestial phenomenon, I would have injured 800 enemies but lost 8,000 of my own, 80 million. After all, he was only a foundation establishment cultivator at the moment, and he couldn't withstand such a huge shock. Looking at Li Shi, who had turned into a dung beetle, Qin Feng silently pondered. I'm afraid even if I became a nascent soul cultivator, I wouldn't be able to withstand such a shock. Thinking about the more than 1,000 exploding celestial beads lying quietly in his storage ring, Qin Feng was speechless. I wish I hadn't made so many. Now it's terrible, it can't be used anymore. Damn it, I wasted so many resources back then. Although it's frustrating, the danger has been resolved now. After glancing at Li Shi, who had turned into a mortal, Qin Feng thought for a moment and then silently summoned the Qilin, intending to ride it away. As the saying goes, it's better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to cling together in hardship. Although she had a sweet time running away with Li Shi before, no matter what, Li Shi's goal was to kill her. He just doesn't know his own identity right now, so I can still be friends with him. But when he finds out who I am, won't I be doomed? Therefore, a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Taking one last look at Li Shi, who was still a country bumpkin, Qin Feng sighed. Brother Li, although we haven't known each other for very long, you're just the kind of person I like. If it weren't for various reasons, I believe we could definitely be good friends. But now, we may meet again someday in the martial world, let's not see each other again. The thought of fighting the moment they met made Qin Feng think it best for them to forget each other and remain strangers in the martial world. All right, why all the sentimental talk? I'm leaving. Gently wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, Qin Feng, filled with endless emotions, prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his calf. Qin Feng's legs went weak with fear upon seeing this. The strange phenomenon vanished instantly. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Feng cried out. Big brother, spare me. I'm really not Qin Feng, cough cough, I really don't know Qin Feng, anyway, I'm not Qin Feng. The more he explained, the more off-topic it became. In the end, Qin Feng gave up trying to explain altogether. Let fate decide. A talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Qin Feng vowed that if the other party dared to attack him, he would use the talisman to escape. However, just as Qin Feng was about to crush the talisman, Li Shi's simple voice suddenly came. Qin Feng? What Qin Feng? Aren't you called Chigua? Ouch, my head hurts so much. You're Chigua. Who am I? Upon hearing this, even Qin Feng, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, was suddenly taken aback. He quickly wiped away his real tears and snot, and turned to look at the bewildered boy. A bewildered yet remarkably robust young man. At this moment, Li Shi still had a lot of soil in his mouth, which an ordinary cultivator would have spat out long ago. But Li Shi was different, he actually swallowed the soil directly. Goodness gracious, this not only caused amnesia, it probably turned him into a complete idiot. However, it doesn't affect my ability to use it. Looking at him, Qin Feng tentatively said. Do you remember who you are? Who am I? Li Shi's eyes looked even more confused. It's really caused amnesia. Seeing this, Qin Feng was relieved and quickly said. My name is Chigua, do you remember me? I remember, but I don't remember anything else. Li Shi's bewildered expression was unmistakable, and Qin Feng was overjoyed, immediately speaking up. Your name is Qin Feng, and you and I, Chigua, are half-brothers. We are about to embark on our adventures in the martial world. Chapter 47. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Shi's eyes gradually began to light up. Qin Feng. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Although Li Shi has lost his memory, he still has some recollection of the name Qin Feng. Looking at the man named Chigua in front of him, Li Shi smiled and said, "I think my name is Qin Feng." "Yes, yes, your name is Qin Feng, you're my older brother, Chigua. You call me little brother, and I'll call you brother Feng." Seeing Li Shi's still serious expression, Qin Feng was practically bursting with laughter. Good grief, the target he was supposed to hunt down turned out to be himself. Just thinking about it makes Qin Feng laugh. As for when Li Shi will regain his memory, we'll talk about that later. In Qin Feng's opinion, Li Shinen's amnesia was all fate. Heaven has given me a great helper, how could I refuse it? That's great. Not only is there one less opponent who wants to kill him, but he can also get an extra bodyguard. Looking at the burly Li Shi, Qin Feng was quite satisfied. Being a body refinement cultivator signifies hard work and perseverance. Reaching the nascent soul realm means you'll never need to eat again. Being a disciple of the body refinement divine sect is enough to intimidate other cultivators. Thinking about it this way, Li Shi in front of me is the helper I've been searching for. Although I hadn't planned to ask for help, cough cough. Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Feng, it's time for us to set off." "Okay, little brother, what's our goal?" "We want to travel around the world. The world is so big, we want to go out and see it." As he spoke, Qin Feng sat directly on Li Shi's shoulders. Li Shi didn't argue and immediately went into berserk mode, charging around recklessly. The two disappeared in an instant. And so, Li Shi, nicknamed Qin Feng, a contestant even more mentally challenged than Long Ao, has appeared. After the two had walked for a long time, a small blood-red bead suddenly appeared from the large hole blasted out by the heavenly pearl. This small bead seemed to have its own consciousness. At this moment, it was like an eye, staring intently in the direction where Qin Feng and Li Shi had left. At this moment, some relatively leisurely young cultivators also noticed the strange phenomenon here and flew to the top of the cave, looking at the endless abyss with curiosity. When did this huge crater appear here? Judging by its appearance, it must be tens of thousands of meters deep. Good heavens! Was this caused by human intervention? Could it be that there are Mahayana cultivators fighting here? It should be. The strange phenomenon that just happened here doesn't seem like something an ordinary cultivator could cause. Which cultivator did you say made the move? Was it the hermit of many treasures, or? Before one of the cultivators could finish speaking, looking at his friends whose eyes were already filled with fear, he asked in confusion. "Why are you all so far away from me? Is there something behind me?" As he spoke, the monk turned around. All he could see was a bright red eye staring at him. Before the monk could react, the eye pierced straight through his body. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator was devoured by it. Seeing the group of cultivators in front of him who were already panicked and starting to flee, the eyes that the red bead had transformed into suddenly emitted a hoarse voice. "Damn it, they all deserve to die." The news that Qin Feng had left the 10,000 Immortals sect was immediately sent to the families and sects of Qin Feng's fiancés by his nominal master, True Man Xiang. The masters and relatives behind the fiancés, the palace master, clan leader, and demon king who had a brief romantic relationship with True Man Xiang had different reactions to this. Divine Calculation Pavilion. This sect is famous throughout the world not because of its fighting prowess, but because of its divination techniques. None of the people in the pavilion are skilled in combat, and some don't even know how to fight. But even so, no one in the world dares to attack them. On the contrary, countless cultivators wanted to befriend them. For the sake of a single divination, many powerful cultivators are even willing to serve as slaves to these disciples for decades. Because every cultivator in the Divine Calculation Pavilion is a diviner. Their divination, while not 100% accurate, has at least a 90% probability of being right. Such a probability is enough to drive cultivators mad, even to the point of risking their lives for it. At this moment, in the very center of the Divine Calculation Pavilion, looking at the Heavenly Secrets chart and the divination diagram before him, the Pavilion Master suddenly murmured. Has the 10,000 Immortals sect left the main star? He took out a jade pendant from his pocket, read its contents, and then put it away. Looking at the celestial chart in front of him, this master of divination, who claimed to be able to calculate the destiny of heaven, the patterns of the earth, and the immortals, suddenly smiled. The main star has appeared, and all the stars over the past 1,000 years have served it. This main star is also extremely special, possessing rare omnipotence. As for the others, even I cannot calculate them. Xiang, if I were to abduct your Wangxian sect's main star and teach him to become a legendary strategist, wouldn't you be furious? Speaking of cultivators with such talent, I'm truly envious. A small ball suddenly appeared in his hand. He gently tapped the ball, and a phantom of a woman suddenly appeared before him. She whispered. Suanji, your fiancé has appeared. It's time to get married. The far north. This place is the coldest place in the entire cultivation world, with temperatures reaching several hundred degrees below zero. Without sufficient strength, one doesn't even have the right to survive in this place. However, this place is home to the Mo family, one of the 7 reclusive families in the cultivation world. Inside the secret chamber of the Mo family, a woman of unparalleled beauty but devoid of any warmth read the message in the jade pendant and then crushed it. Looking at the equally expressionless, stunningly beautiful woman before her, the rather older woman suddenly spoke. When you go out this time, if you encounter this guy named Qin Feng, just kill him. I was also deceived into signing this marriage contract. It has nothing to do with you. You are free. Yes, auntie. Compared to the much older woman, the woman called Yuer spoke with an even more emotionless tone, clearly indicating that she had mastered the clan's secret technique to its fullest extent. She was like a block of ice, devoid of any emotion. Demon Realm. This is the place that righteous cultivators least want to come to, and all 10 of the world's most powerful demonic sects are located here. Hehuan sect. Looking at the jade pendant that flickered in and out of focus, a woman dressed in a tight-fitting outfit that barely concealed her ample figure, and wearing a crown, suddenly gave a wicked smile. She licked the jade pendant and said with a soft laugh. I didn't expect you to message me. Qin Feng? He looks like a good vessel. But he's no longer suitable for an old and faded man like me. I'd better give him to my daughter. This woman is the sect leader of the Hehuan sect, and also the female demon king who strikes fear into the hearts of the righteous path. At this moment, a woman with a figure no less impressive than hers suddenly walked in through the back door and went to the female demon king's side. The holy maiden of the Hehuan sect lay directly in her arms, her tone somewhat dissatisfied. Mother, did you call me for something? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Upon seeing this, the demon king chuckled softly, his voice filled with licentiousness. Your fiancé has already left the sect, what are you doing at home? Hurry up and squeeze him dry. Upon hearing the word fiancé, a hint of greed suddenly appeared in the demon saintess's eyes, but she said aloud. No rush, he'll be mine sooner or later anyway. My daughter has that much confidence. Touching her own wickedness, the female demon king smiled seductively and said. Don't rush, go find him today. I'm also prepared to take action and snatch my man back from the 10,000 Immortals sect. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. Chapter 48. Qin Feng was unaware that he had been ruthlessly betrayed by Master Xiang, nor was he aware that a group of his fiancés were searching for him. Qin Feng had no idea what their motives were in coming to find him. In short, the road ahead will be filled with bloodshed and chaos. The road to annulment is long and requires patience. Qin Feng knew nothing, at that moment, he was simply walking forward happily. And he expressed his feelings about his grand vision for the future. Especially after having Li Shi as his older brother, Qin Feng said he was fearless. Along their journey, the two had encountered many bandits, but unsurprisingly, none of them survived the gentle punches of their good brother Li Shi. Even though their strength should at least be at the nascent soul stage, they were just unlucky enough to encounter Li Shi. Basically, they all die with a single punch. As a cultivator of the body tempering divine sect, Li Shi, who is at the nascent soul realm, has an 80% or higher chance of winning against a divine transformation realm cultivator. Because the two of them had killed far too many bandits, and they were all ruthless and evil-doing bandits. Therefore, along the way, the two were even hailed as bandit killers by some low-level cultivators. The two of them simply didn't know it. That night, in a desert, after witnessing his good brother Li Shi slaughter a group of bandits, even though Qin Feng had never killed anyone before, he no longer felt disgusted when he saw corpses strewn everywhere. He even spoke casually. "Be more decisive next time, look, you have some blood on you again." Qin Feng responded with a simple, honest smile. The reason Qin Feng has become like this, in his own words, is simply because he's gotten used to it. Although he had never killed anyone, Qin Feng knew that he would have to kill someone sooner or later. Now that he's in the world of cultivation and wants to become stronger, Qin Feng must learn how to kill. Once you're involved, you can't escape it. However, Qin Feng still wants to keep his hands clean. Of course, Li Shi had asked Qin Feng more than once why he didn't take action. Setting aside the main reason that he, a foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't even decapitate a nascent soul cultivator even if the opponent knelt and allowed him to cut them with his sword, Qin Feng suddenly gave Li Shi a complex smile and said calmly, "It's just that the right opportunity hasn't come yet." Li Shi not only had no doubts about this, but also trusted it completely. Although Qin Feng complained more than once that his cultivation was too weak, Li Shi never believed him. Along the way, Li Shi had secretly observed Qin Feng many times. Every night, when Li Shi saw Qin Feng, who could set up mysterious formations and sometimes even write talismans while multitasking, he would tell Li Shi that he was a piece of trash. Haha, do you think he'll believe that? Even though Li Shi has lost his memory, he still remembers the basic common sense about the cultivation world. Formations and talismans are even more difficult professions than alchemy and weapon crafting. Especially formations, which are arguably the most difficult skill among the four professions. Even within their body tempering divine sect, if they wanted to hire a formation master to set up a formation, they had to be courteous and hospitable, and after paying the due price, they had to send away all the disciples and elders before the formation master would even enter the body tempering divine sect. Although the master was also afraid of the body tempering divine sect, looking at the entire cultivation world, the only one who could be treated so well by the body tempering divine sect was probably the formation master. That is precisely why array masters are so precious, and why it is so difficult to master arrays. The most powerful array formation sect in the cultivation world is called the Seven Stars sect. The sect built the 7 stars immortal slaughtering array based on the right time and place. This is currently the most powerful offensive formation on the surface. However, even with such a powerful sect, how many formation masters are there in total? Only 300 people. So, his older brother Chigwa said he was just an ordinary person? Haha, don't believe him. He would believe himself even if he claimed to be the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. However, it is precisely because of this that Li Shi respects this younger brother so much. Although he didn't know why, Li Shi always felt that his luck had improved when he followed this younger brother. Although luck is an ethereal and intangible thing, many people are indeed born with great luck, while many others lack it. With the blessing of good fortune, although it can't be said to increase one's strength by much, it is still of great benefit to oneself. Take Li Shi himself as an example. He always felt that when he killed people in the past, he was covered in blood, but now he only has a few drops on him. This is destiny. Although it may not seem like much, if Li Shi were to later charge into a crowd and slaughter everyone, then emerge spotless from the corpses, wouldn't that also be a form of showing off? It was already night, and Qin Feng was forced to be physically delicate because of his low cultivation level. The two are now in a desert where the nighttime temperature is nearly 100 degrees below zero. The cultivators killed by Li Shi have now frozen into blocks of ice. However, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he was no match for him, and Qin Feng was also embarrassed to ask Li Shi to use his spiritual power to protect him. Therefore, he could not spend the night in the wild. As luck would have it, the two walked a few more miles and came across a dilapidated temple. The temple may be dilapidated, but it's still a place to rest. Moreover, it seems that someone had spent the night in this temple before, and there are still quite a few candles available. After lighting the candles, Li Shi also pulled up a lot of dry branches from outside and lit them, which finally brought some warmth to the otherwise very cold desert. At this point, Li Shi finally had time to look at the temple. This temple enshrines a Maitreya Buddha, also known as the future Buddha. With bare chest and belly, and a beaming smile, one signifies that a large belly can tolerate what the world cannot tolerate, and a smile can laugh at the laughable people in the world. Without a doubt, this is a benevolent Buddha. There are many Buddhist monks in the cultivation world. Although they all follow the same cultivation system, these monks believe in entering the Western paradise after death. However, Qin Feng is not a Buddhist, so he is not annoyed by it. But for some reason, looking at this smiling Buddha, Qin Feng always felt that its smile was gloomy. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Qin Feng couldn't help but think this way. Based on the principle that one shouldn't be suspicious when staying at someone else's place, Qin Feng also bowed to Maitreya Buddha. When Qin Feng bowed, the smile on the Buddha statue became even more pronounced. That's why luck is such a mysterious thing. Qin Feng merely bowed his head to indicate that he was only staying temporarily, yet he discovered a haystack beneath the Maitreya Buddha statue. I finally have a place to sleep tonight. Not only did they find a place to sleep, but Qin Feng also discovered a lot of water and food on the haystack. Facing the Maitreya Buddha, Qin Feng felt grateful for the great blessing from God. Seeing the food and water bestowed upon him, Qin Feng was about to eat something to satisfy his hunger, but then he stopped. Qin Feng placed the food and water bag next to Li Shi, gave what he thought was a harmless smile, and said softly, "Come on, Brother Feng, have something to eat and drink first." Chapter 49. As the saying goes, when you're in the world of martial arts, you have to be careful about everything. Although it is unknown whether the food and water are poisonous, it is good for people to be cautious. We're in the middle of nowhere now, it might just be like in the novels. This food and water were prepared in advance, just to trick unsuspecting people into buying it. His own strength was only at the foundation establishment stage. If the food was poisonous and he passed out, and then lost a kidney the next day, he would be finished. Therefore, Qin Feng felt that he couldn't be the first to eat. Qin Feng himself couldn't eat it, but Li Shi was different. His strength had reached the nascent soul realm, and he was also a body-refining cultivator. Let alone ordinary poisons, even the most potent poisons couldn't kill him. Moreover, even if Li Shi were to be poisoned by accident, Qin Feng would have antidotes to cure him. At that time, we can also identify what poisons are in the food and use antidotes to remove the toxins. What? You're asking why Qin Feng, who has an antidote, isn't eating? Poisoning hurts so much. Qin Feng is afraid of pain. Furthermore, what if the poison in the food is of a rapid-acting type? Qin Feng might not even have time to prepare an antidote. Li Shi, stop talking. So you're saying I'm not afraid of death? Seeing Qin Feng's smiling face, Li Shi also smiled, his smile full of gratitude. I've already reached the out-of-body stage, I don't need food, you can eat by yourself. Li Shi was deeply moved. His younger brother truly lived up to his half-brother reputation, treating him so well. I usually walk on my own lap, just to make myself move forward at full speed. He doesn't lift a finger when there are enemies, he lets them kill them all by himself, just to give him a good time. Now that there's food, even though they know I'm a nascent soul cultivator and don't need to eat, they still let me eat first. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that a grown man shouldn't easily shed tears, Li Shi would have cried. Even so, looking at Qin Feng whose smile had somewhat frozen, Li Shi still spoke with utmost seriousness. Thank you, little brother. Qin Feng? Has Li Shi really lost his mind? Ultimately, despite Qin Feng's refusal, Li Shi obediently became the poison tester. And they were also very moved by the taste testers. At this moment, Li Shi's dependence on Qin Feng deepened even further. After observing Li Shi for a full hour and confirming that Li Shi was completely fine, Qin Feng smiled and ate the food. If Qin Feng knew what Li Shi was thinking, would he feel guilty while eating and drinking this food and water? After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qin Feng lay down on a haystack. There was a gap in the temple roof that allowed him to see the starry sky. For a time, apart from not having showered for several days and feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to the sand and dust, Qin Feng had no other desires. If he truly doesn't want to cultivate immortality, perhaps this kind of life is quite wonderful. With nothing else to do, Qin Feng didn't intend to sleep like that. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Qin Feng started asking Li Shi questions. Brother Feng, do you think our current lifestyle is comfortable? It's all right. If I could kill a few people right now, that would be awesome. Do you have a woman you like? What's so great about women? They cry and whine when it's time to kill, it's no fun at all. What do you think is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Kill. Li Shi's immediate answer made Qin Feng jump up. Looking at the man in front of him whose eyes were growing brighter with each conversation, Qin Feng angrily said. Murder. Murder. Are you some kind of body-tempering divine sect cultivator or a ruthless demon who kills without blinking an eye? At this moment, Li Shi smiled sheepishly, then asked with some confusion. What is the body-tempering divine sect? It's nothing, just an ordinary little section. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly lost his temper and lay down on the haystack. At the same time, Qin Feng also distanced himself from Li Shi without realizing it. For your own dog's sake, it's best not to get so close. But at this moment, Li Shi stood up and said excitedly. The body-tempering divine sect is definitely not some ordinary little sect. I remember that. Seeing this, Qin Feng remained outwardly calm, but he began to use his storage ring to retrieve a teleportation talisman. If Li Shi were to regain his memories at this point, wouldn't he immediately slice himself into pieces? So it's always good to be prepared in advance. However, even after rubbing his fingers until they were almost raw, the talisman still didn't appear. Holy crap! Why can't I get it out? Qin Feng was stunned. Looking at the ring in his hand, he rubbed it between his hands. However, even after rubbing my hands until they were blistered, I still couldn't get anything out of them. This made Qin Feng feel uneasy, but at this moment Li Shi seemed to have suddenly realized something, and said on his face. I remember now. My master once said that there was a very powerful senior brother in the body-tempering divine sect. If I can kill him, I might be able to comprehend my own Dao. That senior disciple of the body-tempering divine sect seems to be named Li Shi. I think that's the name. Little brother, why don't we just go to the body-tempering divine sect and kill their senior brother? He's so strong, it would be really satisfying to kill him. Yes, 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 that must be my goal for this trip. I've remembered it all. Seeing Li Shi's joyful face, Qin Feng was stunned. At this moment, he even forgot that he couldn't take out the talisman, and just stared intently at this guy named Li Shi. I'd kill myself. My older brother is no ordinary person. At this moment, Li Shi skipped and hopped up to Qin Feng, as if seeking praise, and said. Am I right, little brother? All my memories have returned. Seeing Li Shi's excited expression, Qin Feng simply nodded subconsciously. But inwardly I was complaining. You're not going to recover anything. My memories are all fragmented. After wiping the sweat off his face, Qin Feng was also quite flustered. Thankfully, this guy's memories are all fragmented. If he had really regained his past memories, I would have been in big trouble. I never told him anything about Li Shi, he remembered it all on his own after regaining his memories. If he really does break into the body-tempering divine sect one day, it has nothing to do with me. Li Shi is now really getting further and further away from his original goal. If his master knew that the disciple he had painstakingly trained was going to turn against the sect, I wonder how heartbroken this elder of the body-tempering divine sect would be. Seeing Li Shi, who was becoming increasingly happy after receiving his affirmation. Although Qin Feng didn't want to say it, he was really growing to like this guy more and more. He doesn't even need to say anything, his reasoning is already very strong. I, Qin Feng, am willing to acknowledge you, Li Shi, as the strongest. Unable to sleep from excitement, Li Shi felt it was essential to kill a few bandits to liven things up. However, just as he was about to disappear, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Looking at his hands with some confusion, Li Shi murmured. The spiritual power has disappeared. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to realize what was happening. Looking at his storage ring, Qin Feng also wore a long face. No wonder I couldn't conjure it. My spiritual energy was locked away. Chapter 50. Qin Feng couldn't help but cry. Li Shi was originally a body-refining cultivator. Even if he lost his spiritual power at this moment, he would still have about 70 to 80% of his strength, or even more. After all, for body cultivators, the body is the most important thing, and spiritual power is at most just icing on the cake. This is why Li Shi, who could fly, walked all the way here. So even if he loses his spiritual power, it's still not a big problem. But Qin Feng is different. First of all, he is just a minor foundation establishment cultivator, and his already humble strength is entirely protected by his spiritual power. And most importantly, all of Qin Feng's treasures are in his storage ring. To open the storage ring, you must use spiritual power to activate it. Now that his spiritual energy is gone, what's the point of him opening the storage ring? And even if it's turned on, what's the point? All his treasures require spiritual power to function, without it, talismans are like waste paper, and the heaven-exploding pearl is just a pearl. Now that his spiritual power is gone, it means that Qin Feng is basically gone. Qin Feng is like a useless person now. Glancing sideways at the wary Li Shi, Qin Feng, who had initially kept a considerable distance, now brazenly and slowly approached Li Shi. There's no way around it, Li Shi is now Qin Feng's biological older brother. Only when Qin Feng is close to him will he feel more secure. However, before Qin Feng had taken 2 steps, Li Shi ran directly to his side and protected him tightly. Just then, the candles and the burning fire went out, and the entire temple was plunged back into darkness, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Seeing this, Li Shi also said to Qin Feng, "Little brother, if any evil spirits or demons appear later, just run away. I'll hold them off." "That's not a good idea." Hearing Li Shi's words, Qin Feng was also deeply moved. Although he was just being polite and would definitely run away immediately if anything unexpected happened, Qin Feng was still very touched. At this moment, he even felt a little guilty. Li Shi always thinks of himself, but what about me? How could I possibly be plotting against someone? I'm such a terrible person. It's all right, I'm naturally strong. Even without spiritual power, my strength is still there. Amitabha Buddha, ha 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 ha. Before Li Shi could finish speaking, the entire temple began to echo with the laughter of a strange man. Under the incredulous gazes of the two, the only Buddha statue in the temple, Maitreya Buddha, began to emit light. The figure of a lewd fellow gradually materialized from the Buddha statue. Goodness, it really is a dilapidated temple hiding monsters. At this moment, even if Qin Feng were stupid, he would know that something was definitely wrong with this Maitreya Buddha. No wonder I found the Buddha statue's smile disgusting. It wasn't a real Buddha, but a demon. At this time, the monster also completely split off from Maitreya Buddha. Although it also resembled Maitreya Buddha with a fat head and big ears, it was somewhat different. His ears were pointed, and his mouth was full of sharp teeth lined up in rows. His face looked extremely lewd, and combined with his smile at that moment, it was disgusting to look at. Looking at this monster he had never seen before, Li Shi coldly rebuked it. "What kind of demon are you? State your name." Looking at the muscular man Li Shi, Buddha demon barely managed to stop the drool from dripping from his mouth, and said with a wicked smile. "Amitabha Buddha, I am the Buddha demon lord. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, being tortured to death bit by me will be very painful." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Li Shi had already arrived in front of him. As Li Shi prepared to attack the monster, he didn't forget to shout loudly at Qin Feng. "Little brother, you go quickly, don't worry about me." Okay, I'll leave right away," without even looking back. At this moment, Qin Feng, terrified out of his wits, disregarded all code of honor and began fumbling with his storage ring, trying to retrieve a few talismans. However, as his hands rubbed together and became warm, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned green. "Damn it, how am I supposed to escape without spiritual power? Oh no, am I really going to die this time? I wish I had just let someone harvest my kidney." Just as Qin Feng was filled with grief and indignation, Li Shi had already started fighting with the Buddha demon. Looking at the bizarre creature in front of him, Li Shi roared. "No matter what kind of demon you are, you'll all die under my Qin Feng's serious punch." At this time, Li Shi had no hair on his head because he was practicing the body tempering divine skill. With his enormous fist, he really does give off a one-punch man vibe. However, upon hearing the name Qin Feng, the real Qin Feng felt somewhat ashamed. Isn't it a bit unfair to take advantage of people like this? Otherwise, I could teach him all of the bald teacher's special moves, and treat them as my own. A serious punch? Good heavens, that looks incredibly powerful. Looking at Li Shi's fist, Buddha demon pretended to be terrified, covering his face as if he was afraid of Li Shi's fist. However, when his fist, as big as a sandbag, actually landed on the Buddha demon's stomach, Li Shi felt as if his fist had hit a cotton candy. He couldn't muster any strength at all. But before Li Shi could even wonder what was happening, the tremendous rebound force felt like a fist from inside the other person's stomach was slamming into him. At this point, Li Shi had run out of stamina and was naturally no match for the power in his opponent's stomach. With just one strike, Li Shi was sent flying. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's expression turned even more unpleasant. This guy can actually deflect his opponent's force. Is he really going to kick the bucket now? Qin Feng is genuinely panicked. Even though he hasn't made a move yet. Fortunately, there was a large pillar behind him that blocked Li Shi, otherwise, he might have been thrown away. Li Shi, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up, rubbing his slightly numb arm, but he showed no sign of frustration. Looking at the still terrified monster in front of him, Li Shi suddenly smiled. Seeing this, the demon said in a way that was neither a smile nor a cry. "Amitabha Buddha, please don't hit me anymore, it hurts so much." Without answering the monster, Li Shi simply walked towards it step by step. Looking down at the guy, Li Shi threw a punch at him. "You can reflect power, hey? I'd like to see just how much power you can reflect. When I throw a punch, it feels like my fist hits cotton, my force bounces back, and then I throw another punch." Although Li Shi would be injured with every punch he threw, he seemed tireless and painless, relentlessly throwing punches at the monster. In the blink of an eye, Li Shi had already thrown over 100 punches, and he too had suffered over 100 injuries. Seeing Li Shi, who was so capable of inflicting 1,000 damages on the enemy while also suffering 1,000 damages himself, Qin Feng was stunned. After a long while, Qin Feng finally murmured. Is this the madman from the body-tempering divine sect? He really is insane. Just then, the long-absent system voice came from beside my ear. A demon has been detected that will insult the host in 10 minutes. This is intolerable. The opponent is neither Buddha nor demon, please choose a method to defeat him. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Feng, who had initially thought he was saved, suddenly froze on the spot. Qin Feng originally wanted to shout to express his indignation, but seeing that Li Shi was still entangled with the demon, Qin Feng immediately shut his voice and said in a low but urgent voice. Let me choose a way to defeat him? I need to have spiritual power first. After glancing at the unharmed demon, Qin Feng asked with a sorrowful expression. Besides, this guy is so resilient that even body-refining cultivators can't break him. How can I possibly defeat him? Host, you don't need to worry about that. Just make your choice. Will you choose Buddha or demon? Chapter 51. Wait a minute, let me think about it. Listening to the system's words, Qin Feng was also thinking very seriously. Anyway, Li Shi could hold on for a while longer, which would be enough for him to make a choice. Just as Qin Feng was hesitating, two scenarios suddenly appeared before him. Although the scenes are very close together, separated only by a white line, they reveal completely different scenes. A dazzling Western world that brings peace of mind at first glance. One was endless darkness, with countless eyes fixed on Qin Feng. It was as if Qin Feng would be swallowed by endless darkness the moment he chose this scene. This should be the choice the system wants Qin Feng to make. Seeing these two completely different lines of reasoning, Qin Feng, being no fool, pointed directly at the Western world and said, I choose this, but let me clarify first, it's just a choice, not an invitation. He's only a teenager, so naturally he doesn't want to go to the Western paradise so early. Just as Qin Feng made his choice, the dark truth vanished, leaving only a scene before him. The Western paradise. At this moment, a Buddha suddenly appeared in the scene, radiating a soft golden light, and his face showed a peaceful smile that put people at ease. After just one glance at the other party, Qin Feng felt as if he had released his offspring and had no other thoughts in his body. This feeling has a common name, the wise man mode. Just one glance at him and he's in a sage mode. That Buddha is pretty amazing. Perhaps this Buddha could be called the wise Buddha. Looking at him, Qin Feng couldn't think of anything for a moment, he even forgot about Li Shi, who was still fighting. Li Shi, I'm FG. Qin Feng just wanted to lie down and rest when the system's voice suddenly came to his ears. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the extraordinary celestial phenomenon, the Buddha's roar. Buddha roars, summon the Buddha to purify all evil and heretical paths. Please make good use of the celestial phenomena to defeat the enemy. After saying that, the system's voice suddenly disappeared. Although the system didn't explicitly state it, it's believed that it desperately wanted Qin Feng to use the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth to fight. Even if it's a system without emotions, I believe many viewers would still want to see Qin Feng's system. But still in a daze, Qin Feng lay on the ground, muttering indifferently. No rush, let's talk about it later. For men who are still in wise man mode, nothing is in a rush. This time, the system didn't speak, a string of ellipses was enough to express its current mood. Poor Li Shi was still relentlessly beating the Buddha demon. Since Li Shi had no spiritual power, he could not use most of his secret techniques. At this point, he could only fight with his own body. But after fighting for so long, the Buddha demon still looked round and chubby, even though it kept crying and begging, please stop hitting me. But as for how much damage Li Shi caused him, only he himself probably knows. The damage may be close to zero. Li Shi, who used to be muscular, now seemed to have gained weight and gradually became rounder. However, if you disregard the bruises and swelling, this roundness is simply a sign of weight gain. Unfortunately, it cannot be ignored. The bruises and swellings all over Li Shi's body were from the rebound after attacking the Buddha demon. Although the Buddha demon was not harmed, Li Shi was not. He truly took the brunt of his injuries with his own body. No wonder everyone in the body tempering divine sect is crazy. Even though his own force kept rebounding back onto his body, Li Shi still used all his strength every time he threw a punch. He was waiting for the Buddha demon's body to be unable to withstand his attacks. That would be his chance to turn the tables. Watching the brutal, hand-to-hand combat, even Qin Feng, who was in a state of sage mode, became excited. Damn, this is so intense. I can't take it anymore. Feeling his blood boiling, Qin Feng suddenly roared, then changed his posture and continued to act like a salted fish. Host, you are not human. Even the system couldn't take it anymore, and a cold voice suddenly popped out. Although Qin Feng felt somewhat ashamed, he still argued his case with conviction. According to the rules of the martial world, it's best not to call for outside help in a one-on-one fight. As a top disciple of the body tempering divine sect, Li Shi definitely doesn't like anyone interfering in the battle. So, I'll start fighting once he's been knocked away. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, a strong figure suddenly flew out from in front of him. This time, he flew outside. Seeing the Buddha demon's expression, which seemed to be both crying and not crying, Qin Feng also looked indignant. Damn it, aren't they here to sabotage me? Although he felt helpless, Qin Feng stood up as he watched the Buddha demon gradually approaching him. Right now, it's best to stick to fighting. While looking grief-stricken, Qin Feng also expressed doubts about Li Shi's fighting ability. As a body-refining cultivator, even without spiritual power, this guy wouldn't lose much of his strength. And now you can't even beat a single monster, what are you good for? Actually, you can't really blame Li Shi. This Buddha demon's belly is called the Qin belly. Although it's not a magic weapon, it has a very unique function. That is, when the combatant does not use spiritual power, no matter how much power they use, they will not be able to harm the Buddha demon. Moreover, the Qin belly will rebound the same amount of force as the opponent uses. There was absolutely no shortchanging. Of course, the Qin belly also has obvious drawbacks, namely that it cannot be exposed to even a trace of spiritual energy. Touching him will cause you excruciating pain. This is why the Buddha and the demon devised a plan to erase the spiritual power of the two. However, even if the simple-minded Li Shi had spiritual power, he might still lose when fighting against the Buddha demon. Because Li Shi, as a body-refining cultivator, has his own pride, he will never use spiritual power when fighting others, relying entirely on his own strength. As for Qin Feng, that's a different story. Qin Feng is utterly useless, both in terms of physical strength and spiritual power. Even though the system gave him a celestial phenomenon, Qin Feng still dared not face the Buddha demon. This guy is not only ugly, but he also tries to scare people with his pitiful expression. This mental attack was absolutely massive. So a very unusual scene unfolded. Even though Qin Feng was filled with grief and indignation, as the Buddha demon gradually approached him, Qin Feng still looked grief-stricken and indignant, and his body involuntarily retreated. Then Qin Feng still said righteously, "Don't come any closer, I don't want to hurt you." Then, the Buddha demon also cooperated by walking towards Qin Feng while covering his face, looking somewhat pitiful. "Amitabha Buddha, please don't hurt me, I'm afraid of pain." If the two of them were moving in opposite directions, perhaps some people would actually believe it. The strong retreat, while the weak advance. Although it's a very eerie scene, when applied to a person and a monster, it somehow creates a strange kind of harmony. Chapter 52. Seeing such an evil Buddha demon, Qin Feng spoke with righteous indignation. You stay right there, and I won't hurt you. While speaking, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a step back. The Buddha demon then became even more cooperative, saying, I'm standing still, I'm standing still. As they walked towards Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng could no longer tolerate it. Turn around. Use all your strength to run towards the door. But Qin Feng had only run a few steps when he saw the Buddha demon blocking the gate, and he really couldn't bear it anymore. I'll fight you to the death. With that, Qin Feng surprisingly charged toward the Buddha demon. Upon seeing this, the Buddha demon's sorrowful expression became even more pronounced, and at this moment he even felt a sense of grievance that made him want to cry. Amitabha Buddha, please don't come any closer. Although the Buddha demon felt wronged, Qin Feng didn't care, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Walking up to the Buddha demon and looking at this creature that wasn't even as tall as his own belly, Qin Feng felt aggrieved about the battle with Li Shi earlier. How could Li Shi hit the opponent's stomach like that? Was he kneeling while hitting him? That's what he thought, but when Qin Feng actually fought, he understood everything. With fists clenched, Qin Feng slammed them directly at the Buddha demon, who suddenly thrust his enormous beer belly into the air. And it just so happened that it was hit by Qin Feng's fist. Just when both Buddha and demon thought that Qin Feng's frail body definitely couldn't withstand a punch from him, the mournful expression on Buddha's face froze instantly. Seeing Qin Feng gently pounding his stomach with his little fists, even the Buddha demon couldn't hold back and asked directly. Amitabha? What are you doing? Fighting. At this moment, the Buddha demon finally revealed his own expression and voice. Although the voice was a little hoarse, it was still clear that it belonged to a middle-aged man. Seeing the astonished look on the Buddha demon's face, Qin Feng said with a sheepish smile. Sir, how's this massage pressure? Feeling the rebounding force hitting him comfortably made Qin Feng even more satisfied. If even I feel such a comfortable pressure, then this country bumpkin must feel just as comfortable. Speaking of his massage skills, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall them. Qin Feng figured out this skill on his own when he had nothing else to do. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he will surely open a window. Of course, Qin Feng opened the windows a little too many times. He has a lot of skills, but he just hasn't had the chance to use them yet. Take massage techniques as an example. Qin Feng believes his massage skills are quite good, after all, even the system has said that his massage skills have reached perfection. Therefore, Qin Feng believed that the Buddha and the demon had no reason to be dissatisfied. But at this moment, the Buddha demon used his short, chubby hands to push Qin Feng's hand away, and said with a dissatisfied look. How unfortunate! Why didn't you attack me? I didn't even fight back. Qin Feng said with a genuine smile. Fighting and killing damage relationships. When you're out in the world, brothers are the most important. Hey chubby buddy, I hit it off with you the moment I saw you. If you don't mind, I'd love to become sworn brothers with you. Make a move against him? Do you really think your eyes are just for show? The guy who was attacking him earlier is still outside and hasn't come back yet. Qin Feng, being the clever little devil he is, would never lay a hand on this guy. On the contrary, Qin Feng had to serve him well. Because of this, Qin Feng is indirectly taking good care of himself. Giving someone a massage is like giving yourself a massage, it's a really wonderful feeling. As he spoke, Qin Feng's hand involuntarily went to the Buddha demon's stomach and began to massage it gently. Feeling two hands massaging his shoulders, Qin Feng looked incredibly comfortable. That's the feeling. But the Buddha demon hadn't yet realized what was happening, he was still muttering to himself. Want to become brothers with me? Not impossible. Move your hand down a little more, yes, yes, that feels good. Although I am half Buddha and half demon, I have never eaten a person, except for killing them. If you become sworn brothers with me, I won't kill you. Damn it, what am I thinking? Realizing what was happening, the Buddha demon once again used his chubby little hand to shove Qin Feng away. Seeing Qin Feng's somewhat innocent eyes, the Buddha demon no longer tried to hide it, but instead said fiercely. Damn it, kid! Attack me if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Buddha and demon were too lazy to beat around the bush with this somewhat unique Qin Feng. It's best to deal with this kind of person directly, otherwise they'll become arrogant if you give them a flower. Meeting the fierce expression on the Buddha demon's face, Qin Feng cautiously said. I don't want to die, and I don't want to attack you, what should I do? Brother, as long as you let me go, I promise I won't tell anyone. You'll still be your mountain king, temple king, how about that? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the Buddha demon's gaze towards him grew even more contemptuous. Why is this guy such a coward? He's killed at least 800, if not 1,000, people in this temple. He's encountered many cowards, but this is truly the first time he's met someone so unique and cowardly. If he were to learn from his partner, perhaps I really would let him go. But judging from his current state, he should just obediently die. You son of a bch! You should just die. Seeing the handsome guy in front of him, the Buddha demon charged straight at him. Anyway, now that the opponent has no spiritual power, he is invincible. Although he took the initiative to attack Qin Feng, the Buddha demon's eyes were still full of contempt when he looked at Qin Feng. Even if you killed a guy like that, he wouldn't stoop to making a sky lantern. In comparison, that guy named Qin Feng is much braver. I'll use his corpse as a sky lantern when the time comes. They will also recite Buddhist scriptures for him to help him pass on to a better future in his next life. As for this guy in front of me, he might as well just die. The body was dumped in the middle of nowhere, but even wild animals probably wouldn't want to eat such a cowardly human. With this thought in mind, Fatty Buddha demon rushed towards Qin Feng. At this moment, he no longer concealed himself and opened his mouth full of fangs. Everyone probably knows about snails' teeth, right? Their mouths are full of teeth, and this Buddha demon's mouth has the same structure. Upon seeing so many teeth, even the usually timid Qin Feng lived up to his reputation and froze on the spot. At the same time, extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth protected its master within its body, directly blocking Qin Feng's way. The celestial phenomena associated with Qin Feng all possess their own consciousness, allowing them to automatically identify enemies and thus manifest the most suitable celestial phenomena to protect their master, namely, Qin Feng. Take the current situation, for example, the extraordinary phenomenon of Buddha's roar that Qin Feng just obtained. Good heavens, this is... The Buddha demon froze on the spot, staring at the golden Buddha in front of him. You fiend, how dare you impersonate a Buddhist? Your crimes are unforgivable. Chapter 53. Accompanied by a sound like thunder, the stunned Qin Feng only saw a Buddha slowly walking towards the Buddha demon. Although the Buddha demon wanted to run away, at this moment he was trembling and couldn't even speak, let alone escape. When the Buddha reached the demon's side, he roared a single word in a low voice. Reveal. The sound echoed throughout the entire temple, and even Qin Feng, the user of the celestial phenomenon, was so shocked that he covered his ears. After uttering this single word, the Buddha vanished, leaving behind only a Buddha demon who appeared to be in a daze. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng murmured softly. Damn it, this celestial phenomenon is so unhelpful. Why don't we kill this monster before we leave? If this monster realizes what's happening, won't I be doomed? Just as Qin Feng was considering summoning the Buddha's roar again, a gentle breeze blew by, and the fire that had been extinguished suddenly started to flicker with a few sparks. Then a spark instantly ignited the fire, and the entire temple began to light up again. At this moment, Qin Feng was horrified to discover that the body of the demon called Buddha demon was beginning to turn into dust. At first it was his head, but in the blink of an eye, his head was gone. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng also stood up, looking at the monster with disbelief. He died just like that. However, the only response to Qin Feng was the sound of dust falling to the ground. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood the true power of the Buddha's roar. Looking at the Buddha's body, now only half dead, even Qin Feng could only smile wryly and say, "I thought it was a scientific purification, but it turned out to be physical suppression. Ugh, I told you not to come any closer, why wouldn't you listen? Now look what happened, you're kicking the bucket." Although I felt sorry for the Buddha demon's death due to my misunderstanding, I thought again, since I was going to kill this guy anyway, what difference does it make how I kill him? With this thought in mind, Qin Feng instantly felt no guilt. At this moment, he even reached out to touch the guy who was about to turn into dust. Just as Qin Feng encountered the Buddha demon's corpse, he was spotted by Li Shi, whose body had swollen into a fat man and who, despite being too weak, was still struggling to crawl to the door. At this moment, Li Shi still stubbornly said, "Damn monster, if you have the guts, kill me. Don't, lay a hand on my underlings." The reason for the pause was that Li Shi had already witnessed the scene of the Buddha demon turning into dust under Qin Feng's touch. "Damn you, Red Gourd, you still say you have no cultivation?" He tried his best to defeat his opponent, but ended up with a body full of injuries. "And you, Qi Gua, eliminated the opponent with just a flick of your wrist. The difference is significant." At this moment, Qin Feng had become an unfathomable figure in Li Shi's eyes. Upon hearing Li Shi's words, Qin Feng quickly withdrew his hand. Looking at Li Shi, who was lying on the ground with an incredulous expression on his face, Qin Feng naturally knew what was going on with this older brother, and he said repeatedly, "Brother Feng, you're back. Come here, let me help you." Although Qin Feng meant well, his palm appeared to Li Shi as the most terrifying thing in the world. Having exhausted all his strength, Li Shi suddenly rolled several times on the ground, then roared in terror. "Don't come any closer. Okay, okay, I won't go over there. Just don't move." Seeing this, Qin Feng, though unsure why he had caused his elder brother such panic, obediently remained where he was. Looking at Li Shi, who was still rolling backward, Qin Feng couldn't help but say with some worry, "Brother Feng, I've already stopped where I am, don't move. From today onwards, stay away from me. You still claim to have no cultivation. To be able to kill a Buddha demon with a single palm strike without any cultivation, damn it, it's terrifying to even think about." Before Li Shi could finish speaking, as he continued to roll around, he suddenly felt his body go empty. Looking down with a grim expression, and seeing his body suspended in mid-air, Li Shi simply muttered, "Grass. Brother Feng. I told you not to move around, there's nothing behind you." Qin Feng was also helpless as he watched Li Shi roll down the slope. Fortunately, after a whole night of commotion, although the temple wasn't very high off the ground, only a little over a meter above the ground, Li Shi still managed to pass out very easily. It was only because Li Shi fainted that Qin Feng had time to carry him back to the temple. After placing him aside, and noticing that dawn was approaching, Qin Feng stretched and said wearily, "These days are full of challenges. Can't I just easily find those fiancés and smoothly call off the engagements?" Although speechless, Qin Feng understood that his path to annulling the engagement would only be more difficult than it was now. Qin Feng also had a premonition that Zhu Yeyu would be the easiest person for him to annul the engagement with. Moreover, Qin Feng had a premonition that he would encounter Zhu Yeyu again in the future. He gave a wry smile and said, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way." But his gaze was fixed on the place where the Buddha and the demon had been staying. Looking at the round, flesh-colored, plate-like object, Qin Feng was a little confused. "This is..." Just as my hand touched the plate, the system's voice suddenly came through my ear. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining the extraordinary magical artifact, the Qin belly, which has now automatically recognized you as its master. The Qin belly, even without spiritual power, allows the user to withstand any force applied by the opponent without sustaining any harm, and will even reflect the force back. Automatically upgraded. Cultivators at the same cultivation level as the host will not be able to harm the host even if they use spiritual power to attack. After hearing the system's words, Qin Feng gripped the device tightly and said with a look of satisfaction. So, if that's the case, then I'll be invincible when I encounter body-refining cultivators in the future. Now we don't have to be afraid even if Li Shi regains his memories. Qin Feng automatically ignored the sentence the system said later. Damn it, his strength is only at the foundation establishment stage. What use is it if he can defend against all attacks from a foundation establishment stage cultivator? It's no exaggeration to say that since Qin Feng began cultivating, almost all the cultivators he has encountered have been at least at the nascent soul stage. Chikukakyo. Although he himself was only a foundation establishment cultivator, Qin Feng still looked down on him. Don't ask why, the answer is I don't know. After staring at the belly for a long time, Qin Feng suddenly murmured. This thing has been beaten up so many times, it must be really chewy. If this stuff were served with tripe, that would be so great. How about, you try a bite? With that, Qin Feng took a big bite out of Qin's belly. 15 minutes later, clutching his aching stomach, Qin Feng was on the verge of tears. Why does this thing bounce back when the master attacks it? Damn system, you didn't even warn me beforehand. The system was also completely taken aback. Qin Feng would actually attack its magical artifact. Chapter 54. Despite the pain, Qin Feng quickly fell asleep. Just before falling asleep, Qin Feng was even a little relieved. Fortunately, he was only injured in the stomach. If he had bitten Qin's stomach any lower, he would have hurt himself instead. Fortunately, nothing extreme has happened yet. However, it was precisely because of this that Qin Feng remembered the location of that thing related to the Qin belly. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him again, ha. In his dream, Qin Feng suddenly traveled to the future and discovered that a large number of eunuchs would appear in the cultivation world of the future. And most importantly, the appearance of these eunuchs is all related to him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he woke up. Qin Feng couldn't fall asleep afterwards because he kept feeling something dangling in front of his face. Opening his eyes, Qin Feng was met with Li Shi's honest yet suspicious face, and his face flushed slightly. What are you going to do? Pushing Li Shi away, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the edges of his mouth were still dry. It seems my first kiss wasn't stolen by him. At this moment, Li Shi did not notice Qin Feng's abnormality. He stood directly in front of Qin Feng and said loudly. Little brother, you're very strong. What? Qin Feng froze on the spot. Before he could even refute, Li Shi in front of him began to boast. You can fool others, but you can't fool me, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, my eyes are sharp enough to see through anything. No matter what lie you tell, it won't get away with it. Hearing the familiar words, Qin Feng was even more confused. What the hell? At this moment, Li Shi seemed to be possessed by Sherlock Holmes, and immediately spoke. You're actually very strong, even stronger than me, Brother Feng. But you've been choosing to play dumb all along, haven't you? I don't know which tiger you want to eat, but I'm sure the trip ahead will be awesome. Haha, I'm getting more and more excited for this trip. Looking at the very ordinary yet confident Li Shi, Qin Feng stood there stunned for a long time before finally blurting out a sentence. Are you an idiot? However, the clever Li Shi didn't mind. At this moment, he thought that the reason Qin Feng scolded him was entirely because he had guessed Qin Feng's true intentions. So even when Qin Feng scolded him, his gaze towards Qin Feng softened even more. Little brother. Although I don't know why you're keeping this from me, I believe that with my broad and warm heart, I will eventually make you reveal all your secrets." Seeing that Li Shi wasn't angry at all, and was even laughing, Qin Feng directly cursed. "You're not just mentally challenged, you're an idiot." But Li Shi still had a smile on his face. Yes, you're right. Qin Feng? Has this guy's intelligence regressed again?" Later, no matter how much Qin Feng insulted Li Shi, who believed he had seen through the truth of the matter, just laughed it off. After that, Li Shi became even more diligent. He vowed that one day he would make Qin Feng reveal all his secrets. Qin Feng had no idea what had gotten into this guy, but who could resist having free labor, especially one that was worth 8? Gradually, Qin Feng stopped cursing Li Shi. The two had reached the edge of the desert. Li Shi was fine, he could go without food or water without any problems. But Qin Feng couldn't take it. It's all Qin Feng's fault, really. He forgot to prepare food when he left the 10,000 Immortals sect. We were in such a rush along the way that we didn't have a chance to store any food. So along the way, Qin Feng has just been taking things easy. When they were really hungry, they would eat the drugged food in the temples. That's right, Qin Feng still brought all that food with him. Don't ask him why, just say that Qin Feng couldn't bear to throw it away. Although eating those foods would cause him to lose a day's worth of spiritual energy, Qin Feng simply couldn't bear the hunger. So even though he knew that eating food would not grant him spiritual power, Qin Feng still managed to eat up a whole bunch of food bit by bit along the way. There's no food left, and Qin Feng is really hungry. Therefore, Qin Feng humbled himself more than once to beg his elder brother Li Shi to take him away from the desert. For a nascent soul cultivator like him, leaving the desert should only take a few hours. If he continues on this path, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to get out. Unfortunately, Li Shi just can't wrap his head around it. Although he had lost his memory, he still remembered that he had to walk step by step, so no matter how much Qin Feng begged, this guy remained unmoved. "I've walked this far entirely on my own 2 feet. At most, I can only run around with Qin Feng in my arms for a while." So Qin Feng was really worried. But today, I don't know what's wrong with Li Shi, he actually took Qin Feng and flew up. "Brother Feng, have you finally figured it out? Hurry up and take me out of the desert, I'll buy you meat buns later." Just as Qin Feng was filled with excitement, Li Shi suddenly gave a mysterious smile and flew down from the sky again. "No, there's a village not far away. You can rest there for a while, little brother." Seeing this, Qin Feng was speechless and said, "Why don't you just take me out of the desert?" "No, Master said that the road must be walked step by step. For the feet, if they are separated from the earth, it is a desecration of the feet." Looking at the serious-looking Li Shi in front of him, Qin Feng was even more speechless. "Brother, now that you listen to your master so obediently, you're not the same person who swore to storm the body-tempering divine sect back then." Although speechless, Qin Feng knew Li Shi's stubborn nature. Since he had said that, he definitely wouldn't take him along. Looking at Li Shi's smiling face, Qin Feng asked one last question. "Are you sure it's not far?" "It's definitely not far." At this moment, Li Shi smiled broadly. "Then, let's go." And then this walk lasted a whole day. Qin Feng set off in the morning, and by the time he arrived at the village that Li Shi had mentioned was not far away, the sun had already set. In the darkness, exhausted and unable to walk any further, Qin Feng, carried on Li Shi's back, tried to punch Li Shi, but found he truly lacked the strength. He could only nuzzle Li Shi with his chin, and said bitterly, "IFGBD, you really are my good older brother." No. Feeling Qin Feng's heavy breathing, Li Shi admired his half-brother even more. "My underling is clearly so strong, but in order to pretend that he is very weak, he acted as if he was really exhausted. As expected, this is the legendary powerhouse." If it weren't for his exceptional intelligence, he would have been fooled by his underling's impressive performance. For a moment, Li Shi felt proud of his intelligence. Chapter 55. Although he knew Qin Feng was faking it, Li Shi wasn't stupid. Being a clever little devil, he cooperated very well with Qin Feng, and at this moment he even started running. As soon as Li Shi entered the village, he noticed something unusual. Quiet. This village is so quiet. Although Li Shi was a disciple of the body-tempering divine sect and was considered a prodigy, he had also visited many ordinary villages. But this was the first time Li Shi had ever encountered a village as quiet as this. It's only just nightfall, surely everyone in the village can't be asleep? Now that we're here, there's no reason for us to leave. Li Shi ran to the front of a house and knocked on the door. Is anyone there, damn it? Looking at the door he had just smashed down, Li Shi suddenly didn't know what to say. After spending so many days in the desert, I completely forgot to control my strength. Who is it? Let me tell you, we're out of money. If you come in, I'll fight you to the death. They heard a cracking sound, and then a man's voice came from inside the house. Seeing this, Li Shi disregarded everything else. As a cultivator and the pride of the body-tempering divine sect, he actually ran away because he was worried about compensating for the loss of the gate. The main reason was that Li Shi felt ashamed. Fortunately, Qin Feng was truly exhausted at that moment and didn't see Li Shi's actions, otherwise, he would definitely have mocked Li Shi. Just as Li Shi was running away, a burly man holding a kitchen knife slowly walked behind the door. Looking at his empty door, the man froze on the spot. Where is my front door? Where did my huge front door go? The culprit, Li Shi, had already arrived at the door of another house. Looking at the flimsy door, Li Shi restrained himself and knocked twice before speaking. Is anyone home? No one responded to Li Shi. However, the scattered noises in the courtyard did not escape Li Shi's ears. Seeing this, Li Shi patiently continued. Is anyone in the yard? We are just passing by and we are thirsty, so we came to ask for a drink of water. Although he could easily leap into the yard, Li Shi felt it was unnecessary. This village is just an ordinary village of mortals, and Li Shi naturally follows the rules. The madman of the body-tempering divine sect is just a madman, not a murderer. Recalling the previous family's reaction, Li Shi thought for a moment and then spoke again. We really didn't mean any harm, we just wanted a drink of water, and my companion fainted. Before Li Shi could finish speaking, the door was opened, and an elderly woman pushed it open halfway, then cautiously said. Come in quickly, it's getting dark, it's not safe outside. Seeing this, Li Shi didn't know what was going on, but he was already grateful that the other party had risked their life to open the door for him. As he entered the courtyard and followed the old lady into the house, Li Shi felt even more strongly that this place was anything but ordinary, looking at the pitch-black room. The quiet village, coupled with the lack of lights at night, speaks volumes. Although she was inside the house, the old lady still looked nervous and said. I'm sorry, young man, it's not safe outside at night, so I don't dare to turn on the lights. Upon hearing this, Li Shi put Qin Feng down and said. Grandma is all right, that's fine. To be honest, we are grateful that you accepted us. At this moment, Qin Feng listened to Li Shi's words and his opinion of this nominal elder brother changed somewhat. Whether Li Shi was always like this or had become like this due to amnesia, Qin Feng never expected him to speak to an ordinary person like this. The old lady was clearly a kind-hearted person, she started serving food to the two of them while Li Shi was speaking. In the countryside, there's not much to eat. All we had left were 4 cornbread buns and some wild vegetables. Please don't be offended, young men. I'll go get you some water right away. As she spoke, the old lady went into the inner room again. At this moment, Li Shi and Qin Feng exchanged a glance, and Li Shi spoke first. Young man, this village is rather unusual. Qin Feng glanced at the moonlight outside and said softly. With no one to control the desert and the harsh environment, there are naturally many bandits. I guess this village is used to being bullied by bandits, so they don't turn on the lights at night, for fear of being knocked on by bandits. Although he didn't know the cause and effect, Qin Feng was able to deduce a lot of things from just the scattered fragments. This is why no one believed Qin Feng when he claimed to be a Qi refining realm cultivator at the 10,000 Immortals sect. Who would believe that a bright and clever child could be a good-for-nothing with no talent for cultivation? Li Shi nodded in agreement as he listened to Qin Feng's analysis. At the same time, Li Shi felt even more contempt for Qin Feng. Damn it, you're so smart and you still call yourself a piece of trash. How am I supposed to think about this, since I'm only slightly smarter than you? However, Li Shi also knew that now was not the time to discuss Qin Feng's true strength. Upon hearing the word bandit, the verb kill flashed in Li Shi's eyes. Along the way, he must have killed at least 800, if not 1,000, bandits. Li Shi killed these bandits with a clear conscience. Because they are all bad people. Especially now, when he hears the word bandits, Li Shi wishes he could rush out the door right now and wipe out all the bandit dens around him. However, Li Shi also understood that now was not the time to make a move. After glancing at Qin Feng, who had already finished a steamed bun, Li Shi admired his underling even more. He's truly a talented actor. They had already reached the level of fasting, yet they could still enjoy eating ordinary food so much. Look at that, he actually choked. Only ordinary people and low-level cultivators would choke on that. This guy's acting skills are truly exceptional. If Li Shi hadn't known Qin Feng's true strength, he probably would have believed that Li Shi was just a minor foundation establishment cultivator. Unfortunately, Li Shi will never know that Qin Feng was truly hungry, and also truly choking. Most of the food made by ordinary people is made from coarse grains. Although eating some of it can help with digestion, it is still very coarse. As the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Qin Feng's usual food may look ordinary, but it is all carefully selected. This was truly the first time Qin Feng had ever tried such coarse food as mortal meat. He had never eaten such coarse food in his entire life. Come, Junior, have some water. Seeing Qin Feng like this, the old lady smiled and held the bowl of water in front of him. After drinking the warm water in the bowl in one gulp, Qin Feng stared into deep thought as he looked at the unground grains of rice. Although it was night, the old lady seemed to be able to see Qin Feng's expression, and she said cheerfully. In this vast desert, it's good enough to have something to eat. Please don't take offense, young man. This cornbread is actually quite sweet if you taste it carefully. In the world of cultivation, mortals are like weeds, being able to eat their fill is considered good enough, so what right do they have to complain? Chapter 56. Yes. Qin Feng responded with a light laugh. At this moment, he no longer ate in a hurry, but instead chewed slowly and carefully. Looking at the old woman whose face was covered in wrinkles but who was still smiling, Qin Feng also asked with a smile. Grandma, is there any tradition here at night? Why don't any of the houses turn on their lights? Oh, this is all a terrible tragedy. Even the optimistic old lady sighed when this matter was mentioned. However, judging from the tone of the two young men, they didn't seem like bad people, so she told them the truth. The two young men are not locals, so naturally they don't know the local situation. Dozens of miles away from the village, there is a bandit stronghold called Wu Fazai, which makes a living by extorting food and money from us and several surrounding villages. If you give them enough money and food, they'll be safe during the day. But if you don't give them enough, they'll be beheaded. As Qin Feng had predicted, he merely snorted and said. As far as I know, this vast desert is also part of the Longjayun Empire's territory. Hasn't the Longjayun Empire sent any officials to deal with the bandits? And everything is peaceful during the day. What's going on? Is rectification even useful? Our empire is indeed very strong, but how big is the empire? How can it possibly take care of every region? And the Great Desert happens to be that neglected region. They did send a county magistrate there before, but he was just an ordinary person who was killed by bandits as soon as he arrived. And no officials have come since. The bandit leader of Wufa village is a celestial being. During the day, he's too lazy to leave the village. But once he gets drunk at night, that's it. He loves to kill people when he's drunk, so none of us dare to turn on the lights at night, for fear that the bandit celestial being will see us. If he does, he'll leap into the courtyard, and the whole family will be killed. So over the years, people in the village would rush home at night, close their doors tightly, and not dare to turn on the lights. As she said this, the old woman's face showed helplessness, but she had lived like this for so many years, so what could she do even if she felt helpless? What a wicked immortal! The people revere him as an immortal, yet he treats them like livestock. Anger was already showing on Qin Feng's face, not to mention Li Shi, whose eyes were beginning to show a hint of murderous intent. "Grandma, do you know where those bandits are?" At this point, Li Shi could no longer contain himself and wanted to ask the old woman about the bandits' location. Before the old woman could speak, a deafening roar of horses neighing and galloping could be heard outside the door. "Grandma, I'm scared." At that moment, a little girl suddenly came out of the inner room barefoot, and rushed into the old woman's arms with tears streaming down her face. At this moment, the old woman quickly said, "Xiao Tong, keep your voice down, don't let the people outside hear." At this point, the girl still looked terrified, but she clearly only dared to convulse and dared not speak any more. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng felt even more grief and indignation. Is this the kind of intimidation bandits have over the villagers? What a powerful deterrent! Although the old woman's body was trembling uncontrollably, she still managed to speak to Qin Feng and the other man. "This is my granddaughter, whom I depend on for survival. Her name is Xiao Tong. Is anyone inside? Damn it, talk to me. If you have women, hurry up and bring them out. Let the men have some fun, or I'll burn your house down, ha ha ha." The sound of bandits knocking on the door made the girl cry again. Upon seeing this, the old woman covered the girl's ears tightly and spoke even softer. "These bandits just like to scare people at night. As long as we don't go out, they'll just knock on the door and leave." Although her body trembled uncontrollably, the old woman had clearly experienced similar scenes before. The bandits did this for one purpose: deterrence. Let them feel fear in their hearts, then no one will resist them. Knock, knock. Oh no! A whole family is gone. At this moment, Li Shi's expression suddenly turned ugly. He stood up abruptly, thought for a moment, and then said to Qin Feng, "Little brother, you wait here, I'll go out and kill those bandits." As he spoke, Li Shi suddenly disappeared. All that could be heard outside the door were the bandits' screams and Li Shi's contemptuous tone. "I thought they were some powerful bandits, but they're all just ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's previously tense heart suddenly calmed down. "They're just a group of ordinary people. That means I can protect myself now." Silently putting away the heavenly pearl, Qin Feng smiled and said, "My eldest brother has gone out to kill bandits. We just need to wait patiently, and you'll be safe and sound soon." "Grandma, what are you doing?" Seeing the old woman kneeling on the ground, pulling her granddaughter down with her, Qin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. "Your Excellency Immortal, please accept this old woman's bow. I did not know you two were immortals earlier, and therefore I have been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me." "Grandma, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, I might have starved to death by now." He quickly helped the old woman up, and a hint of guilt appeared on Qin Feng's face. "Immortal Master, an immortal master at the Foundation Establishment realm? They truly don't deserve this title." In fact, Qin Feng did not know that to ordinary people, even a Qi refining realm cultivator was considered an immortal elder. Mortals are like weeds, and cultivators can kill them at will. The old woman became even more frightened after Qin Feng helped her up. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She had just been helped up when she knelt down again. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't bother to provoke the stubborn old woman. He helped the girl up and said with a smile, "Do I look scary?" The little girl couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng, then said in a clear voice, "It's not scary at all, Immortal Lord is very handsome." After thinking for a moment, the girl spoke again. "Immortal Lord is the most handsome older brother I've ever seen. How can your little mouth be so sweet?" Hearing the little girl's words, Qin Feng's smile became even more pronounced. "Just because you called me brother, I'm going to break my vow and kill someone today." Qin Feng placed the little girl in the old woman's arms and said softly, "You two go back to the inner room first. The child is still young, and seeing dead people will give him nightmares." After saying that, Qin Feng turned to look at a bandit with a cruel smile in front of him and said softly, "Are you the bandit leader of this lawless village? I didn't expect you to actually recognize me, kid." The bandit leader reeked of alcohol, clearly having drunk quite a bit, and his gaze toward the girl behind Qin Feng was filled with lust. His aura exploded instantly, and the bandit leader spoke. "Judging from your extraordinary aura, you must be no ordinary person. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, if you know what's good for you, get out of my way, or I'll kill you too." Sensing the familiar aura, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned strange. Chikukakyo. Was this guy a gift from heaven, a special gift of experience? Chapter 57. Li Shi had arrived at the house where he had first knocked on the door, and indeed, this house had no door, which had allowed many bandits to enter. Meanwhile, the strong man in the house was protecting his wife and son with one hand, while holding a kitchen knife in the other, confronting a group of bandits. Although there were only 7 or 8 bandits who entered, the man knew that unless something unexpected happened, they were in grave danger. Thinking of this, he looked at the door with a resentful gaze. "Damn it, I don't want to find out who broke my door, otherwise I'll kill him even if it costs me my life. If the door hadn't been broken down, how could my family have ended up in such danger?" But it was too late to say anything now. Looking at the group of bandits with mocking expressions, the man's face turned ashen. It would be one thing if he died, but it's a pity that his wife and children all have to die with him. He was filled with hatred. Why couldn't he be stronger? He held his wife and children tightly behind him, and suddenly a few pieces of silver appeared in his hand. The man was still putting up a last stand. "Brothers, I have some loose silver here. It's not much, but it's enough for us to have some drinks and meat. Please, brothers, let us go." Seeing the loose silver, the eyes of the 7 or 8 bandits gleamed. The leader calmly accepted the money, then said with a smirk, "I have to say, you've got some nerve. Everyone else is avoiding us like the plague, but you actually took the door down. You've given us such a warm welcome, we're almost embarrassed, ha ha ha." Hearing the bandits' words, the man's face was filled with grief and indignation. "That's really bringing up the very thing you shouldn't be talking about. Does being a bandit mean you don't have to care about others?" At this moment, the other bandits also said with a smirk, "Don't worry, brother. Although we've run into you this time, we'll definitely spare your life because of your kindness." "That's right. As long as you offer us your women and serve us well, we might be able to let you keep them. The money comes from the sheep, and since you've contributed so much silver this time, we'll definitely come back next time. We'll spare your life today, but be prepared for the next payment. But for today, let your woman serve us well first." Judging from the current situation, the man is doomed, but the bandits clearly do not want to kill him so quickly. It's only just gotten dark, we should take our time and enjoy ourselves. However, there's one thing, this man can't escape, and neither can his wife behind him. Feeling those wolf-like gazes, the man's wife trembled all over. She couldn't say a word at that moment. If I were to be defiled by these bandits, I'd rather die. Brothers, can't you really make an exception for us? The man's face grew increasingly grim. If it weren't for the fact that he had family behind him, how could he, a man of strong character, have been so subservient? Get lost, are you trying to get too big for your britches? I'm giving you face and letting you live, sparing your dog's life, and you really think you're someone important? I'm telling you, get the hell out of here right now, or I won't hesitate to take another life with my blade. Seeing the man's lack of manners, the bandits' smiles faded, and some even picked up their broadswords and brandished them at the man's body. Upon seeing this, the man felt even more sorrowful. Li Shi, who was watching from the sky, nodded. He knew that if he made his appearance at this moment, he would definitely leave a deep impression on them. As a cultivator, Li Shi was naturally somewhat arrogant, especially when facing these mortals. Mortals are like ants, before immortals, they can only kneel and tremble. So even if Li Shi made a mistake before, he will not apologize. How could a cultivator possibly apologize to a mortal? They can't bear the consequences. Being able to save these people and make them grateful to him to tears is already a way for Li Shi to redeem himself for his previous actions. Just as Li Shi was about to make his move, the grief-stricken man suddenly roared to the sky. Damn it! Don't let me find out who broke into my door, or I'll kill them. Damn bandits, I'll fight you to the death. Li Shi? This mortal looks so cool. Maybe I should just go back. Suppressing his anger at wanting to go back, Li Shi looked gloomy as he watched the men rushing towards the bandits. He casually summoned several bolts of lightning, wiping out the bandits, and then disappeared. Such ignorant people are not even qualified to see him, let alone be grateful to him. Damn it, I'm going to slaughter you all today, leaving not a single one alive. The man was still blindfolded, wildly slashing at the air, while his wife covered their son's eyes, clearly unwilling to see her husband killed. However, after chopping for quite a while and howling for a long time, he still didn't feel any pain, which made the man open his eyes. The man froze, staring at the group of bandits lying on the ground, their bodies charred black, clearly beyond dead. What's going on? When Li Shi returned to the old woman's courtyard, he was stunned by the strange phenomena that filled the sky, just like the man before him. What's going on? Although their situations were similar, Li Shi was in a much worse state than the man. Because Li Shi was flying in the sky before, his spiritual power disappeared while he was stunned. Li Shi fell directly to the ground, which stirred up a cloud of dust. Even so, Li Shi just stared blankly ahead. Has a celestial being descended from heaven? It's not that Li Shi lacked experience, but the scene before him was simply too terrifying. Purple clouds covered the entire sky, and although it was night, the whole area was no longer dark. A dragon and a phoenix appeared on the left and right sides of the sky, while in the very center was an immortal. No wonder Li Shi lost his composure, a celestial being really appeared. And after the immortals? Looking at the Buddha statue, Li Shi felt his mind spinning. Buddha! The little devil from the Western paradise has arrived too? But that wasn't all. Accompanied by a beast's roar in the courtyard, Li Shi's face became even more incredulous. That voice! There's no doubt about it. He hurriedly went into the courtyard and saw a strange monster. Li Shi was very excited. The king of beasts, the Qilin. As a prodigy of the body-tempering divine sect, Li Shi's knowledge naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people, but even so, Li Shi was still astonished. Especially when he saw the handsome man sitting on the head of the Qilin, whose sleeves moved naturally even though there was no wind. Li Shi's mood was beyond words. He staggered back a few steps and finally fell to the ground. Li Shi murmured. Little brother. The current scene was enough to shock Li Shi, not to mention the mysterious symbols on Qin Feng that even Li Shi couldn't decipher. At this moment, it wasn't just Li Shi who was shocked, the bandit leader of Wufa village was already lying on the ground. Some unidentified liquid was also found between her legs. The bandit leader never expected that he would provoke such a deity. What left him speechless was that he had no virtue or ability to make the gods display so many strange phenomena to suppress him. Seeing the powerful celestial phenomenon, the bandit leader's eyes suddenly rolled back, and he began to grin foolishly. Abba Abba! Okay, another one who's scared out of their wits. Chapter 58. Scared to death already? That's lame. To deal with this God-given experience booster, Qin Feng unleashed a series of extraordinary phenomena. Of course, aside from the fearless loyal souls, Qin Feng would avoid using this extraordinary phenomenon whenever possible. Few people in the world are worthy of this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. However, having lived in this world for so many years, it was not easy to meet someone of similar level to himself, so Qin Feng naturally had to use all his extraordinary phenomena. Most importantly, Qin Feng felt a great sense of superiority in front of this cultivator whose cultivation level was similar to his own. In front of those elders whose cultivation was far superior to his own, Qin Feng really had no sense of superiority. In Qin Feng's view, even if his extraordinary celestial phenomena were just showing off, they were ultimately just empty talk. If those powerful cultivators wanted to attack him, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. So even though there were many unusual phenomena in nature, Qin Feng still felt like a useless person. Don't forget, his talent is only half that of an average person. However, this guy, who always thought he was a good-for-nothing, caused a celestial phenomenon that shocked most of the cultivation world because of a momentary impulse. Dragon Cloud Empire. Imperial Territory. The 3rd rank officials of the Guanashengxing Pavilion looked at a region of the Longjayun Empire's territory with shock on their faces. What kind of place is this? Dragons and phoenixes are appearing, and purple aura is coming from the east. If it's not a great power breaking through, then it must be a peerless treasure. If it's a ruin, then it must belong to a cultivator at least in the mid-stage of the Mahayana realm. If I remember correctly, this place should be called the Great Desert. At this time, the land is vast and sparsely populated, but because it is all desert, it is impossible to grow food. Therefore, there are many bandits and few villages in the desert. Last time, we sent a 9th rank official to govern this area, but he was beheaded as soon as he arrived. Although many bandits died that time, the official position in this area has been left vacant. This is incredible. If a peerless treasure appears in this area, the spiritual energy content of the entire region will be altered, and it will become a small spiritual land. Of course, this only applies to the area within a 30-mile radius of the treasure. Listening to his two colleagues, the youngest and most senior official suddenly slammed his fist on the table and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and report to Lord Yat? If this matter reaches the Emperor's ears, he will be overjoyed, and our official hats will be promoted another level." "Yes, yes, let's go." With the departure of the 3 third-rank officials, the image of the Dragon Cloud Empire, which had cost countless spirit stones to create, could not withstand the karmic consequences and suddenly exploded. The officials of the Stargazing Pavilion in the Xianyang Empire, which borders the Longyun Empire, reacted in the same way. Several excited officials rushed out of the Stargazing Pavilion, eager to claim credit. However, they did not observe the treasure appearing in their own empire. Instead, they relied on the heavens and stars to deduce the location of the treasure. There are a total of 7 empires whose anomalies were deduced in this way. In the world of cultivation, empires are also divided into 3 levels. They are respectively a country, a kingdom, and an empire. A state is the lowest rank, and an empire is the highest rank. There are countless countries, with nearly 1,000 kingdoms, and very few empires. There are 10 empires in the entire cultivation world, also known as the 10 heavenly kingdoms. The Dragon Cloud Empire is also one of the top-ranked empires because it is close to the myriad immortal sect. The Dragon Cloud Empire has a vast territory, comprising over 1,000 small countries, more than 200 kingdoms, and countless sects. That's why the old woman said the empire was too big to manage so many remote places. The Xianyang Empire was slightly weaker, but it still had over 1,000 small countries, more than 100 kingdoms, and countless sects. The other empires were slightly weaker, but the difference wasn't significant. But this powerful empire, with its vast territory spanning hundreds of billions of miles, has now shocked 7 people. Therefore, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it shocked most of the cultivation world. As for those supreme sects, they were even more shocked. At this point, quite a few cultivators had already begun their charge towards the Dragon Cloud Empire. Of course, many powerful sects, upon learning of this news, had their leaders, with strange expressions, block the eager disciples and elders from making their move. They seemed to know the inside story, but were unwilling to tell. In short, just don't go. Wang Xianzong. As the number 1 sect in the world, although the Myriad Immortals sect was not as quick as the Divine Calculation Pavilion to know the news, the Myriad Immortals sect was definitely not slow in getting the news. The swelling had subsided, but the sect leader, True Immortal Xiang, still looked rather pale. He sat in the seat symbolizing the sect leader of the Myriad Immortals sect, gazing at the myriad stars in the main hall of the Myriad Immortals sect. True Immortal Xiang murmured. Has he already reached the Dragon Cloud Empire? Why is this child so slow? Did he walk all the way there? That must be exhausting. This kid really knows how to show off. He's added another set of unusual celestial phenomena. Won't even more people get scammed now? Several jade pendants suddenly appeared in his hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on Master Xiang's face. My good disciple. You still call yourself a Foundation Establishment Realm waste? Can a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator attract so many strange phenomena? The cultivators who came to challenge the sect this time are almost all crippled. We'll reveal your identity later. Let you keep a low profile for a few days first. Suddenly, a huge star appeared, twinkling, and several surrounding stars rushed towards it. True Man Jiang smiled again. Good heavens, your fiancé is all over here. If you want to call off the engagement, it'll be a bloodbath. Now you can't keep a low profile even if you want to, my dear disciple. Suddenly, Master Xiang shivered and looked around in confusion. Has the weather gotten cooler lately? Should we send someone to bring Feng a couple of clothes? Qin Feng had no idea that his momentary outburst of emotion would cause another sensation in the cultivation world. For Qin Feng, it would be truly satisfying to unleash all the extraordinary phenomena today. Because he's going to kill someone. Seeing that the bandit leader was already terrified into a daze, Qin Feng still took out a long sword from his storage ring, jumped off the Qilin's head, and walked towards him step by step. Upon seeing someone approaching, the bandit leader, who had been terrified into a stupor, actually smiled at Qin Feng. Abba Abba. Although the bandit leader's actions only made things more difficult for Qin Feng, a resolute look still shone in Qin Feng's eyes. Damn it, I've already put on such a show, how can it just end like this? He charged straight at the bandit leader and slashed him down with his sword. As a head fell, the strange phenomena in the sky behind Qin Feng also slowly subsided. To be honest, this was Qin Feng's first time killing someone. Actually, no, when he used the heaven exploding pearl, he had already killed a tribulation transcending realm cultivator. However, Qin Feng believed that eliminating enemies with a one-time use magic weapon did not count as killing, because he did not even see any blood. Now, watching heads roll, Qin Feng says he really doesn't feel anything. It was just that I had a lot of pent-up anger to vent. Slowly walking up to the head, Looking at the lecherous giant who even in death wore a smile, Qin Feng said softly. Molesting underage girls is a serious crime. Be careful in your next life. Chapter 59. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the nascent stage. You are no longer a nascent being who has never killed anyone. Reward, a wisp of righteous true energy. Righteous Qi, forms a shield to resist any level of evil or heretical attacks for 1 minute. Please kill more evil people in the future, and you will gain more righteous energy. Hearing the system's words, Qin Feng pursed his lips. To be honest, after being with the system for so long, this time it's finally done some personnel work. Only a minute of resistance time, that's a bit too little. However, the fact that this item could be obtained by killing more villains made Qin Feng feel much more at ease. We've only just left the 10,000 Immortals sect, there will definitely be many more opportunities to kill evil people in the future. But precisely because of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but think again. If you kill an innocent person, you'll receive a reward regardless of whether it's good or bad. Ahem, as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the foremost sect of righteousness, isn't this kind of thinking a bit extreme? Putting that aside, for the sake of the little girl's health, Qin Feng also instructed Li Shi to dispose of all the corpses. As the saying goes, after accomplishing the task, one should leave without a trace, concealing one's merits and fame. Li Shi was already afraid of his underling, and after today's incident, he felt even more awe towards him. After mentally assessing whether he could withstand the strange phenomena that might occur, Li Shi carried all the bandits' corpses out of the village. After dumping the body in a desert hundreds of kilometers away from the village, Li Shi returned. The desert nights can drop to -100 degrees Celsius, enough to freeze these corpses into blocks of ice. When they melt, it will be a feast for the wild beasts of the desert. In less than a day, all the corpses will be eaten by hungry wild beasts. Although he had been pondering this all the way, even after returning home, Li Shi still hadn't found a definite answer. This made Li Shi feel somewhat apprehensive. If he couldn't even beat his underlings, would he still be qualified to be the big brother in the future? Li Shi said he was very panicked. Because the villagers were so timid, even though they knew something terrible was happening outside, not a single one of them dared to go out. Therefore, only the old woman and the little girl know their identities. After learning that Qin Feng and Li Shi were both immortals, the old woman no longer dared to speak to them as kindly as before, and her tone was full of respect. Qin Feng was actually quite disappointed about this, but considering that he was only staying for 1 night and would be leaving the next day, he let it go. After countless years of evolution, to mortals, cultivators are gods who hold the power of life and death over them. They naturally revered, even feared, God. Finally, after Qin Feng's repeated requests, the old woman gave up the idea of letting the two of them sleep in the main room. They made do with sleeping in the side room for 1 night, and left before dawn the next day. On the way, Qin Feng said with a smile. Now that's good, no more bandits will come to this village to do evil, and the villagers can finally live in peace. Li Shi simply smiled and remained silent. The cultivation world is full of changes. These common people may live in peace for a while, but they may also be wiped out in one blow by a passing cultivator. About an hour after the two left the village, a strange red bead suddenly appeared above the village. Compared to the village, which wasn't very large, this bead seemed to be insane. I can smell him here. You all have to die. A red light instantly enveloped the village, and all the villagers died peacefully in their sleep. After absorbing all the villagers' life force, the bead became even more rosy in color, and at this moment it looked more like an eyeball. Damn you! You destroyed my physical body, forcing me to live a wretched life on a treasure. Don't let me find you, or I'll tear you to pieces, slaughter your flesh and blood, and devour your soul. Endless resentment emanated from the bead, and in the blink of an eye, the bead vanished again. At dawn, The cultivators who lived relatively close to the Great Desert had already arrived here, and they were all eagerly searching for the location of the treasure. Where is the treasure? I have a feeling that if I can obtain this treasure, my cultivation will skyrocket. You're talking nonsense. What does getting the treasure have to do with your cultivation? I think you're just greedy for the treasure. Speaking of which, where exactly is the treasure? The sect leader only gave us a general direction, not the exact location. There's a village ahead, let's go take a look. The sudden appearance of the village silenced the group of cultivators, who rushed into the village in a noisy chorus, with one of them knocking on the door of a house. Is anyone home? Nobody agreed? The cultivator kicked the door away and said with a disdainful look. Damn it, these mortals are really giving me face. They don't even come out to greet this immortal. Even so, no one came to greet him. The golden core cultivator was furious. He rushed into the room and saw the couple still fast asleep in bed. The cultivator was equally blunt, coldly stating. The sun is already high in the sky, and you bunch of mortals are still not awake. You're even more leisurely than us cultivators. Without paying attention to whether the couple was dressed, the cultivator directly pulled back their blankets. Just then, a gentle breeze blew towards the couple as the blanket was lifted. Under the incredulous gaze of the cultivators, the bodies of the couple disintegrated like dust. Ah! This happened more than once, and only then did the cultivators realize that the entire village had become a dead village. Gathered in the air with grim expressions, the cultivators looked at the village and began to speak. What's going on? These villagers were obviously dead recently, I found their bedding was still warm. Cough cough. Don't look at me like that, I really didn't do anything wrong. Could that magical artifact be an evil weapon? It refined this entire village the moment it appeared. We can't rule out that possibility. If that's the case, cultivators below the Golden Core realm can leave. The power of the evil artifact is extraordinary, you are strong enough to withstand it. Yes, 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 in my opinion, all cultivators below the nascent soul stage should leave. You can't hold on. Because of the appearance of the evil artifact, the group of cultivators did not back down, but instead became even more fervent. An evil artifact. This is a treasure. Although they are all righteous cultivators, who says that righteous cultivators cannot use evil artifacts? Generally speaking, evil artifacts are more powerful than magical artifacts, and if controlled properly, they can be a deadly weapon. They even argued over this in the sky above the dead village, debating who was qualified and who was not. The group of cultivators didn't care at all that they were standing on a dead village. They were all cultivators, and who didn't have a few lives on their hands. As cultivators, they had long lost any human compassion. Perhaps in the world of cultivation, humanity has already become numb. Qin Feng had no idea that his actions would lead to the destruction of a village. Seeing a cute little girl suddenly appear in front of him and block his way, Qin Feng panicked. Although he had never met this little girl before, Qin Feng felt very uneasy. This little girl, may I ask what brings you here? Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, the little girl hugged him tightly, saying excitedly. Qin Feng, my husband. Chapter 60. Qin Feng. Li Shi. Qin Feng and Li Shi were shocked when they heard what the little girl said. Qin Feng was shocked to learn that he had just told the bandits that molesting a minor was a serious crime, yet now a little girl was calling him husband. Should I be more careful in my next life? I'm a little sorry, bandit leader. As for Li Shi's shock, that's even simpler. He's clearly Qin Feng. Although Li Shi didn't recognize the little girl either, since she was calling him Qin Feng, my husband, shouldn't she be holding him? Why was she holding his little brother, Qigua? Could it be because Qigua is more handsome than him? He clearly possesses a masculine beauty himself. Looking at the little girl holding Qin Feng, Li Shi hesitated for a moment, then asked in confusion. Hey girl, did you hug the wrong person? I'm Qin Feng, and this is my little brother Qi. To his surprise, the little girl only glanced at him, then continued rubbing her head against Qin Feng's chest, her voice even softer and sweeter. My lord! Li Shi! Good grief, in order to cover up their mistakes, they're not even calling out Qin Feng anymore? Qin Feng was also startled. After checking that Li Shi was all right, he pushed the little girl away and said urgently. Miss, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? My name is Qigua, and I don't have a little lowly wife. That's right, it's you. Red-gourd husband. Suddenly, the little girl seemed to realize something and became even more excited. Li Shi! Damn it, this guy definitely came here specifically to find his underling. What Qin Feng husband? It's all a scam. If it weren't for some concerns, Li Shi would probably be hiding in a corner right now, drawing circles with a twig. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Qin Feng was even more puzzled. Logically speaking, even if the other party knew Qin Feng, she shouldn't have seen his face before. But when Qin Feng thought about the methods of Master Xiang, he felt relieved. He must have told his fiancés what he looked like. Qin Feng glanced at Li Shi, who looked slightly resentful, chuckled, pulled the little girl aside, and then whispered. Who are you? Without Li Shi, the little girl Su Yayao laughed without any restraint and said. How could you be so forgetful, Qin Feng? I am your fiancé. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt even more ashamed. I have 7 fiancés. I've already broken off one, so there are 6 left. You'd better tell me your names. Knowing that Qin Feng had 7 fiancés, Su Yayao didn't mind at all. Instead, she said generously. This humble servant, Su Yayao, greets Master Qin Feng. Su Yayao, a hint of understanding suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. She seemed to be the eldest granddaughter of a reclusive family, of noble status. However, Qin Feng simply couldn't accept Su Yayao's appearance. Looking at her, Qin Feng suddenly asked. Are you an adult? No, I'm 14 this year. Holy crap! Seeing Su Yayao still grinning foolishly, even Qin Feng couldn't help but swear. He thought she just looked like a little girl, but she must be an adult at least. But who would have thought it was actually a little girl? In the cultivation world, although a 14-year-old girl is not considered old, she can still get married, it's just that some modern people, like Qin Feng, cannot accept it. In Qin Feng's eyes, anyone under the age of 18 is a minor. Because he was a minor, Qin Feng felt even more resentful towards Master Xiang. You found yourself a minor wife. Are you even human? You've lived for thousands of years, and you're the world-renowned sect master of the 10,000 Immortals sect? You're just an old pervert. As a model student who has received 9 years of compulsory education and is well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education, how could I possibly collude with an old pervert? Even if you agree, the law won't allow it. This marriage must be called off. Looking at the little girl Su Yayao, Qin Feng suddenly took out a piece of candy that he himself was reluctant to eat, and said softly. Little sister, please have some candy. Thank you, my husband. Upon seeing this, Su Yayao beamed with even more joy. Taking the candy and putting it in his mouth, Qin Feng then spoke. If you eat my candy, you have to call off this engagement. You're still young. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, the little girl took out the candy and, with lightning speed, put it into Qin Feng's mouth. Seeing Qin Feng's horrified expression, Su Yayao immediately grabbed Qin Feng's arm and said softly. I've given you back your candy, so you can't call off the engagement now. Incredulously taking the candy out of his mouth, Qin Feng looked at the shy little girl in front of him and shouted. My first kiss is gone. Even though they didn't kiss directly, the fact that they shared a piece of candy indirectly is equivalent to an indirect kiss. First kiss? What first kiss? Su Yayo clearly didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, she was still pondering. I still taste the candy in my mouth. I don't want to break off the engagement. You have to have all your candy back. Or I can give you back the candy in my mouth too. As she spoke, Su Yayo pursed her lips, wanting to kiss Qin Feng. That's enough. I was just teasing you. I won't call off the engagement even after you've eaten the candy. Qin Feng was genuinely terrified when he saw the little girl. At this moment, he just kept backing away. In order to make Su Yayo stop this absurd idea, Qin Feng even denied the possibility of annulment. If I were kissed like that, I'd be in deep trouble even if I jumped into the Yellow River. That's more like it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the little girl pondered for a moment, then suddenly took the candy from Qin Feng's mouth and said, "My husband is the best. Li Shi. Is it really polite for you to flirt in front of a single person?" Seeing the candy fall back into the little girl's hand, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned ashen. What? She wants to eat it. Oh no, it's all over now. I'm completely stuck with the fact that I've been rebooted. Molesting a little girl is a capital offense. At this moment, Su Yayo hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Holding on to Qin Feng's arm, she said shyly. "Husband, when are we going to consummate our marriage? I've heard that you have to consummate your marriage in the same room." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who had been trying to cover up the fact that his first kiss had been stolen by someone else, froze on the spot. Looking at the innocent little girl in front of him, Qin Feng remained silent for a long time before murmuring. "Who told you that?" "Your master, True Man Jiang. When he arranged the marriage with Grandma, he secretly told me." "Husband, where are you going?" At this moment, Qin Feng, who had already taken out 2 long swords and 5 or 6 heavenly pearls, suddenly smiled broadly at the little girl Su Yayo, and then solemnly said, "Go kill that old pervert." The Crimson Sun Immortal, thousands of miles away, suddenly sneezed twice. "Achoo! The weather's really getting chilly lately. Looks like we really need to find someone to bring some clothes for Fenger." Finally, after much persuasion from Su Yayo, Qin Feng gave up the idea of reopening the old perverted Xiang Zhenren. However, at this point, Qin Feng had completely lost any goodwill towards Master Xiang. What was this pervert thinking? Finding himself 7 fiancés is one thing, but at least he should have chosen adults. They found a minor. What the hell? You're such a pervert. Master Xiang, achoo. Why do I keep sneezing? Is someone thinking about me? Suddenly, Master Xiang laughed again. Fenger. Hurry up and go find those fiancés, so when Master comes to ask for them back, you can catch up with your old friends. The words "let's catch up" were spoken with great emotion by Master Xiang. Chapter 61. It's no wonder that little girls are the easiest creatures in the world to win people's pity. When facing Zhu Yayu, Qin Feng easily resisted, and his determination to annul the engagement remained unwavering. However, Qin Feng was helpless when faced with the little girl Su Yayo. Because if he says the wrong thing, this little girl will just fall to the ground and cry. Having no other choice, Qin Feng had no choice but to agree to Su Yayo's request and take her with him. From an angle that Qin Feng couldn't see, Su Yayo suddenly laughed. The way her lips curved made her look like a demon. Looking at Li Shi, Qin Feng felt somewhat ashamed. Having had his fill of Qin Feng and Su Yayo's food, Li Shi actually squatted down, picked up a twig, and started drawing circles. As he walked up to him, Qin Feng even heard that classic line. "I'll draw a circle and curse you." Qin Feng. Now he's increasingly convinced that this older brother is mentally unstable. However, the next sentence made Qin Feng even more embarrassed. "I'm clearly Qin Feng, but this little girl keeps calling me husband Qin Feng. If she's going to hug someone, she should hug me. Why is she hugging brother Chigua? Qin Feng. Dude, even if you really are Qin Feng, you can't have weird ideas about a little girl, right? Don't you even know what kind of person you are? You're a 2-meter tall, sleazy guy. Well, you can't really call yourself a sleazy guy. She's just a little girl who's not even 1.5 meters tall. Do you expect her to hug your leg? Although he felt helpless, Qin Feng still had to speak up. Ahem, big brother, we should go now. Looking at Qin Feng with resentment, Li Shi suddenly uttered a single word. Qin Feng. It's over, it's over. This world is completely useless now, let it be destroyed. Just as Qin Feng was utterly speechless, Su Yaoyao suddenly walked up to Li Shi and said with a beaming smile. Are you Qin Feng? Li Shi, who had been feeling resentful, suddenly stood up and said in a serious tone. I am. Seeing the adorable, burly man, the little girl laughed even harder, grabbing Qin Feng's arm and saying. I'm so sorry about earlier. I called him Red Melon husband, you must have misheard me. Oh, okay, then there's no problem. Let's go. At this moment, Li Shi seemed to have calmed down, and walked forward with a red face, which made Qin Feng even more puzzled. This brother Feng. The three of them had left the desert and arrived in a city. After buying a few steamed buns for the little girl, Qin Feng used an excuse to pull Li Shi into the restroom. What are you doing, little brother? Li Shi was also puzzled when he met Qin Feng's questioning gaze. Qin Feng stared at him for a long time, then suddenly spoke. Brother Feng, have you never talked to a woman before? Upon hearing this, Li Shi's face instantly turned red, as if someone had discovered his little secret. Even so, Li Shi still spoke honestly. How did you know? Qin Feng. Your words are written all over your face, how could I not know? I not only know you've never talked to a woman, but I bet even your body-tempering divine sect has any women. A bunch of lunatics. Alright, if that's the case, then there's no problem. After saying that, Qin Feng left the restroom, leaving Li Shi behind, who was blushing and still somewhat confused. This guy, why doesn't he use the toilet when he comes to the restroom, and he asks such a strange question? The three arrived at an inn, and at Qin Feng's insistence, they booked 2 rooms. Don't get the wrong idea, Qin Feng and Su Yaoyao aren't sharing a room. Instead, he shared a room with Li Shi, while Su Yaoyao had a room to herself. Although Su Yaoyao was very unwilling, under Qin Feng's repeated threats, she could only angrily return to her room. It wasn't that Qin Feng was short of money, but he felt that Su Yaoyao's gaze was strange, making him feel insecure. Although Su Yaoyao is a minor, there are many minor cultivators in the cultivation world who are still incredibly strong. Moreover, she is a direct descendant of a reclusive family, how could her cultivation be weak? Moreover, he couldn't see through Su Yaoyao's cultivation level, which was enough for him to be wary of her. What if she climbs into my bed at night? I'm just a useless foundation establishment cultivator, I have no ability to resist. Qin Feng has only just met his second fiancée, and he doesn't want to get entangled with her. So being able to sleep with Li Shi, in the same room, Qin Feng felt somewhat safe. Although he denies Li Shi's intelligence, Qin Feng still acknowledges Li Shi's strength. The madman of the body-tempering divine sect, with his well-developed muscles, makes me feel very safe. However, even though Qin Feng is safe, Li Shi still feels unsafe. He always felt that Qin Feng's gaze towards him was strange. Recalling what Qin Feng had said when he went to the toilet during the day, Li Shi couldn't help but have inappropriate thoughts. Glancing at Qin Feng, who was grinning foolishly at him, made Li Shi feel even more insecure. Could it be that my underling has unusual tastes? That can't be. How could such a handsome boy like a man? This doesn't make sense. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Li Shi had to admit that he was now beginning to have doubts about Qin Feng. Moreover, upon seeing the exceptionally handsome Qin Feng, Li Shi's face suddenly flushed. I haven't paid much attention to this guy before, but he looks so handsome now. Cough cough, what's wrong with me? Just as Li Shi was hesitating, Qin Feng's sudden words caused Li Shi's expression to change drastically. Brother Feng, hurry up and go to bed to rest. Qin Feng's original intention was for Li Shi to rest in bed, while he could simply make a makeshift bed on the floor. After all, it was because she felt insecure that she chose to sleep in the same room as Li Shi. However, Qin Feng's words took on a different, ambiguous meaning in Li Shi's ears. Brother Feng, let's go to bed and rest. No, no, no. Li Shi, who had been sitting in a chair, suddenly jumped up, clutching his chest, and said in extreme fear. I don't go to bed, little brother, I'm not that kind of person. I really am not into that kind of thing. Qin Feng. Looking at Li Shi, whose eyes were tightly closed and face flushed with embarrassment, even Qin Feng couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his face and said somewhat embarrassedly. Brother Feng, what are you imagining? Get into bed, take off your clothes, cough cough, what do you mean I'm just imagining things? Li Shi, who had been blushing, suddenly became serious, crossed his arms over his chest, and said in a solemn tone. Young man, your way of thinking is wrong. What are my thoughts? Seeing this, Li Shi seemed to understand that his underling probably didn't know his orientation. Wanting to clear up his underling's doubts, Li Shi gritted his teeth and said. Little brother. Even if you don't like women, you have to pretend you do. That way, if you keep pretending, it will eventually become real. We are still in ancient times. Your current ideas will come from the West tens of millions of years from now, but they still won't be accepted by the world. So you should give up on this idea. Seeing this, Qin Feng was even more bewildered. What are you talking about? In ancient times, tens of millions of years later, in the West. Who is the time traveler, you or me? Chapter 62. Little brother, you're still young, it's normal that you don't understand what I'm saying. In short, there are so many cute girls in the world, so don't do anything rash. Li Shi is going all out for his future. If even this can't change Qin Feng's mind, then Li Shi will have to take action. We absolutely have to tie Qin Feng up tonight for his safety. Brother Feng, what exactly do you mean? Qin Feng is also very confused now. Although I know this guy has never been very bright, what he's saying now has nothing to do with whether he's bright or not. Seeing that Qin Feng still didn't understand his meaning, Li Shi suddenly had a resolute look on his face. Suddenly, a rope appeared in his hand. After thinking for a moment, Li Shi took out 3 more. Qin Feng. Brother Feng, what are you going to do? For my safety, and for your safety as well, please bear with me, little brother. There are no safe SX devices available now, so what if a man has SX with another man and develops some kind of disease? For his own safety and Qin Feng's safety, Li Shi had no choice. Although he knew his underling was powerful, he couldn't care less about that right now. Seeing Li Shi rushing towards him, Qin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. In a panic, Qin Feng ran to the bed. Don't ask him why he went to bed. Just say he's tired and needs to rest. Seeing this, Li Shi's expression became even more unpleasant. Why go to bed of all places? This guy really is lustful. With 4 ropes in hand, Qin Feng was about to be tied to Qin Feng's body when he vanished like the wind. There was no trace of Qin Feng in the room. Li Shi scratched his head in confusion and said. Where's my little brother? Although Qin Feng has disappeared, tonight will be a sleepless night for Li Shi. Just thinking about Qin Feng made him tremble, his little brother actually had such a fetish, It seems I need to find a time to leave him. This red melon is extremely dangerous. Li Shi was very distressed, while Qin Feng was even more speechless. The room, filled with the scent of women, and watching the little girl suddenly run towards him, even Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur. Holy crap, what's going on now? Su Yaoyao was holding Qin Feng tightly, muttering something under her breath. Qin Feng, my husband, my husband. Because she had just taken a shower, she had a wonderful fragrance on her body. Although Qin Feng prides himself on being a seasoned veteran who has seen countless films, he still managed to give a very rational yes when he smelled the fragrance on Su Yaoyao. Don't ask what means, because it's a prohibited word. Despite the dangerous situation, Qin Feng suppressed the urge to accidentally fire a weapon and gritted his teeth as he said. Young lady, I'm really not Qin Feng, my name is Qi Gua. Qin Feng is that big man. If you insist on finding Qin Feng, you should look for him. Although it's hard to admit, for Qin Feng, nothing is more important than his cultivation. The mission can only be completed by announcing the marriages of all 7 girls, and he has only just annulled one so far. The task is arduous and far-reaching, we must proceed slowly. But he can't afford to be ruined by his second fiancé. Even though this fiancé smells wonderful. My dear Qin Feng. As your fiancé, how about I give you some advice? What advice? How can you walk in the world of cultivation without wearing a mask? Back then, the old master Xiang Zhenren even transmitted your complete appearance to me through a teleportation technique. How could you not be Qin Feng? Now I not only know that you are Qin Feng, but I also know your cultivation level, the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth that you have, and. Su Yaoyao suddenly stopped speaking and instead stared at a certain spot on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng! Damn it, that damned Master Xiang, why do you tell everyone everything? Furthermore, looking at Su Yaoyao, who resembled a lowly, Qin Feng was utterly speechless. Why do you have to be so lewd, you little girl? Could this also be something that damned Master Xiang taught him? That damned red sun immortal! Master Xiang, achoo! Achoo! Damn it, what on earth is going on today? Ignoring Qin Feng's grim expression, Su Yaoyao had already reached into Qin Feng's arms. My dear Qin Feng! We are already engaged, so why don't we consummate our marriage today? If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to compete with those older girls. Just as the scene was about to reach a point beyond description, Qin Feng sat up straight and said with a serious expression. Are you a formation master? How did you know? The groping hand stopped abruptly. Su Yaoyao looked at Qin Feng with some confusion, but then she chuckled again. By the way, since you are the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, you should be able to see the teleportation array just now. I was just being paranoid. Come, my husband, let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing. As she spoke, Su Yaoyao reached her groping hand into Qin Feng's arms again. Although she was not even as tall as Qin Feng's chest when she was standing, there was no doubt that this little lowly was really lewd. After receiving Su Yaoyao's affirmative answer, Qin Feng suddenly had 2 blank sheets of paper in his hand. Stick one of the white papers on Su Yaoyao's back and the other on your own hand. Seeing Su Yaoyao's hand slip into his chest and her lips reaching for a kiss, Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and said repeatedly. Transform, swiftly. Before the words were even finished, the two suddenly switched places. Su Yaoyao, who was originally sitting on Qin Feng, sat directly on the bed, while Qin Feng lay on top of her, their faces less than 10 centimeters apart, and his hand was even inside Su Yaoyao's lap. Su Yaoyao! Qin Feng! Good heavens, is this how this little girl treated me just now? Damn it, if this happened back then, I'd be shot 10 or 8 times over. I silently repeated to myself more than 10 times that I was breaking the law. Qin Feng hurriedly reached his hand back, but seeing Su Yayo holding his hand tightly and preventing him from doing so, Qin Feng blushed even more. What are you doing? Although Su Yayo's face was also flushed with embarrassment, she still held Qin Feng's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his large hand. Su Yayo said firmly. You're a formation master too. But why is this transformation formation different from the one I learned? Isn't it a bit too far-fetched of you to change the subject like that? Qin Feng was speechless. He tried to pull his hand back with more force, but at this moment, Qin Feng made a very unfortunate discovery. He doesn't have Su Yayo's strength, big. As expected, Su Yayo's cultivation level was indeed higher than his. Not only was he unable to let go, but the pain in his wrist almost brought Qin Feng to tears. Looking at the woman in front of him, whose face was also flushed with embarrassment but who was still unwilling to let go, Qin Feng said repeatedly. Let go of my hand, and I'll tell you why I have this strange formation, okay? Chapter 63. Qin Feng originally thought that his answer would definitely make Su Yayo give in. As a fellow array master, Su Yayo would definitely be very curious about his strange array. But to everyone's surprise, the little girl suddenly hugged him and said without hesitation. Then I won't ask. Qin Feng. Damn it, why isn't this going according to the script? Although he felt helpless, a resolute look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Since you're unwilling to lend a hand, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped resisting and instead held Su Yayo tightly. Upon seeing this, Su Yayo thought that Qin Feng had left his body. She was also blushing as she hugged Qin Feng, but she didn't dare to hold Qin Feng's hand down. Qin Feng finally stretched out his hand, stuck the white paper in his hand to Su Yayo's other half of her back, and muttered a spell. Suddenly, the two pieces of white paper turned black. After finishing everything, Qin Feng suddenly jumped out of the Lolita village, and said with a smile. Little girl. You're still too young. Seeing Qin Feng escape, Su Yayo hurriedly tried to stand up. But even though she had just managed to support herself with one hand, she couldn't help but use the other hand to support herself as well. Seeing this, Su Yayo hurriedly tried to fly up, but as soon as she did, a powerful spiritual force took control of her body, forcing her back onto the bed. So Su Yayo made many more efforts and attempts, but apart from ending up in a very ungraceful position, it was all for naught. Seeing this, Su Yayo disregarded everything else and said to Qin Feng with a wronged expression. Husband, what's wrong with my body? After ruffling Su Yayo's little head, Qin Feng said with great pride. Of course it was me who did it. You should get some sleep tonight, I'll come and take control of you tomorrow morning. Seeing that Su Yayo's actions were indeed somewhat indecent, Qin Feng thought for a moment, then picked up the little girl again, positioned her properly, and was about to put her on the bed when a cunning glint flashed in Su Yayo's eyes. Suddenly, a phantom butterfly appeared in Qin Feng's palm and entered his body. Qin Feng felt his body begin to feel weak and collapsed onto the bed. However, because the incident happened so suddenly and Su Yayo's body was so petite, Qin Feng's head ended up lying awkwardly on Su Yayo's body. Su Yayo. What is this, a situation? Qin Feng was initially stunned, only wondering why his body had suddenly become paralyzed. Feeling his rapid breathing, Qin Feng finally managed to lift his head up with all his might. At this angle, the view was perfectly flat, and he could even see Su Yayo's chin. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said. Little girl, what kind of drug did you give me? Husband, you tell me first what did you do to me? With Qin Feng's head pressed against her, even though she was very flat-chested, she could still feel the warmth of the man. At this point, the little girl's tone started to sound off. Qin Feng was also puzzled upon seeing this. What's wrong with you? Because he needed to look up to ask a question, Qin Feng's head was constantly moving. However, at that moment, Qin Feng only heard Su Yao's rapid, panting breathing. Don't move your head around, don't, people. Hearing the sound, which resembled a soft moan, Qin Feng immediately hummed in agreement. At the same time, he was very puzzled. What was wrong with Su Yao? Why does the tea smell so strong? Young man, are you in Miss Su's room? Hearing Li Shi's voice suddenly coming from outside, Qin Feng quickly called out. Brother Feng, I'm here. Open the door quickly. Well. Upon hearing this, Li Shi immediately pushed open the door. Young man, what happened just now? Although Li Shi was speechless about Qin Feng's quirks, he still cared about Qin Feng very much. So, after Qin Feng disappeared, Li Shi couldn't bear it any longer and went to look for Qin Feng because of insomnia. I never expected to be in someone else's room. This comforted Li Shi quite a bit, and it seemed that his persuasion had not been ineffective. Suddenly glancing sideways, Li Shi saw Qin Feng and Su Yao lying on the bed, and before the door was even fully open, he suddenly closed it again. Qin Feng! Brother Feng, don't go! It's not what you think. Little brother, you don't need to say anything more. I understand everything. You're doing great, really great. Ha ha ha, I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. The laughter coming from outside the door left Qin Feng speechless. You understand? You know what yarn is. However, no matter how much Qin Feng called out to Li Shi, he did not hear a response from Li Shi. Qin Feng was even more helpless about this. Now look what's happened, I've been completely misunderstood. Looking up again at Su Yao, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, Qin Feng quickly said. What's wrong with you? Have you caught a cold? Should I call a doctor for you? No. No. Su Yao quickly shook her head, and at the same time she became even more shy. How come Qin Feng can't see where his head is lying? Could it be that he saw it but was just pretending not to? For a moment, Su Yao didn't know what to say. If you understand, could you please make the movements a little smaller? Although I didn't know my exact position on Su Yao's body, since it was all flat. But lying there like this isn't a good solution either. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng spoke again. How about this? I'll help you break the seal, and you help me break it. Su Yao shook her head firmly and said repeatedly. No. This is fine. Qin Feng. And yet you still have that shy look on your face. Although Su Yao had already agreed, Qin Feng didn't want to spend the night in a woman's bed. Even if the other party is unwilling to let me break the seal, I still have to save myself. A wisp of spiritual energy entered the storage ring, and Qin Feng's voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire storage ring. Goes Hung, are you there? Inside the storage ring, a dog sitting cross-legged suddenly smiled and said. What a rare guest! Master, what's wrong? Come out quickly, I need your help. I'm currently in seclusion to break through my current limitations. How about this, I'll send a clone out. I'll do anything as long as you can drag me away. Suddenly, Go Sheng's clone, still a small black dog, appeared in the house. Looking at Qin Feng lying on the bed, especially on top of the little girl, Go Sheng was ecstatic. Wow, Master, you've been hiding your true abilities. You've been having such a blast ever since you left the sect. What are you talking about? This is all a misunderstanding. I'll explain it to you later. Now, just drag me away. Good. As he spoke, Go Sheng used his teeth to bite Qin Feng's trouser leg and pulled Qin Feng off the bed. Bang! Slow down, Go Sheng. Feeling the pain in his chin, Qin Feng wanted to rub it, but he was powerless to do so. And so, with Go Sheng's help, Qin Feng left the room, leaving behind a somewhat bewildered Su Yao. What is going on? Husband, don't go. Upon hearing Su Yao's voice, Qin Feng suddenly laughed, a laugh that was extremely maniacal. Ha ha ha! You want to prove my innocence? Dream on! Chapter 64. However, Qin Feng's smile quickly faded. After being dragged to the door by Goes Hung, Qin Feng found that he couldn't get in. Although Li Shi said he could finally get a good night's sleep, he still locked the door tightly just in case. Not content with simply sealing it, Li Shi actually placed several more seals on the door. Although these seals are quite simple, and any cultivator of the same level could easily remove them with a wave of their hand, it's a great pity that Qin Feng is not at the same level. He's just a foundation establishment cultivator. Damn it! This Go Sheng was just a small clone, without any spiritual power, and couldn't open the door. Therefore, Qin Feng had no choice but to wander around the doorway and sleep there for the night. This shows how much Dog Lord's status is at this moment. Even though it's just a clone, Dog Lord still chooses to accompany Qin Feng out of loyalty. Qin Feng was also very moved by this. Is it still Go Sheng? No, it's Doggy. Looking across the entire cultivation world, who else can accompany me like Dog Lord? Before dawn the next day, Go Sheng disappeared. Qin Feng woke up very early that day, feeling that his body could finally move again. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng walked to the door, pasted a talisman on the stone lion in front of the inn, bought some breakfast, and then knocked on the door to enter Su Yayao's room. Su Yayao hadn't slept all night, she was still struggling. However, the struggle is also quite obvious, meaning that success has not yet been achieved. Upon hearing the knock, Su Yayao immediately shouted without any politeness. Who is it? I don't need breakfast. It's my red gourd. My lord? Come in quickly. I've missed you for so long. Sensing the two completely different tones, Qin Feng silently picked up the breakfast that was on the ground, then pushed open the door and went into Su Yayao's room. Seeing Su Yayao had once again adopted a very irritating posture, Qin Feng sighed, straightened her body again, and then said, I'll let you go, how about you eat your food obediently? Qin Feng doesn't have a habit of abusing little girls yet, so the little girl must eat breakfast. Okay. Su Yayao readily agreed. Seeing this, although he knew that this guy was up to something, Qin Feng didn't want to feed her. Once the two white sheets of paper behind her were removed, Su Yayao instantly returned to normal. However, because she had struggled all night, Su Yayao had completely forgotten how to move normally. Seeing Su Yayao's limbs begin to twitch, Qin Feng sighed, picked her up, and placed her on a chair. Eat. However, at this moment, Qin Feng couldn't let go of Su Yayao. At this moment, Su Yayao seemed to be stuck to him, and no matter how Qin Feng tried to push her away, he couldn't. Seeing this, Qin Feng said helplessly. Are you going to bother me again? He, my husband, you can't escape now. I've already placed a formation on you. Although it's not high level, it'll definitely prevent you from running away. Looking at the little girl, Qin Feng murmured softly. Su Yayao, do you know why I can control you? Why? Because I'm not only an array master, but also a talisman master. As he spoke, another talisman appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Holding the talisman, just as Su Yayao sensed something was wrong, Qin Feng suddenly vanished, replaced by a stone lion. Qin Feng's voice suddenly came from all around. Let's finish our meal quickly, we still have a long way to go. Upon seeing this, Su Yayao's face instantly showed a sense of defeat. She loosened her grip and threw the stone lion aside. Looking at the breakfast in front of her, Su Yayao suddenly said incredulously. Master said that formations and talismans are the two most difficult professions among the four professions. To be proficient in one of them is already to be a peerless genius, but this Qin Feng is proficient in both. Is this a monster? Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Su Yayo laughed again and began to eat her food in a dignified manner. But it is precisely because he is so outstanding that he is worthy of me, Su Yayo. I haven't even used the innate extraordinary ability yet, and I'm getting more and more excited. Although she was dignified, Su Yayo's face carried a hint of madness. If Qin Feng were still here, he would definitely label her as a yandere. Having reached the ground floor, Qin Feng went back upstairs, this time to wake Li Shi. Qin Feng wasn't so particular about this older brother. Suddenly a talisman appeared in his hand, which he then affixed to the door. In less than 5 seconds, Li Shi rushed out of the room, pulling up his pants, and said with a terrified expression. Earthquake! Are you confused? What earthquake? Looking at Li Shi with a smile, Qin Feng said softly. Let's go downstairs for lunch, then we'll set off. Oh! Li Shi, whose reaction time was obviously very long, couldn't react at all and was led around by the nose by Qin Feng. As Li Shi pulled up his trousers and went downstairs, he muttered to himself. That can't be. I definitely felt an earthquake just now. After the two finished their meal, Su Yayo also came downstairs. Upon seeing Qin Feng for the first time, he leaped to Qin Feng's side. Holding Qin Feng tightly, Su Yayo said coquettishly. My lord. Meeting the gazes of those around him, Qin Feng. Oh no, this guy must have been sent by that old BD, Master Xiang, to harm me. Make me a despised pervert who likes lolas. Suddenly noticing the slight hint of relief in Li Shi's eyes, even Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. What the hell is that look you're giving me? Little brother, you've finally figured it out. I'm so pleased with you. As he spoke, Li Shi even tried to wipe away the tears that hadn't actually appeared. Although there were no tears, in a formal sense, this was to show that Qin Feng was proud to like women, and also to show that he was proud to have escaped from suffering. Qin Feng. Forget it, when you're out and about, don't bother arguing with idiots. Pushing Su Yayo away, Qin Feng wasn't too afraid of Su Yayo now that Li Shi was around. Because there were many people during the day, Su Yayo wasn't as wild as she was in her room. After finishing their meal, the three of them chose to leave. Knowing that the three were all cultivators, the shopkeeper smiled and saw them off. Suddenly, the innkeeper noticed that only one of the stone lions in front of the inn was left, which puzzled him greatly. If I remember correctly, there should be a stone lion here. Where did my huge stone lion go? Just then, the waiter, who was tidying up the room, rushed over, looking terrified, and said. Shopkeeper, there's a new stone lion in our room. The shopkeeper, who had been quite puzzled, suddenly laughed. Oh, there was still one. That puts my mind at ease. I thought I'd have to buy another one. What? The stone lion is in the room. The smile on his face vanished instantly, and looking at the puzzled waiter, the Qi refining realm shopkeeper suddenly burst into tears. Damn it, even if you bunch of immortal grandpas are good at playing tricks, you can't play like this. It's just an innocent stone lion, and you won't let it go, wah-ah-ah. Looking at the shopkeeper with a puzzled expression, the waiter muttered under his breath. Has the shopkeeper gone mad? Chapter 65. The shopkeeper's reaction suggested he had experienced something, but Qin Feng and his companions were definitely not what he thought. If Qin Feng really wants to play, he'll definitely play it in a much more elaborate way. The three had already left the city. Qin Feng, sitting on Li Shi's lap, looked at the map in his hand and suddenly smiled broadly. At this rate, it will only take us a week to reach the sect of our third fiancé Sacred Cauldron Mountain. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Li Shi also carefully recalled the deepest, fragmented memories in his mind, and murmured. Sacred Cauldron Mountain? Isn't that the most powerful alchemy sect in the world? Of the 10 supreme alchemists in the world, Sacred Cauldron Mountain alone boasts 8. Every alchemist in the world is proud to join Sacred Cauldron Mountain, and even the Alchemist Association is a branch of Sacred Cauldron Mountain. Young brother, are you still engaged to a woman from this sect? Yes, I have some connection with one of the women. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. That old man, Master Xiang, had found him a fiancé whose background was one of the most powerful in the world. What could he do? But since he is a disciple of an alchemy sect, he must have a good temper, right? Otherwise, there would be no way to have the patience to refine pills. I suppose she won't refuse if I suggest breaking off the engagement then. Then, looking at the location marked on the map for Wanding Mountain, Qin Feng said softly. What I didn't expect was that the most powerful alchemy sect in the world is actually in the Dragon Cloud Empire. The Demon Moon Divine Sect, where Zhu Yeyu belongs, is in the Azure Sky Empire, the Su family, to which this little lowly Su Yeyeo belongs, and the Seven Star Sect, a sacred land of formations, are in the Annihilation Empire. The Divine Calculation Pavilion, although independent, also has some connection with the Peerless Empire. Even if other empires don't seem to have particularly powerful sects, they still have connections with those reclusive families. It seems we've underestimated these empires before. Qin Feng had never left the 10,000 Immortals sect before. In his eyes, since the 10,000 Immortals sect could be called the number one sect in the world, then these so-called empires should not be considered powerful. But along the way, Qin Feng realized that he had indeed underestimated these empires. A vast territory and a large population that was the empire's capital. Although a sect is powerful overall, the number of cultivators in a single sect will never exceed 1 million, and this number will decrease as you go higher. Despite being the number one sect in the world, the 10,000 Immortals sect only has tens of thousands of members, and the vast majority of them are outer disciples. Therefore, compared to other empires, which have hundreds of millions of people, what does it matter if they are all ordinary people? It is precisely because they are ordinary people that cultivators appear so powerful. However, a large number of people also means more opportunities. So even if 99% of the people in the empire cannot cultivate, as long as the remaining 0.1% or even 0.01% of people are qualified to cultivate, their numbers will be much greater than those of the sects. Furthermore, most of the sect's disciples are selected from the empire, so the sect and the empire have a mutually beneficial relationship. When sects are in trouble, the empire will definitely step in, and when the empire suffers a disaster, the sects will certainly not stand idly by. Since Wanding Mountain could be built within the Longjayun Empire, the Longjayun Empire must have something it can't see through. After all, it is the empire closest to the Myriad Immortals sect. If this empire says it is not powerful, probably no one will believe it. At this point, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, his mentally challenged master, Master Xiang, hadn't arranged a princess as his fiancée. Otherwise, even if he had broken off the engagement, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave the empire and would have been drowned in the spittle of countless people. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur. In that case, I really will have to wander around the cultivation world. After all, the fiancés that Master Xiang found for him came from all over the world. If nothing unexpected happens, he will indeed be wandering around the cultivation world. Although there was no other way, Qin Feng had already come out, so he naturally wouldn't turn back. Looking at Li Shi beneath him, Qin Feng chuckled and said, "Brother Feng, we should go." "Good." Li Shi's simple, honest voice came from beneath them. Just as the two were full of confidence and about to leave, Su Yeyeo's somewhat speechless voice came from behind. "Could you two please separate for a bit? Husband, could you be a little more diligent? Constantly patting him, it'll have a bad influence on the child. Husband, come down quickly, how about we talk things out and get to know each other better?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned around and looked at Su Yeyeo behind him. Qin Feng said solemnly, Either you come up here, or you leave. You were the one who insisted on coming along, and I'm not trying to keep you here. No matter what, I can never be separated from my Feng Ji. Who else is your husband? I've already said the engagement will be called off sooner or later, so you'd better stop calling me that so affectionately. Qin Feng was not lying. No one can stop him from separating from Li Shi now and for a considerable period of time to come. Damn it, Li Shi is Qin Feng's leg. If he could, Qin Feng would want to cut off his lower body and transplant it into Li Shi's body. Although it's a bit disgusting, it also shows that Li Shi is really fast. If Qin Feng were alone, he probably wouldn't have even entered the vast desert yet. So now, apart from Go Sheng, no one can compare to Li Shi's status in Qin Feng's heart. You. Su Yaoyao was at a loss for words. But no matter how she looked at Li Shi and Qin Feng sitting on Li Shi, she felt disgusted. Qin Feng, why would you, a perfectly normal man, sit on someone's lap? And this person is a man. Don't you find it disgusting? Suddenly, Su Yaoyao had an urge to abduct Qin Feng, but considering that Li Shi's cultivation was indeed not weak, Su Yaoyao dared not act rashly. Looking at Li Shi's muscles, which even his clothes couldn't hide, Su Yaoyao couldn't help but start fantasizing again. Could it be that my husband has a taste for that? Ugh, this is even more disgusting. Su Yaoyao remained silent, so Qin Feng, without any reservations, smiled and said to Li Shi beneath him. Let's go. The three of them walked for another day and night, until finally Qin Feng couldn't resist and chose to rest in a forest. Although he didn't move at all, it must have been tiring to sit there. Most importantly, Qin Feng is hungry. The kind of feeling where you're both hungry and sleepy. After randomly grabbing two ordinary rabbits with no strength, Qin Feng began a barbecue feast. Li Shi disagreed, but Su Yaoyao was very curious. Looking at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression, she asked. Husband, why do you want to eat one? Why can't I have this? Do you think this rabbit is your pet? At this moment, Qin Feng looked at her as if she were an idiot. Is my eating an inconvenience to you? Isn't it a natural thing for people to eat? Chapter 66. No, my husband, what I mean is that we are all cultivators now, so why should we still eat mortal food? Eating these foods does us no good. On the contrary, we have to eliminate the impurities from the food, which is putting the cart before the horse. Su Yaoyao hasn't eaten much since she started fasting. The last time she ate was when Qin Feng brought her breakfast. She hasn't eaten it since, but Qin Feng is happy to save money. After hearing Su Yaoyao's explanation, Qin Feng looked at her even more like she was an idiot. You can skip meals, but I have to eat. I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator, a complete waste. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. A foundation establishment realm cultivator. Su Yaoyao's gaze toward Qin Feng became even stranger, and suddenly, a smile as melodious as a silver bell rang from her lips. Ha ha ha. Husband, don't tease me. If you are a foundation establishment cultivator, then are there any golden core cultivators left in the world? I've never heard of a foundation establishment cultivator knowing talismans and formations. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Li Shi, smelling the aroma of roasted rabbit, suddenly paused in surprise. This line sounds familiar. Let's not even talk about the fact that the minimum requirement for an array master is the nascent soul realm. As for talisman masters, although the requirements are not that high, you still need a massive amount of spiritual energy just to draw talismans. How could a foundation establishment realm cultivator possibly provide that? Su Yaoyao is right. For ordinary cultivators to learn formations or talismans, having talent is the minimum requirement, and they also need a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to maintain the formation or create talismans. The minimum cultivation level for alchemy and weapon crafting is the Qi refining realm, which is not too difficult and can be achieved by ordinary cultivators. As for formations and talismans, those are a bit more difficult. The requirement to become a talisman master is to reach the golden core realm. Even if a cultivator spends their entire life trying, they may not be able to reach the golden core realm. The requirements for formations are even more stringent, with the minimum requirement being a nascent soul cultivator. Nascent soul cultivators have already reached the upper middle level of combat power in ordinary sects, and even if they join the empire, they can obtain a 5th rank official position. As for kingdoms or even states, those must be powerful kings and nobles, since even the kings of some small countries haven't reached the nascent soul stage. Such cultivation is only the beginning of becoming an array master, which shows how difficult it is to become an array master. That is precisely why formations are the most difficult of the 4 professions. Talismans are secondary. And now Qin Feng, who is proficient in formations and talismans, is saying that he is only a foundation establishment cultivator. Who would believe that? Anyone who believes that is an idiot. Su Yayao, anyway, didn't believe it. Qin Feng felt helpless when faced with Su Yayao's suspicious gaze. These days, nobody believes the truth, so what can he do? Never mind, let's just eat. Looking at the roasted rabbit, which he had roasted to a golden brown, Qin Feng chuckled, took out a knife from his storage ring, cut the whole roasted rabbit in half, and threw one half to Li Shi. Li Shi chuckled and started eating. Although body tempering cultivators need a lot of energy, he didn't care whether he ate or not. After all, ordinary things could no longer provide him with energy, but since following Qin Feng, Li Shi had never missed a meal. So after so many days, Li Shi actually got used to eating. Watching the two devour their food, Su Yayao's face suddenly turned red. This earthly food looks so delicious. I have such an urge to take a bite. No, you can't eat this. If I eat that, wouldn't I be contradicting myself? But looking at the roasted rabbit, still dripping with oil and with an appearance that Michelin chefs love for its charred look, Su Yayao couldn't help but swallow hard. Why is it that none of the mortal foods I've seen before look as good or smell as good as Qin Feng's? My husband truly lives up to his name. Not only is he handsome and talented, but he can even cook. Where can you find a husband like this? In an instant, Su Yayao's affection for Qin Feng grew even stronger. In the end, Su Yayao couldn't resist. Looking at Qin Feng, who was enjoying his meal, she shyly asked. My lord, may I have a taste? Qin Feng glanced at her hesitantly, then asked. Didn't you say you weren't going to eat? Su Yayao's face flushed red again, and she lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Just then, rabbit meat was placed in front of her. Qin Feng said with some pain. Just one bite. No more. It's not good for girls to eat too much greasy food. Qin Feng's original intention was for Su Yayao to eat less, but upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Su Yayao suddenly smiled shyly. For a moment, Qin Feng was stunned by the sight of such an adorable little girl. This little girl is so cute. This prompted Qin Feng to say involuntarily. At most you can take 2 bites, no more than that. Su Yayao laughed heartily at this. Just as she spotted the spot where Qin Feng had bitten and was about to take a big bite of rabbit meat, a person suddenly ran out of the forest. This person was incredibly fast. By the time Qin Feng saw him, he was already right in front of him. You are... Qin Feng was puzzled and was about to ask the man who he was when he suddenly felt the weightlessness in his hand and saw the rabbit meat that had suddenly appeared in the man's hand. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little angry. Who are you? Why did you steal my rabbit? The man, with his mouth full of grease from eating, had no time to answer Qin Feng. Although his clothes looked expensive, the man ate like a beggar who hadn't eaten for months, and he did so without any pretense, his clothes covered in grease. However, after only a few bites, the man dared not eat any more. Feeling the two extremely terrifying auras, especially one that made people tremble, as if it were a mortal enemy, the man did not hesitate at all. He knelt down on the ground and obediently held the rabbit meat above his head. He also took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring. After swallowing the food in his mouth, the man cautiously said, "My name is Wang Biun. I was so hungry just now that I ate your food without your permission. Please forgive me. Here's 1,000 spirit stones as my apology, how about it?" In the cultivation world, one spirit stone is worth 100 gold coins, and for mortals, 100 gold coins is enough for a family of 3 to live on for a year. The price of this rabbit would at most be no more than 1 gold coin, but he bought it for 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price. Wang Biun believed that the other party would definitely forgive him. At the same time, Wang Biun also felt that the person in front of him was very stingy. It's just a rabbit, what's the big deal? Even if it's a gift to myself, right? Why show murderous intent towards it? Looking at the man and feeling the almost solidifying, dangerous aura in the air, Qin Feng smiled shyly and said softly, "Brother, do you realize you've chosen a wrong path? Ah, isn't that a bit unnecessary? It's just a rabbit, you don't have to kill me. How about I pay a little more money?" As he spoke, Wang Biun took out another bag of spirit stones, intending to give it to Qin Feng. 2,000 spirit stones to buy, half a rabbit. This half rabbit is probably the most expensive rabbit in the world. However, before the spirit stone could be handed to Qin Feng, it turned into a blue liquid in mid-air. Looking at the gloomy little girl in front of him, Wang Biun finally realized who he had offended. Chapter 67. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Wang Biun disregarded everything else, took out a small knife from his storage ring, cut off the part he had bitten, and then said respectfully, "Little sister, the rabbit is clean now, please have some. I think it's dirty." The rabbit they had almost caught was snatched away by Su Yayao, and at that moment, the expressions on Wang Biun and Qin Feng's faces suddenly froze. Seeing the rabbit lying on the ground, clearly inedible, Qin Feng immediately knelt down, his face contorted in pain, and said, "If you think it's dirty, then don't eat it. Give it to me. Why are you throwing it away? I'm still starving." Just as Qin Feng was filled with sorrow, Su Yayao's fist slammed into Wang Biun's face. For a moment, Qin Feng kept complaining, while Wang Biun was being tortured by Su Yayao. As for Li Shi, he watched the three of them with a hearty laugh. "A meal can even have entertainment, that's great." 10 minutes later, looking at Wang Biun, whose head had turned into a pig's head, Su Yayao finally let out a cold snort. "I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I'll beat you to death." As she spoke, Su Yayao picked up the spirit stone pouches scattered on the ground. "Fighting can even drop equipment, that's awesome." These are the spirit stones that Wang Biun kept taking out of his storage ring while begging for mercy, they must have totaled tens of thousands. However, even after contributing so many spirit stones, he still couldn't escape a severe beating. Qin Feng's second rabbit was almost ready, but he still wasn't full. "We can't go hungry." Wang Biun, whose head had been turned into a pig's head, didn't seem so sad. He even walked up to Qin Feng, about to say something with a grin, when the pain on his face made him gasp. Seeing this, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and said softly, "Speak, what do you want to do? They've already fought, and given us the spirit stones, so we can't be unreasonable." Upon seeing this, Wang Biun wanted to say something with a playful smile, but Mei Hua gasped again. Qin Feng looked at him as if he were a fool. "Why do I always encounter idiots around me? Oh no, if that's really the case, spending too much time with an idiot will make me an idiot too." The pain on his face made Wang Biun realize he couldn't laugh anymore. Looking at Qin Feng, Wang Biun suddenly picked up the rabbit meat that had fallen to the ground and gone cold, and then said in a serious tone. Could you please heat this up for me? It's still edible. Okay, now Qin Feng can confirm that this guy is an idiot. Taking the rabbit meat, Qin Feng quickly heated it up a couple of times and tossed it into his storage ring. He then cut the freshly roasted rabbit in half, giving one half to Wang Biun, and said softly. Eat it, it's clean. Qin Feng wouldn't waste a rabbit that was already dirty, even though he wouldn't eat it himself, because he still had Go Sheng in his storage ring. The leftovers will be taken care of in due time, being a dog at heart, it certainly won't mind. Wah-ah-ah. Looking at the clean rabbit meat, Wang Biun choked up, making Qin Feng look embarrassed. You silly child, you're just a rabbit, why are you crying? Qin Feng initially thought Wang Biun was moved, which explained his tears. However, after hearing Wang Biun's words, Qin Feng suddenly felt an urge to stab him. Damn it, I used all my savings, tens of thousands of spirit stones, to buy a rabbit. How can I not cry? Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at Su Yaoyao, who was still angry despite having put away all the spirit stones, and felt helpless. This has nothing to do with me. This little girl collected them all. With a mix of bitterness and lingering emotions, Wang Biun ate the rabbit. His face, which had been pale, suddenly gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Hey buddy, your roasted rabbit is pretty good. Why don't you come with me when you go to the Xiantian ruins later? I'll protect you, and you can just cook. The ruins of Xiantian. Qin Feng, however, grasped the key point in Wang Biun's words and asked softly. Is this the Xiantian ruins we want to visit? Isn't there only one Xiantian ruins? We should be going to that one. Then tell me about the characteristics of the Xiantian ruins you're going to. No wonder Wang Biun is a fool, he was easily tricked by Qin Feng and spilled everything he knew. If Qin Feng hadn't stopped him, he would have had to tell Qin Feng the identity information of his entire family. Only then did Qin Feng understand why there were so many cultivators along the way. It was all because of the Xiantian ruins. This Xiantian ruins is a newly excavated earth-level ruin. Although it cannot compare to a heaven-level ruin, it is still quite large. The classification of ruins and souls is the same, both belonging to the realm of heaven and earth, black and yellow. Among them, the Huang level site is naturally the smallest and the least dangerous. The most opportunities are found in the heavenly level ruins, but of course, the level of danger is also the highest. I've heard that there are immortal ruins in the cultivation world, but we won't discuss that for now. The so-called ruins are the places where cultivators are buried after they die. Generally, cultivators above the nascent soul realm do not like to be disturbed after death, so they will prepare their own tombs in advance. As cultivators, the ruins naturally contain resources that they did not use or did not want to give to others during their lifetime. However, since cultivators do not like to be disturbed, the tombs are naturally full of traps. Poison, hidden arrows, formations, puppets, demonic beasts. In short, anything with power would be used by the tomb owner. Generally speaking, the cultivators buried in yellow-level ruins are all cultivators at or above the nascent soul stage. The Xian-level ruins represent the out-of-body realm and the divine transformation realm. Most of the people Qin Feng knew, now that they're dead, could all create Xian-level ruins. If his cheap master were to die, that would be a heavenly level ruin. True Man Jiang. Earth-level ruins are for cultivators at the integration realm and tribulation transcending realm. Let's take Zhou Long as an example. Although it seems that the cultivator buried in the earth-level ruins is only one major realm higher than Zhou Long, the difference seems very small. However, the higher one goes in the cultivation world, the more difficult it becomes to cultivate. Therefore, even if it is the ruins of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, as long as he learns of it, Zhou Long will desperately enter the ruins to search for the treasures inside. As for Qin Feng, let alone a Class I ruin, even if he encountered a Class II ruin, he would eagerly rush in. Most cultivators in the cultivation world obtain cultivation resources in this way, and even Qin Feng is no exception. Although he still had some resources in his storage ring, he had now left the 10,000 Immortals sect and could only rely on himself for everything. So when Qin Feng learned about the site, he was quite excited. A prefecture-level archaeological site. What if I manage to obtain some resources from it and break through to a higher realm? Although his talent is only half that of an ordinary person, it is still quite fast for Qin Feng to cultivate. After all, Qin Feng is a man who persevered despite having no talent whatsoever in his training. As for Wang Baiun's identity, he revealed it all himself. It was clearly his good fortune that he, a scion of a prestigious family, with cultivation at the golden core stage, was not killed by Su Yayao. As for why he was so hungry, according to Wang Baiun, he encountered a level 3 demon beast, the wave tiger, on the road and was chased all the way. After a frantic escape for more than 10 days. If you're still not hungry after this, then that's amazing. Chapter 68. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze towards Wang Baiun was incredibly gentle. A golden core cultivator. Although cultivators of this level can be called minor geniuses, compared to those cultivators who reach the nascent soul or divine transformation realms at the age of several decades, Wang Baiun in front of them is definitely a piece of trash. Wang Baiun, is that polite of you? Don't ask him why he's so excited, the last bandit leader said. He was furious. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to remember something and whispered to the two people beside him. Do you two know that he is a golden core cultivator? At this moment, Li Shi asked in return. Can't you see it, little brother? Su Yayao also looked at her with a questioning gaze, and Qin Feng laughed at that moment. How many times have I told myself that I'm just a foundation establishment stage waste? How could I possibly know his strength? Even a golden core stage cultivator is much stronger than a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Hee. Qin Feng is at the foundation establishment stage. Nobody would believe that. By this time, Wang Baiun had finished eating the rabbit. Looking at the three cultivators in front of him whose levels he could not detect, he thought for a moment and then spoke. Since the three of you and I are going to the same site, why don't we go together? It'll be better if there are more of us to help each other out. His words only earned him 3 eye rolls. Li Shi, Golden Core Realm. Little brother, you should hone your skills more. The path of cultivation is long, let's not team up this time. Su Yayao, useless. Qin Feng, dude, your skills don't match your words. Halfway through his sentence, Qin Feng suddenly realized something. What right does a foundation establishment cultivator like him have to say such things? However, it would be too risky to let Wang Baiun, who was at the golden core stage, join the team. A team should only have one useless person, and that useless person was Qin Feng. If we have another useless person, we'll definitely be distracted during the battle. Oh, I see. Being rejected by 3 people at the same time, even the thick-skinned Wang Baiun felt extremely ashamed for a moment. I feel looked down upon. Excuse me, I hope we'll meet again someday. After bowing to the 3 men, Wang Baiun left in tears. You asked him why he was crying? Well, he spent years saving up spirit stones just to eat a rabbit. Anyone would cry in that situation. What? You're asking if he's sad about being rejected by 3 people? Wang Baiun said it was normal. The youngest little girl among the 3 could beat him up, so how strong the other 2 were, well, that doesn't need an explanation. Watching Wang Baiun leave, Qin Feng smiled and said to the 2 of them. Although a prefecture-level site isn't particularly powerful, it's still a rare find. Since we've come across it, we should definitely take a look. We're setting off too. Good. As he spoke, Li Shi picked up Qin Feng and looked ready to pounce. He has a terrible sense of direction, a fact that even amnesia can't change. So, For Li Shi, Qin Feng is his map. Wherever Qin Feng tells him to go, he goes. He just needs to quietly carry out the orders. All right, let's go then. Qin Feng had a look of joy on his face. 1 minute later, Wang Biun looked at Qin Feng and the other two, and said somewhat speechlessly. So the three of you don't even know where the prefecture-level ruins are located? Yes, after thinking about it carefully, the site we're going to isn't the one you mentioned, which is why I came to ask you for the address. Although it's a little embarrassing to talk about, Qin Feng bravely admitted it. Speechless, Wang Biun handed Qin Feng a map. Just as he was about to look up and say something, the three figures in front of him had vanished. Wow, they run pretty fast. In fact, Qin Feng and his two companions were already very close to the ruins. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the ruins marked on the map. Looking at the thousands of cultivators before him, Qin Feng nodded solemnly. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the location of the prefecture-level ruins. Li Shi, Su Yeyao. I feel like you're talking nonsense. The area is surrounded by forests, but this is the only place with many people. If this isn't a prefecture-level ruin, then where is it? Is it in the sky? Then, to the even more astonishment of the two, a grand gate suddenly appeared in the sky, and a majestic voice resounded throughout all the cultivators. The ruins left by the ancient cultivators in the mountains. If any descendants wish to use the resources tens of millions of years later, please feel free to do so. However, we will need to go through many trials. At this moment, the two men's eyes had become strange. Goodness, I never imagined these ruins really did appear from the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators became extremely fervent. Wan Tian, an ancient cultivator, wasn't he a peak tribulation transcending realm cultivator? This earth-level ruin is actually the highest-scale earth-level ruin. Even ordinary heaven-level ruins can't compare to Wan Tian's ruins. Wan Tian? Is that the ancient sword immortal Wan Tian who said, I have a sword that can cleave the heavens, and even immortals bow before me? His last battle was apparently a challenge against a Mahayana realm cultivator, a battle beyond his level. He defeated his opponent but was severely injured, and ultimately died when his primordial spirit collapsed. I've heard that Wan Tian has two supreme treasures. One is his Wan Tian sword, a divine weapon of unparalleled sharpness, the other is the Wevo sword technique, which he cultivates, and I've heard it's a heaven-level technique. If I have either one, I can break through to the nascent soul realm. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The group of cultivators were clearly very useful. Even if they didn't know Qin Feng or anything like that, they now understood who the owner of this ruin was and what kind of glory he once had. Once one cultivator knows about this, eventually all cultivators will know. Looking down and touching his temples, Qin Feng said softly. A sword immortal? That looks amazing. Just as Qin Feng was speaking, a small blue figure suddenly walked out from the gate. The little man kept his eyes tightly closed, seemingly unwilling to see these cultivators. The mouth didn't move, but the childish voice reached everyone's ears. The first test, a talent test. Suddenly, a virtual gate appeared on the ground, and the little man's voice came again. Please come to the Wanchen ruins, cultivators. The first test is about to begin. Please walk through the testing gate. Only cultivators whose talent is recognized are qualified to enter the ruins. Compared to the countless excited cultivators, Qin Feng froze on the spot for a moment. After a long pause, he said with a grim expression. Talent test. Isn't this making things difficult for honest people? Let's just skip this site. As Qin Feng spoke, he tried to walk out, leaving Li Shi and Su Yeyao completely bewildered. Young man, you've come to the wrong place. Where are you going, my husband? The two clearly did not believe that Qin Feng's talent was weak. They had always thought that Qin Feng was joking, but was their reaction today a bit excessive? At this moment, Qin Feng's extremely aggrieved voice suddenly came. This ruin is bullying people. Chapter 69. In the end, Qin Feng didn't leave either, and he couldn't explain why. He felt that he had lived so long and had never seen a historical site, so he had to go at least once. If we don't come this time, what if we encounter a site with such a challenge again next time? Wouldn't we have to run away again? But watching the cultivators being eliminated one after another, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe I should just give up. These people are definitely more talented than me. If they can't pass, how could I possibly pass? Just as Qin Feng was wondering what to do, the villain's voice suddenly came over again. Friendly reminder, when passing through the testing gate, cultivators are encouraged to use their strongest methods. This way, even if your talent is lacking, you might still be accepted by the gate. Upon hearing the woman's words, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that using tricks can also be recognized. In an instant, countless impressive moves were unleashed by the cultivators. Finally, some cultivators passed the test and waited on the sidelines. At this time, Li Shi and Su Yayao had both passed the test. As top disciples of a first-class power, their talents were naturally beyond question and extremely powerful. Without using any special moves, the two of them didn't even need to move. They simply walked to the virtual gate, and the virtual gate automatically appeared behind them, simultaneously announcing that their talents had been approved. Not only Li Shi and Su Yayao, but there were also quite a few other figures on the scene who were also at the gate, which suggests that their talents were also extraordinary. Qin Feng was not surprised to see this. A site with a tribulation transcending realm level is definitely one of the strongest sites. It would not be surprising if such a site attracted several tribulation transcending realm cultivators, and it would be natural for a cultivator with great talent to appear there. For some reason, Qin Feng always felt that someone among that group of extraordinary talents was watching him. It's creepy. As for who that person was, Qin Feng couldn't say. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it, that's Qin Feng's consistent approach. Looking at the gate not far from him, he murmured. The strongest move. With that, Qin Feng walked directly towards the virtual gate. Stop about 10 meters in front of the gate and quietly watch it. At this moment, a group of cultivators also murmured. Could it be yet another peerless genius who can move the door? This kid looks so handsome, he must be a prodigy from some top sect or reclusive family. We were really careless this time, we didn't expect so many prodigies to appear. Whose fault is this? It can only be said that we lack talent. A group of cultivators talked at length about their sorrows, lamenting that this time, the earth-level ruins had truly produced far too many geniuses. With so many powerful figures around, it was clearly impossible for them to eat meat, they would be lucky to even get a sip of soup. However, precisely because the first test is to assess talent, it can serve as a warning to them about which cultivators are powerful and monstrous. When they enter the ruins and encounter these powerful individuals, they can simply run away. Anyway, I definitely can't beat them. It was a pity for a group of exceptionally talented and powerful cultivators. They were hiding their talents very well before, but now it seems there's no need to hide them anymore. Then, all we can do in the ruins is kill and loot. At this time, Qin Feng was the center of attention because of his appearance. Countless eyes were fixed on him, making Qin Feng somewhat nervous. Taking a deep breath, and thinking of his status as the senior disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, Qin Feng said softly. Strange phenomena have occurred. As he spoke, Qin Feng took a step forward. Upon seeing this, the cultivators couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly a few times. I thought he was a prodigy, but it seems he's just like us. We still have to walk on our own. Yes, 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 it really scared me to death. With so many monsters around, we might not even get a chance to drink the soup. I still have to walk myself. This person isn't much of a threat. This. However, before the group of cultivators could finish speaking, their faces were filled with horror as they looked at the suddenly changed color of the sky and earth. What's this? At this moment, the entire sky was covered by purple clouds, and the mysterious aura made even a group of self-important demons change color. Qin Feng took another step, unleashing the dragon and phoenix auspiciousness technique with ferocity. Suddenly, a dragon and a phoenix flew down from the sky. The two divine beasts roared at the countless cultivators. At this moment, some cultivators couldn't help but fall to the ground, their faces filled with panic. Dragon, Phoenix. Good heavens, what's going on? Is the world going to end? We don't even have technology yet. The monks were so nervous that they even started talking nonsense. A group of prodigies wiped the sweat from their faces, gazing at the two somewhat illusory divine beasts at the edge, and murmured. Thankfully it's just a celestial phenomenon, not real. Unfortunately, before they could finish speaking, Qin Feng took 3 more steps forward. It moves without wind, Buddha roars, immortals descend. 2 astonishing phenomena appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, even the most extraordinary beings were speechless, staring incredulously at the 2 great deities. They exclaimed in surprise. This is an immortal? And a Buddha? My goodness! Who is this man? He possesses several of the extraordinary celestial phenomena that even ordinary prodigies don't possess. I'm so envious. Has some powerful faction started training in air to crush the weaker opponents again? Even the demon couldn't sit still any longer. If it were just a cultivator experiencing a celestial phenomenon, they would at most be surprised, but now. The sky and the earth were filled with strange phenomena of Qin Feng. What could they do? At this moment, the group of cultivators didn't even know how to praise Qin Feng. It's too scary to praise. A young monk stared incredulously at the Buddha behind Qin Feng. After a long while, this successor of Buddhism, who was also a prodigy, suddenly burst into tears. The true Buddha has descended to earth. Amitabha! Is our Buddhist sect about to rise again? There was more than one monk present, and they may not have known each other, but that did not stop them from bursting into tears. I saw the true Buddha, and the true Buddha saw me. Countless monks dream of cultivating themselves for 1,000 years and becoming a true Buddha, but how many monks can actually become Buddhas? However, precisely because of this, the monks' faith was far stronger than that of ordinary monks. The moment they saw the Buddha behind Qin Feng, the monks present were already captivated. Similarly, they also admired Qin Feng. Without Qin Feng, they would never have seen the Buddha they so longed for. In the hearts of all the monks, Qin Feng is a true Buddha, only he hasn't realized it yet. However, the monks believed that Qin Feng would one day become a true Buddha. However, that's not all. Qin Feng took a step forward, and with a beastly roar, the Qilin entered the world. The group of cultivators were completely numb as they stared at the Qilin, the king of beasts. Let this monster unleash all his tricks, they've already adapted to them. He stepped onto the head of the Qilin, and at that moment, countless profound mysteries of the Great Dao appeared on Qin Feng's body. The truth surrounded him, making Qin Feng appear even more unfathomable. He was now just one step away from the gate. Although Qin Feng, sitting atop the Qilin, casually glanced at the virtual gate, he was actually terrified inside. My own extraordinary phenomena have all appeared. If my talent is still not up to par, then who can I complain to? If he can't even pass the first test, what will people think of him then? At this moment, Qin Feng was even thinking that if he still couldn't pass the talent test, he would have to bring out all his ancestors. With so many patriarchs in the Wangxian sect, Qin Feng refused to believe that they couldn't subdue Wang Tian, who was only at the tribulation transcending realm. We're all dead, who's afraid of who? Just as Qin Feng was feeling uneasy, the virtual gate testing everyone's talents suddenly collapsed, and Qin Feng himself disappeared. Chapter 70. It disappeared. Upon seeing Qin Feng suddenly disappear, Su Yaoyao and Li Shi were the first to react, and the two had already arrived in front of the little man. Neither of them looked well, especially Su Yaoyao, who now held a whip about 5 meters long. Su Yaoyao said anxiously. Quickly. Where has Qin Feng gone? Li Shi, who was lined up on one side, suddenly said with a strange expression. It seems my name is Qin Feng, Miss Su, you've given me the wrong name again. A hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Su Yaoyao's face, followed by a murderous glint in her eyes as she said. Where did that person go? Tell me now. Li Shi also threatened from the side. If you don't tell me where my little brother is going, I don't mind demolishing this site. As he spoke, Li Shi moved and suddenly his clothes ripped off. Golden, gleaming muscles appeared directly before everyone's eyes. Then everyone heard a woman's voice exceeding 200 decibels. Ah! Put your clothes on quickly. A minute later, Li Shi, touching his swollen face, suddenly sighed. Women are tigers. Suddenly I understand why my little brother's orientation is abnormal. At this moment, a group of monks suddenly appeared in front of the little man, and the one leading them was that monstrous monk. This monk was quite handsome, with a dignified face, red lips, and white teeth. He was clearly an extremely upright person. Amitabha. After reciting a Sanskrit phrase, he also said aloud. Sword spirit, what have you done to the Buddha's disciple? Buddha's disciple. At this moment, Li Shi and Su Yaoyao's expressions began to turn strange, especially Su Yaoyao, who looked down at the monk and said. Who is this Buddhist disciple you're talking about, the one chanting scriptures? It is the man who just summoned countless celestial phenomena, he is the Buddha we have been searching for. The monk Wuxin didn't look at Su Yaoyao once throughout the entire process, and simply said indifferently. How could my husband be a Buddhist disciple? You're lying. Su Yaoyao was furious and picked up her whip, ready to lash him. If Qin Feng is some kind of Buddhist monk, how can he possibly get married? Wouldn't I become a living widow then? Therefore, Qin Feng absolutely cannot be a Buddhist monk. Even if he's a monk, I'll force him back. Just as the whip was about to strike the heartless monk, the little blue figure opened its eyes and said with a joyful expression. It's actually a once-in-a-millennium, incredibly powerful prodigy. Now, I, Wan Tian, finally have a successor. Ha ha ha, only a prodigy like him is worthy of my talents. Hearing the villain's words, Su Yaoyao stopped what she was doing and said respectfully. Senior, is Chigwa, the person from just now. At this moment, the little man had already closed his eyes, and simply said. He has already entered the ruins ahead of time. I urge all cultivators to speed up the testing of your talents. Only after all your talents have been tested will I open the gate to the ruins. Upon hearing the villain's words, some cultivators naturally disagreed and repeatedly said. Why was that person able to enter the ruins without waiting? Astounded as they were, and as strange celestial phenomena as they were, they would absolutely not back down when it came to their own interests. Qin Feng entered the site ahead of time, while they still had to wait outside. At the current pace, it would take at least another 15 minutes to complete all the measurements. What if Qin Feng takes all the good stuff? So naturally they were not convinced. After the monk spoke indignantly, the little man suddenly walked up to him, opened his eyes again, and his eyes were devoid of desire. The cultivator, whose strength was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, immediately knelt on the ground, his face filled with panic. What's wrong with me? At this moment, the little man spoke softly but with an air of authority. If your talent were the same as his, I would let you in earlier. The cultivator was momentarily speechless. Just based on the extraordinary phenomenon Qin Feng just witnessed, even if I were to spend hundreds of years of my lifespan, I still couldn't become like him. Quietly observing everyone, the little man continued. Then let's continue with the test. Looking at the little man, one of the masked women among the demons suddenly laughed. I never knew my husband was such a genius. I need to speed things up too. At this moment, another masked woman spoke in a cold voice. I didn't expect him to be such a genius. It seems that the senior brother of the 10,000 Immortals sect isn't as useless as my aunt said. But geniuses are meant to be trampled underfoot. I will kill this boy. I'll use the Myriad Heaven Sword of the Myriad Heavens Deus to kill him. Although both women had their eyes on Qin Feng, without exception, no one knew what they were planning to do. While the cultivators outside were still testing their talents, Qin Feng had already entered the ruins. The strange phenomena surrounding him had vanished. Looking at the pitch-black cave before him, Qin Feng murmured helplessly. Could it be that I was punished for being too arrogant? That shouldn't be the case. My strength and talent are both lacking. Isn't it reasonable for me to use a celestial phenomenon to make up for my worthlessness? And this strange phenomenon is all bark and no bite, it's useless except for showing off. It's not like I should be locked in a dark room. Just as Qin Feng was talking to himself, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared before him. Following the light, Qin Feng officially entered the ruins. The cave he was in was initially very dark, but as time went on, the scene in front of him became brighter and brighter. Finally, staring at the blindingly bright golden light, Qin Feng murmured to himself. This is... At the deepest part of the Wanchen ruins. Compared to the magnificent ruins on the outside, this deepest part of the site appears rather desolate, even bleak. Because there's only one coffin here. But without a doubt, this coffin is the most valuable item in the Wanchen ruins. Because the coffin contained not only the Wu technique, a heaven-level cultivation technique that everyone envies, but also the Wanchen sword, the famous weapon of Wanchen Daoran. If an ordinary cultivator obtains either one of these two, they can instantly take flight on the spot. At least until you reach the tribulation transcending realm, you won't have to worry about the realm barrier anymore. Having obtained a heaven-level cultivation technique, the cultivation speed increased several times over, making 1 day's progress faster than 6 days. As for the Myriad Heavens sword, that's formidable. Aside from body-refining cultivators, any ordinary cultivator who obtains the Myriad Heavens sword can at least fight across a major realm. As a supreme treasure, it naturally possesses such power. Wan Tian's ability to defeat a Mahayana realm cultivator despite being of a higher level is naturally deeply connected to these two supreme treasures. Of course, it is extremely difficult to gain the recognition of such a treasure. The cultivation technique itself has no independent thought, but the magical artifact, the Myriad Heavens sword, has developed its own independent thinking. People choose magical artifacts, and magical artifacts will also choose people. The little blue figure that everyone encountered before was also it. Only by gaining its complete recognition can they obtain the heavenly level cultivation technique in it. The Wanchen ruins have existed for at least 1,000 years and have appeared several times, but the Wanchen sword has never been obtained, and even the heaven-level cultivation technique is still lying quietly in the coffin. However, this treasure was quite excited today. Looking at the handsome young man before him, the sword spirit of the Myriad Heavens sword, the little blue figure, murmured. Maybe this way we can get out. Chapter 71. So what if they have great talent? Haven't we encountered plenty of talented cultivators in the past 1,000 years? In the end, they still couldn't meet your standards, they all failed, and in the end, they still ended up in my stomach. At this moment, a cold voice appeared behind the little man. The little man, who had been quite happy, suddenly tightened his lips and said coldly. So you want to stay here until you die, Zhu Yan? A monkey-like creature suddenly crawled out of the coffin and said with a sneer. What's wrong with staying here until I die? My master is so powerful, it's my honor to accompany him for the rest of my life. Accompany your master? I think you want to kill all those cultivators and seize their life source. The living creature is named Zhu Yan. The world only knows that Wan Tian Dao Ren has a first-level cultivation technique called Wu Wo and a world-shaking divine sword called Wan Tian Jian. But they didn't know that Wan Tian Dao Ren also had a spirit pet named Zhu Yan. Although it is not a purebred Zhu Yan, this Zhu Yan's bloodline power is extremely strong, and its cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, because he devoured the life essence of cultivators, his cultivation level was about to break through. Looking at the creature, the little blue figure became even more sarcastic. You plotted to leak the news of the master's ruins, attracting countless powerful cultivators, then assigning them impossible tasks, and finally killing them to seize their life essence. You claimed to be willing to die to accompany your master, but your strength only grew stronger. Zhu Yan, is this your concern for your master? Despite being mocked by the sword spirit, Zhu Yan wasn't angry, she simply chuckled and said, I'm doing this all for you, myriad heaven's sword spirit. I, Zhu Yan, have always planned to stay with my master for the rest of my life, even if it means staying here until I die. But you're different. As the renowned divine weapon of the world, the myriad heaven's sword, you are naturally unwilling to end your life in a ruin. You want to find a new master, and then once again unleash your devastating power, making the entire cultivation world remember your name. It is true that I have devoured the essence of many cultivators, but it was also so that I could see you and the selfless technique find their next master. At this point, the white-headed, red-footed Zhu Yan suddenly floated around the sword spirit, its huge mouth splitting open in a wide grin, and it laughed. Think about it, if I die first, can this ruin still exist? You can resist cultivators at the nascent soul or out-of-body stages. But what if they are at the spirit division or even tribulation transcending stages? If they forcibly claim ownership, can you tolerate it? Wouldn't it just end in a lose-lose situation? Furthermore, what do you mean by an impossible mission? If they can't even complete those missions, do you really think Wan Tianjian would even look favorably upon them? Hearing Zhu Yan's words, the sword spirit's eyes gradually closed, eventually turning into a silent sigh. Zhu Yan wore a victorious smile, then turned to look at the handsome human surrounded by gold. He gasped and said coldly, but then again, this human's talent is truly formidable. He possesses several extraordinary celestial phenomena simultaneously, and even the first level of the test dares not approach him. Even if the master were alive, he wouldn't be able to rival him. Wan Tianjian, it seems you really can get out this time. Mentioning Qin Feng, Wan Tianjian's face finally softened. At that moment, it floated to Zhu Yan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with it. The sword spirit said, I can't guarantee the same for anyone else, but for the person before me, I'm certain his talent far surpasses my master's. However, it seems that only his talent surpasses. But would you be willing to let me out? If I really leave, the myriad heaven's ruins will be useless, and you won't be able to obtain the life essence. I, Zhu Yan, am not such a petty person. The years I have spent devouring the source have been enough for me to live for a considerable period of time. Looking at the sky filled with gold, Zhu Yan said calmly. He should have no problem with the gold spirit stone hurdle. Since he has such a powerful talent, he must be from a wealthy family and not short of money. This level should be, Zhu Yan hadn't finished speaking when, looking at the humans carrying gold in front of him, even he couldn't help but mutter. What's going on? The little blue figure, looking at the handsome human in the scene with some disbelief, whispered. He wouldn't even let go of these small fortunes. Now it seems that all that's going on is his exceptional talent. I'm starting to lose hope in this human being. Inside the cave, Qin Feng was grinning from ear to ear. He carried one gold spirit stone after another into his storage ring, laughing heartily as he did so. Haha, luckily I brought a large storage ring with me this time, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to hold so many gold spirit stones. Speaking of which, there are rather few spirit stones here. Most of it is gold. Gold can only circulate in mortal cities, and it's not very useful to us cultivators. Despite saying that, Qin Feng still chuckled and put the gold into his storage ring. Talking is one thing, taking things is another, the two don't interfere with each other. Anyway, everything here is free, so take as much as you can. Then I'll have to travel all over the cultivation world, and the wealth and treasures I'll need will definitely be enormous. He's only at the foundation establishment stage now, and there are still many places where he needs to spend money. Just the cost of food alone, how much money would he and Li Shi have to spend? As the saying goes, you don't know the cost of firewood and rice until you're in charge of the household. Li Shi has something wrong with his head. Right now, the financial power can only be handed over to him. Now there's also Su Yayao. Although this little loli doesn't eat much, we've bought her a lot of weird little gadgets these past few days. It's all money being spent. Moreover, considering that the little girl started eating solid food today, and might get used to it in the future, that's another invisible expense. Thinking about this, even Qin Feng couldn't help but ponder it seriously. We still need to find a chance to call off the little girl's engagement. Women are such a drain on resources. A loser like me, poor and pathetic, can't afford to support any woman. All of them have to call off the engagements. After saying that, Qin Feng started working hard again, moving gold bricks. Although there were many gold spirit stones in the cave, Qin Feng still managed to carry them into his storage ring box by box. Although his cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage, for some reason, Qin Feng had inexhaustible strength whenever he moved these gold spirit stones. In no time, Qin Feng had taken all the treasures from the cave. Looking at the neat and even somewhat clean cave, even Qin Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. Is this what you call clean? After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng took out 10 gold coins from his storage ring, reluctantly took out 3 more, threw the remaining 7 gold coins on the ground, and then said with a smile. That way, those cultivators won't curse anymore. Thinking about it, Chigwa, am really generous. Watching Qin Feng's performance, the beast and the sword spirit were somewhat ashamed. I won't curse, but you took all my gold spirit stones, 1,000 years worth of reserves. Gone. Leaving them a few gold coins, you're being generous, my foot. For a time, Zhu Yan had a profound influence on this red melon. After all, so many spirit stones and gold belonged to him. However, despite his unpleasant expression, what intrigued Zhu Yan even more was why the golden trap hadn't been triggered. Why hasn't that evil dragon appeared? Doesn't he love shiny things the most? So many spirit stones and gold have been taken by this kid, why hasn't he shown up yet? Could it be that it's hibernating? It's not even winter yet. Would a dragon be so sleepy in the middle of summer? Chapter 72. The golden spirit stones are naturally a test, as there is a vicious dragon with a cultivation level in the late nascent soul stage among these golden spirit stones. This evil dragon was a monster that Zhu Yan had subdued before. Although it wasn't very strong, it was more than capable of being the boss of the second level. After all, dragons are born to be the strongest among demonic beasts. Even a dragon in the late nascent soul stage would be a formidable opponent for most cultivators in the out-of-body stage. As soon as any cultivator harbors greedy thoughts, this evil dragon will awaken from its slumber and kill all those who steal its treasures. However, generally speaking, not many cultivators are greedy for this money. Since they were able to come to this ruin, they were obviously not monks who were short of money. Their talent is undeniable, and most of them come from privileged families. So basically no one has died in this level, and all the treasures have remained in their original locations, except that today seems to be an exception. Why didn't the evil dragon appear? It can't be that they starved to death because they haven't made a move in a long time, right? Although speechless at Qin Feng, the blade spirit still said softly. He has celestial phenomena that summon dragons and phoenixes. Is that why the evil dragon didn't appear? So that's how it is. The evil dragon must have known about his dragon might, which is why it didn't appear. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yan's eyes suddenly showed a hint of understanding. If that's the case, then it's understandable that the evil dragon doesn't dare to make a move. After all, this evil dragon's bloodline isn't very strong. The dragon bloodline of the celestial phenomenon will definitely make it feel fear. For a moment, Zhu Yan was no longer puzzled. He kept his eyes fixed on Qin Feng and said softly. Even if he gets through this hurdle by luck, he will definitely not get through the next one if he is still up to no good. My master once said that only those cultivators who wish to inherit his legacy must be righteous and upright. Those with wicked intentions shall be executed without mercy. This third trial is definitely the most challenging for cultivators. Most cultivators have died in this trial before, ha ha ha. Zhu Yan was happiest when the topic turned to the dead. Because the life essence of all the human cultivators who died in the Wanqian ruins would eventually be devoured by him and become part of his lifespan. When the third level was mentioned, the sword spirit's gaze towards Zhu Yan also revealed disgust. The seemingly harmless source of spiritual energy contains the demonic energy of the demon race. Anyone who is greedy and dares to devour this source will be consumed by the demonic energy. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth have no effect on this demonic energy. Only you could come up with such a disgusting method. The master did say that the inheritance would only be given to those with righteous spirit, but who could resist the temptation of such free cultivation? The sword spirit didn't have any great hatred for Zhu Yan, but it disliked him because Zhu Yan's methods were too extreme. Over the past 1,000 years, it has encountered a few cultivators it liked. Although their cultivation levels were not high, it was because they were young. However, what happened? In the end, they all fell to Zhu Yan, and there was nothing it could say about it. Because Zhu Yan did indeed do it for it, and also for Wanqian Dao Ren. If anyone could easily obtain the legacy of Wanqian Dao Ren, then what right would Wanqian Dao Ren have to be called an unparalleled sword immortal? Zhu Yan never minded the sword spirit's words, and simply chuckled as she said. Not at all, the cultivation world is an extremely dangerous world. I'm just doing this to help them grow up faster. If someone dares to devour cultivation that's offered up, wouldn't they be a fool? Time flies, and an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a group of cultivators who had passed the test finally entered the Wanqian ruins. Unlike Qin Feng, who arrived in a dark cave, they found themselves in a bright hall. The main hall was like a beginner's village, with nothing but countless small paths. Clearly, there is no treasure here. Because Qin Feng entered halfway through, a group of cultivators all tried to speed up and surpass him. After all, Qin Feng's talent is undeniable. If he is indeed chosen by Wanqian Dao Ren, what chance will anyone else have? The most precious things about Wanqian Dao Ren are his sword and his martial arts techniques. However, when the cultivators actually entered the Wanqian ruins, they discovered that things were not as simple as they had thought. Here, they have no way to fly. Not only did they lose the ability to fly, they even lost the ability to accelerate. In this place, it seems they can only walk slowly. Having realized this, all the cultivators no longer had any intention of chasing Qin Feng, but simply chose a small path to walk forward according to their own ideas. Most cultivators chose to travel in groups, since having more people meant more support, while some chose to act alone. Su Yayao and Li Shi rushed straight onto a road and disappeared from sight. At this moment, the two masked women who were inextricably linked to Qin Feng also prepared to leave. As they were leaving, the two of them chose the same path. They exchanged a glance, then abandoned their initial reasoning and instead headed towards either side of the road. Just as she entered the road, some mysterious and profound characters suddenly appeared in Suanji's hand. These characters also served as lighting, illuminating the dark road. Looking at the characters, she suddenly seemed to understand something, and chuckled softly. So, you were a rival in love. Let me think, such cold eyes, oh dear, they're from the Mo family. And that murderous aura, they're not here to fulfill a marriage agreement. So they're not a rival after all. But now Qin Feng is in trouble. Aren't the Mo family the best at severing emotional ties to exchange for the great Dao? But this woman doesn't seem to like you either, so why kill her? You won't get the great Dao this way, will you? The characters in her hand began to change, and the woman said with a smile. How about we do some calculations? On the other side, Mou from the Mo family said coldly. The young lady of the divine calculation pavilion? So mysterious, no wonder we can't see through her. What are you doing here at the divine calculation pavilion? If this person dares to stop me from killing Qin Feng, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Suddenly, a sword radiating a bluish light appeared in his hand, and Mou solemnly swore. This time, I am determined to get both Qin Feng's head and Wan Tian Dao Ren's Wan Tian sword. The group of monks walked for a whole day and still hadn't found their way out of the road. Although some of them complained, they had to keep going since they had already walked all day. The road ahead is long, so we must not give up, and the same applies to life. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had also been walking all day, saw light again. Qin Feng froze on the spot, staring at the countless shimmering silver floating objects in front of him. This is the source of spiritual power. Chapter 73. He was well informed and naturally recognized these things, but that was precisely why Qin Feng was so surprised. If there is anything in the world that can improve a cultivator's cultivation level free of charge and without any side effects, then that thing is very likely the source of spiritual energy. The source of spiritual power. The silvery floating substance produced by the mutation of top-grade spirit stone ore, although it looks like silvery haze, resembles a harmful substance. But as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Although it looks dangerous, this thing is definitely one of the best things in the cultivation world. Generally speaking, cultivators below the nascent soul realm only need to devour a ball of spiritual energy to break through a minor realm. In the cultivation world, only perfect elixirs and the enlightenment bestowed upon powerful cultivators can rival the effects of this. Cultivators at the nascent soul realm and above can break through their realm by absorbing a few wisps of spiritual energy. Although there are many legendary spiritual fruits in the cultivation world, consuming just one can break through a major realm, or even break through several major realms in succession. However, such a fruit is something that ordinary people rarely encounter in their lifetime, and most of them have no effect after eating it once. However, the source of spiritual energy is different. This substance will enhance cultivation no matter when or how many times it is used. In other words, as long as you have enough spiritual energy, even if you are just a Qi refining cultivator, you can directly cultivate to the point of ascension to immortality. However, if one goes straight into the tribulation without any preparation, they'll most likely perish. In the world of cultivation, while the source of spiritual energy is not as hard to find as those heavenly fruits, it is still definitely a rare item. Most cultivators probably don't know about this. Qin Feng was able to recognize the source of spiritual energy because he had absorbed it once before. As the number one sect in the world, the Myriad Immortals sect naturally possesses many treasures, including many items that have disappeared from the outside world. The Myriad Immortals sect likely has a great deal of these. To be honest, Qin Feng's storage ring still contained some spiritual energy source, which is why he was so excited when he saw so much spiritual energy source. If he were to devour all of this spiritual energy, what level would his cultivation reach? Qin Feng even felt that the nascent soul realm was beckoning to him. As a pragmatist, Qin Feng naturally dislikes empty talk. Seeing so much spiritual energy, he took out a pill from his pocket, put it in his mouth, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to refine these sources of energy. As for the pill in his mouth, it was an ordinary but perfect spirit-gathering pill. The essence of spiritual power is still spiritual power, and the function of the spirit gathering pill is to quickly absorb spiritual power. With the perfect spirit gathering pill, Qin Feng's speed of absorbing spiritual energy source can be increased by at least 10 times. This is equivalent to him transforming from a half-useless, half-normal cultivator into 5 normal cultivators. The cultivation process is incredibly fast. At this moment, his aura became increasingly unstable, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, attracting countless specks of dust. He's about to break through. Just as Qin Feng was frantically absorbing spiritual energy, a group of cultivators finally arrived at the second level. The second challenge is where Qin Feng encounters countless golden spirit stones, but the once magnificent place now appears somewhat desolate. However, the group of cultivators didn't care about this. Looking at the familiar faces around them, the cultivators' expressions were also very unpleasant. Damn it, so choosing any path would lead to this point? Isn't that ridiculous? If that's the case, then why build so many roads? To prevent traffic jams? To prevent stampedes? Right now, unless you give me a heaven-level cultivation technique or the myriad heaven's sword, nothing can heal my wounded soul. A group of cultivators were grumbling incessantly, clearly very angry. They all made a firm decision to choose this path, and they were always on tenterhooks, afraid of any traps. And so far, we've all been safe and sound, but everyone else is safe and sound too, and we've all ended up in the same place. What was the point of them being so worried before? Is it fun? Now that we've come this far, this place must have some reason for being here. A slender man chuckled and said, I possess a pseudo-spiritual root, which makes me naturally more sensitive to spiritual energy. I can sense the rich spiritual energy here, so there must be some extraordinary treasure here. At this moment, a fat man dressed in gold and silver, looking like a nouveau riche, said with a look of smug satisfaction. That's right, I smell gold too. There must be a reward here. We just need to find it. Since you two fellow deists have said so, then let's search for the treasures properly. Everyone, please be careful, there might be a trap somewhere. Hearing what the two said, the other cultivators also calmed down and began to search for treasures. The two masked women also remained in the crowd, carefully observing their surroundings. Here it is. Suddenly, a small compass appeared in Suanji's hand. She poured spiritual power into the compass while chanting incantations. At that moment, the compass suddenly shattered and broke into 2 pieces. Looking at the language inscribed on the 2 fragments, Suanji murmured. It's dangerous here, and isn't my husband here either? Seeing that the only path around her was forward, Xuanji didn't say a word and walked straight ahead. Mou looked at her and, without hesitation, she also chose to walk down this path. Deep within the ruins, 2 scenes appeared before Zhu Yan and the sword spirit, one about Qin Feng, and the other about other cultivators. Watching Qin Feng frantically absorb the spiritual energy, Zhu Yan's eyes also revealed a hint of cruelty. This guy couldn't resist after all. No, he didn't resist at all. The moment he saw the source of spiritual energy, he started devouring it. But precisely because of this, he will die in a few minutes. His body will be shrouded in demonic energy, and he will surely die. Although Zhu Yan was very surprised by Qin Feng's extraordinary celestial phenomena, given the current situation, his surprise was limited to this. Even if such an impatient cultivator is exceptionally talented, what good is it? With the demonic energy of the demon race entering his body, unless he is a cultivator at the tribulation transcending realm, he simply cannot survive. At this moment, the sword spirit also seemed somewhat sad, staring blankly at Qin Feng. This child has no chance of completing the challenge either, it looks like we'll have to wait another 1,000 years. Suddenly, the sword spirit shook its head again and said softly. A cultivator with such extraordinary talent is definitely one in 1,000 years, and might not even appear once in 10,000 years. Does this mean I, Wan Tianjian, will never have the chance to leave in my entire life. Undoubtedly, although they could see two scenes, the sword spirit and the beast were completely focused on Qin Feng. After hearing the sword spirit's sigh, Zhu Yan looked at another scene and then said softly. That's not necessarily true. There must be some geniuses among these juniors. A nascent soul cultivator in his early 20s, even my master back then couldn't compare. And there's even a body cultivation cultivator. Look at those muscles. I like it, ha ha ha. Oh ho, an array master, that's quite an impressive profession. I remember when my master wanted to be an array master, everyone looked down on him, ha ha ha. My goodness, there's even a cultivator who has developed sword intent here. Look at that little girl, even I, a complete novice, can feel the sword intent emanating from her. At this age, my master is really not as strong as her, maybe she's more suitable for you, task tisk tisk. If Wan Tiandao Ren had a spirit, hearing Zhu Yan's words of praise, he would definitely have the urge to jump out of his coffin and stab this guy to death. Damn it, my own spirit pet didn't speak up for me, but instead criticized me. This is outrageous. This is utterly absurd. Zhu Yan wasn't bragging, he had already locked onto several cultivators and said softly. I didn't see them before, but now that I look closely, I realize there are quite a few formidable geniuses among these younger generation. Those guys would definitely be stronger than our master in our time. Wan Tiandao Ren. Forget it, forget it. I'm a cultivator who's been dead for who knows how many years. There's no need for me to hold a grudge anymore. Chapter 74. Seeing that the sword spirit was still staring intently at Qin Feng, Zhu Yan muttered impatiently. Why do you think so highly of this guy? He's definitely up to no good. Apart from the first test being amazing, the remaining two tests are nothing. Zhu Yan hadn't finished speaking when his gaze was fixed on Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng still frantically absorbing spiritual energy, even Zhu Yan's expression turned ugly. This shouldn't be happening. Having devoured so much spiritual energy, it's equivalent to Qin Feng devouring an equal amount of demonic energy. Demonic energy can only make demonic beasts stronger, other creatures simply cannot accept it. Because the demon race's demonic essence contains the primordial power of divine beasts, and this power is a fatal blow to any creature other than demons. Even a half-orc cannot absorb the purest demonic essence. After Zhu Yan's arrangement over 1,000 years, these demonic beasts and their origins have long since merged with the source of spiritual power. Unless a beast god descends to earth, the idea of separation is utter nonsense. Therefore, when Qin Feng absorbs these spiritual energies, the demonic energy of the monsters also enters his body. Logically speaking, Qin Feng, having devoured so much spiritual energy, which is equivalent to devouring countless demonic beast sources, should not live long. It would be perfectly reasonable for him to just kick the bucket. But the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is getting faster and faster, which is illogical. Indeed, when faced with certain phenomena that defy common sense, these talking, earth-shattering creatures use unscientific explanations to depict the strange things before them. Seeing that nearly half of the spiritual energy source had been absorbed by Qin Feng, even Zhu Yan felt extremely pained. He must have put in a lot of effort to collect so much spiritual energy. In the past, cultivators would devour a little bit of spiritual energy and then rush to consolidate their cultivation. However, before their cultivation was consolidated, they would be devoured by the demonic energy of the demon race and die instantly. Therefore, they could not consume spiritual energy. That's precisely why there's still so much spiritual energy, but who plays like Qin Feng? He just keeps absorbing it without refining it. Seeing that half of his spiritual energy source had been lost, Zhu Yan gritted his teeth and said, could it be that his strength has really reached the tribulation transcending realm? This guy looks like he's still a minor at the tribulation transcending realm. Am I out of my mind? Why am I thinking like this? Even the master, damn it, even the master's grandfather wasn't that powerful. Wan Tian Dao Ren. Or I might as well take you with me. I feel like you're pretty free. Even though Zhu Yan was an ancient demon beast that had lived for tens of thousands of years, he still couldn't understand Qin Feng's situation. Although they couldn't see through Qin Feng's cultivation level, it was quite easy for them to find out Qin Feng's age. You can understand it by looking at one's innate constitution. Even a Mahayana cultivator cannot easily change their innate constitution. Therefore, Qin Feng's age is quite obvious to them. Minors. How strong can a minor cultivator be? Damn it, it can't be an immortal who defies the heavens. In Zhu Yan's opinion, Qin Feng was at most a cultivator at the nascent soul or spirit division realm. That's incredible. Qin Feng, thank you so much. You think too highly of me. To be honest, I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, Zhu Yan couldn't help but wonder if Qin Feng was a cultivator at the tribulation transcending realm. But even cultivators at the tribulation transcending realm have to know their limits. A cultivator at the tribulation transcending realm can indeed withstand the demonic energy of demonic beasts, but that's all they can do. This kind of demonic source will continuously absorb the lifespan of cultivators in the tribulation transcending realm. Unless the cultivator can directly break through to become a Mahayana realm cultivator, whose internal and external strengths are both perfected and whose every move faintly carries the power of the heavenly Dao, such a cultivator can indeed break through the demonic source of the demon race. After all, Zhu Yan was at most a divine realm cultivator, while his master, Wan Tian Dao Ren, was only a tribulation transcending realm cultivator. A cultivator at the Mahayana realm is already considered a madman in the cultivation world. Yes, there's no typo, it's indeed crazy battle power. When he goes mad, the whole world shakes. Such a powerful cultivator could naturally resist the demonic energy of the demon race, but to say that Qin Feng is a Mahayana realm cultivator. Damn it! I'll say it again, Zhu Yan believes his head is still intact for now. Let's wait a bit longer. It's probably because the demonic energy hasn't fully manifested yet. Maybe it will be ready once he absorbs more spiritual energy. Wiping the sweat from his face, Zhu Yan gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feng, no longer looking at the cultivators he had previously thought highly of. Damn it, what kind of rotten fish are those cultivators? How could they possibly compare to Qin Feng? A group of monks, is there no love left? Didn't you just praise us? The sword spirit's face also showed a hint of disbelief, but more than that, it was filled with a smile. It seems like we can really go out this time. In the second challenge, the cultivators went through countless hardships to finally find the only valuable item in the entire hall. Looking at the 7 gold coins, now trampled underfoot but still gleaming, the group of excited cultivators suddenly calmed down. Damn, 7 gold coins? This is the ultimate treasure. Is this the ruins of Wanchen or the ruins of a beggar? Do you think I'm a beggar? I'd rather starve to death than pick up these few gold coins. Just as a group of cultivators were crying out that they had been tricked, some of them were looking at the location of the gold coins and pondering. Look, don't these 7 gold coins look like a pattern? Hiss, now that you mention it, I really feel that the placement of these 7 gold coins is unusual. It's like the stars have shifted. My family has an ancestor who was a formation master. Hearing you say that, I suddenly remembered that when my ancestor passed away, he left behind a formation diagram. It seems that there are 7 key points, which are similar to the positions of these 7 gold coins. Wow, these 7 gold coins seem a bit expensive now. Could this be a divine weapon? Or one that can unleash formations during battle? Qin Feng never imagined that the few gold coins he tossed away out of kindness would now be revered as a mysterious and unpredictable formation. It even felt like the world had turned upside down. Even more remarkably, some were already kneeling on the ground, saying respectfully, I humbly request the ancient gold coin master to bless my martial arts to flourish and my path to immortality to be smooth. As a token of my gratitude, I'll burn a few gold coin girls for you later. Brother, since your family has an ancestor who was a formation master, could you please tell me how to set up this formation? At this point, some cultivators began asking which of their family ancestors were array masters. These 7 gold coins might also be a lock, opening it might lead us to Wan Tian Dao Ren's treasure. Qin Feng. Don't even dream about it. This is the treasure I left for you out of pity. Although this was just Qin Feng's momentary soft-heartedness, the cultivators didn't know that. At that moment, they really thought they had found a treasure. Alright, let me think carefully about what the array diagram left by our ancestors looks like. There are some differences between the two. The old man, a cultivator specializing in formations, was clearly unwilling to lose face, even though his ancestor had only ever been a formation apprentice until his death, and even though that formation diagram was just a souvenir his ancestor had bought at a high price from the 7-star sect. And it was even a replica. But since he'd come to this point where he had to show off, he naturally had to grit his teeth and keep going. As the saying goes, what's the point of living if you don't show off? Chapter 75. Looking at the 7 gold coins quietly placed on the ground, the cultivator suddenly took out a whole set of bottles and jars, towels and water from his storage ring. There's even a lot of ore. Seeing this, the group of cultivators also assumed he was a professional and were filled with anticipation for him. Kneeling on the ground, I carefully wiped the surface of the gold coins clean with a towel, and then covered them with several bottles. Looking at the 7 gold coins, the man muttered something in a loud voice. Namo Amitabha Buddha, urgently as the sun commands, Amen. Listening to these 3 completely unrelated sects, the group of monks shook their heads and chose to leave. In their eyes, it was just 7 gold coins, it was fine to watch the spectacle, but not worth staying for long. Even if you have 7 very old gold coins, even if you have 7 ancient gold coins, they are still just gold coins. Monks don't need wealth, they need rigorous spiritual practice. And what nonsense are you spouting? Buddhism, Taoism, Christianity, it seems some strange religions have infiltrated. Wang Biun was also watching the man perform the ritual with great interest. Although his cultivation level was only at the golden core stage, he had managed to get in smoothly because of his talent. Looking at the 7 gold coins, he even boasted. I also have an ancestor who was a formation master. I noticed that the gold coins were indeed placed in the wrong position a long time ago. I remember our ancestors saying that in this kind of formation, the 3rd gold coin should be moved up 3 gold coin positions. And the 5th gold coin should be moved down 2 gold coin positions. Since it was all just bragging, and Wang Biun believed that the person in front of him wouldn't do what he said anyway, he could brag however he wanted. The people around him were indeed looking at him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. But to everyone's surprise, the kneeling cultivator, who was looking at Wang Biun with a look of understanding, suddenly brightened up and looked at him with the eyes of a kindred spirit. Young man, does your family also have an ancestor who was a formation master? What you just described is the same as the formation diagram shown by my ancestor. Really? That's what my ancestors told me. Upon receiving confirmation from the man, Wang Biun was overjoyed, because he felt that the way people looked at him was different now. This made Wang Biun, whose face was still a little bruised, immediately stand up straight. At this moment, the cultivator who had been hesitant to make a move spoke up again and asked. Young man! Is this all your ancestors told you? Don't overthink it. It's just that my memory isn't very strong either, and I've forgotten some details. If the 2 of us work together, maybe we can unlock the secret of these 7 gold coins. That's all I remember. Wang Biun was clearly unsure, but outwardly responded in a deep voice. This thing was just made up by myself, how would I know anything about it? But if I pretend to be guilty now, Wouldn't that prove I have something to hide? I remember these are the same things, they should be able to open it. Seeing this, the man made up his mind and gently moved the third and fifth gold coins. After finishing everything, he put away the glass bottle, looking at the 7 gold coins with a mix of trepidation and composure. No response. Are these two just bragging? Damn it, if I can't show off at a time like this, wouldn't I just be an idiot? After waiting for several minutes without any reaction, the group of cultivators were also somewhat puzzled. Even the dumbest among them could tell that these two were just bragging and didn't actually know anything. The two monks, their lies exposed, lowered their heads, somewhat unable to look at the crowd. The cultivator who personally took action was clearly a shameless person. At this moment, he even tried to argue. You don't understand the matters of formations. Some formations take a very long time to activate. Unfortunately, not many people still believe his nonsense. Wang Biun, however, did not have the same thick skin as this cultivator, he had already slunk away. Seeing that he was fighting alone, this cultivator was clearly getting impatient and wanted to leave. With so many people around, what if I can't keep up the act anymore and they beat me up? But he was too ashamed to leave like that. After thinking for a moment, the cultivator squatted down again, picked up a gold coin, and began to ponder. Yes, it should be placed here. But before the gold coins could be placed down, the entire hall began to tremble. Upon seeing this, the cultivators burst into laughter. Haha, fellow deist, I believed you could definitely do it. Yes, yes, we were just joking, just teasing you. It seems these gold coins really are the key to the treasure. As a peak tribulation transcending realm cultivator, the treasures left behind by Wan Tiandao Ren must be priceless. I just wonder if he has the Wevo technique or the Wan Tian sword. The formation was activated by chance, and the cultivator was extremely proud of it, as if he were truly a master of formations. Touching his still rapidly beating heart, the cultivator felt a pang of regret for Wang Biun. If that fellow deist had been a little more shameless, he could have shared the spoils of victory with me. Unfortunately, he didn't have any, he enjoyed it all by himself. Clutching the gold coin tightly in his hand, and looking at the still trembling ground, the man chuckled and said, "Appear, the treasure of the myriad heavens deist." Before the words were finished, the ground stopped trembling, and then, under the expectant gazes of hundreds of cultivators, a creature that was more like a Western demon dragon than a true dragon suddenly appeared before them. Its entire body was dark blue, resembling an ugly giant lizard, but it had a pair of wings growing from its back. These wings were so enormous that they could even engulf his entire body. If there's any connection between him and a dragon, it's that his head still resembles a dragon's. However, regardless of the circumstances, this creature also possesses dragon blood, and thus can be called a dragon. Upon seeing the dragon, the joyful expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze. Staring at it in disbelief, the crowd murmured. This is a dragon, an evil dragon that loves shiny things. Of course, you can call me by my name. My name is Moses. Before the others could finish speaking, the dragon answered for them. Although he claimed to be an evil dragon, his extremely polite self-introduction made a fairly good first impression on everyone. Some cultivators even murmured. Is this a dragon? It certainly has the imposing presence of a dragon, and it's quite polite, but it's ugly. However, before he could finish speaking, looking at the destitute hall with only 6 gold coins left, the dragon, who had won everyone's favor through politeness, suddenly roared. Where is my baby? It was you. You stole my treasure. Ah, I'm going to kill you all. As it spoke, the evil dragon unleashed endless flames, and before many cultivators could react, they were burned to death. Holy crap, what's going on? The sudden change in attitude left the group of cultivators completely dumbfounded. But being caught off guard only resulted in being burned to death by the flames. Thus, the group of cultivators could only flee in panic. Help! A dragon is eating people! Damn it, what did we steal from him? The 7 gold coins are still right there, aren't they? 7 gold coins! Damn it, how come there are only 6 left? Chapter 76. Seeing that only 6 gold coins remained on the ground, the cultivator's expression suddenly turned grim. Where's one missing? Who the hell stole his gold coin? Holy crap, he even stole Lord Long's gold coins. Is this guy tired of living? Where is the formation master? Seal that formation master quickly. Let Lord Long go back quickly. Hearing what everyone was saying, the man clutching the gold coins hurriedly put them down on the ground and said guiltily. The 7 gold coins are all here now, why don't you go back? At this moment, he really believed that he had taken someone else's gold coin, which caused him to be so furious. Seeing that there were only 7 gold coins left, the dragon's face became even uglier. All my wealth is now reduced to just 7 gold coins. An entire room full of gold spirit stones has vanished. How do you explain that? You liars deserve to die, you all deserve to die. He seemed to have been insulted, and the flames in his mouth burned even more intensely. Damn it, there are only 7 gold coins here from beginning to end, and you actually said there's a room full of treasures? Isn't that blatant lying? That's right. Even if you're powerful, you can't frame us. We've put all the money back to you, just 7 gold coins. Don't frame us. Spirit stones are fine, but what use are gold coins to a group of cultivators like us? Is this dragon trying to scam us out of our money? Although the cultivators were screaming in pain from the burning flames, they were still filled with resentment after hearing the dragon's words. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Aren't you bullying honest people? Unfortunately, in this world of cultivation, only those with great strength have a voice. Even though the group of cultivators were deeply wronged, the evil dragon wouldn't listen. He had seen these cultivators since he woke up, and his countless riches had suddenly disappeared. If he didn't blame these cultivators, who else could he blame? Are we to blame the immortals? Immortals are all handsome and powerful beings, why would you steal their wealth? A group of cultivators suffered the consequences of stealing a single gold coin, while the true mastermind continued to enhance their cultivation. As if sensing something, Qin Feng, who was absorbing spiritual energy, suddenly stopped. Looking at the dwindling amount of spiritual energy he had, even Qin Feng felt embarrassed and murmured. Why don't we save some money for them? After all, there are so many cultivators. Would it be inappropriate for me to do this? Having plundered so many gold spirit stones before, if he were to absorb all of these spiritual energy sources now, even Qin Feng would feel embarrassed. If there are no more rewards later, wouldn't Qin Feng be cursed to death? After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be the first to enter the Wanshan ruins. If he has nothing at all, everyone will definitely suspect him. Just as Qin Feng was considering whether to leave a way out for others, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Demon source? The purity of this stuff isn't great, but it's enough for me to recover my cultivation. I'll make do with it. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Feng asked repeatedly. Dog Sheng, is that you speaking? However, no one, nor did any dog return to Qin Feng. Just when Qin Feng thought he had misheard, it was as if a new force had appeared within him. The remaining spiritual energy around them involuntarily drifted towards Qin Feng, eliminating the need for him to lift a finger. Seeing the continuous flow of spiritual energy rushing towards him, Qin Feng chuckled and said. Isn't this a bad idea? I actually wanted to leave them something, I can't just devour them all. Unfortunately, all that Qin Feng received in response was a cold snort from Go Sheng. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's smirk became even more pronounced. Ha ha ha! Isn't this forcing yourself to be the villain? That damn Go Sheng is so domineering. Unfortunately, Go Sheng won't give Qin Feng that many choices. Under the incredulous gazes of Zhu Yan and the sword spirit, the spiritual energy that had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years was about to be completely devoured by Qin Feng. Zhu Yan was now kneeling on the ground, wailing in agony. No. If he absorbs all of this, how will he test others in the future? No, we absolutely have to stop him. Zhu Yan no longer cared whether Qin Feng would die or not, he was certain that all of his spiritual energy would be absorbed by Qin Feng before he died. Zhu Yan's only goal now is to save the few remaining sources of spiritual energy. But at this moment, the sword spirit stood in front of him. Zhu Yan was very puzzled and said urgently. You're going to stop me? I know you think highly of that kid, but you can't be so biased towards him, can you? Don't you know where all this spiritual energy came from? If he absorbs it all, we're doomed. He can't just absorb all the wealth that Master painstakingly accumulated, can he? Zhu Yan is in a real hurry. Can't we take our time? If we don't, we'll run out of spiritual energy. Seeing the volatile Zhu Yan, the sword spirit couldn't help but feel refreshed, but this was not his purpose in hindering Zhu Yan. With his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, the sword spirit said softly. Are you sure you can beat him? He's just a young upstart. I, Zhu Yan, am an ancient and extraordinary being. How could I possibly be no match for him? Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Yan suddenly fell silent. As Zhu Yan watched Qin Feng, who was still absorbing the source of spiritual energy, she suddenly murmured. Just what level of cultivation does this guy possess? Human cultivators who can resist the demonic energy of the demon race must be at least at the tribulation transcending realm. This is a result that has been verified by countless cultivators in the cultivation world for thousands of years, and it is absolutely authoritative. The red gourd in front of us has already devoured a great deal of demonic energy. Logically, he should have been dead long ago, but he still looks perfectly fine. What does that mean? Furthermore, Zhu Yan hadn't been able to discern Qin Feng's cultivation level from beginning to end, which made him contemplate the worst possible outcome. Could it be that Qin Feng really is cultivators at or above the tribulation transcending realm? A minor at the tribulation transcending realm. Oh shit! A crisp sound echoed in the small, secret room. Zhu Yan suddenly slapped himself, then resolutely said. So what if he is a Mahayana cultivator? He can't absorb all this spiritual energy by himself, I have to stop him. As he spoke, Zhu Yan suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a somewhat regretful sword spirit. Looking at Qin Feng, the sword spirit murmured. Why do I feel like I'm not good enough for him/her? When Zhu Yan arrived at the third checkpoint, the spiritual energy in the secret chamber had been almost completely absorbed by Qin Feng. Seeing this, Zhu Yan cried out in anguish. Stop! Don't smoke anymore! Who? Upon hearing Zhu Yan's words, Qin Feng turned to look at him and saw a white-headed, red-footed monkey standing there, looking anxious. Qin Feng looked at him with some doubt and muttered to himself. What is this thing? A monster. However, Zhu Yan dared not roar at Qin Feng anymore, because he saw a pair of eyes behind Qin Feng, in the void. A pair of eyes that, with just one glance, could make people, even demons tremble. The crushing force emanating from the depths of his soul, the mere glance, made Zhu Yan feel as if his soul was about to be scattered. He knelt down without thinking, and Zhu Yan respectfully said. Greetings, Lord Beast God. Qin Feng? Chapter 77. Forcibly stopping Go's Hung, Qin Feng ran up to Zhu Yan and said angrily. How dare you swear at me, you clown? You are the beast god, your whole family are beast gods. Go Sheng, still in Qin Feng's storage ring. After hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Zhu Yan felt even more regretful, wishing that it were really like that. But on the surface, he appeared terrified and said. No, 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 you are the beast god. I was unaware of the beast god's personal arrival and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. Because of the sudden pressure on his soul, Zhu Yan forgot his original purpose. Now, all he felt was respect and fear. If I offended the beast god by saying the wrong thing, he could kill me without even lifting a finger. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's face instantly turned ugly, and he immediately began to curse. "FK your mother, you're the beast, your whole family are monsters, this guy really is a monster." Halfway through his tirade, Qin Feng suddenly didn't know what else to say. No matter what, this beast in front of me is still a beast, no matter how I insult it, it doesn't seem to feel insulted. Cough cough. Sensing Qin Feng's rage, Go Sheng, who originally only wanted to absorb demonic energy to restore his cultivation, also crawled out of his storage ring. Looking at the not-so-good-looking little black dog, Zhu Yan seemed to understand something. He stopped talking and started kowtowing repeatedly. Seeing this, Qin Feng became even more curious and asked repeatedly, "What's wrong with Go's Hung?" Glancing at Zhu Yan, Go Sheng said softly, "Stop kowtowing. Considering that you offered up so much demonic essence, and that you are an ancient species whose cultivation is not easy, I will spare your life this time." Go Sheng was no ordinary person, a demon, so naturally he knew why Zhu Yan would apologize. Mixing demonic energy into the source of spiritual power, who but a cunning and treacherous person would do such a thing? However, when this substance encountered Go Sheng, it could only obediently turn into 2 units of energy. Upon hearing Go Sheng's words, Zhu Yan reacted as if he had won the lottery, kowtowing incessantly and muttering incantations. "Thank you for your forgiveness, beast god. Thank you for your forgiveness, demon god." Qin Feng became even more curious upon seeing this. Although he had known for a long time that Go Sheng's identity was unusual, he only now realized just how special Go Sheng's identity was. Master is really slow-witted. Go Sheng simply smiled at Qin Feng's reaction. But this single word, master, sent shockwaves through Zhu Yan's heart. The beast god calls out to a human master. This respectable and handsome human, could he be an immortal? Even immortals can't make the beast god submit. Could he be an existence beyond immortals? As an ancient and unique species, Zhu Yan naturally knew some of the secrets of cultivating immortality. At this moment, Zhu Yan realized that things were not as simple as he had thought. Everything seems to be going to fall into chaos. At this moment, Go Sheng proudly said to Qin Feng, "I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, a dog, but all I got in return was distance. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm coming clean, I am." Before Go Sheng could finish speaking, he was kicked away by Qin Feng. "You're nothing but a dog. You get all excited just because I gave you a little sunshine? If I hadn't saved your life with that celestial phenomenon back then, would you have even survived?" Qin Feng's original intention was that the temperature was too high at the time, and if he hadn't used a celestial phenomenon to bring some shade, Go Sheng would have died from the heat. But Qin Feng's words, when heard by Go Sheng, weren't entirely wrong. It was indeed Qin Feng's extraordinary celestial phenomenon that saved his life. If it weren't for Qin Feng, he definitely wouldn't have survived such severe injuries. With a human-like gesture, Go Sheng rubbed the dust off his rear end and said with a sheepish grin, Yes, I am the master's little watchdog. When the master summons a celestial phenomenon, just call me, okay? I'm going back now." To avoid losing face in front of the younger demon clan members, Go Sheng felt it was safer to put it in his storage ring. Otherwise, if Qin Feng kicks him away again, where will Go Sheng put his face? Although the man and the dog were simply doing what they often did, what Zhu Yan saw left him speechless. Seeing that Zhu Yan remained silent, Qin Feng was able to relax. His body is now filled with spiritual energy, and Qin Feng needs to refine it all. Feeling his body, Qin Feng was also very interested. With so much spiritual energy, I might be able to break through to the nascent soul realm this time. 2/4 of an hour later, a group of cultivators finally managed to kill their way out and escape. Don't ask them why they dared not fight the dragon, the fact that more than half of them disappeared is the answer. Good heavens, one dragon breath and they're all dead. How are we supposed to fight them? Seeing that less than half the original number remained, some lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly dejected. Damn it, let's go back. More than half of the people died as soon as we entered the ruins. Is this even a place to play? Damn it! Who stole that dragon's treasure? Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll kill him. The cultivator who had broken the dragon's seal looked at the gold coins in his hand and spoke angrily. Damn it, since he says I stole his treasure, then I'll really steal one. I'd like to see if he'll fly into a rage. Before the cultivator could finish speaking, the group of cultivators took off running forward. The evil dragon is coming. Damn it, why is he still chasing us? Looking at the gold coins in his hand, the cultivator remained silent, clutching them tightly, and joined the fleeing army. At this moment, a vicious dragon was chasing after them. Everyone who stole my treasure deserves to die. Half an hour later, Li Shi and Su Yayao finally arrived at the hall of the second level, which was where the evil dragon was located. Looking at the burly man in front of her, Su Yayao showed a look of disgust. I'm not trying to be mean, but if you don't know the way, why are you running around like that? Now look what's happened, we're definitely far behind them, and our baby is out of the running. Li Shi simply laughed it off. Because, it really was his fault. I don't know how his brain works, he can get completely confused even with just one path. Looking at the huge hall of the second level, Su Yayao immediately spotted the 6 gold coins on the ground. Holding the 6 gold coins in her hands with great joy, Su Yayao said with a smile. Big guy, do you think these gold coins are enough to treat my husband to a meal? It should be fine, right? Smiling, Su Yayao accepted the gold coins and said loudly. Let's keep going. This time you have to listen to me and we can't take any more detours. Okay. Feeling the sudden disappearance of the gold coins, the dragon went berserk. The dragon's breath expanded more than 3 times its original size, catching a group of slow-moving cultivators completely off guard and turning them into fire. Everything's gone. You all deserve to die. Seeing this, the group of cultivators wished they could use every ounce of their strength to escape. At this moment, they only wish their parents had given them 2 more legs. Mommy, help me. An hour later, seeing Zhu Yan who had been in a daze for a full hour, the sword spirit sighed helplessly and disappeared, leaving behind only a somewhat lonely heaven-level cultivation technique. Selflessness technique. Does the bullying technique mean that it has no thoughts and cannot act? Chapter 78. The moment the sword spirit disappeared, Zhu Yan, who had been standing there stunned for an hour, obediently knelt down on the ground again. Holy crap, I just saw Lord Beast God get kicked. Is this something a lowly demon beast of my level should be seeing? Maybe I should gouge its eyes out. Just as Zhu Yan was seriously considering whether or not to gouge out his eyes, the sword spirit had already come to his side and whispered. How do you feel about this human now? Turning to look at the small blue figure beside him, Zhu Yan suddenly spoke very seriously. Wan Tianjian. It's not that I look down on you, but you seem unworthy of this respectable and handsome human now. I was trying to comfort you out of kindness, and UFG said I wasn't good enough for you? However, seeing Qin Feng still cultivating, the sword spirit surprisingly did not refute him. Judging from what just happened, I really am not good enough for him. This left the sword spirit speechless. What the hell was this weirdo? His talent was so strong, and his cultivation was even stronger. How are other people supposed to play this way? Looking at Qin Feng, Zhu Yan also felt a strange sensation. This human before me is so powerful. If I were to follow him, wouldn't I also be able to establish a great reputation? Anyway, he's already passed the test, and the next challenge is purely a reward. So Qin Feng can now be said to have passed the test. At this moment, Zhu Yan even thought that if he couldn't follow Qin Feng, he could follow the beast god. There's no conflict between me being your pet's pet and you being its pet. While Zhu Yan was still daydreaming, some of the faster cultivators also arrived here. Leading the group were Mou and Xianji. Looking at the vast space, Xianji said with an incredulous expression. There's actually the scent of spiritual energy here. Mou was equally surprised, and she couldn't help but murmur. Could there be a source of spiritual energy here? If I could obtain this, wouldn't reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm be a piece of cake? The other cultivators who arrived later were also more or less surprised as they looked at the main hall. The cultivators who can come here are naturally not ordinary people, they all recognize the source of spiritual energy, and some of them have even used it before. That's why these people were so surprised. However, their surprise didn't last long. Looking at the white-headed, red-footed creature and the little blue person, everyone froze in place. Is that a sword spirit? What's that creature next to him? White head and red feet, its body faintly exudes an ancient aura. Could this be the ancient, exotic species, the Zhu Yan? Good heavens! Everyone knows that deist Wan Tian has a sword and a martial art, but no one expected that he would also have an ancient and exotic species by his side. If I could obtain this rare species, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? I've heard that Zhu Yan is inherently cruel, and this alien's strength is unfathomable. Could he possibly turn against us? At this moment, a group of cultivators were discussing the matter, and their eyesight was quite good, so they were able to recognize Zhu Yan. The cultivators also reacted strongly to this ancient and exotic species. Some were thinking about how to subdue this ancient creature, while others were extremely vigilant, clearly afraid that the Zhu Yan would suddenly make a move. Just as the cultivators were displaying various expressions, Zhu Yan turned around, extended a finger, and made a shushing gesture towards his mouth. Everyone was puzzled by this. They were stunned again when they saw that there was another person behind Zhu Yan, in the center of the hall. Could this guy sitting on the ground be the genius who summoned countless celestial phenomena before? Could it be that he has already obtained the source of spiritual energy and is currently refining it? Damn it, I'm too late. Hearing the arguing, Zhu Yan also became impatient. After exchanging a glance with the sword spirit nodded and created a protective shield around Qin Feng, isolating him from spiritual energy. At this moment, Zhu Yan suddenly spoke loudly. I told you to shut up, don't you understand? As he spoke, he also released his own pressure, the oppressive aura of the nascent soul realm directly assaulting these cultivators. The cultivators immediately knelt on the ground, their faces filled with fear. At the same time, Mou suddenly moved, without saying a word, and charged towards Qin Feng with his sword. Isn't it a bit too hasty for my sister to make a move at this time? Upon seeing this, Suanji instantly teleported, attempting to block Mou's attack. However, before the two could move more than a few meters, they were grabbed by a large hand formed from Zhu Yan's spiritual power. Looking at the two masked women, Zhu Yan said coldly. Didn't you hear me speak? Xianji simply smiled at this, while Mou remained calm and uttered a single word. Break. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible sword intent severed the connection between the spiritual power hand and Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan let out a soft sound of doubt, while the sword spirit looked at Mou with a glint in its eyes. This woman. Seeing that Mou had escaped control, Xianji was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Biting off a strand of her hair, Xianji's body began to change. Under Zhu Yan's puzzled gaze, Xianji, who had been bound by a large hand of spiritual power, turned into a wooden figure. The divine calculation pavilion's secret technique, the golden cicada sheds its shell. Looking at the two women who had escaped his control, Zhu Yan's eyes were full of interest, but that was all. As a level 6 demon beast comparable to the mid-stage of the divine realm, how could he possibly let two young girls in the nascent soul realm play tricks on him? One pair of arms instantly transformed into 3 pairs of 6 arms, which then reached out to grab Mou and Xianji, who were still in mid-air. Before the two women could react, they had already been captured by Zhu Yan. To prevent the two from escaping again, Zhu Yan temporarily sealed their spiritual power. Looking down at the two women, he said softly. With your strength, you can't even handle me, yet you dare to attack the master? Dream on. Adult. The two women uttered the 2 words in unison, but their reactions were somewhat different. Mou ignored this and kept his eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Xuanji's gaze towards Qin Feng, however, was one of unwavering admiration. As expected of the man I chose. He even has an ancient, exotic being address him as Your Excellency. This is something father never anticipated. Mou was even more disdainful of Xianji's behavior, and she unusually uttered a sarcastic remark. The man you've set your sights on? Just wait until I kill him and become a widow. Xuanji simply smiled and said nothing more. Zhu Yan seemed to understand something at this moment, and was about to speak when a loud rumbling sound, like an earthquake, was heard from the secret passage. The sounds of people crying and screaming could be heard from a great distance. What's happening outside? Zhu Yan's face turned green at this moment. Damn it, I finally managed to get this opportunity to protect Qin Feng and win his favor. But none of the guys who came today are easy to deal with. Just as Zhu Yan was considering whether to kill all these humans to avoid Qin Feng's annoyance with the noise, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of spiritual power.